Chapter 1. The gate opened at 3:47 a.m., and Kael Doran didn't hear it until the building was already shaking. He'd been asleep on a cot in the maintenance room of a condemned apartment complex in Sector 7, one of 3 spots in the Eastern District where a blacklisted hunter could sleep without running into association patrols. The room smelled like rust and damp insulation. A single bare bulb, wired to a car battery, provided light when he needed it, which wasn't at night because power was currency here. He'd learned over 5 years to sleep through the building's complaints, groaning beams, the occasional crack of concrete settling. But this sound was different. This wasn't the building. This was the ground beneath it. He was on his feet before he was fully awake. Boots on before full consciousness arrived. Jacket in his hand and knife at his belt before the floor began to tilt. 5 years of living in gate-adjacent zones had written emergency response in a muscle memory deep enough that his body moved before his mind gave permission. Gate eruption. S-rank. Judging by the pressure already building in his eardrums, that base register vibration the association's warning sirens mimicked but never accurately replicated. Close enough to feel in his chest cavity. Close enough that the walls were already developing fracture lines, spreading up from the foundation with the lazy certainty of something that had already decided what it intended to do. He ran for the stairwell. He made it to the 2nd floor before the first pressure wave hit. An S-rank gate eruption at Ground Zero was a catastrophic breach event, the dimensional barrier between the gate's interior and real space collapsing entirely, vomiting monsters directly into the world without the staged emergence sequence that gave hunters warning. The building didn't collapse so much as disintegrate. The exterior wall of the stairwell simply stopped existing. One moment solid brick, the next a cloud of high-velocity debris carrying fragments of rebar and shattered glass that Kael only survived by throwing himself flat against the interior wall a half-second before the horizontal rain swept through. He felt the shockwave press against him like a physical hand. The stairwell groaned and cracked along 2 diagonal fault lines, and held, barely, the kind of barely that made no promises about what came next. The second pressure wave caught him on the 3rd floor landing and sent him through the window. For meters of open air. He hit a fire escape railing with his ribs, and the impact drove every cubic centimeter of breath from his body simultaneously. His vision widened. He wrapped both hands around the railing through reflex alone, dangling above the alley, the world contracting to a small gray circle while his diaphragm tried to remember its function. One small breath came through, then another. The gray retreated. Below him, something moved through the alley that wasn't shaped like anything he'd cataloged in 5 years of regional gate work. Fast, low to the ground, the color of old blood in the ambient fire glow from the burning car 2 blocks north. A C-rank hound variant, probably, one of the first wave cannon fodder expelled in an S-rank breach. The medium-tier monsters pushed outward by the initial pressure before the truly dangerous things started emerging. Above him, the building continued its disintegration in strata. Each floor contributed its portion to the descent with metronomic reliability. His grip was slipping. Gate eruption condensation had slicked the railing, a chemical humidity that formed on all surfaces in the vicinity of a breach event, the result of dimensional energy interacting with atmospheric moisture in ways the association's researchers had published extensive papers about, and which experienced hunters simply registered as eruption wet. His fingers found purchase and lost it. He managed to hook an ankle over the lower support bar, buying himself 3 seconds of additional stability. 3 seconds was enough to understand that the fire escape was separating from the facade. The anchor bolts, old, corroded by years of neglect, were being pulled free by the structural stress overhead. He heard them going one by one, a metronomic countdown. He looked down. The hound variant had stopped moving and was staring upward at him, photoluminescent eyes catching the fire glow. He looked at the adjacent building's exterior. For meters across the alley gap, one window ledge visible at approximately chest height relative to his current position, which was a rapidly diminishing frame of reference. He jumped. His fingers caught the window ledge groove with the grip of someone who had spent 5 years learning that the only choices that mattered were the ones you actually made. He hung by his fingertips while the fire escape dropped behind him, metal on concrete. The hound variant's scrambled retreat, the echo bouncing between every hard surface in the block. He climbed by millimeters, broke the glass with his jacket-wrapped elbow, and pulled himself into an abandoned kitchen. He rolled across the floor, pressed both hands against his right ribcage, and made the damage assessment with the detached efficiency of 5 years of field practice. 2 broken ribs, possibly 3. One of them grated against something in a way that suggested proximity to lung tissue. He tested, pressed along the rib line, timed his breathing, assessed whether air was escaping into the pleural cavity. Not collapsed yet. Functional. He stood and went to the window facing the street. Standard catastrophic eruption chaos. Civilians running opposite the sound. One car overturned and burning. The building he'd been sleeping in now a controlled collapse, with 3 monster shapes moving through the rubble. B-rank stragglers. Disoriented in the surface world. The confusion of creatures expelled into an environment unlike anything in their dimensional experience. Association emergency sirens started in the distance. 3 minutes minimum. And then the largest monster Kael Doran had ever seen in 5 years of hunting emerged from the collapse's center. 12 meters tall. A torso shape mounted on 4 spider-limbed legs, each leg the diameter of a load-bearing column. A crown of elongated sensory organs spread where a head should have been, arranged like a nautilus, each organ pulsing with soft internal light of something that had evolved to hunt in absolute dimensional darkness. S-rank boss tier. Not the gate's primary guard, the apex entity, the thing at the absolute bottom of the gate's hierarchy that everything else existed to protect and feed. The dimensional breach had been catastrophic enough to eject it all the way to the surface in the initial pressure wave. It took its first steps into the material world with the patient certainty of something that had never encountered an environment it couldn't dominate. Kael looked at it and knew with complete clarity there was nothing he could do. His knife wouldn't scratch something that size. He had no other weapons. He had no backup. He was a blacklisted E-rank hunter with 3 broken ribs, and the entity was large enough that if it sat down in the street, it would fill the entire block end to end. The monster turned. Its sensory crown rotated toward him with the slow deliberateness of something that had never failed to locate what it was hunting. Every organ aligned in sequence, like an antenna array finding signal. The pulsing light intensified. His last thought was not profound. It was, I should have taken the money and kept my mouth shut. The sensory crown discharged, a focused emission of gate-dimensional energy that took the kitchen wall apart at a molecular level without so much as a sound. And then there was nothing at all, absolute and total, and Kael Doran died at 3:54 a.m. in the 7th year of the gate economy, at the age of 31, in a condemned building in Sector 7 that would be a crater by morning. Then everything reversed. He was lying in a hotel room with an alarm going off at 7 a.m., and the year was 5 years earlier, and his ribs were intact, and someone was using his hand to turn off the alarm. Chapter 2. The second time Kael woke in the cheap hotel room he'd rented in the week before his blacklisting. He lay still for 60 full seconds and took careful inventory. His body, intact. Ribs unbroken. Shoulder fine. Hands uncut. No gate eruption condensation in his hair. No chemical smell on his skin. The room smelled of generic synthetic fiber and cleaning solution and the faint traffic noise of an Eastern District morning that had nothing catastrophic happening in it. His mind, complete. 5 years of memories from his original timeline, intact and accessible, including the specific sequence of the fire escape railing slipping from his grip, the 4-meter drop across the alley, the kitchen wall that stopped existing in a flash of focused energy, including the absence of anything after that, which was different from blackout or unconsciousness in a way he understood clearly because he'd experienced both, and what came after this had been neither. He had died. He was certain, and now he was here. He turned off the alarm, sat on the edge of the bed in the thin morning light, and saw the interface for the first time. Overlaid on his vision, translucent and precise. The kind of display that only the association's most expensive scanning equipment could generate. Except this one came from inside his visual field. No equipment. No external device. It was simply there, as natural as breathing, waiting for him to read it. Depth resonance system. Initialized host. Kael Doran current rank. Shallow walker. E. Depth score. 0.0 active abilities. None passive abilities. None asterisk system function. Depth score accumulates through genuine gate survival. Each floor cleared in a gate's natural depth advances score permanently. Score unlocks abilities, rank advances, and system functions invisible to external association scanners. Registered rank remains E. Real rank advances independently. Asterisk he read it twice. Then he read the part about external association scanners a third time. The association's entire monitoring infrastructure was built around mana resonance scanning, the measurement of ambient gate affinity to determine a hunter's capability tier. Every compliance surveillance system, every gate entry terminal, every rank verification check used this methodology. Registered rank remained E. Real rank advances independently. He had a power system that was invisible to the people who had put him on a blacklist for being too weak to matter. He had 3 hours before Vale Trist's party was expecting him at Gate Complex 14 to divide the hall from their 3-day B-rank clear. In his previous life, he had attended that meeting, refused Vale's split terms, and had a blacklisting processed by Director Renner's office before sunset. Vale had accused him of theft. The association had agreed. That was where this version of his life had begun its decline. He showered. He dressed. He spent 20 minutes going through the specific details of the storage arrangement at Gate Complex 14, the equipment room where the party's hall was kept, the access code he'd filed when he wrote the original equipment report, because Vale had never thought he'd need a different code for Kael than for himself, and the position of the anomalous core in the containment case. The anomalous core was worth more than everything else combined. In the previous 5 years, he'd never seen another gate produce one. The depth resonance system had appeared in him now, and something about the system's interface, the phrase depth score, and the way certain cores in his previous life had registered on equipment as unclassified dimensional energy, suggested a connection he didn't yet have enough information to name. He retrieved the core from Gate Complex 14 at 9 a.m., before anyone else arrived. He replaced it with a standard low-grade core from his own kit, which resembled the anomalous core well enough that Vale would need to actually examine it to notice the difference. Vale never examined anything carefully. That had always been one of his more predictable qualities. He was back in the hotel by 9:20. He put the core in the padded case he'd prepared and set it in his bag and sat for a moment processing the specific satisfaction of making a different choice this time. Not a better choice, necessarily. He would still be blacklisted before sunset, because Vale would still file a complaint about the party's storage being accessed, because Vale didn't need evidence to make an accusation stick when he had donor relationships with the compliance office. But the anomalous core was his now, and the depth resonance system was waiting for him to step into a gate and begin building something that no association scanner could measure. He picked up his bag and went to find a D-rank gate to enter. Behind him, the hotel room's calendar showed a date 5 years before his death, and every choice he made from now until that eruption in Sector 7 was a choice he got to make differently. If he was careful, thorough, and willing to go deeper than any system built to manage hunters like him expected him to go. The system's rank indicator read Shallow Walker. It wouldn't read that for long. Chapter 3 Director Haas Renner countersigned Kael Doran's blacklist processing form at 6:47 p.m. in the 40-minute window he'd allocated to Vale Trist's complaint review. The form joined a stack of 43 similar documents he'd processed in the past 18 months. He assigned it a surveillance tag, standard procedure for all blacklist actions in the Eastern District, and moved to the next item on his desk without looking at it again. Renner had run the association's Eastern District Compliance Division for 11 years through a combination of meticulous record management, selective attention, and the careful maintenance of 2 entirely separate operational structures. The first structure was what the association's official system documented, a compliance office that processed blacklist actions, managed surveillance of off-grid operators, and coordinated gate zone enforcement with the licensed hunter community. The second structure existed in no official record. 9 years of off-books gate clearance operations, private core buyers, and classified processing facilities ran in parallel with the official work, routed through corporate cutouts to a buyer whose identity Renner knew only as an account number in a private banking system. He didn't think of himself as corrupt. He thought of himself as pragmatic in an industry that rewarded pragmatism. The buyer paid for gate cores that the association's accounting system would have classified as standard resource revenue. The money went somewhere. Whatever it was used for was not his concern. He had one job in that arrangement: supply. Kael Doran's file was not part of that arrangement. He was simply an inconvenient hunter who had become someone else's problem. The surveillance tag was automated. Renner had forgotten his name by the time the stack of forms went to processing. 3 kilometers away, Kael was in the waiting area of the association's central intake office, number 47 in a queue, moving at institutional speed, planning how to fail a calibration scan. The mana-resonance scanner used by intake technicians measured ambient gate affinity, the resonance between a hunter's physiology and gate dimensional energy, and produced a rank estimate accurate to half a tier. The scanner had no mechanism for distinguishing genuine undevelopment from deliberate suppression, because its designers had built the intake system around hunters who wanted accurate readings. The suppression technique required running mana at absolute minimum control, flooding the resonance surface with low-frequency, high-volume, undifferentiated energy that the scanner read as noise rather than signal. Noise mapped to undeveloped capacity. The challenge was that control was reflex. Releasing control while maintaining the voluntary release state through active management required a sustained quality of attention that felt like writing 2 different things with both hands simultaneously. He drilled it for 20 minutes in the intake bathroom. When his number was called, he maintained the suppression through the entire 4-minute calibration without the scanner producing any reading above a rank. The technician initialed the output with the perfunctory efficiency of someone who had processed 800 E-rank registrations and found them uniformly uninteresting. "Welcome back to the registry," the technician said. His coffee cup was more interesting to him than the form he slid across the counter. On the transit back to Sector 7, Kael studied the Depth Resonance System's advancement chart with the focused attention he normally reserved for mapping unfamiliar gate architecture. The tier structure ran from Shallow Walker at the bottom through 9 additional ranks to Origin Diver at the peak. Each rank required exponentially more depth score than the previous one. The jump from Shallow Walker to Current Diver required gate experience comparable to what a B-rank hunter accumulated in 3 months of regular teamwork. For a solo operator working sealed gates, the gates the association had abandoned or prohibited, with higher difficulty and richer resources, the timeline compressed significantly. Sealed gates generated score multipliers. Uncatalogued gates generated larger ones. Gate architecture divergence bonuses stacked on top. First entry bonuses compounded the rest. He had 5 years. He had a power system that rewarded exactly the solo deep gate methodology he developed under duress over the past 5 years. He had a registration that looked like nothing worth watching. The irony was clean. The association had created the conditions for his invisibility by treating him as too insignificant to monitor carefully. Director Renner had stamped a form and moved on. Vale Trist had filed a complaint and returned to his calendar. No one had considered the possibility that the E-rank blacklisted hunter they dismissed might be worth dismissing properly. He entered the D-rank gate at Gate Complex 7 at 2:14 p.m. using a gate override tool he'd built 3 years ago in his previous life. A physical device that spoofed the entry terminal's rank requirement check. It fit in a jacket pocket. He'd built an identical one last week from components purchased before the blacklisting. Inside the gate, he cleared every floor at a pace that would have been aggressive for a B-rank team. His depth score began its climb. Each notification added to the structure he was building beneath the association's visibility range, and somewhere in the Compliance Division's 14th floor office, the surveillance tag on his file was generating the first of what would become a very long series of automated alerts that no one would interpret correctly until it was far too late for the interpretation to matter. Chapter 4 Orion Mac's scrap metal workshop occupied a converted warehouse on the eastern edge of the industrial district, identifiable by smell and sound from 3 blocks away. Cut metal and a radio playing music 20 years out of date through an exterior speaker that had been weatherproofed sometime in the previous decade and not since. Orion was 61 years old, retired from active hunting after a gate incident in his early 40s that had taken 2 fingers from his right hand and made the fine motor precision of close-quarters combat impractical. The career transition from hunter to broker was common enough in the industry to have informal terminology. Orion had made it without evident mourning, carrying his hunter's operational sensibilities into a business where the most valuable skill was knowing exactly which questions to never ask. Kael arrived at the workshop's supply entrance on day 12 of his regression, a Thursday morning, which was listed on the cardboard schedule tacked to the door frame as supply days, inquiries only. He had the sealed C-rank sub-level core he'd extracted 3 days earlier in his inside jacket pocket, producing the distinctive carrying posture of someone transporting a gate core, slight forward compensation, right arm position slightly elevated. He knocked. Orion opened the door and performed the rapid comprehensive assessment that experienced handlers developed: badge, posture, physical condition, face, the micro-indicators of professional history and current operational status, all integrated before any of it was visible. Supply days on Thursdays, Orion said. I'm inquiring whether you'd consider purchasing a B-rank sub-level core extracted from a sealed C-rank gate the association listed as abandoned 6 years ago, Kael said. Orion looked at his jacket pocket, looked at his face. Then he said, "Come in," and opened the door fully. The workshop resolved from apparent chaos into operational logic within 30 seconds of navigation. Equipment at varying stages of assessment or modification on the main benches, a grading station in the side room with cores sorted by material type and energy output, reference charts on the wall dense with handwritten annotation accumulated over decades of professional adjustment to the core market's fluctuations. Kael placed the core on the main bench. Orion found his magnifying glasses at his unhurried pace. Not slowness, but the rhythm of someone who understood that the first examination of a significant item deserved appropriate attention, and examined the core for 90 seconds without touching it. B-rank sub-level extraction, he said. Material density shift at the tertiary layer. Deep architecture origin, not standard C-rank ecology. He set down the glasses. Sealed gate entry, no processing record. Correct, Kael said. How does a solo E-rank hunter access a sealed C-rank gate and produce a B-rank sublevel core? I'd prefer not to detail the methodology, Kael said. Orion looked at him with the full attention of someone who had 30 years of professional experience reading the gap between what people said and what they meant. You've worked in this type of environment before, he said. It wasn't a question. Not necessarily this gate, but this category of work. Something similar, Kael said, which was accurate. They negotiated across 4 exchanges. Orion opened at 42% of market value, citing no track record, unusual origin circumstances, and multiple discount factors. Kael countered at 60. They settled at 53, 3 points better than the first Orion deal in his previous timeline had taken him 6 months of relationship building to achieve, because the core itself was eloquent about the operator who had produced it. I have more, Kael said. Regular supply. Sealed gate and abandoned zone origin, exclusively. High grade, no official record. 10 to 14 days between deliveries. Volume increases as I expand my range. Orion ran the operational calculation, storage requirements, transaction frequency, risk profile change, the economics of a steady premium supplier versus occasional single transaction arrangements. Steady supply gets market rate, he said. 60%. No questions about sourcing. One condition, Kael said. If anyone asks whether you've seen me, the answer is no. Blacklisted. 2 weeks ago. Something moved in Orion's face. A micro-expression that crossed and disappeared before resolving into anything readable. Kael identified it as recognition combined with a judgment Orion wasn't ready to voice yet. Who processed it? Orion asked. Veiled Trist filed. Renner countersigned. The micro-expression happened again, more complex this time. Orion extended his hand. 60%, steady supply. No one's seen you, he said. They shook. Walking back toward the industrial zone that afternoon, Kael ran the arithmetic on his starting position. A working broker relationship established at better terms than he'd reached in his previous life after half a year of marginal dealing, a provisional license, a growing cash reserve from the anomalous core in his storage unit whose full value he was still assessing, and a depth resonance system that had added 48 points to his score from 3 days of gate work and was accelerating. And Orion had reacted to Renner's name in a way that suggested something more than standard knowledge of the compliance division. He filed that for later. In this timeline, he had time to follow up on things his previous self had never had the operational capacity to investigate. The question of what Orion knew about Renner would keep. First, he needed to build enough strength to approach whatever was at the center of the geometric pattern his anomaly collection was already beginning to show. The cores he was gathering weren't just valuable, they were data. Each one pointed, directionally, toward a location beneath the Eastern Financial District. He needed to understand what he was pointing at before he walked toward it. He entered the next gate on his schedule and kept building. Chapter 5, the second abandoned C-rank gate in Kael's Sector 7 target sequence, was not in any association catalog and had never been in one, because no association survey crew had ever found it. He'd found its trace in his previous life in Year 2, following the secondary atmospheric resonance that active gates projected in a radius around their entry points. A low-frequency signature that showed up as unexplained animal behavior anomalies in the immediate vicinity, a specific quality of mold growth pattern on surfaces above the gate that indicated sustained dimensional energy interaction, and a subsurface vibration signature that years of gate-adjacent living had taught him to distinguish from geological activity. He found it again on day 16 in the basement of a decommissioned food processing facility 3 blocks inside the industrial zone boundary. The loading dock subfloor access hadn't been opened in at least a decade based on the external corrosion pattern. But the mechanism itself moved smoothly when he worked it free, maintained from below, recently enough that the lubrication was still distributed correctly. Someone else knew about this gate and had been here within the past month. He went in anyway. The entry aperture was narrow, barely wide enough to pass through sideways, which meant any team attempting this gate would bottleneck immediately. The energy output the depth resonance system registered through the aperture was substantially higher than the external signature suggested. Echo mapping activated the moment he crossed the threshold, generating a partial structural layout that showed an inverted pyramid architecture, each floor significantly wider than the one above. The gate's most dangerous material concentrated at the deepest and widest level. He studied the echo mapping overlay for 30 seconds before moving. Inverted architecture was a design choice rather than a formation. Gates generated their internal structures according to principles that 40 years of association research hadn't fully resolved. But practitioners knew the behavioral patterns empirically. Inverted structures concentrated danger downward, created expanding combat spaces that worked against hunters adapted to narrower environments, and produced a specific transition shock at the point where the architecture widened significantly, the moment where hunters realized the gate they'd been navigating on the way down was not the gate they were currently standing in. He didn't need to discover that transition. He had the full layout in Echo Mapping's overlay and had already planned his descent accounting for the width expansion at each floor boundary. The first 2 floors took 4 hours combined, fighting through 67 distinct engagements in monster density that reflected 6 years of undisturbed population growth in a sealed gate. The creatures were multiple generations from the initial seeding, adapted through evolutionary pressure to their specific floor spaces. He moved through them with the calibrated efficiency of someone who had spent 5 years learning that solo gate work wasn't about individual combat skill. It was about resource management across an extended engagement sequence where every unnecessary expenditure compounded into a deficit you eventually couldn't recover from. Floor 3 was where the gate's ecology demonstrated something genuinely unusual, a pack ordination system that transmitted through substrate vibration rather than auditory signaling, creating flanking responses within 3 seconds of any engagement beginning. Standard solo hunters, working without monster sense, would have no mechanism to distinguish the coordination signal from background gate noise. The coordinated flanks would appear as if from nowhere, 2 or 3 monsters attacking from angles the hunter wasn't monitoring, because there was no visible threat at those angles until there suddenly was. Abyss Pulse, used twice in strategic positions on floor 3, created 90-second windows where all coordination signals in the pulse radius died simultaneously. In those windows, 60 creatures became 60 individuals pursuing uncoordinated instinct, and 60 individuals was significantly more manageable than a coordinated tactical unit. He cleared floor 3 in 4 hours and descended to the boss chamber on floor 4. The gate's primary defense entity, an abyssal sentinel, using the deprecated taxonomy, because that was the closest match his experience provided, was 8 feet of armored gate entity, moving with the weighted deliberateness of something that had never needed to hurry. Its armor was composed of the same material as the chamber walls, solidified gate energy, dense enough to resist standard-grade cutting tools at direct contact. 22 minutes of engagement. He learned 7 distinct attack sequences by receiving them in controlled conditions, taking the impact, processing the pattern, adjusting his response for the following exchange. Not because he preferred absorbing hits, but because this type of entity's adaptive response required a learning period that couldn't be shortcut, and the fastest way through the learning period was to fully engage with what you were trying to understand. He found the optimal opening at minute 22. He took it with the full force of 3 steps of momentum behind the blade. The chamber went quiet. Depth score, plus 287.4. Boss tier bonus X 5.0. Solo engagement bonus X 3.0. Asterisk new active unlocked. Void step, short-range blink technique. Projects body through dimensional gap. Leaves no mana signature detectable by association sensors. Range, 8 meters. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Asterisk he tested void step in the empty chamber immediately, blinking from the south wall to the north alcove and back. The transition was instantaneous in experience. No travel time, no visual blur, simply a change in position that the conscious mind registered after the body had already completed it. And the diagnostic sensation he developed over years of monitoring his own mana output confirmed. The displacement produced no mana signature. The movement was dimensional rather than mana-based. The association's surveillance equipment detected mana signature movements. Void step was invisible to it. He extracted the floor 5 core after ascending back through the subsiding combat environment, resealed the facility entrance behind him, and walked home at 9 p.m. carrying a core worth 200,000 at market rate from a gate that officially didn't exist. His depth score had taken a significant jump, and his operational capabilities had just become meaningfully harder to track. He tested Void Step 3 more times in empty alley space on the way back, calibrating the range estimation and the 45-second cooldown feel. The blink felt like extending a natural movement rather than triggering an ability, which suggested deep integration with his physiology rather than a surface-level learned response. He suspected that was deliberate, that the depth resonance system was building his capabilities in a way designed to function under pressure when conscious ability activation would be too slow. A good system anticipated what you'd need before you knew you needed it. He was beginning to appreciate how good this system was, and beginning to wonder who had built it, and why it had arrived with him when he came back from being dead. Chapter 6 Lena Vasich's unlicensed clinic occupied the back half of a pharmacy on a quiet Eastern District block, where the foot traffic was sparse enough to make the alley entrance usable without generating visible witness patterns. The pharmacy's front half maintained its certification and conducted unremarkable retail operations. Lena's back half treated hunters with wounds that the association's certified facilities wouldn't accept because the association's coverage applied to registered hunters in approved zones, and an increasing fraction of the city's gate workers fell outside both categories. She had been doing this work for 7 years, since before the Gate Economy Act created the certification requirement that made unlicensed healing a compliance violation. When the certification requirement arrived, she had calculated the trade-off between operating within the system and operating outside it, and had concluded that the work she did, treating gate wounds for people the system would otherwise leave to manage on their own, was more important than institutional legitimacy. She had been correct in that calculation and had paid for the correctness regularly. Kael found the clinic on day 23 through a coded information network maintained by off-grid operators in the Eastern District. Classifieds format postings that communicated entirely through reference patterns legible only to people who knew the decoding structure. The listing gave an address and the phrase backroom wound care, no ID required. He had a C-rank monster claw wound on his left side that had gone deeper than his initial field assessment. Gate adrenaline compressed pain signals efficiently. What had registered during combat as a moderate cut had clarified over 3 days into something that needed actual closure rather than pressure bandaging. He was managing it, but managing it suboptimally was the same as choosing a slower degradation over an immediate cost. He arrived at 7 p.m., checked the alley in both directions twice before entering, and found Lena completing treatment on a hunter he didn't recognize. She gestured him to the waiting area without breaking clinical focus. A folding chair, a water pitcher on a side table, a room organized with the same operational logic he'd found in Orion's workshop. Everything positioned through use rather than planning, optimized by daily practice. He used the weight to study the space. The instruments were older than the surrounding materials, carried from a previous facility. The cold storage unit in the corner had a temperature gradient problem at the upper shelf that would affect reagent stability over 72 hours. He could see the design limitation in the unit's air circulation pattern. He made a note to mention it when the current patient left. She turned to him with the flat clinical attention of someone who had stripped aesthetic judgment from her initial patient assessment as a professional practice. Left side, she said, having already read his carrying posture. She worked with the clean precision of competence. 11 minutes to clean and close the wound. During the 6th minute, she said, without looking up, "You went in alone." "The Gates classification allows solo entry," he said. "The wound trajectory tells me something the classification doesn't." She tied off a suture. "Left side, forward momentum. You pressed into the engagement. That's a choice pattern, not default survival behavior. You study how hunters fight. I study wounds. Wounds document choices." She reached for the antiseptic. "The choices documented in this wound are C-rank combat behavior, minimum. Your badge says E. The badge reflects the association's measurement," he said. "The association's measurement has limitations." She looked at him directly for the first time in the session. The assessment in her eyes was complete. 7 years of treating gate wounds had given her a specific quality of perceptual accuracy about the gap between what the association said hunters were capable of and what their wounds said about them. "I don't report anything," she said. "My license was revoked for treating a blacklisted hunter during a gate eruption. I have as much institutional loyalty as that implies." "What happened to him?" "He lived." No inflection. "A fact. He was in a gate-adjacent zone during a breach event. The association's emergency response won't deploy for blacklisted hunters regardless of circumstances. I treated him. 3 days later, he was mobile. 3 days after that, compliance review notice arrived." He thought about the sweep announcement scheduled for 5 weeks out. He thought about Mira Sato's intelligence network and the information it would eventually provide about compliance targeting of off-grid medical providers. He thought about the 8 other blacklisted hunters he'd have medical referrals for within the next month. "Does this happen often?" he said. "Hunters who need care but can't access certified facilities?" "Every week," she said. "More frequently than the association's incident records reflect. The records only cover certified zones." "I'm in a position to send referrals," he said. "People who need treatment and have no other option." She thought about this for the bead it required to assess an operational proposal rather than a request. "I need a space with better physical security," she said. "This location has compliance patrol exposure I haven't fully solved." "I know a location that might work better," he said. He told her about Orion's workshop and the East storage room. He didn't tell her about the conversation he'd already had with Orion about her, or about the 2 patients he was already planning to send her way from gate encounters in the past week, where he'd told injured hunters about an off-grid clinic that could help them. He paid, picked up his care instructions, and left. He came back 5 days later for the wound check, as she'd instructed. Then twice more over the following month for minor gate wound care. By the third visit, she had stopped asking where the wounds had come from. She had reached her own assessment through evidence, and her professionalism didn't require him to confirm it. The relationship that was building between them wasn't friendship exactly. It was something more reliable than friendship and less complicated. The mutual recognition of two people who had both chosen to operate outside systems that would have managed them, and who had decided independently to extend their coverage to include someone else. That kind of recognition was rare and worth the patience to let it develop properly. He was patient. He had 5 years. Chapter 7 Veil Trist appeared on the Channel 7 Hunter Affairs broadcast on day 28, in the tailored charcoal suit he saved for public appearances. The suit was 3 years old and always pressed, a deliberate consistency that communicated institutional stability rather than individual vanity. Veil had the instinct of someone who understood personal branding at a professional level. The broadcast segment was preview coverage for the A-Rank Gate Clearance Championship, a regional event with prize structures calibrated to reward teams who already had the resources to compete and to generate the association's preferred public narrative. Gates as heroic challenge, hunters as professionals, the association as competent steward of a dangerous but manageable situation. Veil's team was introduced as defending regional champions, with a sponsor graphics package showing 3 donor organizations' logos on their equipment. On camera, Veil was technically accomplished. He credited his team members in a way that conveyed generosity without actually distributing authority. He spoke about developing the hunter community's talent pipeline and the responsibility of high-ranked operators to model professional conduct, with the practiced fluency of someone who had delivered this particular speech enough times to have optimized it. He smiled at the broadcast-appropriate moments. Kael watched from his storage unit with a convenience dinner and ran a methodical analysis that had nothing to do with the anger he'd spent years carrying in his previous life. In that life, the anger had been operationally expensive. It created motivational turbulence that produced approach decisions near Veil's sphere of influence that generated risk without commensurate reward. He'd spent 5 years too consumed by the injustice of the blacklisting to ask the more interesting question. What did Veil actually know about Renner's secondary operation? Veil was political. His donor relationships gave him regular contact with compliance division staff, contact that most hunters never had. He wasn't intelligent enough to have investigated Renner independently, but proximity to a secondary operation for long enough created awareness even without intentional investigation. Veil knew something. Kael just didn't know yet what it was or whether it was useful. He cataloged Veil's current operational structure from the public information available through association records, 6-member party, A-rank certifications, dedicated gate specialist, and financial compliance manager. Gate clearance schedule for the next 3 months, showing 6 reservations in Sector 7 in the Northern District. 2 of those reservations overlapped with gate zones he'd already identified for his own next clearance sequence. He made a planning note. Clear those gates before Veil's claiming windows activate. Leave no evidence. The anomaly classification would log it as a natural event. Veil would file another surveillance request. Renner would forward it to Moores. Moores would find nothing because Kael would be somewhere else entirely by the time Moores checked. The clearance operation wasn't about revenge. It was about resources, about the gate cores he needed to complete his anomaly geometric model, and about the secondary benefit of keeping pressure on Veil's operational revenue in a way that created no visible actor to respond to. Pressure without a target was the safest kind of leverage. It could be applied indefinitely. He closed the planning notes and returned to the anomaly geometric model. He had 7 data points now. The convergence pattern was pointing at the eastern edge of the financial district, at a location where the association's 1970s infrastructure maps showed a major subsurface void assessed as geologically stable, no remediation required, and then effectively ignored. The void wasn't geological. Its shape was too regular for geological formation, and the energy signatures of the 7 anomalous cores in his collection were consistent with a dimensional architectural class of gate energy that didn't fit the natural formation category. He needed 6 more data points to confirm the convergence location with the precision he required before approaching it. 6 more gates with hidden architecture floors. 6 more cores from sublevels that the association's 7 combined clearances of Gate Complex 27C had missed every time because the access panel required a crouching position and no licensed hunter in a standard combat stance had ever been in that specific position at that specific wall section. He had 30 days before the sweep announcement would force him to recalibrate his operational zone. 6 gates in 30 days was achievable. He planned the sequence that night and went to work on it the following morning. Chapter 8 Compliance Agent Moores arrived at the Sector 7 Industrial Gate Cluster entrance at 9:47 a.m. on day 31, 18 minutes after receiving the automated alert from the gate complex's entry terminal. An unregistered access event had triggered the monitoring flag on Kael Doran's file. Moores was 27, 18 months out of compliance training, assigned to the Eastern District because new staff went where openings existed rather than where advancement tracks were. He took his work seriously in a professional environment that rewarded political sophistication over investigative quality, which meant his thorough reports accumulated in a queue where they received initialing and minimal action. He was attentive, methodical, and had the particular disadvantage of being genuinely curious about patterns that his supervisors preferred to treat as low-priority noise. He set up at the cluster entrance with his monitoring tablet and ran standard registration checks on every hunter passing through the perimeter. The surveillance flag on Kael's file triggered a visual match alert when Kael walked through at 8:15 a.m. The alert was retrospective because Moore's arrival postdated Kael's entry, but it established the target was somewhere in the complex. Kael had spotted Moores at 42 seconds into his approach walk from the transit stop. Formal footwear in a gate zone where everyone wore combat boots. Tablet held at the wrong angle for casual use. The specific eye movement pattern of active surveillance. Oscillating microscans rather than the focused trajectory of someone going somewhere specific. He'd identified the surveillance and continued at his standard pace, giving Moores a clean visual confirmation before leading him into the gate complex access corridor. The corridor split at a Y junction 50 meters from the entrance. East path toward the D-rank public gate cluster. West path toward the maintenance corridor serving the sealed C-rank zone he actually intended to enter. At the junction, he used void step. The blink moved him 22 meters into the maintenance corridor in a transition so fast it produced no perceptible gap in his visible presence from Moore's sight line. One moment he was walking toward the junction, and by the time Moore's eyes tracked to the junction, the figure that had been approaching it simply wasn't there at the expected position or anywhere visible in the east path beyond. The east path stretched another 40 meters to the D-rank entry terminals. An E-rank hunter walking at normal pace should have been clearly visible for at least 30 of those meters. He waited in the maintenance corridor for 53 minutes, monitoring the gate complex's acoustic environment for the distinctive footstep patterns of a compliance officer working through a lost subject protocol. Systematic checking of accessible areas, return passes at the junction, the shift from active pursuit to perimeter station keeping when a subject remained unlocatable. He heard the shift at minute 47 and used the maintenance corridor's secondary service exit on the far side of the complex to circle around to the sealed C-rank gate from its perpendicular access approach. He was inside the gate by 10:15 a.m. He emerged at 3:47 p.m. with the C-rank core and B-rank material drops totaling approximately 120,000 at market rate, entered the gate complex's main entrance from the transit stop direction, the approach of someone returning from a scheduled zone visit, and allowed Moores to reacquire visual contact at approximately 4:10 p.m. Moores would log, lost contact approximately 5 hours, reacquired at transit approach, no prohibited activity witnessed, no evidence of above-registered capability in observed behavior. The 5-hour gap would be noted as a statistical anomaly. The anomaly would be forwarded to Director Renner's compliance queue, where it would sit in a stack of 23 similar reports from similarly under-resourced surveillance operations. On the transit home, Kael wrote in his operational notes, *Moores, monitoring brief, not arrest brief. Single-agent surveillance. Automated flag rather than targeted investigation. Renner hasn't specifically identified the capability gap yet. Current risk, manageable. Future risk. The automated system will eventually correlate enough gaps to generate an escalation request. He underlined the future risk. He had 30 days before the sweep announcement created a different compliance pressure. He had 53 minutes in that maintenance corridor to think about the difference between a hunter who was hiding and a hunter who had chosen when to be visible, and that difference was turning out to be more operationally significant than he'd had the capacity to appreciate when hiding had been his only option. Chapter 9 Sergeant Bryn Holt had been pinned against the flooded passage wall for 9 hours, 3 minutes, and 40-odd seconds when Kael found him in Gate Complex 19, B's third sublevel. The sergeant was a big man, broad-shouldered, with the physical economy of someone who had done serious physical work for a long time and had optimized every movement for energy conservation. His gear was A-rank equivalent, rated for conditions significantly beyond this gate's B-rank designation. What had pinned him wasn't insufficient equipment or insufficient strength. It was the Tide Warden's ability to control the engagement terrain. The flooded passage's current dynamics, manipulated by the creature's 4-meter eel body with practiced precision, had created a turbulence environment in which moving toward the warden required fighting both the creature and the physical medium simultaneously. A-rank gear was heavy by design. Weight that provided protection against direct impact became a liability when the combat environment required constant micro-adjustment to maintain stable positioning against moving water. Bryn's training was for direct engagement, not for fighting a current that moved the floor beneath him at irregular intervals while a creature stayed just outside direct reach and fired bone projectiles from the water with the patience of something that knew how to wait. He'd been maintaining a defensive posture for 9 hours, burning energy at the rate of sustained defensive combat against irregular intervals of precision attack. He was not panicking. His face behind the visor had the specific set of sustained professional competence under genuine stress, but the math was becoming clear. Kael had monster sense registered on the Tide Warden at 28 meters, through 2 walls and the passage partition. He'd used structural resonance to map the passage current dynamics from the entry approach. He took 4 seconds at the corridor entry to plan the optimal approach geometry before turning the corner. The solution was in the East Branch Junction 15 meters ahead, the current channel split point that created a dead zone in the secondary flow path directly behind the warden's current position. He moved through the dead zone using the current differential as cover for his approach signature, placed himself directly behind the warden's sensory axis, and cut the neural cluster at the base of the projectile mechanism with the full forward momentum of his approach behind the blade. He used Void Step once, crossing 3 meters of high turbulence water that would have destabilized his approach trajectory enough to miss the cluster by a margin that mattered. 12 seconds total, from turning the corner to the warden's motor lock. Bryn stared at him from behind the visor with the expression of someone revising a threat assessment in real time. 9 hours, Bryn said. I know, Kael said. Monster Sense shows static combat duration estimates. You were flagged as critical. Bryn processed this. The tactical implications were visible in his eyes working through them. Monster Sense was an above-rank passive ability. The movement through the current dead zone had been precisely planned. The Void Step displacement, which Bryn had certainly clocked, because Bryn was exactly the kind of professional who clocked things like that, was an above-rank active. The other wardens run 3-unit patrol routes, Kael said. They'll be here in approximately 4 minutes. Bryn moved. The combat professional's response to actionable tactical information, immediate action, no deliberation. He was halfway up the passage before he stopped and turned back. I won't say anything, Bryn said. I know you won't, Kael said. The 2 statements together communicated more than they said individually. Bryn registered both parts. He turned and continued up the passage. His footsteps faded in the corrosive ambient chemical environment until they disappeared. The other 2 wardens arrived in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Kael handled them in sequence using the pattern intelligence he'd developed from the first engagement. Current dead zone positioning first, approach from behind the sensory axis, neural cluster strike. Both fights together took 8 minutes. 3 complete cores from the encounter, plus a haul of projectile material with legitimate manufacturing applications. He exited Gate Complex 19B at 5 p.m. and thought about Bryn. The sergeant had seen more in those 12 seconds than anyone had seen of Kael's real capacity since the regression began. He would file it. He would remember it. And in approximately 8 weeks, both in this timeline and in the memory of his previous one, Bryn Holt would appear at Orion's workshop looking for an introduction to whatever underground operation was running the unusual Sector 7 gate work. This time, Kael would be expecting him. That made Bryn not a complication but an asset in development. The kind that arrived on schedule if you left the right doors open. Chapter 10 The Midgate Strider advancement came during a C-rank forest gate clearance on day 39, in the pocket dimension that the gate's second sublevel connected to laterally. An architectural divergence echo mapping had flagged on entry, and which had proven accurate, and then some. The pocket dimension held B-rank monster density, far above anything the gate's official classification suggested, in an enclosed space 40 meters across with a ceiling height that put the upper vault out of reach of his standard lighting. He was in the pocket dimension's central corridor, working through his 3rd engagement sequence of the clearing, when the notification appeared in the overlay. Depth score threshold reached advancing TO. Midgate Strider, C-rank equivalent. Asterisk new passive unlocked. Monster Sense. Detect monster presence and tier classification through solid surfaces up to 30 meters. Accuracy, 94% at less than or equal to 15 m, 78% at 15-30 m. Asterisk he stopped moving and ran the full range diagnostic immediately, before doing anything else. The pocket dimension resolved in monster sense as a spatial awareness overlaid on his vision. Not a second visual layer, but a proprioceptive sense, like knowing the position of your limbs without looking at them, extended to encompass the entities in the space around him. For presences within detection range, 2 B-rank standard variants near the north boundary, a coordinated cluster of 7 C-rank individuals at the east approach, and 1 entity that the system flagged with an extended notation, B-rank elite variant, non-standard ecology, not in regional database. The elite was positioned in a dead angle behind a wall formation that he wouldn't have detected until he was already at the east approach's exit point, which was precisely the wrong position to deal with a B-rank elite engaging from behind, especially while already managing the C-rank cluster from the east approach. He rerouted entirely. He took the C-rank cluster from a wide arc that kept the wall formation at the edge of his forward awareness, used Abyss Pulse on the cluster's first engagement second to dissolve the pack coordination before it could establish, cleared the 7 individuals in 9 minutes, then approached the elite from a trajectory that bypassed the wall entirely and engaged it from a direction it wasn't optimized to handle. The elite was genuinely difficult, more difficult than the standard B-rank variants by a meaningful margin. It had attack patterns that varied between exchanges rather than cycling predictably, which meant each engagement was a learning event rather than an application of already learned information. He spent 23 minutes with it, took 1 impact from an attack he'd miscategorized as a feint, and used the impact as data to recalibrate his read of its decision-making pattern. He cleared the pocket dimension, extracted the core, and surfaced from the gate into the late afternoon. Outside, he processed the advancement and the new passive. Monster Sense operating at 30 meters through solid surfaces was a categorical quality of life change for solo gate work. The number of times he'd been flanked by monsters operating in concealed positions, the accumulated time spent on cautious corridor navigation to avoid ambushes, the specific deaths he'd taken in his previous life from enemies he hadn't detected until contact. All of that compressed into a calculation of how much better his survival rate was going to be with 30 meters of wall-penetrating awareness operating continuously. He ran a secondary analysis on the geometric pattern the anomaly data was building. 12 data points now. The convergence was becoming unmistakable. The lines of directionality from each hidden architecture core pointed at a single location beneath the Eastern Financial District. The location matched the subsurface void in the association's old infrastructure surveys. Something had built hidden sublevels and 12 gates across the Eastern District over a time frame that predated the association's monitoring history. Something was maintaining them, keeping access mechanisms functional, populating them with unique ecologies that didn't appear in any regional classification system. And all of that infrastructure pointed at one specific underground location. He was building toward that location with every gate he cleared. He was also moving toward it blind. He didn't know what it was, who had built it, or what it was waiting for. In his previous life, he died before ever having the capacity to ask those questions. This time, he had the capacity and the time and a power system that had appeared when he came back from death. He didn't believe in coincidences at that scale. Something had built the system. Something had given it to him specifically. And whatever that something was, it knew he was here. Fellow hunters, before we begin this descent, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Chapter 11. 4 B-rank hunters positioned themselves outside Gate Complex 22 at 2 p.m. on day 43 with the relaxed geometry of a leverage conversation they expected to be brief. 2 from the West Side Sector Union, the front-facing authority configuration, 1 from Haldane Corporation's private gate team at a left flank angle, and 1 plain badge association B-rank maintaining distance at the rear for a response role. They had identified his blacklist badge from across the plaza and positioned themselves before he was within conversational range, which communicated both that this wasn't spontaneous and that they'd done it before. The tall one in front, Union emblem, late 30s, posture of someone who exercised authority often enough to have stopped examining whether it was legitimate, said blacklisted E-rank as a label rather than a greeting. Gate Complex 22 is open access under the current municipal classification, Kael said. No guild territorial claim on record. We're filing 1 retroactive to this morning, the tall one said. Retroactive territorial claims had a 48-hour audit window if challenged. A filing from this morning would be effective from the filing time, not from 8 a.m., making it technically valid only from the moment of submission. His gate entry timestamp predated that filing by 6 days of clear access. Challenge the retroactive claim, he said. My entry timestamp predates your filing. The audit will clear in my favor. We're not interested in the formal process, the tall one said. You've just described the situation accurately, Kael said. The formal process would clear in my favor. So you're here to make a physical argument instead. He let that sit for 1 second. I'll let you know in advance that the physical argument will produce results inconsistent with your expectations. The flanking hunter moved. Left side, 1.7 seconds to contact range at his current approach velocity, intending to establish grip and leverage before the conversation needed to provide further justification. Void step. Kael displaced to a position inside the hunter's approach path, not away, but sideways and forward, occupying the space the hunter's momentum had fully committed to. The hunter's charge completed to an empty position, carrying him past Kael's new location, off balance, with his attention entirely on his own footing for approximately 0.4 seconds. 3 gate entry permits, 3 hunters, 3 standard belt clip positions, 0.4 seconds. He'd practiced the extraction technique for 2 months in his previous life as a contingency that he'd never expected to actually use. He used all 3 extractions in the 0.4 second window. The permit chips were between his fingers when the flanking hunter regained his footing. The rear position hunter had not moved. He was watching with the expression of someone recalibrating a threat model that had just been significantly revised in a direction they hadn't anticipated. Permit revocation through lost report triggers a 30-day suspension before replacement issue, Kael said. During suspension, no association gate facility access. He looked at each face in sequence. Where these go back now, and everyone continues on schedule. The tall one's calculation was visible in his face. Physical leverage had failed. Procedural leverage favored the other party. The options remaining were both worse than returning the permits and walking away. Return them, he said. Kael returned them one at a time, maintaining eye contact with each recipient. The interaction communicated several things beyond the mechanics of what had happened. The 4 hunters left without looking back. He entered Gate Complex 22 at 2:17 p.m. and cleared it in 4 hours, with Monster Sense running continuous coverage on every approach vector. The compliance system would receive no report of the encounter. The 4 hunters would process it as personal operational data and file it internally under Revised E-Rank Threat Assessment, which was a category that existed in experienced hunters' informal knowledge even when it didn't appear in official records. The encounter confirmed Void Steps application in real confrontation geometry. The window was small, under half a second. The result was sufficient. The technique was now field verified rather than theoretically planned. He walked out of Gate Complex 22 at 6 p.m. carrying the day's full haul, with 4 professional hunters somewhere behind him in the city who had just updated their models of what a blacklisted E-rank operator was capable of, and who were the only people in the world besides Bryn Holt who had seen any version of that capability since the regression began. Chapter 12 Gate Complex 27C had been officially cleared 7 times over 3 years. 7 licensed teams, 7 B-rank gate clearance reports, 7 descriptions of the same 4-floor linear structure with a standard boss chamber at the bottom. 7 cores extracted from the standard position. The association's records showed complete coverage. The gate had been designated, cleared, and cataloged in all relevant tracking systems. Echo mapping showed a 5th floor. Kael found the access on day 47, in the Level 2 corridor's east wall. The panel was physically identical to the surrounding architecture. Same material composition, same surface texture, same ambient light response. The trigger mechanism required weight-bearing contact with the panel while at a height below 1.5 meters. Any hunter in a standard combat stance missed it completely. Any systematic wall search approach missed it because the material match was perfect. He'd been in a crouch examining a floor mineral deposit. His knee contacted the panel at the correct pressure point. The wall section rotated inward on a counterweight mechanism built into the gate's structural fabric and had been maintained. The mechanism moved smoothly, no corrosion in the pivot points, lubricant distributed correctly for regular use. Regular use. Someone had been using this sublevel access. He descended through the opening into a circular chamber with dome architecture and a distinct light source. Warm, pulsing at a frequency that registered in the depth resonance system's passive monitoring as consistent with the energy signature of the hidden architecture cores in his collection. The creatures inhabiting the chamber were unknown to the regional classification system. Small, quadrupedal, with dorsal sensory organs pulsing in exact synchronization with the ambient light source, creating a distributed optical signaling coordination network. He cataloged them as unknown class. He spent 43 minutes working through a population of approximately 60 individuals, prioritizing the 3 highest amplitude pulsars first, the coordination nodes whose signals the rest were following. Once the primary nodes were down, the coordination network degraded and the remaining population resolved into 60 manageable individuals pursuing uncoordinated instinct. At the chamber's center, the core, larger than any standard Bosch chamber core. 8-sided geometry, the face is curved inward in a way that made parallel surface contact impossible. Energy signature reading in the depth resonance system with a notation he'd never seen before. Asterisk sublevel core, hidden architecture designation. Core energy class, dimensional architectural. Does not register on association standard scanning equipment. Treat as primary collection item. Asterisk, he stood holding the core and processed the implications. Dimensional architectural class meant this core was not a product of gate ecology, not generated by biological processes, monster activity, or the gate's natural energy cycle. It was generated by something that had deliberately constructed the hidden sublevel, maintained the access mechanism, and populated the chamber with an ecology specifically adapted to the dimensional architectural energy environment. Depth score, plus 891.4. Hidden architecture bonus X 8.0. Unknown ecology bonus X 6.0. First entry bonus X 12.0. Asterisk new active unlocked. Abyss pulse. Suppressive shockwave that disrupts monster coordination systems within 25-meter radius. Effect. All pack coordination behaviors suspended for 90 seconds. Area effect only. Cooldown. 8 minutes. Asterisk he tested Abyss pulse once in the empty chamber. The dome's light network flickered and died for 32 seconds. Then it began re-establishing with the tentative, incremental quality of a system returning from disruption rather than activating from scratch. He collected the standard boss tier core from the 4th floor on his way out. No reason to leave it. In his storage unit that night, he set the new hidden architecture core with the 7 others in his collection and studied the spatial data he'd recorded for each one. 8 hidden floors, 8 locations, 8 energy signatures from the same dimensional architectural source. The geometric figure they formed had a center. The center was beneath the Eastern Financial District. He looked at the collection for a long time. Someone had built 8 hidden sublevels across the Eastern District's gates over a time frame that predated association monitoring records. Someone had maintained them. Someone had populated them with unique ecologies designed to inhabit dimensional architectural energy environments. And the hidden architecture cores they produced, which couldn't be detected by standard association equipment, were connected geometrically to a single point underground. He was collecting artifacts from an infrastructure project he didn't yet understand. The project was old, larger than the individual gates containing it, and deliberately hidden from the association's classification system. Whatever was at the center of the geometric pattern, it had been expecting someone to collect these cores for a long time, and the fact that the depth resonance system had arrived with him when he came back from death made him increasingly certain that the system and the hidden sublevel project were connected in ways he hadn't yet mapped. Chapter 13 Lena Vasic arrived at Orion's workshop on day 48 carrying a medical kit that was large enough to be her primary clinical equipment and organized with the specificity of someone who had moved a functional facility between locations more than once. She knocked at the supply entrance at the same hour Kael had first knocked 6 weeks earlier. Orion opened with the same economy of movement. Her pitch covered the essential points efficiently. She needed a facility space for treating gate wound patients outside the certified system. She could pay in cash or materials. She had her own equipment and an existing patient network. She required physical security and operational separation from the workshop's main activity. Orion's pauses during her presentation were the calculation pauses of someone running logistics, storage allocation, traffic patterns, perimeter exposure, the risk profile change of adding a medical operation to an existing procurement business that was already operating in a compliance-adjacent zone. He was genuinely considering it, not performing consideration. Kael was in the side room maintaining equipment when she arrived. He heard her voice and recognized it. He walked into the main room. Lena's eyes moved to him, and the update happened in the space of a breath. Previous patient, connected to this facility, deliberately arranged to create the conditions she was now walking into. Her expression maintained professional neutrality. She was noting the architecture of the situation without letting the notation show as an objection. She's reliable, Kael said to Orion. I've used her facility. Quality work, consistent operational security. No reporting. Orion's evaluative attention ran the reference check against his existing assessment of Kael as a source. He agreed to the arrangement. East storage room with its separate exterior access. Posted schedule for traffic coordination, flat facility fee. He named the fee. Lena accepted without negotiation, which told Kael she'd already calculated the reasonable range before arriving. She set up in 2 days. Kael returned on day 2 with the cold storage temperature issue he'd identified during his first clinic visit, the design limitation in the portable unit's air circulation that created a gradient affecting reagent stability over 72 hours. He told her. She fixed it in 20 minutes while he watched. "You arranged this," she said without looking up from the calibration. "I made a recommendation to someone positioned to act on it in a way that served your operational requirements." Specifically, she said, "I needed reliable medical support within operational range of my gate zones," he said. "You needed physical security and stable patient flow. The arrangement is symmetrically useful." She set down the calibration tool and looked at him. "I don't report to anyone," she said. "I don't take operational direction from anyone. If you're building an infrastructure, redundancy," he said. "Not infrastructure. Each component functions independently. If any node is compromised, the others continue." She thought about this distinction for a moment. "You've planned for this specifically." "I've planned for the general category of things going wrong," he said. "Which they will at some point." "Why are you telling me the architecture?" "Because if you understand it, you can use it properly," he said. "You'll have patients referred to you who arrive knowing only that you're trustworthy medical care. That's all they'll know. If compliance ever does reach this location, you have no operational information that connects to anything beyond your own facility." She was quiet for a moment. "You've thought about this at length." "I've had time to think about it," he said, which was accurate and uninformative simultaneously. He left before the conversation went further. But over the following 3 weeks, he sent her 7 patient referrals, injured hunters from gate encounters who had no other option and who arrived at Lena's facility with wounds she treated and with the specific gratitude of people who had expected to manage without help and found help waiting. Each one became part of her patient network, which became part of the informal information system that underpinned the underground hunter community's survival in a city where the official system had decided half its practitioners weren't worth protecting. The infrastructure was building. He had been correct that he wasn't building a structure. What he was building was something that didn't depend on any single point and that wouldn't fail because any individual component was compromised. The difference mattered more every week. Chapter 14 Veil Trist's party arrived at Gate Complex 11B on Thursday morning to find it cleared. The gate complex's entry terminal showed cleared, natural anomaly status. Veil's gate specialist Henry ran the verification check twice, and then once more with the secondary scanner he carried for disputed readings. 3 consistent results. Boss chamber empty, core extracted, material harvesting consistent with complete systematic recovery rather than incidental self-clearance damage. The clearance quality was too thorough for a natural anomaly. Natural anomaly events showed monster-on-monster biology, irregular spatial distribution, no systematic material recovery. This gate had been professionally cleared and the clearance had been deliberately made to look like a natural event. Veil stood at the entry complex for 90 seconds before speaking. He'd learned early that speaking before having complete information produced statements that required later revision. "Third this month," he said when Henry turned to him with the scan results. "Third on the claiming schedule," Henry specified. 11B, 8A, 14B. All 3 registered as natural anomalies. All 3 cleared within 48 hours prior to our claiming window. Natural anomaly base rate for this zone, 0.4 per month. Statistical probability of 3 claiming window hits in 30 days approaches 0. Bill said nothing for another long moment. The pattern was unmistakable. Someone was hitting his claiming schedule specifically, not just working in his zone, but targeting the gates he'd reserved, clearing them in the window before his access rights activated, and doing it so cleanly that the association's anomaly classification system was logging the clearances as natural events. This required someone who knew his claiming schedule, which was not publicly accessible information. It required someone who could clear B rank and A rank gates fast enough and cleanly enough to produce 0 official trace. It required someone operating completely outside the association's registration system. "Blacklisted," Henry said. "The capability profile doesn't match any active blacklisted hunter in the zone database," Veil said. "The clearance pace and quality are above anything Moores has observed in the blacklisted population." He filed a surveillance request with Director Renner's office that afternoon, citing organized interference with registered clearance scheduling and requesting an investigation of potential high-capability unauthorized activity in the Sector 7 zone. He worded it carefully, not as a personal grievance complaint, because those were deprioritized, but as a resource protection issue in association-managed gate zones. Renner's office received the request, noted Moore's ongoing surveillance of the zone, and forwarded a response acknowledging the pattern. No suspect identified. Investigation pending. Resources allocated. Kael, currently in Gate Complex 16A. The next gate on Vale's claiming schedule, 3 days before Vale's window, was thinking about the 14th data point in his anomaly geometric model and the financial district convergence location and the question of what capability level was actually required to approach it safely. He had not yet reached a number that satisfied him. He cleared 16A in 6 hours, stripped the materials, extracted the core, left the gate in natural anomaly condition, and returned to his storage unit to update his planning files. In 3 days, Vale's claiming crew would arrive and find nothing. In a week, Vale would file his 4th surveillance request. In 2 weeks, Moores would run his 4th inconclusive correlation and file his 4th insufficient evidence report. The system was doing exactly what systems did when they were built to manage visible threats, failing to handle invisible ones. Chapter 15, the A-rank gate in the Northern District's protected zone, required 7 minutes of gate terminal manipulation to access and produced. On Kael's first solo entry attempt on day 52, the clearest picture yet of the gap between his current capability and what he'd need to approach the financial district convergence point. He cleared floors 1 and 2 in 4 hours combined, working at the deliberate pace of someone learning an environment rather than executing a familiar routine. A-rank monsters had gate-adapted intelligence that registered when they were being systematically hunted and modified their behavior accordingly, a quality that no B-rank or C-rank monster showed consistently. By the 3rd engagement on floor 1, the floor's patrol patterns had already shifted in response to the pattern of his first 2 engagements. He adapted by increasing his approach variability and using more of the floor's physical geography. It was the first time since the regression that his combat approach had required live recalibration rather than application of existing pattern knowledge. He noted this as a useful data point about A-rank ecology generally. Floor 3 deviated from the expected architecture in a way that echo mapping flagged immediately. 23% divergence from the deep gate pattern database, localized to the floor's northern section. A sealed sublevel entry point that the database showed as consistently sealed in all 4 prior appearances of this gate type was open here, not just unlocked. The sealing material at the entry showed fresh fracture edges, operated within the past 48 hours from the outside surface characteristics. Inside the opening, dried ichor from an engagement between a B-rank entity and something significantly larger. Structural damage to the passage walls consistent with confined combat conducted at forces well above A-rank. Drag marks leading deeper into the sublevel, toward its interior. Monster sense reached 30 meters into the sublevel. No readings. Either the entity was beyond the detection range, or it produced no detectable signature. In gate contexts, no detectable signature at 30 meters of range meant either dormant or constructed. And constructed entities, he was beginning to understand, were a category that existed outside the normal detection parameters. He stood at the entry point and ran the assessment. Unknown entity. Unknown capability floor. The combat evidence suggested something that had defeated an A-rank floor boss with enough surplus force to damage the passage architecture. Unknown defensive behavior in an unknown environment. No backup, no information, and his current depth score representing genuine B-rank equivalent capacity, which was below the threshold he'd want for an engagement with an entity in this category. He withdrew. He extracted the standard boss tier core from the empty boss chamber, climbed to the surface, and spent 2 hours in a food stall near the gate zone writing detailed observation notes about the sublevel entry, dimensions, fresh fracture edge characteristics, engagement evidence types, the full 30-meter monster sense null result. He compared the architectural signature of the sublevel entry against his collection data. Partial match, similar construction method, similar material, but energy signature subtly different from the hidden architecture class he'd been collecting. Not the same builder. Or the same builder, operating a different type of project in a different timeline of construction. He was working with incomplete information about a situation that was already larger than he'd initially estimated. The hidden architecture sublevel project building toward the financial district convergence point. This second project, building something else in an A-rank gates sealed sublevel. The S-rank eruption in Sector 7 that would eventually kill him if he didn't understand and prevent it. 3 separate threads? Or 1 thread with 3 aspects he hadn't yet assembled into a complete picture. He needed more strength, more data, and more time, preferably in that order, since strength came from gates and data came from strength, and time was the resource he'd been given. He went back to work. Chapter 16 Compliance Agent Moores filed his 4th surveillance report on day 55, citing 3 accurate observations about Kael Doran's gate zone activity patterns and 1 inference that was significantly below the actual capability gap it was trying to describe. The accurate observations were the same ones Moores had been filing for 5 weeks, irregular operational hours, approach timing inconsistencies with E-rank pacing benchmarks, and 2 additional instances of visual contact loss in gate complex access corridors without identifiable exit routes. The inference, capability profile consistent with B-rank operator performing under registered tier, possibly utilizing non-standard skin suppression, was accurate in direction but missed the actual tier by 3 full ranks. Director Renner's response was standard, upgraded surveillance flag priority, automated system parameters adjusted to flag gate activity in time windows consistent with observed approach patterns. He moved on. Kael, reading the surveillance flag escalation pattern through the informal intelligence exchange maintained by off-grid operators in his operational zone, made 2 decisions. First, accelerate his transition away from the Sector 7 gate cluster toward the broader regional zone where his clearance pattern would be harder to correlate against a specific individual. Second, make the equipment investment he'd been deferring. He'd been building cash reserves at Orion's for 7 weeks at 60% market rate on consistent high-quality supply. The accumulated capital was sufficient for what he needed if he accessed it through Mira Sato's underground procurement network rather than registered vendor channels. Mira Sato ran the most sophisticated underground equipment brokering operation in the Eastern District, serving hunters who couldn't access certified procurement for the same reasons they couldn't access certified medical care, blacklist status, unauthorized specialties, or operational requirements that the association's approved vendor categories didn't cover. Her sourcing was impeccable. Her discretion was absolute. Her prices were 3 times certified channel rates, which reflected both the sourcing cost and the value of operating without triggering association purchase tracking. The procurement, a B-rank grade combat harness with integrated gate ambient absorption plating, rated for the atmospheric pressure gradient of A-rank gate environments. A blade with gate energy-compatible edge material that maintained sharpness characteristics across extended multi-hour clearance sessions in environments where standard edges degraded within the first 2 hours. A modified communication device operating outside the association's licensed frequency bands. He tested the equipment combination in the first gate he entered after procurement. The A-rank Floor 1 atmospheric pressure gradient, the gravity compression effect that had been taxing his endurance in previous entries, was noticeably less disruptive in the absorption harness. The specific toll that compensating for it had taken on his movement precision over multi-hour sessions was significantly reduced. The blade's performance across the same session length that previously produced measurable edge degradation was consistent throughout. 5 years of the previous life had calibrated his technique to assume resistance from inadequate equipment. The resistance was lower now. The technique didn't change, but the baseline it was operating against did, and the compounding effect over multiple gates was larger in practice than his pre-purchase estimates had suggested. His depth score advancement rate over the following week was the fastest of any week since the regression began. The gap between his current capability and what he'd need for the financial district convergence approach was closing faster than his previous projections. He updated his projections and adjusted his gate sequence accordingly. Chapter 17 Vale Trist had a bad month in the gates and a worse one at the association's donor management level, which was where his political insulation actually lived. Gate Complex 8A, cleared before his claiming window, logged as natural anomaly. Gate Complex 14B, cleared, logged as natural anomaly. Gate Complex 19A, cleared, and this time the clearance quality triggered the association's anomaly system's potential collapse event flag because the material recovery had been so thorough and the timeline so compressed that the evidence profile didn't fit any self-clearance category in the regional database. An investigation was opened, ran for 2 weeks, found no evidence of registered hunter activity, and closed as classification anomaly, event recorded. 3 A-rank gates and 2 B-rank gates in 40 days, all on his claiming schedule, all cleared before his windows, none generating any usable evidence about who was responsible. The probability mathematics had long since reached statistical impossibility for natural anomaly explanation. He presented the full timeline analysis to Director Renner in a direct donor access meeting, bringing the clearance records, the anomaly investigation results, and the statistical comparison to zone baselines. Renner listened with the patient attention of someone running a separate calculation behind the listening face. "We're expanding Morse's surveillance brief," he said. "The investigation queue is prioritizing based on available resources." "I need a name," Vale said. He was careful about his tone, direct but not entitled, because Renner's cooperation was worth maintaining, and he knew the compliance division had its own operational calculus. "The current evidence doesn't support an identification," Renner said. Moore's surveillance connects behavioral anomalies, but no direct capability evidence. Vale left the meeting without a name. Renner had one, or close enough. Moore's file connected the zone anomaly pattern to Kael Doran with circumstantial logic that wasn't core quality but was operationally persuasive. Renner chose not to share it, for reasons that Vale was not positioned to understand and that Kael, months later, would identify as the first significant evidence that Renner's interest in Kael's activity was more complex than standard compliance monitoring. Kael was currently in Gate Complex 7A on day 59, working through the fourth floor with the particular quality of attention that came from proper equipment and a clear operational picture. He was tracking the correlation between the sealed sublevel entity's energy signature from the A-rank gate and the hidden architecture energy signatures from his collection, and becoming increasingly convinced that the two categories were related in a way that pointed at a larger architectural project than either one alone suggested. He cleared the gate, extracted the core, and walked back toward the industrial zone thinking about how many pieces of this picture he was still missing, and whether the piece that would make it complete was waiting for him at the financial district convergence point, or whether going there without the missing pieces was the kind of decision that produced a catastrophe instead of an answer. He needed more data. He had 3 more weeks before the sweep announcement forced a recalibration. He used them. Chapter 18, The Return to the A-rank gate, came on day 65, 3 days after the depth resonance system registered the deep runner advancement and delivered the passive he'd been half expecting since the threshold crossed. Rank advancement. Deep runner. B-rank equivalent. Asterisk new passive unlocked. Shadow resonance. Use gate shadow energy to become invisible to monster detection systems and association standard mana sensing equipment. Active duration, sustained. Deactivation, voluntary or energy depletion. Asterisk, he spent an hour testing shadow resonance before entering the gate. He moved through the surveillance sensors detection zone outside his storage unit 3 times at different paces. The sensor's indicator light, which tracked atmospheric mana movement as a proxy for physical presence detection, didn't respond at any pace or trajectory. He tested it against a second sensor type, a handheld unit he'd acquired through Myra's network for exactly this kind of diagnostic. No response. Shadow resonance was complete suppression. Not reduction, suppression. He went to the A-rank gate. Floor 1 and 2 cleared in 4 hours combined, faster than either previous attempt. Better equipment, higher depth score, the specific calibration he developed against this gate's monster population in 2 previous visits. The learning cost was paid. He was applying the knowledge. Floor 3. The sublevel entry was still open. The ceiling material's fracture edges were older now. Whatever had passed through hadn't returned through this access point. He activated shadow resonance before stepping through. The passive created a bubble of dimensional shadow energy around him that suppressed both his mana signature and the physical detection signature that gate entities typically registered through their atmospheric resonance sense. Inside the sublevel vault, 20 meters of ceiling, 40 meters of floor space. The architecture matching the other hidden architecture sublevels he'd entered in its basic construction method, but different in energy signature. And in the far corner, filling approximately 4 meters of floor space, the entity that had passed through the sealed entry was present and dormant. A depth lurker. The pre-association taxonomy's term for a gate entity class that the modern system had deprecated because the entities were rare enough that recent catalogers hadn't had sufficient specimen data to maintain the classification. 8 feet of armored gate entity. The armor composed of solidified gate energy material, resting with the absolute stillness of something in genuine dormancy rather than predatory patience. Shadow resonance led him close to 6 meters without the entity's atmospheric detection registering his presence. The fight lasted 27 minutes, which was longer than the capability gap between them strictly required but shorter than what the fight's genuine difficulty could have produced. The depth lurker was not simply strong. It was tactically intelligent at a level that exceeded any classification he'd encountered below a rank boss tier. It adapted to his technique sequences within the first 4 exchanges, registered his approach patterns, modified its defensive positioning to remove the angles he'd been using, switched its offensive sequences to patterns that countered the specific defensive placements his first engagements had established. He was being read and countered in real time by an entity that had less than 5 minutes of combat data on him to work from. He took 2 broken ribs from an impact he hadn't assessed correctly, a secondary attack mechanism that activated from a position he'd categorized as a recovery position, not an attack-ready position, because in every other entity he'd fought at this depth, that position meant recovery. For the depth lurker, it was the attack-ready position. He recalibrated the categorization and paid with 2 ribs. He took a deep shoulder laceration from an attack sequence the lurker had invented during the fight, not from its standard patterns, but from a combination of two standard patterns concatenated in a sequence that wasn't in any record of depth lurker combat he'd encountered. New technique development, mid-fight. Against him, he used the combination of Void Step and Abyss Pulse at minute 24. The Abyss Pulse suppression window, suspending the lurker's adaptive processing for 90 seconds. The Void Step placing him at the attack angle the suppressed processing couldn't adjust for. The strike reached the central nervous cluster. The lurker's motor function wound down in the gradual way of something losing power rather than the sudden stop of something being destroyed. He stood over it and ran the damage assessment. 2 broken ribs, deep shoulder laceration, mobile, capable of ascending and exiting the gate. Functional. The sublevel core at the vault's center was hidden architecture class. He extracted it and made his ascent. Lena's facility at 7 p.m. 3 hours of work on the shoulder and confirmation on the ribs. Hairline fractures consistent with B-rank force impact. No pneumothorax. Manageable with proper wrapping. She worked with the focused efficiency he'd come to rely on. Deep runner rank, she said while wrapping. He looked at her. Your weight distribution changed, she said. The loading pattern through your core is different above B-rank equivalent. I've been tracking it. She secured the wrap. What is the next threshold unlock? I don't know, he said. The system reveals it at the threshold. She looked at him. There's something specific you're moving toward, she said. The gates are preparation. Yes. How close are you? He thought about the geometric pattern and the financial district convergence point, and the hidden architecture core collection and the question of what capability level was actually required to approach it safely. Not close enough, he said. But closer. She handed him the care instructions. Come back when you need to, she said. He nodded and went back to the storage unit and sat with his collection and thought about what the depth lurker's adaptive intelligence told him about the intelligence level of whatever had built the hidden architecture sublevels. Because the lurker was in a hidden sublevel, which meant either the builder of the sublevel had placed an A-rank boss-equivalent guardian in it deliberately, or the lurker had taken up residence independently and the builder's program continued to populate these sublevels with unique ecologies regardless of what else decided to live in them. Both interpretations were concerning. He couldn't yet distinguish between them. That was what the next few weeks would determine. And that determination was more important than his depth score, because understanding what you were walking toward before you walked toward it was the only thing that had ever kept any hunter alive in the deep gates. Chapter 19 Yui Chundra was working the overnight analytics shift on day 69 when the anomaly detection system generated a flag that interrupted her standard processing workflow. She was 30 years old, had been in the association's gate analytics division for 4 years, and had the particular professional characteristic of taking data anomalies seriously as indicators of real phenomena rather than treating them as statistical noise to be cleared from the queue. Her supervisors treated this characteristic as simultaneously admirable and inconvenient. She treated it as the only defensible approach to the job. The flag was a statistical outlier report. 22 gate clearance events in Sector 7 and adjacent zones over the preceding 60 days showing complete clearance profiles with 0 registered hunter activity. The regional baseline for such events was 3 to 5 per 2-month period. 22 was more than 4 standard deviations above the mean and had triggered the automated alert threshold that the system was theoretically configured to flag and route to the appropriate investigation queue. It had been routed to the overnight queue because the daytime supervisor had performed an end-of-day queue clearance. Yui was the overnight shift's sole analyst. She pulled the raw data. The clearance signatures were inconsistent with natural anomaly events across every diagnostic parameter she ran: spatial distribution of engagement points, time signatures, material recovery patterns, evidence characteristics at the floor level. These were professional clearances. Deliberate, systematic, performed by someone with advanced gate navigation capability and complete indifference to leaving an association traceable record. She spent 3 hours on the correlation analysis. Every registered hunter in the zone, no match. Every gate terminal's unregistered physical entry log. 16 of the 22 gates showed unregistered entry events, all falling in a behavioral pattern: time of day, operational zone clustering, clearance pace, consistent with a single operator. She built a movement model from the available data. The pattern's start date corresponded to a recent blacklist action in the Eastern District. The operational zone was Sector 7. The capability profile was A-rank equivalent minimum, based on clearance speed and quality across the full set of gates. She cross-referenced the blacklist actions from the corresponding 30-day window. 43 processed in the Eastern District. She began filtering against the capability profile requirements. The data session ran until 4 a.m. She filed a preliminary anomaly investigation request with her supervisor, labeled the unknown operator subject sector 7, anomaly 01, and built a predictive movement model based on the established pattern's trajectory. The prediction flagged 3 specific gates as the next likely targets. She recommended pre-entry monitoring deployment. Her supervisor reviewed the filing at 9 a.m., said, "Interesting pattern work. I'll route this to compliance," and marked it as routed. Compliance received it, added it to Moore's expanded surveillance brief, and noted it as consistent with his existing monitoring. Moores received the additional flagging and noted 3 specific gates to add to his zone monitoring rotation. He would spend the following 2 weeks watching those 3 gates, none of which Kael entered, because the movement model UE had built was accurate about his previous pattern, but he'd shifted his operational zone the week before in anticipation of exactly this kind of predictive analysis, and the new pattern hadn't accumulated enough data points to predict correctly yet. UE, 3 weeks later, would notice the prediction failure and update her model with the new zone distribution data. She was building a picture of someone she hadn't identified yet, using only the signature of their work. She was better at it than anyone else in the analytics division. The question she hadn't yet asked, which she would eventually ask, the question that would change the relationship between her and the pattern she was tracking, was not, "Who is this person?" but "What are they building toward?" Because the pattern she was seeing wasn't the pattern of someone surviving. It was the pattern of someone preparing. Chapter 20, the citywide blacklisted hunter sweep announcement, played on every public screen in the Eastern District at 9 a.m. on day 72. Director Renner stood at the central podium and delivered 12 measured minutes about regularizing classification status for individuals operating in gate zones under non-standard authorization frameworks, language that meant, in practice, every blacklisted hunter in the district needed to attend a mandatory reclassification interview within 30 days or face active enforcement. Kael watched the announcement from the transit station's public screen and ran the operational analysis without taking notes. The reclassification interview used enhanced capability assessment protocols, more sophisticated than the standard intake scan, designed to detect the suppression techniques that experienced below-radar operators use to maintain artificially low registered ranks. His suppression technique would not fool it. His actual capability was 4 tiers above his registered rank. The enhanced scanner would return a C or B rank reading. The result would trigger a mandatory escalated review. He had been through this sweep in his previous life, at a different capability tier, and the escalated review had generated 6 months of compliance monitoring intensive enough to compress his operational range to near nothing. He would not submit to the enhanced scanner. The sweep also created, for the 30-day compliance deployment period, a significant reallocation of surveillance resources. Moores and the rest of the Eastern District compliance field staff would be heavily committed to interview logistics. The human oversight layer that made automated surveillance flags actionable would be stretched thin across 43 blacklisted hunters needing reclassification processing simultaneously. 30 days of reduced human oversight in Sector 7 and adjacent zones, during which the automated flags would continue generating alerts that would queue for action after the compliance resource reallocation period ended. He had 30 days of relatively clear operational space in his primary zone. He looked at the sweep announcement screen, at Renner behind the podium, at the association's carefully managed competence narrative on display, and thought about what he could accomplish in 30 days with current capabilities and reduced surveillance pressure. He had 4 gates left in his anomaly geometric model target sequence before he had enough data points to approach the financial district convergence location with proper preparation. He had a financial district convergence location he'd been building toward for 72 days. He had Brynhold arriving at Orion's workshop in approximately 2 weeks, ahead of schedule if this timeline matched his previous one. He had the sweep's 30-day window, which its architects had designed as a net and which, from his position below the detection threshold of every system the association had built to catch hunters like him, functioned as something else entirely. He took out his planning notebook and began the 30-day sequence. Gates in order of geometric data priority, entry windows optimized for minimum surveillance exposure during the reduced oversight period, depth score projections against what he'd need for the convergence approach, and a note at the bottom in precise handwriting. Reach convergence location before sweep enforcement begins. He had been moving below the radar for 72 days. The people who had put him there had just cleared 30 days of uninterrupted running room by accident. He walked back toward the industrial zone and did not waste any of it. Chapter 21, the sweep announcement went up at midnight, and by 6 a.m. Kael had already moved everything twice. The first move was the equipment cache he'd built under a condemned printing facility in Sector 7. 3 months of carefully sourced gear, replacement energy cells for his scanning equipment, and 4 crates of processed gate cores. Myra's network hadn't yet moved to buyers. He hired 2-day laborers through a cash-only job board, gave them a freight destination 3 blocks away, tipped well, and never appeared at the loading site himself. They didn't see his face. They didn't need to. The second move was Lena. Her clinic occupied the basement of a converted pharmacy on the northern edge of Sector 7. 2 operating rooms, a supply room, and a recovery ward that at any given time held between 2 and 6 blacklisted hunters too damaged to move under their own power. Moving a medical facility with occupied beds was a logistics problem that most people would have considered insoluble. Kael had considered it for 11 days in advance, which was why he already had the solution ready when the sweep announcement dropped. The shipping container facility had been his contingency plan since week 4 of operations. 40 minutes east of Sector 7, at the edge of the industrial gate zone where the association's surveillance infrastructure thinned to occasional automated checks, a cluster of decommissioned freight containers had been sitting on a concrete pad for 3 years. The facility was technically owned by a holding company that traced back to a front entity that traced back to nothing. One of Orion's black market contacts had sourced the paper trails 6 weeks earlier for a flat fee. The power was live, drawn from the industrial zone's grid rather than the city's monitored network. The containers had been modified: insulation, plumbing, basic atmospheric regulation. Kael had been preparing it as a fallback location since the day he'd identified the sweep in his previous timeline. He had all 3 patients transferred before dawn. Lena complained once, briefly, about moving a man with a punctured lung in the back of a freight vehicle, then spent the next 3 hours in focused medical work without additional commentary. She understood operational necessity. She'd been a field medic in Gates for 8 years before her blacklisting. She'd stabilized worse in worse conditions. By 8 a.m., when the first compliance teams began moving through Sector 7, they found an empty pharmacy basement with clean walls and no evidence of recent occupation. Kael spent the morning using echo mapping to survey the drainage infrastructure beneath the industrial zone. The system had been expanding his architectural perception since the ability first unlocked. He could feel structures now, their geometry and stress points, and the way spaces connected to each other through walls and earth. He ran the survey lying on his back in the container facility's largest bay, hands flat against the concrete floor, pushing the ability outward in all directions. The result came back in precise architectural overlays on his visual field. The drainage system was old, city infrastructure from before the gate economy, storm drains, and utility corridors built when the eastern districts were still light industrial. Most of it had been surveyed and dismissed by the association's mapping teams 20 years earlier. What those teams had not been using was echo mapping, and what echo mapping showed Kael that their equipment hadn't caught was a network of microgates embedded in the drainage channels themselves, small, consistent with drainage-scale dimensional pockets, too minor to register on standard association scanners. He counted them carefully. 17 microgates within 3 kilometers of the container facility. None larger than C rank, by his estimation. None on any association record. None generating the kind of energy signature that would attract automated monitoring. But microgates had their own ecology, their own core structures, their own resources. 17 unregistered, unsurveilled, previously uncatalogued gates within operational range, during a 30-day sweep period that had just cleared his primary operational zone of human oversight. He made a map. He assigned each gate a numerical designation, estimated approach routes, estimated risk profiles based on size and apparent age. He tagged the oldest 4 as priority targets. Old gates had deeper ecologies, stranger core structures, higher probability of rare materials. Then he noticed something that hadn't shown up on his initial survey. In the network's deepest section, where 2 drainage channels crossed beneath the old industrial water treatment plant, the dimensional signature was different in character from the 17 microgates. Not larger, not more intense. Different in a way that his system hadn't immediately categorized, like a sound at a frequency adjacent to hearing. You didn't hear it, you felt it in the bones. He lay still and pushed the mapping ability harder. The facility above the crossing point was abandoned. The gate below it was not cataloged. The energy signature pulsed with something that felt less like a gate and more like an accumulation, layers on layers, the way sediment records time in stone. Something had been building down there for a long time. He noted it as priority 0. Not for immediate entry, he needed more data first. But the gates, so small the association had never cataloged them, were turning out to hold resources that made his existing operational timeline look conservative. He lay there for a moment longer, hands still flat against the floor, feeling the faint pulse of the Priority Zero location through the concrete and earth and drainage infrastructure between him and it. He was operating in the gap between what the association thought existed and what actually existed. That gap had been the only safe space available to him since his blacklisting. First in his original life, now in this one. He'd learned to move through it, to use the invisibility that came from being written off. The sweep had been designed as a net. What it had accidentally created, from his position, was 30 days of cleared operational space. He rolled to his feet, brushed concrete dust from his jacket, and went to tell Lena they'd be staying for a while. Chapter 22 Sergeant Bryn Holt found him through Orion's contacts, which meant Orion had given him the address of the container facility despite Kael having told Orion to tell no one the address of the container facility. Kael filed this away without visible reaction and opened the container door. Bryn was shorter than he'd expected from the files, 5'10", solid, with the kind of quiet physical presence that came from years of genuinely dangerous work rather than gym maintenance. He wore civilian clothes that didn't fit quite right over a frame built for load-bearing equipment. His eyes moved through the container bay in a brief professional assessment before settling on Kael, and the assessment was accurate enough that Kael mentally revised his file-based expectations upward. Kael Doran, Bryn said. Not a question. Who told you the address? Orion. Said you'd probably try to kick me out and that I should argue my case before you finished deciding. Bryn glanced at the medical bay behind Kael, taking in Lena's setup without comment. He also said you already know everything in my file, so I shouldn't bother with the formal version. Kael said nothing. Sergeant First Class Bryn Holt, formerly 3rd Gate Response Unit, Eastern District Command. Blacklisted 14 months ago for refusing a direct order during a gate clearance. Commander wanted me to leave 2 wounded hunters inside a C-rank gate to cut extraction time. I declined. Specifically, I declined by carrying both of them out myself while my commander filed the insubordination report. Bryn's tone was the same throughout, declarative, factual, neither proud nor bitter. Lost my rank, my pension, my operating license. Still have my training, my gear, and no political ties to anyone in the association's current leadership structure. You've been freelancing. Gate labor. The kind that doesn't pay well and doesn't ask for credentials. He paused. Your operation is more sophisticated than anything available to me through normal channels. I've done enough reconnaissance to know that. Kael studied him for a moment. The specific quality of Bryn's reconnaissance, finding a facility that Kael had designed to be unfindable through Orion's now compromised contact protocol, was worth noting. I don't need additional personnel, Kael said. Then give me one gate. Let me demonstrate what I bring and decide after. Bryn's posture didn't change. If I'm a liability, you'll know before we're in a situation where it costs you something. Kael thought about the 17 microgates in the drainage system. The larger ones would require holding actions while he worked the interior architecture. Bryn's military background, specifically 3rd Gate Response, which specialized in containment operations in complex spatial environments, was directly applicable. Tomorrow, 0600, there's a microgate access point 300 meters east of this facility. He held Bryn's gaze. You're on trial status. That's not a formality. Bryn nodded once. Understood. He left without asking for more details. Kael watched him go, then stood in the doorway for another moment, parsing the thing his gut had caught during the conversation that his analytical processing hadn't immediately flagged. Bryn's eyes during the conversation had been correct, attentive, professional, tracking the right things. But in 2 specific moments, they'd moved to the wrong place. Not threat assessment. Something adjacent to calculation. The look of someone accounting for variables they weren't announcing. Kael noted it. Bryn was smart, motivated, and probably exactly what he'd represented himself as being. He was also, visibly, someone who was good at presenting the version of himself that was useful for the current context, which made him either a good soldier or something more complicated. He'd know after the gate. Chapter 23 The microgate access point was a drain grate at the intersection of 2 maintenance corridors, 314 meters east of the container facility, 6 meters below street level. Kael had widened the grate access using a compact cutting tool the night before. The approach was clean, no surveillance coverage in this section of the drainage network. The maintenance schedule showed no inspections for 11 days. He dropped through first, caught the ladder, descended into the dark. Bryn followed without hesitation, moving with the compressed efficiency of someone who'd spent years operating in confined environments under load. He landed without sound and immediately oriented himself using the same spatial reference points Kael had used: drainage channel direction, slope gradient. The location of the secondary access point 40 meters south. Military spatial orientation training. He'd been doing this a long time. The gate entrance was another 40 meters into the system, a void in the drainage channel wall that his echo mapping had registered as a pocket-dimensional aperture, about 2 meters wide and 3 tall, perfectly regular in outline. Too regular. Natural gates had organic apertures. This one had corners. He filed that detail and went in. The interior was wrong in a way that took him the first 30 seconds to articulate. The floor was not cave floor. It was packed earth with regular ridges spaced 18 inches apart, the same spacing throughout, consistent, as if whatever entity had created this environment had been manufacturing something. The walls had been worked. He could see it in his peripheral vision even without directly examining the surface. Scoring patterns, material removal, a kind of deliberate modification that took geological timescales. The monsters came from the side corridor, and they came organized. Not pack behavior, organized. The first group established a perimeter before the second group advanced, and the second group had 3 differently sized entities that moved in a specific spatial relationship to each other. Kael had fought hundreds of monster types, and the behavior pattern he was watching was not in any of them. It was something he'd only ever seen in one context: coordinated sapient combat. He hit the lead entity with Abyss Pulse. The suppressive shockwave rolled through the corridor and knocked the first group off their feet, buying 3 seconds. He and Bryn moved into the gap. Bryn fought with 0 wasted motion. Third gate response training built combat technique around the specific problem of confined spaces and multiple threat vectors, and it showed. Every strike was placed to clear the next strike's path. Every movement anticipated where the threat mass would redistribute. He was genuinely good, better than his file had suggested, which meant he'd continued training after his blacklisting. They cleared the first level in 11 minutes. The second level took longer. The ridge floor patterns were more elaborate here, the side corridors more numerous, the entities more numerous and more coordinated. On the second level's lower section, Kael found what the ridges had been building toward. The corridor opened into a chamber the size of a subway station. The walls were covered floor to ceiling in crystallized monster corpses, entities from the gate's earlier ecology, preserved in slow crystallization deposits that had built up over what had to be decades of gate time. But the chamber wasn't just a burial site. The crystallized forms were arranged, not randomly, not as detritus, arranged in patterns that had spatial logic, structural relationships between individual specimens, an ordering principle that was not natural and not random. Kael stood at the chamber entrance for 6 seconds and parsed what he was looking at. A civilization. A gestural, material civilization of the kind that required generational accumulation, the planning and placement of preserved forms according to some framework of meaning that had been passed down through enough gate generations that it had developed architecture. Bryn stopped beside him. For the first time since they'd entered, he was genuinely still. The system chimed. Passive ability unlocked. Structural resonance asterisk function. Sense stress points and load-bearing relationships in any physical structure. Range, contact, or 5 meters. Allows identification of structural weaknesses, hidden spaces, and points of maximum structural integrity. Asterisk he read it without moving his eyes from the chamber. The ability had unlocked because the environment had triggered it, the first time he'd been in a space that required understanding structural relationships to navigate safely. The crystallized formations weren't just aesthetic. They were load-bearing in ways that implied this chamber had been engineered. Something was in the wall to his left. He turned his head slowly. The wall there was smooth, too smooth relative to the rest of the chamber's worked surfaces. No crystallized deposits. No ridges. Just flat stone that his new structural resonance sense was reading as thin. Very thin. And behind it, a mass that was not stone. Something was on the other side of that wall. Still. Watching. Whatever was back, there had been watching them since they entered the chamber. Chapter 24. Mira Sato contacted Lena on a Tuesday through a secure channel Lena hadn't used in 3 years, a dead drop system established by the underground healer network for exactly this kind of situation. 2 parties who needed to communicate without either one's contact list being compromised. Lena brought Kael the message. She brokered for Yoon's crew before Yoon retired. She knows every core buyer in the Eastern District and half the Central. She's offering a trial arrangement. Kael read the message. Then he read it again, parsing the professional construction of it. Specific, no unnecessary information, stated terms and conditions clearly, no performance of goodwill. This was someone who'd been doing this long enough that she didn't need to make impressions. Set up a meeting, he said. Public location. Daytime. Mira arrived at the tea shop on Calder Street at precisely the agreed time, which told him she'd been watching the location for at least 20 minutes before entering. She was 40-something, compact, with the kind of stillness that came from running operations where attention to detail was survival. She ordered nothing, sat down across from Kael, and opened with the problem. You have 3 months of accumulated gate cores with no conversion pathway. I have 6 buyers with active demand who can't source through official channels. The friction between those two situations is what I solve. She placed a pricing sheet on the table, a physical document, handwritten, with no headers or identifying information. These are current market rates. I take 12%. You get clean conversion with no traceable transaction record. Kael looked at the pricing sheet. The rates were accurate, consistent with what he'd verified through Orion's network over the previous weeks, with a slight premium on the rarer core types that reflected genuine market conditions rather than artificial inflation. What happened to the last seller you brokered for? He said. Mira answered without hesitation. Arrested 14 months ago. Nothing traced back to my network because my network doesn't leave traces. He was arrested for reasons unrelated to his gate work. She paused a fraction. I vet the buyers. 3-stage process. No one in my network has been arrested on gate commerce charges in 6 years. What do you want out of this beyond 12%? Reliable supply from a capable hunter. Most of the people I work with are inconsistent. They clear easy gates and bring me common-grade cores. Your output profile is different. She glanced at the pricing sheet. The core types you'd be supplying are in short supply. Premium buyers come to me for exactly those grades. Kael considered it. The conversion problem was real. He had materials with no clean channel to turn them into equipment or cash. Myra's network solved that. The risk was a new relationship in a period when he was trying to minimize exposure, but the alternative was sitting on 3 months of gate product indefinitely. Trial arrangement, he said. 1 conversion cycle. If it clears without issues, we discuss ongoing terms. That's acceptable. She stood. I'll send the first buyer contact through Lena's dead drop. One more thing, Kael said. You mentioned another blacklisted hunter who's been moving product through your network. Someone you've never met in person. Only a description. Mira paused. What about them? The description. She gave it. Male, probably late 20s, operates in Sector 7 in the industrial zone, solo, consistently brings high-grade cores from deep-level clearances, never reveals his real name, pays her network fees in advance and on time. She'd been brokering for him through intermediaries for 2 months. She was, Kael realized, describing him. Except he hadn't used Myra's network, which meant someone else was working the same operational profile he was, same sector, same gate types, same anonymous operational pattern, within 2 months of his own return. He said nothing about this. He thanked her and let her leave. Bryn had been waiting at the corner. He fell into step beside Kael on the sidewalk. She's legitimate, he said. I ran her background through 3 sources before the meeting. I know. She mentioned another hunter. One that matches your description. Yes. Bryn was quiet for half a block. Are there others? Other people who came back the way you did? I don't know, Kael said, but I'm going to find out. Chapter 25. The compliance team that visited Orion's workshop arrived at 9:40 a.m. on a Wednesday and spent 2 hours finding nothing. Kael had moved the relevant material 11 days earlier. The decision made the same night the sweep was announced, before the compliance teams had even begun scheduling their routes. Orion's workshop looked, as intended, like an aging mechanical repair shop run by a gruff middle-aged man with too many cataloged scrap parts and a deeply convincing air of innocent clutter. The agents found the clutter convincing. They found the cataloged scrap legitimately cataloged. They found Orion cooperative, unconcerned, and unable to provide any useful information about blacklisted hunters because he hadn't seen any blacklisted hunters since before the last compliance review. This was technically accurate. Kael had ensured the workshop contained nothing that Orion's own memory of events could contradict. They detained him anyway. Standard procedure for anyone with a history of black market adjacency. Orion had been cited for unregistered gate material storage 6 years prior, a minor charge that had been settled but remained on record. The detention was 3 hours, in a compliance review room, with a single agent asking the same questions in different orders. Orion's story didn't change because his story was true. They released him at 2 p.m. Kael's coded message was waiting at the dead drop system when Orion arrived home. *60 days. Lay low. Payment covered. Don't use the workshop for anything. Assume it's live. He'd sent the message the morning of the raid, before it happened, because the sweep schedule had been predictable from the announcement structure, and Orion's workshop had been predictable as a target from the association's behavioral database. The message's presence when Orion arrived meant Kael had seen it coming. Orion would understand what that meant. 2 days later, on a routine sweep of the workshop, Kael found the monitoring device. It was professional work, a passive acoustic sensor the size of a shirt button, embedded in the wall behind a pipe fitting at the workshop's interior corner, connected to a hair-thin transmission wire that ran under the baseboard to an exterior relay. The sensor wouldn't activate until it detected voice frequencies above a threshold. It was a listening device, not a movement tracker, designed to capture conversations rather than track presence. He left it in place. A monitoring device discovered and removed told the people who placed it that someone was looking for monitoring devices. A monitoring device left undisturbed told them that no one was. He documented its precise location, tested the range of its detection threshold by speaking at different volumes from different positions in the workshop, and identified the 2 square meters of floor space where a conversation would be clearly captured. Then he left the workshop and added a note to his operational log. The compliance team had left a passive surveillance asset in Orion's workshop before departing, which meant the visit had been a reconnaissance operation as much as a standard review. They weren't just running the sweep. They were setting up persistent observation infrastructure. Renner's people were getting more methodical. He stood outside the workshop in the gray afternoon light and thought about what Renner's escalating methodology meant for his 30-day operational window. The human oversight was reduced during the sweep. But someone with Renner's resources could compensate for reduced human oversight by increasing automated and passive surveillance infrastructure, sensors, listening devices, monitoring equipment that required no active compliance staff to maintain. His window was real, but it was getting more complicated at its edges. He walked back toward the industrial zone and adjusted his timeline accordingly. Chapter 26, The Anomaly Report Suppression, took him 4 days to find and 4 hours to understand. Yui Chandra's original report had been filed through the association's internal analytical system, a standard submission via the analyst-grade terminal access that anyone in her department used. These submissions went into a queue, received a confirmation number, and were reviewed by the relevant compliance or intelligence division within 72 hours. Standard process. Publicly documented process. Her report had received a confirmation number, and then it had been removed from the queue before review, which required administrative access several levels above the analyst tier, and the removal had been logged in the maintenance records under a routine database cleanup entry that anyone doing a surface-level audit would read as automated system management. Kael found this by spending 2 evenings in the association's public data terminal room, which was located in the lobby of the Eastern District Field Office and was, technically, accessible to any registered person with a valid Gate Hunter credential, including, under the terms of a legal challenge that had established the principle 8 years ago, blacklisted hunters whose registration remained on file. He'd checked the regulation before walking in. The public terminals had limited access. They showed public-facing reports, archived data, announcements, and certain categories of administrative record that were logged as accessible to all parties under transparency protocols. The maintenance logs fell into this category. They were logged as accessible because no one had ever imagined that the maintenance logs were worth protecting. He pulled 6 months of maintenance records, filtered for database modification entries that had occurred within 72 hours of analyst submissions in the anomaly category, and found 4 entries that matched the pattern. Files removed from the review queue and tagged as automated cleanup within the window when human review should have occurred. One of those 4 entries correlated to the filing date and confirmation number he derived from Yui's research using publicly available output records. Report suppressed. Administrative level access. The access log for the removal event showed a terminal ID rather than a user account, which meant the removal had been made from a terminal with the account information scrubbed from the log, which required either a technical exploit or permissions that bypassed standard logging protocols. Renner's division had both. He kept reading. The other 3 suppressed reports followed the same pattern. Anomaly reports filed by different analysts, removed before review, logged as automated cleanup. He pulled the approximate content scope of each one from the surrounding context records, specific gate zones, specific anomaly categories, specific time windows. 3 of the 4 reports were covering different aspects of the same operational signature. Unregistered gate clearances in the industrial zone and adjacent sectors, following a pattern consistent with a single highly capable actor. Someone had been watching Renner's Ghost Hunter operation before Yui. 3 separate analysts had independently flagged the same anomalies over a period of 14 months. All 4 reports had been buried. He sat back in the terminal chair and let the full shape of it settle. Renner wasn't just suppressing inconvenient data. He was running a systematic monitoring program to detect when his own operations were becoming visible to the association's analytical staff. And when they were detected, he was using his administrative access to remove the detection before it generated any consequence. A feedback loop designed to make his operations invisible from the inside. And Renner wasn't doing this to hide sloppy gate work. He was doing this to protect a Ghost Hunter team that had been cleared off the map entirely, with their kills and their cores going somewhere that wasn't on any record Kael could find. There was a buyer. There had always been a buyer. He logged off the public terminal, returned the access key to the front desk, and walked back to the industrial zone with a specific data point circling in his analysis. Renner's ghost hunters weren't working for the association. They were working for someone the association didn't know about. Chapter 27. The largest of the 17 microgates sat under the abandoned Halverson shopping district, 3 kilometers southwest of the container facility, accessible through a utility corridor that hadn't seen maintenance personnel in 6 years. Kael mapped his approach for 4 days before entering. The shopping district's drainage infrastructure connected to the broader network he'd already surveyed, which meant he could reach the gate without appearing at any surface-level access point in the district itself. He went in at 2 a.m. on a Friday, alone, with 12 hours of supplies and no commitment to a specific extraction time. Bryn was staged at the utility corridor's secondary exit point with instructions to wait. The gate was C-rank from the outside. The architecture inside immediately revised that estimate upward. C-rank gates had 3 to 6 levels. Standard ecology, standard progression, standard depth. This gate had 11 confirmed levels visible from the mapping data he pulled on entry, and the progression architecture, the way each level's geometry prepared for the next, suggested the system was designed around a depth experience that extended well beyond a standard C-rank. Either the gate had aged far past its original classification, or it had never been accurately assessed. He cleared the first 6 levels in 4 hours. The monsters were unusual, not wrong, not the manufactured wrongness he'd found in the civilization microgate, just unusual. Older variants of species he knew, with evolutionary divergences that accumulated over time in isolated gate ecosystems. They had good instincts. They coordinated by instinct rather than training, but the instinct had been refined over enough gate generations that it looked almost like training from the outside. He pushed into level 7 without resting. Level 7 was larger than the previous 6 combined. A vast internal chamber that echo mapping rendered in geometric detail, high ceilings, multiple entry and exit points, an energy signature concentrated in the far end. A boss room. The gatekeeper entity for this level sat in the concentration point, and when Kael entered it rose and filled the upper quarter of the chamber. He assessed. Then he fought. The gatekeeper took 8 minutes of focused engagement, Abyss Pulse to disrupt its momentum twice, Void Step for repositioning, sustained precise strikes to the anatomical weak points he'd identified from the gate's ecology patterns. He took 1 hit, a glancing deflection that bruised his left forearm along its full length, but didn't break bone. By his depth score reading at this point, the entity was at his high end. It had pushed him genuinely. Good. That meant the remaining levels were likely to push him harder. 8, 9, and 10 fell over the next 2 hours. Level 10's monsters were the first in this gate that registered as B-rank equivalents. He noted the classification shift and adjusted his approach. Level 11. The corridor off Level 10's exit descended at a steeper angle than the previous transitions, and the gate's architectural field changed. Less organic accumulation, more deliberate construction. His structural resonance sense fired on the corridor walls and returned a reading he'd only felt once before, in the chamber of crystallized corpses, something engineered, shaped by something with intelligence and planning. The corridor opened into a chamber. 8 hunters. They were arranged in a rough circle, equipment still on, weapons still in hand or at their belts. They had not been dead long. Maybe 72 hours, perhaps less. Association standard gear, but modified in ways that suggested custom procurement rather than official issue. No insignia, no identifying markers on any piece of equipment. Ghost hunters. Renner's off-books team. They had made it to level 11 of a microgate the association had never cataloged, which meant Renner's ghost operation had been mapping the same drainage infrastructure he'd been mapping, possibly for longer. These 8 hunters had come down here looking for exactly what Kael was looking for. What had killed them was thorough. Each hunter showed wounds from multiple angles. Not a single monster's attack pattern, but a coordinated assault from 3 different directions simultaneously. The wound profiles were sharp, precise, and identical on each hunter regardless of the victim's orientation when they fell. Whatever had done this had attacked all 8 at essentially the same time with the same attack type from multiple positions. The kill pattern was unlike any monster he'd cataloged. It wasn't an ecological predator. It was an execution. He collected their dog tags methodically, photographed the chamber and the wound profiles from multiple angles, extracted 3 core samples from the residual energy concentration near where the attackers had presumably stood. Then he retreated. He didn't linger. Whatever had killed these 8 was still in the gate, and he had learned enough for one run. He surfaced at 3:47 a.m. Bryn was exactly where he'd left him, sitting on the utility corridor floor with his back against the wall and his eyes on the access hatch. 8 dead, Kael said. Renner's people. Level 11. Bryn processed this without visible reaction. What killed them? I don't know yet. That bother you? Kael looked at the dog tags in his palm. 8 sets. He'd known hunters like this. Not these specific people, but the type. Capable, trained, willing to work outside official structures. Someone had decided they were expendable. Yes, he said. Then he pocketed the tags and walked back toward the facility. Chapter 28. Yui Chandra's personal investigation began 3 days after her report was buried, and nobody told her why. The official notification was a system flag. Report hashtag 441-7C designated for administrative review, pending further processing. In 6 years at the association, she had never seen a report enter, pending further processing status. She knew what reports looked like when they were under active investigation, assigned to a case team, placed in the escalation queue. This was none of those. This was a status code that, when she searched the internal documentation, had been added to the system 9 years ago and applied to exactly 0 previous reports. She was being parked. She spent 2 days assuming she'd made an analytical error. She rebuilt her gate clearance anomaly model from raw data 3 separate times, using different baseline assumptions and different exclusion criteria. Each rebuild produced the same signature. A single actor clearing S-rank equivalents in the Eastern District at a speed and consistency that no registered hunter profile could account for. The model wasn't wrong. On the 3rd day, she started pulling public accessible records. Her personal terminal at home didn't have the access level of her work system, but the association published a significant volume of data as part of its transparency commitment: gate registration records, clearance reports, emergency response activation logs. She built a second anomaly model using only public data, which was noisier and lower resolution than her work model, but which, when she ran the same pattern detection algorithm, produced a match. 16 gate clearances. Sector 7 and adjacent zones. Time windows consistent with a single operator working consecutive days without standard rest. Escalating capability implied by the progression of gate types cleared. E to D to C to B to A equivalent inside 8 weeks, which was physically impossible for a conventional hunter. She made a timeline. Then she mapped the geographic distribution of the clearances and found the centroid, the point equidistant from all 16 locations that suggested where an operator based in Sector 7 would need to be operating from. The centroid was in the industrial gate zone. She cross-referenced the industrial zone with registered addresses, blacklisted hunter last known locations, and any property records tied to names on the Eastern District blacklist. Most returned nothing useful. Blacklisted hunters didn't maintain documented addresses. But the property records produced one anomaly. A holding company with a shell ownership structure had filed for utility connection approval to a freight container facility at the industrial zone's eastern edge 14 weeks ago. She flagged it as a data point. She didn't have enough to identify an individual, but the signature was unmistakable. Same actor, every clearance, same operational pattern, same zone. She was, without realizing it, mapping the outline of a single person with remarkable precision. She sat back from her terminal and looked at what she'd built. One unknown actor, operating below the association's detection threshold for over 8 weeks, doing things that should be impossible for the rank their records showed. She typed a query into her anomaly model's projection function. If current capability curve continues, estimated actor status at 90 days from first clearance, the model returned, asterisk estimated equivalent rank, S or above. Confidence interval, 73% to asterisk. She stared at this for a long moment. Then she saved the file with triple-layer encryption, uploaded it to a cloud storage account registered under a name that wasn't hers, and sat in her darkened home office with the particular feeling of someone who has found something important and doesn't yet know if finding it is good or bad. The data signature was unmistakable. Same actor every time. Someone was becoming something extraordinary in the space between official records, and no one in the association knew it was happening. Chapter 29. Vale Trist had not changed much in 5 years. He was taller than Kael remembered. Or maybe the memory compressed everything. And he still dressed with the particular care of a politically connected hunter who understood that appearance was currency in the association's social hierarchy. He sat in the hunter bar on Keswick Street with a half-finished drink and 3 members of his team at 2 tables away, which was the acceptable social distance for a top-tier registered hunter to maintain from his support staff in an informal setting. Kael sat across from him. Vale looked up from his drink, registered who was sitting there, and for 2 seconds his body did something his face tried very hard to prevent. It stiffened. Not fear. Recognition, followed by a rapid threat assessment that concluded somewhere unpleasant and was immediately pressed back below the surface. Doran, he said. The name came out as neutral as he could manage. Kael placed the dog tags on the table between them. 8 sets. He arranged them in a rough line and left his hand beside them, not touching. Vail looked at the tags. His face did nothing. The rest of him, the set of his jaw, the way his breathing shifted slightly, said something different. I found them on level 11 of a microgate under the Halverson district, Kael said. Your boss's private team. All 8 of them. You know who I'm talking about. Vail picked up his drink. Set it down without drinking. I don't know what you're referring to. Director Renner has been running a ghost unit for at least 3 years. Off every official record. You participated at least once, received significant payment, and have been kept quiet through a combination of privilege and implied threat. Kael read all of this from Vail's face, from the specific combination of recognition and controlled fear that Vail was managing with professional skill, but not quite well enough. I'm not here to threaten you. I'm here because your boss's team is dead, and I want to know what they were doing down there. Silence. Vail was running the calculation. What Kael could know versus what he couldn't. What confirming or denying would cost. What this conversation meant for his position. Why come to me? Vail said finally. Because you were cooperative once, and because you're smart enough to know when something has escalated past the point where silence is protective. Vail was quiet for 10 seconds. Then, I don't know the specifics. I was brought in once, 3 years ago. Renner asked me to clear a gate, private contract, off the books. He said it was for research purposes and offered a number I didn't turn down. I did the clearance, handed the cores to his team, and that was it. He looked at the dog tags. I didn't know them. I dealt with Renner directly. What happened to the cores you extracted? I gave them to Renner's courier. I don't know what happened after that. Renner's been doing this for years. What's his motivation? Vail's hands were very still on the table. Money. I assumed money. It always comes down to money. Kael looked at him for a moment. The answer was almost right. It was the answer Vail had told himself, the comfortable version. But there was something else behind his eyes, something he'd filed away because it didn't fit the comfortable version and he hadn't wanted to look at it directly. Think about what you actually saw, Kael said. Not the story you've been using. What you actually observed. Vail went white. Kael had his answer. He stood, left the dog tags on the table, and walked out of the bar without looking back. Chapter 30. Vail called through a dead drop number Kael had left with Orion 2 days later. You need to understand I'm not confessing to anything, Vail said. This is context. Off the record. I understand, Kael said. A pause. Then, the gate I cleared, it wasn't a standard industrial gate. It was sealed. Not listed in any association record. Renner's people had already opened it by the time I arrived, but they hadn't gone below the 5th level. That's why they needed someone like me. They needed a hunter capable enough to reach the core concentration at the lower levels. Another pause. When I brought the cores up, Renner's people were excited in a way that seemed out of proportion to what I'd recovered. It wasn't a large haul, common to mid-grade, but they treated them like something significantly more valuable. Location of the gate, Kael said. Eastern District. Near the industrial zone. I can give you an address, but the gate's been sealed again. I checked the address 2 months after, and the site looked like normal industrial property. Kael noted the address. He already suspected it. There's more, Vail said, and his voice had shifted, flattened, like someone telling a story they decided to tell fully, past the point of careful omission. Renner's courier, the one who took the cores, had a holding company address on his documentation. I did some digging afterward. The company traces back to a shell, and the shell traces back to an industrial property in the Eastern District. Different address than the gate I cleared, but same general zone. The cores were being delivered to a specific location, Kael said. Yes, and I never looked into it further because I didn't want to know. Vail's breathing was audible now. I took the money. I kept my mouth shut. And then his team started dying. I've heard things, in the past year, through channels that people like me have access to. Renner's private contractors going missing, 1 or 2 at a time, attributed to gate accidents in unregistered locations. He's been replacing them. Yes, regularly. And whatever they're clearing those cores for, it's consuming enough of them that he needs continuous supply. A long pause. I don't know what he's feeding. I don't know where the cores go after the delivery address. I genuinely don't know. Kael believed him. Not because Vail was trustworthy. He wasn't, particularly, but because the blank space at the end of Vail's knowledge was exactly the shape of the blank space in everything Kael had found. Everyone who'd touched Renner's operation knew one layer of it, and stopped. Nobody knew what the cores were ultimately for. Thank you, Kael said. That's it. No threat, no leverage. You've given me useful information voluntarily. There's no reason for leverage. He ended the call, sat in the container facility's quiet interior, and assembled what he now had. Renner purchasing cores outside official channels and delivering them to a specific Eastern District location. Ghost hunters dead in a microgate from something that wasn't a natural monster. UE's suppressed anomaly reports, covering for an operation that had been running for years. A sealed gate beneath the financial district with an energy signature unlike any natural gate type. He looked at these facts and understood, with the particular clarity of someone who had come back with the knowledge of what was wrong with the world without the knowledge of what had been wrong beneath the world. The scope of what he was dealing with was larger than he'd initially mapped. Someone or something was being fed, continuously, in the dark, for years. He took out his planning notebook and wrote a single word at the top of a new page. Why? Below it, asterisk what needs that many cores. What does it become when it has enough? Asterisk. Then he closed the notebook and went to find Bryn. Chapter 31. The mid-tier gate sat under a transit interchange in the northern section of the industrial zone. Not one of the drainage system's microgates, a proper classified gate, B rank, registered but unassigned to any clearance team because no team had requested it and the association's resource allocation had it low priority. Kael had identified it as one of the 4 gates remaining in his anomaly geometric model before the financial district convergence would have enough data points. He and Bryn entered it at 10 a.m. on a clear morning during the 3rd week of the sweep. The gate was straightforward in the way that B-rank gates were straightforward. Genuinely dangerous, clearly structured, no architectural surprises. Kael fought with the accumulated efficiency of someone who had cleared several hundred gates in a previous lifetime, and dozens more in this one, and Bryn held flanking positions with the solid reliability that had become Kael's baseline expectation for him over 4 weeks of operational work. They cleared 6 levels in 4 hours. On the 7th level, Bryn stopped and asked the question, "Why haven't you exposed Renner?" Kael was examining the 7th level boss entity from a distance, running monster sense to assess its position and rank before committing to approach. He kept his attention on the assessment. What do you think the outcome would be if I exposed him? Investigation. Arrest, probably. He's dirty enough that a clean evidence package would be hard to dismiss. And what happens to the buyer? Bryn considered this. They disappear. No direct connection to Renner on paper. They cut ties the moment the investigation starts. Renner's operation is the only visible part of something much larger. The moment Renner is removed, the larger thing loses its surface world interface and either goes dormant or finds another one. Either way, we lose the trail. He turned from his assessment. The buyer is the real target. Renner is how we find the buyer. So we let a corrupt director keep operating because he's more useful intact. For now, Bryn went quiet. They moved into the 7th level. The boss entity was large, aggressive, and fast for its apparent mass. It covered the distance between them in 2 seconds, and Kael had to use Void Step to move past its first charge rather than taking the hit directly. Bryn caught its flank the moment it overextended and drove it off its axis, buying Kael 3 seconds of clean positioning. They worked well together in the specific technical sense of 2 people whose instincts had synced to the point where they didn't need signals. When the entity was down, Bryn picked up the core and turned it in his fingers. "You've been planning this since before you came back, haven't you?" His voice was different. Not accusatory, just exact. He'd been building toward that conclusion for a while. The operational structure, the data collection sequence, the way you moved against the drainage gate network, it's not improvised. It's a program. You came back with the program already in your head. Kael didn't answer. Bryn looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at the core in his hand. "I'm not asking for details. I'm noting that I've noticed." He pocketed the core. "That's all." They moved to the 8th level in silence. Kael thought about what Bryn's noticing meant operationally, and concluded it meant what it had always meant. Bryn was perceptive in ways his background suggested, but that practical observation kept confirming. A liability if it led to questions Kael couldn't answer. An asset if it led to better instincts in the field. The 8th level cleared. The gate gave him its final data point. He now had enough geometric data to approach the financial district convergence location with proper preparation. One more step before that approach. He needed to be stronger. Chapter 32. The back-to-back B-rank gate runs lasted 41 hours total, across 2 days, with 4 hours of sleep on the floor of the container facility between the 2nd and 3rd gates. It wasn't smart. He knew it wasn't smart. But he had calculated the depth score he needed for the convergence approach, and the gap between current and target had a specific number attached to it. And the most direct path from here to that number was sustained deep-level engagement in rapid succession. He told Bryn he was doing reconnaissance. He didn't tell him where. The first gate was in the southern sector, accessible through an unmonitored entry point Orion had sourced 18 months into Kael's previous timeline. He cleared it to its lowest level in 12 hours, running on monster sense and muscle memory. pushing past fatigue on the 7th and 8th levels by operating at a technical efficiency that required less physical output than aggressive fighting. Technique over force. He'd taught himself this methodology in his previous life because he'd had to. 5 years as a blacklisted solo hunter meant every gate was a resource problem, and wasting strength on elegant combat you didn't need was a resource problem. The second gate was in the eastern sector, an older gate with a deeper ecology and entities that required genuine commitment to fight rather than pure technique. This one hurt. The 6th level's primary entity caught him with a lateral strike that he should have void stepped past, but was too slow to execute. He took it across his right shoulder, felt something tear that wasn't bone but wasn't nothing, and spent the rest of that level operating with 60% right arm function while his system accelerated the healing protocol that had been quietly available since he first unlocked passive abilities. He cleared it anyway, not through stubbornness, because he had assessed the remaining risk against his remaining capability and concluded he could finish without escalating the injury. The third gate. 12 more hours. He rested his shoulder in the approach corridor, found a position that let him fight with his left arm primary and his right arm as support, and adjusted his void step usage to compensate for the repositioning cost of operating offhand. He surfaced from the third gate at dawn on the second day and stood in the industrial zone's empty morning light with his right shoulder wrapped tightly, his depth score at exactly the number he'd targeted, and the depth resonance system notification chiming quietly in his visual field. Rank advanced, Void Diver, SS. He blinked. That wasn't the rank he'd expected. He'd been targeting the rank below, pushing to Chasm Breaker, expecting to land at S-rank equivalent. The back-to-back runs had pushed him further than projected. A second notification followed the rank advance. Passive ability unlocked. Shadow Resonance * function. Passive concealment. Emits a dimensional frequency that is processed by monster detection systems and mana sensing equipment as background noise rather than hunter signature. Effective against all standard association scanning arrays up to S-rank specification. Effective against monster detection instincts. Effect is constant and requires no activation. He read it 3 times. Invisible to association scanners. Invisible to monster detection. A permanent passive that cost him nothing and required nothing and simply existed as a function of what he'd become. He would now register as absolute 0 on any mana sensing scan they ran. Not as E-rank, as nothing, as background, as air. He was a ghost. He walked back to the container facility. Lena was in the medical bay doing inventory, and she looked up when he entered and her expression changed. Something that started as professional assessment and shifted to something with less professional distance in it. You look like someone who fell down a flight of stairs in 3 different buildings, she said. Sit. He sat. She worked on his shoulder in silence for a while, cleaning and rebinding the muscle tear with the focused competence she brought to everything medical. When she finished, she didn't move away immediately. You keep going into gates alone, she said. The rate you're running, you're going to miscalculate one day. The math will be wrong. She met his eyes. You look like you're trying to die twice. I'm not. I know. That's not the point. She held his gaze. The point is that whatever you're preparing for, because you're clearly preparing for something specific, there are other people here now. You don't have to do the preparation alone. He considered this. Not the sentiment, the operational implication. Whether sharing the preparation's goal with Bryn and Lena would make the approach safer or would create vectors for complication. There's a gate beneath the financial district, he said. I need to be strong enough to survive what's inside it before I go in. I'm strong enough now. Lena nodded once. Then tell me what you need me to set up for after you come out. He did. They planned. It was more efficient than planning alone. Chapter 33. The distress signal came through Myra's network at 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. An erupted S-rank gate in the outer city, the kind of catastrophic breach that the association's emergency response teams would handle if the hunters trapped inside were registered. They were not registered. 8 blacklisted hunters had been running a private clearance operation in a B-rank gate that had upgraded without warning. A dimensional instability event, the kind that happened when a gate had been active too long and its internal architecture began collapsing inward. The upgrade had pushed it to S-rank equivalent faster than the internal ecology could stabilize, which meant the monsters inside had been replaced by a new, higher-tier ecosystem with no behavioral familiarity with the hunters who'd been inside since before the upgrade. The hunters had retreated to the B-rank section's lower corridors and were pinned. No association team would respond. Standing policy. 0 resource allocation for blacklisted hunter casualties. Kael read the message from Myra's network relay. Bryn was there and read it over his shoulder. I'll stage at the exterior exit, Bryn said immediately. You won't be able to follow me in. If it's live S-rank, you'd be outpaced by the second level. I know. Extraction support. Get them out the exit. I handle them from there. Lena's closer to this location than the container facility. He was already reaching for his gear. She can be staged in 10 minutes. Kael was running the assessment. 8 people, current depth of the gate, probable number of active threat entities between their position and the exit, his current capability versus what the S-rank ecosystem would throw at him. The numbers worked. Barely, and only because of shadow resonance. The monsters wouldn't track him the way they track a hunter they could detect. He could move through an S-rank gate now with the tactical advantage of effective invisibility to standard monster instinct. He went in at 12:23 a.m. Shadow resonance changed everything about how he moved through a gate. He'd known this intellectually from the moment the ability unlocked. Experiencing it was different. The S-rank monsters, large, powerful, keenly attuned to hunter presence in the way apex predators were, simply didn't orient toward him unless he made noise or disturbed air patterns they were already tracking for other reasons. He moved through the first 3 levels with no combat at all, which should have taken 40 minutes of fighting and instead took 9. He found the 8 hunters on level 4, packed into a corridor junction with 2 of them unconscious and 2 more in bad enough shape that they were using the junction walls for support. A young woman with a medic's kit was the only reason the unconscious 2 were still breathing. One of the standing hunters looked up when Kael appeared, and his expression cycled through confusion, relief, and something harder to name. The particular quality of a person who has spent enough time in a profession that tells them no one is coming to understand that someone has come anyway. We need to move, Kael said. Now, stay tight. Don't separate for any reason. The S-rank entities on level 3, handled, he said, because it was accurate. Move. They moved. He put himself at the front of the group and set the pace. Faster than the slowest member could manage comfortably, but slower than what the situation required to leave people behind. The medic helped the 2 worst-off cases move. Bryn would have useful to have here, but Bryn at the exterior was what made the back end of this work. Level 3. The entities were present, large, coiling, the kind of density that should have pinned a group this size in 40 seconds. They didn't react to Kael with the orientation that should have occurred when a hunter stepped into their range. They registered the other 8 with complete clarity. Kael used Abyss Pulse to suppress their initial response and drove the group through the gap before the entities could reorganize. Level 2. Level 1. Exit. The gate's interior mouth was a vertical tunnel at the end of the first level, and Bryn was at the external access point with exactly the right gear, a rope harness, a light source, and Lena 3 meters behind him with a kit open and her hands ready. Kael pushed the last 2 injured hunters through the exit. The gate's dimensional surface registered his passing and the interior rumbled. The S-rank ecology, somewhere in the upper levels, had finally determined that something had been moving through their territory. He cleared the exit at 1:14 a.m. 8 people, all of them out, none of them dead. He stood in the night air outside the gate access and looked at the 8 survivors, most of them sitting or kneeling, and felt the specific satisfaction of a calculation that had worked. Chapter 34. Lena stabilized the 2 critical cases in the field. Bryn coordinated loading everyone into the freight vehicle they'd staged at the transit corridor 3 blocks south. Kael stood at the outer edge of the gate access point for 2 minutes, monitoring the S-rank ecology through monster sense to confirm it wasn't going to push through the exit behind them. It didn't. The ecology had no reason to follow into the surface world if the target had left. In the freight vehicle on the way back to the container facility, 2 of the 8 hunters who were conscious and functional sat across from Kael and watched him with the particular quality of attention that people who spend time in gates develop, the assessment of capability, the parsing of what someone is, and what that means for how you orient toward them. The one who had spoken first in the corridor said, "You came in alone. That's S-rank territory." "Yes," Kael said. "You walked through the 3rd level like it wasn't there." He didn't respond. The hunter, a woman in her mid-30s with a large bruise developing along her jaw and the equipment rig of someone who'd been doing this seriously for years, looked at him for another moment. "You're blacklisted." "Yes." "Then who sent you?" "No one." She sat with this. "You're the one who's been clearing the drainage gates," she said. It wasn't a question. The underground hunter network wasn't comprehensive, but it observed patterns and accumulated inference the way any network of people did. Someone had been going into gates no one else would touch, in the sector where the association's oversight had thinned, and everyone who came out of those gates had come out. She'd heard about it. She'd assumed the shape of it without knowing who the shape belonged to. Kael said nothing, which confirmed it more clearly than a direct answer would have. She looked at the other 7. They were a crew. He could tell from the way they moved relative to each other, the communication economy of people who'd been working together long enough that they didn't need words for the basics. She was their lead. When she looked at Kael, She was speaking for all 8 of them. "If you need anything," she said, "from our network, you have access." He nodded once. The word spread through the underground before he'd had time to process what the operation had cost him in terms of operational exposure. He hadn't precisely planned for that, had known, abstractly, that going into a gate in front of 8 people would leave impressions, but the specific speed of the spread was faster than he'd modeled. Within 4 days, Myra's rebuilt network was fielding inquiries about who had gone into the erupted gate. Within a week, the underground hunter community had collectively constructed a narrative around a figure who entered gates no one else touched and brought everyone out. The narrative was accurate in broad strokes. The identity behind it remained blank. Someone goes into gates no one else will touch, and everyone comes out. He noted the narrative's existence, assessed its operational implications, and determined that maintaining the blank identity was both possible and necessary. What he didn't fully account for was how quickly that narrative would travel upward, from the underground network to the analysts who monitored underground hunter activity as part of their professional responsibilities. Xianxia had a monitoring alert on unusual gate clearance events in the outer city. The alert fired at 2:47 a.m. on the night of the eruption. Chapter 35 Yui's report to Renner was delivered at 9 a.m. on a Thursday in his office on the association's executive floor. She had requested the meeting 48 hours prior and had spent the intervening time preparing the most precise analytical presentation she'd ever assembled. 16 gate clearances. Anomalous capability profile. Estimated S-rank equivalent. Registered as E-rank. The latest event. Entry into an erupted S-rank gate. Unassisted. Extracting 8 hunters in under an hour. Single heat signature combat pattern. 47 minutes inside a live S-rank ecosystem. Renner listened with the particular attentiveness of someone who was extracting information rather than receiving a briefing. He asked 3 questions during her presentation, each of which she answered precisely, and each of which was designed to help him determine how much she knew and how she derived it. When she finished, he was quiet for 6 seconds. Then, "This is excellent work, Analyst Chandra. You have a strong instinct for pattern detection. Thank you. The investigation into this anomaly falls under a classified project. I can't give you details, but the actor you've identified is already being monitored through appropriate channels. Your data will be useful for refining our approach." He smiled. It was practiced and smooth and told her absolutely nothing. "I'm closing this investigation at the analytical level. Your work here will be noted in your performance record." She said, "I understand." She collected her materials and walked out of his office. In the elevator down, she stood very still and ran the conversation backward. The 3 questions he'd asked, each one had been calibrated to determine whether she'd identified the actor. His closing of the investigation, done without a single analytical objection to her methodology or findings. His mention of a classified project, offered without any supporting documentation, any evidence that such a project existed, any of the procedural elements that accompanied classified project disclosures. He wasn't managing an investigation. He was managing her. She got into her car and sat in the parking structure for 11 minutes before driving anywhere. Renner had just confirmed, by the way he'd reacted to her work, that what she'd found was real and that he didn't want it found. Those were 2 separate facts that she now held with complete clarity. She drove to her office and, instead of filing the meeting debrief, she opened a new private file and began documenting everything she'd observed in the past week. The anomaly data, the suppression of her original report, and now the precise texture of Renner's reaction to her findings. She didn't know who she was building this file for yet. She knew she was building it. Across the city, in his off-books operative's encrypted messaging system, Renner typed 4 words. Find out about her. Chapter 36. Myra's network flagged the meeting between Xianxia and Renner 48 hours after it occurred. The network maintained several low-level contacts inside the association's administrative structure. Not deep sources, just people who paid attention to things that were unusual and passed the observation along for small fees. Renner's executive assistant had mentioned the meeting to an administrative colleague who was in Myra's network's outer ring. The colleague had noted the meeting topic based on the materials request Yui had filed. Gate anomaly analysis, single actor profile. Kael read the flag and understood the situation in 2 seconds. Yui had presented her findings to Renner, which meant Renner now knew the broad shape of what Kael was doing, which meant Renner would either task an investigation or task a threat response, depending on what he concluded from Yui's data. If he concluded the actor was a rival operation, a competing off-books hunter working the same zone as his ghost team, the response would be a threat response. If he concluded the actor was a blacklisted hunter who'd gotten significantly stronger than expected, the response was an investigation that would eventually reach Kael's operational infrastructure. Neither outcome was acceptable. But there was a second problem nested inside the first, Yui. If Renner perceived her investigation as a threat to his own operation, she was no longer safe. Renner's pattern was suppression. He'd suppressed 3 previous analyst reports on similar topics. But if the analyst's work was getting close enough to require direct management, the suppression could escalate. He pulled her investigation files through the container facility's remote access point. He didn't have an authorized pathway into her personal system, but the public-facing analytical archives that the association published had enough output data from her department to reconstruct the shape of her work. He'd been monitoring her output record since the first anomaly report flag. She was good. He'd known she was good from her original timeline's reputation, but seeing her methodology reconstructed from output data made it concrete. She was working from first principles, building each model from raw data rather than inherited framework, and her conclusions were within reasonable margin of his actual operational profile. She'd found the centroid of his operations, identified the holding company connection, estimated his capability at 73% confidence. If she kept working, she'd find him. Not through association records. Those were clean, but through inference. The same inference that had gotten 3 other analysts close enough to have their reports buried. He made a decision. Before Renner could get to her, he needed to manage her himself. Not threaten. Not suppress. Manage, in the sense of controlling what information she had access to, which meant introducing himself into her world on his terms rather than Renner's. He spent 2 hours planning the approach. Public enough to be deniable as coincidence. Personal enough to register. Calibrated to give her just enough to confirm her suspicions without giving her anything that could be operationally used against him if she turned out to be a problem. He looked at the public data he'd compiled on her. Her neighborhood, her regular schedule, the coffee shop near the transit station she used on Thursday mornings based on a public social media check-in pattern from 6 months ago that she'd since stopped maintaining. If Renner gets to her first, she disappears. He set an alarm for 7:30 a.m. Thursday. Chapter 37. The market on Teller Street ran twice a week and attracted the kind of mixed-income crowd that made chance encounters plausible across social distances. Yui Chandra's transit route from her apartment to the association tower passed within 2 blocks of it. She didn't shop there herself, but she walked past it twice a week, and Kael had confirmed the route pattern from 3 weeks of observation. He was at the fruit stall at 8:15 a.m. when she walked by. He didn't engineer a dramatic intersection. He simply existed in the same space and made eye contact when their paths naturally aligned. And then, because this required her to initiate, not him, he looked away. She stopped. He could feel her making the decision, whether the recognition she'd just processed was worth acting on. He counted internally. 3 seconds. 4. Then her footsteps changed direction. "You're Kael Doran," she said. He turned back and looked at her with the expression of a man who is mildly surprised by a stranger who knows his name, which was the expression the situation called for. "That's right. You were blacklisted 2 years ago. E-rank hunter. The gate loot dispute." She was watching him with the precision of someone who was very aware of how much she was revealing in real time. "Your name came up in some research I was doing." "Research about what?" "Gate clearance patterns." She was choosing each word deliberately. "Anomalies in the Eastern District." "I'm a blacklisted E-rank," he said. "I pick up the work nobody else wants. Mostly staying ahead of the basic expenses." She looked at him. The look was not the look of someone accepting a surface-level answer. It was the look of someone taking careful note of what the surface-level answer was and cataloging it for later comparison. "Where are you running gates currently?" she asked, as if this were casual conversation. "Here and there. Nothing in the Eastern District. Too much compliance activity with the sweep going on." He kept his tone mild. "I stay where I'm not interesting." She nodded. She was definitely not convinced and was definitely not going to say so. "Do you know a director, Renner?" she asked, and her voice hadn't changed register, but something in the question had. A precision that came from asking the exact thing she decided she needed to ask rather than the thing conversational protocol suggested. He let a slight pause occur. Not too long. Just enough to register that the question had weight. "He runs compliance division. I've been through his department's review processes. Most blacklisted hunters have. He closed an investigation I was running," she said, watching his face. "Into gate clearance patterns. He said it was covered under a classified project." Kael said nothing. He held her gaze and let the silence work. Yui's eyes narrowed, barely. She was reading his silence correctly. Reading that he wasn't surprised by this information, that he'd known something about the closure without knowing her specifically. "You've had dealings with his department beyond standard review processes," she said. "Everyone on the blacklist has," he said. "It's a department that specializes in making people like me difficult." She looked at him for another 3 seconds. Then she said, "It was useful to meet you." and walked away. She walked away unsatisfied. He could see it in the set of her shoulders, the particular quality of someone who has gotten less information than they wanted and more to think about than they planned. She was more interested now than when she'd stopped, which was exactly correct. He went back to examining the fruit stall and waited long enough to be plausible before leaving. Chapter 38 Renner's operative spent 6 days building a surveillance package on Xianxia and found nothing useful. Her personal terminal was clean. She'd moved her investigation files to encrypted external storage that wasn't connected to any network. Her work terminal showed nothing beyond standard analytical output. Her social connections included no one associated with blacklisted hunters, no one connected to black market gate commerce, no one who could plausibly be the unknown actor she'd been investigating. She was careful, and she'd been careful before Renner's operative started looking, which meant either she was very good or she hadn't done anything yet that required covering. Renner reviewed the surveillance package and made the decision that Kael had known he would make eventually. Give her enough rope. Let her investigation continue and see who she contacted, on the assumption that a thorough investigator would eventually connect with the actor she was profiling. Then suppress both simultaneously. This was Renner's standard methodology. Kael had seen it applied twice in his previous timeline to different analysts who'd gotten too close to things Renner wanted invisible. Both times the analyst had eventually made contact with the person they were investigating, and both times the resulting file on that person had been more useful than the investigation itself. It was a good methodology. It relied on one assumption, that the person the analyst eventually made contact with didn't know they were being offered enough rope. Meanwhile, Kael cleared 2 more hidden microgates in the drainage system, adding to his geometric data on the Eastern District's subsurface gate network. The third microgate was unusual, a pocket space that had formed inside an old water main, barely 2 meters in diameter, with an ecology so compressed and strange that the entities inside had adapted to exist in what was essentially a dimensional slit. He extracted the core material and moved on. The 4th microgate was below the 4th, in the channel that connected the water treatment facility's drainage network to the Eastern District's central conduit. He almost missed it because it didn't pulse, no active energy signature, no visible aperture. Just a density in the echo mapping data that his system flagged as anomalous. He pushed his perception deeper and found it. Not a microgate. Too large for micro. But not a standard gate either. No ecological signature, no monster presence, no organic development. A sealed gate. A space that had been closed and locked from the inside. He pressed his palm against the floor above the density and held still, letting echo mapping run at full output for 2 full minutes. The gate pulsed once. A single pulse, slow and deep, like a heartbeat at distance. Then went still. The geometric precision was wrong for a natural gate. Wrong in the same way the sealed gate beneath the financial district was wrong. Corners where natural gates had curves, angles where natural gates had organics. This space had been constructed. He pulled his palm up and sat in the empty drainage channel for 6 seconds, processing. There was a second manufactured gate in the Eastern District. Not the financial district one he'd been planning toward. A different one, older, the pulse rhythm different, built on the same underlying construction principle, but not the same building. The architect, he would come to understand later, had not built just one door. For now he had a data point and a location and the specific cold feeling of finding something that shouldn't exist and finding it twice. He noted the coordinates in his planning notebook and moved on. Chapter 39 The full crew in the container facility's main bay. Kael at the table, Bryn leaning against the wall, Lena on the medical bay step, Orion seated in the only chair that had been present before Kael requisitioned the facility, and that Orion treated with the territorial comfort of someone who had been in facilities far worse than this for far longer. Orion had rejoined operations 2 days prior, 60 days of imposed inactivity passed. He'd arrived with a new supply of contacts, a detailed account of everything the compliance team had asked him in detention, and the particular equanimity of a man for whom adversity had long since stopped being surprising. Kael put the location data on the table. Coordinates, structural overlay from echo mapping, the pulse rhythm analysis he'd run over 3 nights. This isn't a natural gate, he said. The geometric precision is wrong. Natural gates form organically, variable curves, dimensional pressure creating openings through material weakness. This one has corners. Internal angles that correspond to a deliberate design rather than a natural process. Like the financial district one, Bryn said. Same underlying principle. Different location, different construction vintage. Older, based on the depth of the energy sediment around it. The financial district gate has been active for perhaps 15 to 20 years. This one is significantly older. How old? Orion said. My mapping ability can't give me a precise figure. old enough that the city's infrastructure was built around it. The drainage system's main conduit has a routing deviation that goes around this location, which on the original engineering plans was marked as subsurface instability. The instability they were routing around was this gate. Kael looked at the map. The drainage corridor was built in 1986. Lena said, so it's been there since before the gate economy. Before the gate economy, before the association, potentially before any modern understanding of what dimensional gates are. Orion turned his coffee cup in his hands, the gesture he used when he was thinking through implications. You have 2 manufactured gates in the Eastern District. Something built them. What builds gates? The association's current theoretical model says gates form through naturally occurring dimensional pressure differentials, stress points in the barrier between this dimension and adjacent ones. The model doesn't include the possibility of manufactured gates because manufactured gates don't fit the model. Kael paused. Something that understood dimensional physics well enough to engineer gates from scratch has been active in this city for at least 40 years. The room was quiet. And Renner's been feeding it, Bryn said. Renner's been feeding something that's connected to these gates. I don't know the full chain yet. Kael looked at each of them. I'm going into the financial district gate. The geometry points to it as the primary structure. The newer construction, higher energy concentration, the one the cores are being delivered adjacent to. The Eastern District one I'm treating as a second data point. When, Lena said. 3 days. After I've completed the preparation I've been working toward. He looked at the table. I need all 5 ancient core types to open the financial district gate's entry seals. The geological dating on the gate structure suggests whoever built it for a specific type of key material. Pre-standard era cores from the oldest gate types in the region, the ones that predate the association's classification system. Where do you get those? Orion said. I'm working on it. The tournament, Bryn said. The National Gate Clearance Tournament. In his previous timeline, he'd known about it, had watched it from the outside as a blacklisted hunter with no entry pathway. In this timeline, the announcement was 2 weeks out. He looked at Bryn. The tournament, he confirmed. Orion said. You're going to walk into the most watched hunter event in the country while actively hiding from an association director who has an off-books operative running surveillance on a member of your crew. Yes, Kael said. Good, said Orion. He refilled his coffee. Chapter 40. Yui Chandra presented her findings to Director Renner at 2 p.m. on a Friday in a conference room with a recording system she'd been told was inactive and that she had confirmed was inactive before entering by checking the indicator light's behavior against the documentation for that specific model. She was presenting a sanitized version of her full analysis, enough to require Renner's response, not enough to expose everything she'd concluded. 16 anomalous gate clearances. Single actor profile. E-rank registration. Estimated capability A rank or above. The most recent event, the erupted S-rank gate, single actor extraction of 8 hunters in under an hour. Renner listened with the same practiced attentiveness he'd shown in their previous meeting. When she finished, this is solid analytical work, Analyst Chandra. You've got a real instinct for this. The same opening as last time, she noted it. The actor you've identified has been on our radar for several weeks through classified monitoring. I appreciate you bringing this forward. Has the classified investigation produced identification? Not yet. We're working toward it. He smiled. Your data will be incorporated. The investigation I'm requesting is specifically about whether this actor's pattern constitutes a public safety concern. An unregistered hunter at that capability level operating outside all oversight structures represents a risk category that the standard monitoring protocols weren't designed to cover. We agree on that assessment, Renner said smoothly. Which is exactly why the classified investigation is the right vehicle for this. The standard protocols can't handle it, which is why it's being handled at a different level. He was giving her nothing to push against. Every answer confirming her premise and redirecting to a classified structure she had no access to. She collected her materials. She thanked him for his time. She walked to the elevator. In the elevator, she composed her face into neutral, which was the face she wore when she was running a calculation that required full cognitive resources. Renner had closed the investigation again. Same response, same structure, same redirect. But this time he'd also given her one additional data point. He'd said the actor had been on our radar for several weeks through classified monitoring. Several weeks. Her first anomaly report was filed 6 weeks ago. He'd known about her investigation since the first filing. He'd been monitoring her work since before their first meeting, which meant the second investigation she'd just presented to him had already been read through her personal terminal's output trace. And the third version, the one she actually had, triple encrypted, on external storage, was the one he didn't know about. The elevator reached the lobby. She walked to her car. Across the city, In the underground container facility, Kael stood in the drainage system below the facility's concrete floor with his hand pressed flat against the ground directly above the financial district gate's outer boundary. The gate's pulse was slow and deep, the heartbeat of something that had been waiting a very long time for someone with the right key. He felt it respond to his presence, a single pulse, different from the background rhythm, timed to his contact. An acknowledgement. Then it went still. He pulled his hand back and stood in the dark with the specific feeling of having been recognized by something that had been waiting for exactly this, and the feeling was not comforting. Chapter 41. The gate had been open exactly 1 centimeter for 11 days. Kael measured it each morning, not with physical tools, but with structural resonance applied to the gate's aperture edge, which gave him a precise reading of the dimensional opening down to millimeter increments. 1 centimeter of opening meant the gate was active and responsive, not dormant. It also meant something inside the gate was managing the opening rate, holding it at this exact dimension, neither growing nor contracting. A gate that managed its own opening was not a natural gate. He spent the 11 days mapping its energy signature from every approach angle he could reach without entering. Echo mapping gave him architectural data on the interior's first 3 levels. Rough geometry, not the precise floor plan rendering he'd get from inside, but enough to understand that the internal structure was consistent with what he'd expected. Deliberate engineering, the same geometric precision as the outer shell, a depth architecture that descended at angles no natural gate would produce. The key mechanism became clear on the 9th day. He was running echo mapping at full output with his palm against the gate's outer surface when the system parsed a pattern in the energy sediment around the aperture's edge, 5 distinct receptor sites, embedded in the gate's dimensional membrane, each one calibrated to accept a specific core type. The cores needed to come from gates of significant age, not standard modern gates, but the pre-association gate types that the older regional literature categorized under primitive taxonomy. 5 gate types that were now rare because they'd been opened and cleared in the association's early expansion period, 60 to 80 years ago. The oldest remaining specimens of those 5 gate types were scattered across the region. 3 could be accessed through standard means if you knew where to look. 2 were in the association's restricted catalog, gates sealed for reasons that the public record listed as indefinitely hazardous, and that the private record, which Kael had pulled fragments of through the public terminal, listed more precisely as anomalous classification-resistant ecology. Tournament prize gates. He built the acquisition plan over the remaining 2 days. The tournament was 10 days out. Registration required a credential, which required a name, which required an identity that could pass the association's competitor verification system. Myra's underground identity network had 3 clean identities available at the right credential tier. He selected one, ran his own verification check on it against the association's public-facing system to confirm it would pass, and paid Myra's standard rate, plus a rush premium. The name on the entry form was Kai D. He didn't bother with a realistic backstory. The identity's documentation showed an E-rank hunter with a registration history in a district 300 kilometers west, too far for anyone in the Eastern District's compliance network to have personal knowledge of him, close enough that the registration records looked plausible. He submitted the entry form and received confirmation. The 3 ancient core types accessible through the B-rank gate rotation were in the tournament's standard prize pool, awarded to the top performers in each gate run, with the specific core types varying by gate. He'd cross-referenced the tournament's published gate list against the regional literature on pre-association gate taxonomies, found the 3 gate types in the rotation that would produce the right ancient core varieties, and built his bracket strategy around appearing in those specific gates. It required careful bracket management. The tournament seeded competitors based on preliminary performance. He needed to perform well enough in the preliminaries to access the B-rank gates he needed, but not so well that he was moved to a seeding bracket that would put him in different gates. It was a second performance tightrope layered on top of the first. Perform well enough, not too well, in the right proportions for each gate type. He had spent 5 years in his original timeline watching other hunters navigate the tournament system from the outside, as a blacklisted observer with no entry pathway. He had been paying attention. The knowledge was operational now. 11 days of mapping. 5 ancient cores. 1 identity. He was going to walk into the most watched hunter event in the country and come out with what he needed. Chapter 42. The National Gate Clearance Tournament announcement came with the usual production, press conference, broadcast sponsorship agreements. The association's public-facing leadership presenting the event as a celebration of registered hunter excellence. It was the 3rd tournament in 4 years. The first 2 had generated significant viewership and had produced tangible outcomes. Rank upgrades for 6 participants, association sponsorship contracts for 3 more. This year's addition was the conditional amnesty provision. 23 blacklisted hunters had been invited to participate under terms that stripped their blacklist flag for the tournament's duration. They could enter gates through official channels, access tournament infrastructure, appear on broadcast without legal consequence. At tournament's end, their blacklist flag would be reinstated unless they achieved a specific performance threshold, in which case the association would review their case individually. The provision was presented as a humanitarian gesture. Kael read it as a surveillance operation, a way to get blacklisted hunters into controlled, monitored environments where their capability profiles could be assessed and their underground networks potentially exposed through their tournament period social activity. He was not one of the 23 invited hunters. He'd entered independently, under a false identity, which meant he was operating outside the amnesty structure entirely. If identified, his status would be immediate criminal liability rather than reinstatement of blacklist flag. The distinction mattered. Vale Trist's team registered as the heavy favorites. Vale was an A-rank hunter with a politically connected team and a tournament record that included 2 previous championship finishes. He'd also, Kael noted, registered 3 weeks before the amnesty provision was announced, which meant Vale's entry wasn't contingent on the amnesty's existence. Vale had been planning to participate regardless. The 2 restricted ancient gate types that Kael needed were listed as tournament prizes at the semifinals level. Access credentials to sealed ancient gates that would be awarded to the top-performing teams in the A-rank bracket. The other 3 ancient core types were accessible through the tournament's B-rank gate rotation, which was a standard track that any competitor could enter. He identified the bracket route he needed and planned his way through it. The complicating factor: he needed to stay unidentified long enough to complete the prize acquisitions, which meant keeping his capability profile below what would trigger a biometric review request while still performing well enough to advance through the A-rank bracket. A performance tightrope. He'd walked tighter once. He registered in the C-rank preliminary bracket and went through the motions of a hunter who was better than E-rank registration suggested, but not anomalous. Not yet. The tournament was 10 days out. He went back to the container facility, reviewed the identity documentation one more time, and began planning the specific performance parameters he'd use for each bracket round. The parameters were specific because they had to be. Tournament brackets operated on speed and score metrics, time to completion, entity neutralization count, objective achievement, and each of those metrics was visible to broadcast analysts and competing team scouts who spent the off-season studying fighter profiles. If Kai performed at his actual capability level, the performance signature would be anomalous enough that any competent analyst would flag the gap between registered rank and demonstrated output. He needed to be fast enough to advance without being fast enough to attract the kind of attention that triggered a biometric review request. The margin was tighter than most performance tightropes he'd managed because the tournament's analytics infrastructure was designed specifically to catch unusual performances. The association used the tournament partly as a recruitment mechanism, flagging unregistered capability for talent acquisition. The same system that was supposed to celebrate excellence would identify him if he demonstrated too much of it. He modeled the bracket's expected performance distribution using the last 2 tournaments' public data. He identified the upper third of the B-rank bracket's typical speed range, then built a target profile for each gate type in the rotation that would place Kai consistently in that upper third, fast enough to advance, not fast enough to be the outlier that a data model flagged for follow-up. Then he did the same for the A-rank bracket, where the margins were tighter and the analyst attention was more concentrated. By the time he was done, he had a performance playbook for 17 different gate types covering every bracket configuration the tournament might assign. He reviewed it once, confirmed the internal logic was consistent, and filed it in working memory with the same process he used for gate clearance information. He didn't write it down. Written performance plans were discoverable. This one existed only in his head, the way the best operational plans always did. Chapter 43 Bryn's argument for tournament entry was practical, and he made it over dinner on a Tuesday. "You need someone who knows your tells," he said. "Because other people are going to notice the same ones, and you need to know what they are before they register on someone hostile." Kael considered this. It was true. Bryn had been watching him operate in gates for 5 weeks, and had developed the specific observational vocabulary of someone who knew his field style well. "You're not entering the tournament," Kael said. "I know. I'm saying, tell me what you're planning to show them, and I'll tell you if it reads right." Bryn set down his fork. "You're going to be on camera. Camera is different from gates. The tells that don't matter in a gate where everyone's focused on survival become visible on broadcast footage that analysts review frame by frame." This was also true. They spent an hour on it. Kael demonstrated the techniques he planned to use: the clean positioning, the efficient attack sequences, The defensive movements that implied solid training without implying the 200-gate accumulated experience that had produced them. Bryn watched, corrected twice, pointed out one specific transition between void step and strike that looked different from the outside than it felt from the inside. Your right foot, Bryn said. When you use the blink, your right foot lifts before the rest of you moves. It's a preparation gesture. Anyone who's studied gate combat footage will notice the sequence if they're looking for anomalies. Kael thought about this. He worked on the transition for 20 minutes in the facility's open bay until the preparation gesture was eliminated and the blink began without any preceding physical tell. Better, Bryn said. What else? Your eyes. When you're assessing something you've already seen, in your previous life, presumably, you look at it for about a half-second less than someone should look at something they're encountering for the first time. You've seen the gate type before, your eyes confirm what you already know, and you move on. But the pattern of that confirmation and move is distinguishable from genuine assessment. He paused. Not on first viewing. But if someone is doing frame-by-frame analysis of your tournament footage against other anomalies, they might pick up the pattern. Kael registered this. It was a behavioral tell he hadn't been tracking because it was invisible from the inside. The knowledge he carried made it impossible to encounter anything with genuine first-time uncertainty. He would have to simulate the uncertainty deliberately. It was a solvable problem, but it required active maintenance throughout the tournament period. He added it to his performance parameters. He registered as Kai D the following morning. The confirmation came back in 6 hours. He was in the C-rank preliminary bracket. He started the next phase of preparation that afternoon. Chapter 44 tournament prelims opened at a converted industrial gate complex in the eastern sector, a facility the association had built specifically for formatted gate clearances, with audience viewing areas, broadcast infrastructure, and a gate management system that allowed adjudicators to observe the interior in real time through monitoring equipment. Kael entered the preliminary gate at 10 a.m. as Kai D. A rank registered, appearing alone, no team. Solo entries were technically permitted but uncommon. Most hunters who competed at the tournament level had crew. The preliminary gate was a low B-rank commercial space, the kind of training-grade gate the tournament used for the lower entry brackets specifically because it was predictable. Kael cleared it in 24 minutes, which was the fastest preliminary clearance of the morning session, which was not what he'd intended. He'd aimed for the upper third of the speed distribution, fast enough to advance, not fast enough to be anomalous. The problem was that even his deliberately constrained fighting was faster than he'd modeled for the current gate type. He was too efficient. The gap between his actual capability and a B-rank's realistic performance was wider than his performance calibration had accounted for. He stayed in the exterior staging area after his run and watched 5 other competitors complete the same gate. He timed each one, mapped the variance in their clearance speeds, and recalibrated. For the second preliminary gate, he added deliberate hesitation at 3 specific choice points. Not hesitation that read as weakness, but the natural pause of a skilled hunter who was assessing options rather than acting on accumulated pattern recognition. He came in at the 60-second mark of the optimal window. Better, in the middle of the distribution. No one noted the Kai D result in the preliminary session's broadcast commentary. Vale Trist's team walked through the S-rank brackets preliminary with the specific ease of top-tier hunters for whom the entry brackets were a formality. Vale himself didn't do the preliminary clearance. He sent his second, which was standard procedure for seeded teams. He was watching from the competitor's gallery, and his eyes passed over the preliminary bracket results with the systematic indifference of someone reviewing data for completeness rather than interest. They paused at Kai D's name. Vale was too far away for Kael to assess his expression, but the pause happened, and then Vale's eyes moved on, and Kael noted the pause and filed it. Director Renner, reviewing preliminary bracket results in his office across the city, reached Kai D and stopped. 24 minutes. E-rank registered. Solo entry. He pulled the gate's monitoring footage. Reviewed the clearance. Reviewed it again. He reached for his phone. Run a background check on a competitor named Kai D, he said. Tournament registration. Start with biometric cross-reference. Chapter 45 Yui Chundra was assigned to the tournament's analytics team at 8 a.m. on the first day of competition, which was a straightforward staffing decision. The tournament analytics team handled real-time performance data, gate clearance modeling, and public-facing statistics. She was one of 8 analysts assigned to the B-rank bracket oversight. She set up her workstation in the analytics booth, connected to the tournament's monitoring feeds, and began pulling entry data for the B-rank bracket competitors. The preliminary results populated her screen automatically. She scanned the distribution, flagged 3 statistical anomalies for further analysis, and was reaching for her coffee when the 4th result loaded. Kai D, E-rank registered. 24-minute clearance. She set the coffee down. She pulled the clearance footage. Watched it once. Watched it again, this time with her gate clearance signature model running alongside. The pattern-matching algorithm she'd built to identify the unknown actor from her Sector 7 investigation. The algorithm returned a match confidence of 89%. Her hands went very still over her keyboard. She had been looking for this person for 6 months. She had built a complete behavioral model from indirect observation. She had mapped his operational centroid to the industrial gate zone, estimated his capability at S rank or above, and concluded he was operating below the radar of every system the association had built to track hunters. He had just walked into the most watched hunter event in the country. She breathed carefully, ran the algorithm a second time with slightly different parameters. 87% match confidence. Close enough that the margin of error was smaller than the gap between certainty and the next nearest candidate. He was here, in this building, registered under a false name that she was now relatively certain was a false name, operating in the C-rank preliminary bracket for reasons that would become clear if she thought about it long enough. She thought about it. The ancient gate prizes. The 2 restricted access credentials at the A-rank semifinals level. He wasn't competing in the tournament. He was using the tournament as infrastructure for something else. She sat in the analytics booth with 89% certainty that the person she'd been building a file on for 6 months was 20 meters away, and she needed to decide, right now, what to do with it. She could file a flag with the compliance team. The flag would go to Renner's office, since he'd claimed jurisdiction over this investigation. Kael would be identified, pulled for biometric review, and whatever he'd come here to accomplish would be terminated. Or she could wait. She could watch. She could see what he was doing and decide based on what she actually knew rather than what the compliance protocol said she should do. She closed the algorithm output window, saved it under 3 layers of encryption, and opened the public-facing bracket statistics display that was supposed to be her current task. She needed to decide before Renner's biometric check completed. The check would take 48 hours. Chapter 46. The B-rank bracket ran across 3 days and 8 gates, with the top performers advancing to the A-rank elimination rounds. Kael moved through it with the deliberate calibration he'd practiced, not sandbagging in the derogatory sense that implied dishonesty, just performing at the level appropriate to what a skilled E-rank hunter with genuine field experience would produce. The distinction mattered to him. Sandbagging was deceiving the audience about your nature. He was an E-rank hunter by registration, and he was performing within the range that designation allowed. The deception was the identity, not the performance level. He fought with clean positioning and solid technique, never activating any system ability where a broadcast camera could capture the signature. Monster sense suppressed, void step and used. Abyss pulse held back until the deep levels of gates where the monitoring equipment's resolution dropped. His natural fighting, the base layer combat competence that 2 previous lifetimes of gate work had built, was what the cameras saw. His natural fighting was better than most B-rank hunters, because it was the foundation that all his system abilities built on rather than a replacement for them. This was the thing he'd never been able to see clearly in his previous life. The system didn't make him strong by giving him abilities. It made him stronger by compressing the learning curve of what he was already building. The base was real. Observers thought he was a self-taught B-rank pretending to be A-rank, which was charitable in a way that made him want to smile. They'd landed on the cover story without being given it. He watched Vale Trist's team from across the competitors' gallery between rounds. Vale had noticed him. He could tell by the quality of Vale's not noticing, which was the specific performance of a politically connected person who had decided not to let a person they recognized know they'd been recognized. Vale was making calculations about who Kai D was and whether it mattered. On the 3rd day of the B-rank bracket, Kael advanced to the A-rank elimination rounds with a placement high enough to be entered in the semifinals seeding without distinguishing himself further. One member of the analytics team approached him after the bracket results were posted. A young woman, early 20s, with a tablet showing his performance data. "Congratulations on the advancement," she said, in the tone of someone doing a routine post-bracket interview. "Can you speak to your training methodology? Your positioning efficiency is notable for an E-rank." He gave her a 5-sentence answer about solo gate work, building good foundational habits when survival depended on them. She noted it dutifully. She wasn't Yui, different person entirely. But the question made him think about how the analytics team was covering the bracket. He found the analytics booth's location in the tournament facilities map and noted it. 3 more days before the semifinals, where the ancient gate access credentials were on the line. He went back to his competitor's quarters and slept 8 hours for the first time in 2 weeks. Chapter 47. Yui found him in the corridor between the competitor quarters and the briefing hall at 7:15 a.m. on the 2nd day of the semifinals, and the particular quality of the meeting, The way she positioned herself at the precise intersection his route required him to pass, at the precise time his morning schedule made that route necessary, told him she'd been running reconnaissance on his movements inside the tournament facility. He stopped. She looked at him with the expression of someone who had made a decision and was implementing it. No performance of accident. No pretense. I know your gate clearance signature, she said. He held the corridor's silence for 3 seconds, reading her posture. She wasn't afraid. She wasn't hostile. She was in the particular stance of someone who had found something they'd been looking for and now needed to understand what to do with it. Then you know what happened to your report, he said. She went still. Yes, she said, after a moment. I know the report was suppressed. I know who suppressed it. I haven't been able to prove the why. He reached into his jacket and removed a physical document, 4 pages, folded, printed on the container facility's inkjet 2 nights before on paper purchased at a retail shop with cash. The suppression order. Renner's administrative access log. The other 3 buried analyst reports. He'd been carrying it since he registered for the tournament. He held it out. She took it, unfolded 1 page. Read the first 3 lines. Her face was very controlled. Whatever she felt in response to confirmation that her director had specifically suppressed her work using administrative access, she kept it behind the controlled expression. But her hands, holding the document, had gone slightly rigid. How did you get this? She said. Association's public terminal access. Maintenance logs are transparency tier records. Most people don't read maintenance logs. She looked at the document for another second. Then she looked at him. You knew about the suppression before I did. Yes. You've been watching my investigation. Yes. She folded the document carefully, as if the physical handling of it mattered. Then you know Renner's ordered a biometric review on your tournament identity. It's been requested. 48 hours from the preliminary round. He'd expected this. The timing was what mattered. How long have I got? His check request is in a queue. Based on priority and current backlog, I estimate you have approximately 30 hours before results are processed. She met his gaze steadily. I didn't expedite the backlog. I could have. She walked away without adding anything else. He stood in the corridor with the specific sensation of a calculation that had shifted underneath him. She'd confirmed the biometric review timeline, which he'd known was coming. She'd revealed she could have accelerated it and had chosen not to, which was a choice that carried significant professional risk for her, and that she'd made without being asked, and without stating what she expected in return. He needed to move faster. Chapter 48, 30 hours. He laid out the sequence in his planning notebook that night. The A-rank semifinals involved 2 prize gates with ancient core credentials, access to sealed gate specimens that had been in the association's restricted archive for decades. The brackets were structured as paired team entries into shared gates, with individual performance metrics determining the prize allocation. If he performed well enough in the shared gate to secure the best metrics, the prize access credential went to him. The problem with Vale Trist's team was their seeding. The bracket pairings had placed Kai D in the same semifinals gate as Vale Trist's team, which meant fighting through a shared S-rank equivalent with Vale watching his capabilities directly. He could work around it by keeping his performance calibrated, fighting well enough to lead the metrics without exposing the full gap between his real and registered capability. The risk was Vale. Vale had been watching him with the specific quality of someone running recognition analysis, and inside a shared gate where the context was combat rather than social navigation, Vale had better tools for recognition. He made his plan for the semifinals gate and added a contingency for Vale's recognition probability. The contingency was simple. Get deep enough in the gate before Vale's team reaches the same level that they can't interfere without exposing their own sabotage to the monitoring equipment. On the issue of the biometric review, 30 hours, minus the semifinals, minus the time he'd need for the next 2 ancient core acquisitions. He had maybe 18 hours of post-semifinals operational window inside the tournament facility before he needed to have the identity issue resolved. He'd thought about Yui's offer, the implied offer, never stated, of the ability she had to manage the review queue. He didn't want to use it. Using it would involve her more deeply in what he was doing, and involving her more deeply meant her exposure increased. The analysis was utilitarian and it pointed against. Alternatively, he could simply move faster, complete the tournament prize acquisition, then use the competitor tunnel system to reach the ancient gate that the tournament venue had been built adjacent to, a gate listed in the venue's historical records as legacy subsurface phenomenon, and locked from above through the venue's foundation, but accessible from the competitor tunnel side if you knew where the aperture was. He'd known about it since the day he'd confirmed the tournament's location. He'd known about it in his previous life, when he hadn't had the capability to reach the core at its deepest level. He wasn't that version of himself anymore. He closed the notebook and prepared for the semifinals. Chapter 49, the semifinals gate, was S-rank equivalent, a constructed challenge environment that the tournament used specifically because it could be monitored wall to wall, with the kind of camera and sensor coverage that the wilderness gate clearances couldn't match. Inside a tournament's S-rank, you were performing as much as competing. Kael entered with the 7 members of BLACKLISTED's team and 3 other individual competitors who'd advanced through the brackets. 11 hunters into 1 gate. He stayed near the center of the group for the first 3 levels, performing at calibrated efficiency while his monster sense tracked the full spatial distribution of every entity on the level before they committed to engagement. This gave him initiative without exposing the ability. He was noticing threats a half-second before anyone else, which looked like sharp attention rather than supernatural perception. Vale stayed on the opposite side of the group, too far for conversation, close enough that Kael could feel him watching. On level 4, the group's natural dynamics fractured. Teams clustered with their own members. Individuals found niches in the coverage pattern. Kael moved to the right corridor, away from Vale's position, and cleared 2 rooms alone. On level 5, it happened. He felt the monster sense input change. 3 human signatures converging on his position from the left corridor rather than the right, where the gate's monster ecology should have been generating movement. 3 of Vale's team members, not hunting gate entities, moving toward him with the specific spatial pattern of a coordinated flanking approach. He stopped walking. They came through the level 5 junction at the run, and they came with suppression-grade weapons drawn, not lethal, but energy discharge weapons that would incapacitate rather than kill, which was the kind of plausible deniability attack that could be explained as friendly fire in a shared gate environment if the monitoring cameras hadn't caught a clean angle. In the darkness of the level 5 deep section, where the monitoring equipment's resolution dropped exactly as he'd predicted, 3 members of BLACKLISTED's team attacked him simultaneously from the front and both flanks. He didn't use Void Step. He didn't use any system ability that would leave a signature on the gate's monitoring sensors. He used base layer combat, 2 previous lifetimes of it, the foundation that the system had built on rather than replaced, the accumulated muscle memory of someone who had been fighting in genuine mortal danger since he was 22 years old. The first attacker came from the front. He stepped inside the suppression weapon's optimal range, took the grip hand, redirected the weapon discharge into the floor, and used the attacker's own momentum to transition them into the wall hard enough to end their active participation. 3 seconds. The second attacker, flanking right, was already committed to their approach. He was in their blind spot before they'd completed the angle, 2 hits to interrupt their weapon arm, a controlled takedown that left them functional but not dangerous. 6 seconds total. The third hung back for exactly the moment that told him they'd practiced this, but hadn't expected it to reach the third attacker. He crossed the space between them before they could reassess, removed the weapon from their hand, and stood in front of them in the dark. "Tell Vale I said no," he said. Then he left them on the floor, bound with zip ties he'd been carrying since day 1, functional, unhurt, thoroughly unable to follow, and went to clear the gate core chamber alone. Chapter 50, the gate core chamber, was on level 8. It took him 31 minutes to reach it from level 5, fighting through 3 levels of legitimate gate ecology, with the clean efficiency of someone who had stopped performing for cameras that couldn't see him at this depth, and was simply doing what he did. No calibration, no deliberate hesitation, just the direct, methodical work of someone who had cleared more gates than most hunters would clear in a decade. The core chamber was guarded by the gate's primary entity, a B rank plus by the tournament's official classification, which was the ceiling they permitted in a constructed challenge environment because anything above that would produce casualties rather than competition. He assessed it in 8 seconds, identified the 3 anatomical nodes that the structural resonance passive had flagged in his peripheral awareness the moment he'd entered the chamber's proximity, and engaged with a plan rather than instinct. 11 minutes. 1 entity, efficiently destroyed. 1 ancient core, secured from the chamber's central deposit. He surfaced from the gate ahead of Vale's team by 4 minutes. The tournament judges confirmed his metrics: highest individual performance score, fastest core retrieval, no teammate casualties. The prize credential, access to the first sealed ancient gate, was formally allocated to Kai D. The adjudicator handed him the credential card with the particular expression of someone who has processed tournament results for several years and has encountered few preliminary results this surprising. Kael pocketed the card without expression. Vale's team surfaced 4 minutes behind him. 2 of the 3 team members who'd attacked him on level 5 had injuries. Vale had assessed the injuries during extraction, and the assessment had visibly told him something. Vale's face when he emerged was the face of a man looking at a problem he had significantly underestimated. In the competitors' gallery, Vale crossed the room toward Kael and stopped 2 meters away. He kept his voice low, below the ambient noise of the post-bracket gathering. "You left them alive," Vale said. "Yes." Vale looked at him for a long moment. The calculation in his eyes was explicit enough that Kael could follow the shape of it. What Kael had done inside the gate, what that meant about the previous 5 years of Kael being blacklisted and operating below everyone's radar. "You're going to file a formal complaint about the attack?" "No." Another pause. "Why?" Kael looked at him. "Because the attack tells me something I needed to know, and the complaint would waste time I don't have." He turned. "Tell your team members they can keep the zip ties as a souvenir. One ancient core secured. For remaining 18 hours before the biometric review completed." Chapter 51. Vale filed the complaint. Not Kael's complaint, his own. Vale went to the tournament adjudication panel within 40 minutes of surfacing and formally accused Kai of assaulting his team members inside the shared gate. The accusation was precise. 3 named team members, level 5 of the semifinals gate, attack attributed to the solo competitor rather than gate ecology. The adjudicators reviewed the available camera footage, which showed nothing useful below level 4. Vale's 3 team members corroborated the accusation in separate statements, which they gave in identical language that suggested joint preparation. The footage from levels 5 through 8 showed Kai emerging from the deep section alone and proceeding to the core chamber, but showed no footage of what had occurred in the level 5 dark section. The accusation was structurally almost perfect. Nothing on camera. Free witnesses. A competing narrative with no supporting evidence. Kael said nothing in his own defense. He stood in the adjudication panel's review session and answered questions in single sentences. Was he in the level 5 section? Yes. Did he interact with Vale Trist's team members? Yes. Did he injure them? No. He did not explain what had happened. He did not point out that the 3 victims had suppression weapons drawn when they encountered him. He did not mention the coordinated flanking approach that the camera blind spot had been specifically exploited to cover. The panel deliberated for 6 minutes and ruled the accusation unresolved due to insufficient evidence, which effectively cleared Kai of the complaint while leaving the question open. Bryn, watching the tournament broadcast from the container facility, saw the ticker announcing the formal accusation and had to physically leave the room for 7 minutes. Lena reported this to Kael later. In the analytics booth, Yui watched the adjudication panel's public statement and ran the sequence backward. Vale had accused Kael. The accusation had failed. Vale was now publicly on record as having made an unsubstantiated complaint against a solo competitor who'd beaten his team on performance metrics. Whatever Vale had hoped to accomplish by filing, the outcome was the opposite. He looked like the losing party in a score he'd tried to settle through channels. She looked at the tight expression on Vale's face in the broadcast feed and understood that this was a deliberate outcome. The accusation had been structured to fail. Kael had let Vale file it because the failure served some purpose Yui hadn't fully modeled yet. She filed it away and returned to the analytics display. Her match algorithm was still running in the encrypted background partition. 89% confidence. Same as this morning. She had less than 18 hours to decide what she was doing. Chapter 52. The biometric review escalation came through Renner's office at 4:40 p.m. Pending result status had shifted from in queue to expedited processing, which meant someone with access to the review queue had pushed it forward. Kael received the notification through a back-channel alert that Myra's network had established for tracking compliance processing on specific identity flags. He read the notification and calculated. Expedited processing meant 8 to 12 hours, not 18. The window had compressed. He needed the second prize gate tonight. The second ancient gate access credential was the other A-rank semifinals prize, awarded in the second semifinals bracket, which ran tomorrow morning. He didn't have until tomorrow morning. He found the competitor tunnel system schematic in the tournament facility's publicly available building documentation, filed with the city's infrastructure department when the facility was constructed 11 years ago, available in the Public Records Archive. The document showed the tunnel network's layout, the competitor access points, and in one section that had clearly been included by oversight, the location of the legacy subsurface anomaly that the facility had been required to route its foundation around. The anomaly was accessible from the competitor tunnel network's lowest level. Access to the lowest level required a competitor access card and a utility clearance credential. The competitor access card he had, tournament registration, had generated it. The utility clearance credential was in the tournament facility's safety management office, issued to maintenance personnel and to any competitor who needed emergency exit access to the tunnel's secondary route. He went to the safety management office at 6 p.m., explained that he'd taken a wrong turn in the tunnel during pre-competition reconnaissance and had triggered the secondary route's security sensor by accident. and needed the utility clearance to ensure the incident didn't show up as a compliance flag on his entry record. The safety officer, a bored man in his 50s who handled administrative issues like this several times per tournament, issued the clearance without calling anyone. At 11 p.m., Kael went into the competitor tunnel's lowest level and found the ancient gate that had been there since before the tournament facility existed. The aperture was in the tunnel's east wall, barely visible, a dimensional density that his echo mapping flagged immediately and that a person without gate sensing would have walked past without noticing. The gate's energy signature was old, older than the drainage system gate by his estimation, consistent with a gate type that the pre-association era literature described as ceremonial rather than ecological. He pressed his palm against the aperture. It dilated. He went in. Chapter 53. The ancient gate beneath the tournament venue was built for purpose. He knew at the moment he entered. No randomized ecology, no natural dungeon generation. Each level was a test of a specific combat parameter. The first level, movement. The second, perception. The third, endurance. Whoever had built this gate had built it as a proving ground. It was proving something, just not what was stated. He cleared the first 4 levels by meeting each test on its own terms, moving efficiently through the movement level, perceiving accurately through the perception level, sustaining through the endurance challenge on level 3 without drawing on the system's enhanced recovery protocols because doing so felt, in this context, like using outside resources in a fair test. Level 5's core chamber was smaller than expected, with a single ancient core suspended in the center of the room in a dimensional holding matrix that released it when he reached it. The core was dense in a way that standard cores weren't, more concentrated, the energy compacted over enough time that it had developed additional dimensional layers. Exactly what the financial district gate's receptor sites required. Second ancient core. Secured. He was exiting level 3 when Yui was waiting for him. She was at the tunnel junction outside the gate's aperture, sitting on a utility crate, with her work badge turned around to show only the blank side. She looked up when he emerged. "You have about 8 hours," she said. Her voice was level. The voice of someone who had made a decision before she'd arrived here and wasn't revisiting it. The biometric review clears at 6 a.m. based on current processing speed. I did not expedite it further. Someone did. Renner sent a priority flag directly to the biometric team. That's not my clearance level to interfere with. She held up a lanyard. On it, a staff access card with a different photo, a different face, professionally matched to her description, but not hers. Maintenance access. Regional biometric profile attached. Whoever carries this will read as a maintenance contractor to every scanner in the facility for the next 12 hours. She set it on the crate between them. He looked at it. "This is a significant risk for you. I know the risk calculation." She met his gaze. "The sweep announcement," she said. "Your sweep. Tell me one thing. The classified project Renner cited. Does it actually exist, or did he make it up to cover what he's really doing?" "He made it up." She picked up the lanyard and placed it around his neck, adjusting it with the practical efficiency of someone who'd thought about this action before executing it. "The sweep runs at 6 a.m., she said. "You have until then." He looked at her for a moment. She was standing very close, her hands at his collar, and her face was doing the controlled thing she did when she was managing something she'd made a decision about that she hadn't fully processed yet. "Thank you," he said. The words were insufficient, but they were accurate. She stepped back. "Go," she said. "Whatever you're doing, finish it." Chapter 54. He used the maintenance credentials from 11:47 p.m. to 4:13 a.m. The tournament venue's competitor tunnel system connected to 3 separate gate zones. This was standard for a major tournament facility, which needed access to multiple gate types for different bracket configurations. 2 of those gate zones contained the ancient gate types he needed, specimens that had been sealed by the association in the facility's original construction period and were accessible from below. He moved through the tunnel system with the specific efficiency of someone who had 12 hours of credentials and 4 hours before the sweep, and an inventory list that he was working through with the deliberateness of a person who does not panic under time pressure because they've already accounted for the time pressure in the plan. The third ancient gate type was in the northern tunnel junction, a narrow gate barely tall enough to walk through upright, with an interior that immediately expanded into a 3-dimensional space that his echo mapping rendered in full detail. The ecology here was vertical. Entities that lived in the upper levels of the space and dropped, monsters that used the ceiling as their floor. A gate built for a dimension where down was context-dependent. He cleared it upside down from the monster's perspective and took the core from its chamber in the form of a dense crystalline structure that his system immediately registered as the correct ancient type. Third core secured. 1 hour elapsed. The fourth gate was deeper in the tunnel system, accessible through a maintenance corridor that the credential opened with a click. This gate had a geological quality, stone formations, mineral deposits, an ecology built around physical pressure rather than dimensional energy. The core at its center was raw material rather than refined energy, heavy enough that he had to carry it awkwardly, the weight distributed wrong for a single hand. He transferred it to his pack and kept moving. Fourth core secured. 2 hours and 40 minutes elapsed. He surfaced into the main competitor tunnel at 3:18 a.m. and stood in the empty, fluorescent-lit corridor for 3 seconds assessing his state. Functional, 2 minor cuts from the fourth gate's geological entities, nothing that required immediate treatment. 1 core remaining. The fifth was outside the tournament venue entirely. He walked to the competitor quarters, changed clothes, and left the facility through the maintenance exit at 3:31 a.m. He drove 3 hours north. Chapter 55. The fifth ancient gate had been on the association's indefinitely restricted list for 11 years. The restriction record cited: anomalous internal ecology, hunter casualties, indefinitely restricted pending capability review by competent authority. The gate site was in a rural area north of the city, an open field with a temporary perimeter fence established by the association 11 years ago and maintained since by automated monitoring that logged access without generating human response unless the logging system was specifically queried. Kael had verified the query schedule, once per week, on Thursdays. Today was a Wednesday. He arrived at 6:37 a.m., parked the vehicle 1 kilometer from the perimeter, approached on foot, and crossed the perimeter through a gap in the fence that he'd identified from the facility's satellite imagery as a maintenance access point used by the automated monitoring equipment's replacement crew. The gate was in the center of the field, not marked in any way that would distinguish it from the surrounding grass. To ordinary perception, it was nothing. His echo mapping found it immediately. A full S-rank ecological gate, old enough that the dimensional sediment around it had compressed into multiple distinct strata, sealed 11 years ago at the surface level, but internally complete and active. He went in at 6:44 a.m. The internal ecology was S-rank in full expression, nothing calibrated for competition, nothing tuned to the upper limits of what hunters could survive. Real S-rank gate ecology. Entities that had evolved for thousands of gate generations with no human contact until 11 years ago, which meant they had no behavioral history of human threat assessment. They attacked everything. They attacked each other. The internal food chain was continuous predation, and the apex entities were large and patient and very, very dangerous. He pushed through 6 levels in 3 hours, operating with full system capability because there was no one watching. Monster Sense tracked every entity within 30 meters. Shadow resonance meant the ambient level predators didn't see him coming and didn't orient toward him unless he was making noise or heat. Void Step let him reposition out of the commitment range of anything that got close enough to matter. Abyss Pulse cleared corridor with bottlenecks without requiring extended engagement. He advanced between levels 3 and 5. The system notification appeared mid-fight, in the 7th level, during a 30-second engagement with the level's primary entity, rank advanced, Chasm Breaker, S, and then, immediately following, active ability unlocked, depth field asterisk function, project's localized dimensional suppression zone, 30-meter radius from user. Within the zone, all mana signature tracking suppressed, all energy-based scanning arrays return null. Effect duration, sustained while active, mana cost, moderate. Deactivates if user loses consciousness. Asterisk he activated it as soon as the notification cleared. The gate's monitoring system, not the association's, the gate's own internal dimensional monitoring that linked to whatever had been watching from the walls in the civilized microgate, went quiet. Not just suppressed. Gone. He'd removed himself from the perception of whatever was observing inside this gate. He reached the 8th level, found the core chamber, extracted the 5th and final ancient core, and was back at the surface by 11:15 a.m. He sat in the grass outside the gate's perimeter fence and felt the weight of all 5 cores in his pack. One each of the pre-association's 5 ancient gate types. Everything the financial district gate's receptor sites required. He had 90 minutes before Renner's biometric sweep processed. He was no longer at the tournament. His identity issue was no longer a tournament problem. He started the car and drove back toward the city. Chapter 56. He reached the financial district at 1:23 p.m. The biometric sweep had processed at 12:47 p.m., according to the network alert that came through on his way back. The identity, Kai D, had been flagged for association enforcement action, and a warrant had been generated for detention and questioning. His tournament entry had been retrospectively voided, and the prize credential, the ancient gate access, had been administratively seized. The physical credential card was in his jacket pocket. The seizure was a record-level action with no physical enforcement. He parked on a side street in the financial district, 2 blocks from the gate's surface access point, and sat in the car for 4 minutes running the final assessment. 5 cores, current capability at chasm breaker rank, depth field active, and scrubbing his signature from the surrounding detection infrastructure. The financial district's automated monitoring returning null on every sweep. He was invisible. The financial district at this hour was quiet in the specific way of business district zones after the midday rush. Less foot traffic, delivery windows finished, security personnel at their standard rotation intervals that he'd mapped on 3 previous reconnaissance passes. He'd chosen 1 p.m. not randomly, but because 1:15 to 1:45 was the window when the building across from the access point rotated its exterior camera to its westward sweep, creating a 45-second blind zone on the access panel's east face. He'd been planning this entry since week 3 of his operational timeline. He got out of the car, walked to the access point he'd identified months earlier, and descended into the district's sub-basement infrastructure through a maintenance access panel in the sidewalk that he'd unsealed twice before in preliminary reconnaissance. The sub-basement corridor was cold and dry, the kind of temperature that persisted in underground infrastructure that hadn't seen active use in years. He walked through it with a small light on his wrist mount, keeping to the left side of the corridor to avoid the right side drainage channel that was still technically active. He knew the route by memory. 43 meters north, left at the utility junction, 27 meters east, and then the chamber. The gate was in the same position it had been every time he'd approached it. Perfectly geometric, perfectly sealed, the aperture flush against the surrounding dimensional barrier. He stood in front of it for 6 seconds, taking a final environmental read through structural resonance. The sub-basement's physical structure was sound. No changes since his last visit, no new monitoring equipment, no evidence of third-party access. The gate's energy signature was unchanged from the last time he'd pressed his palm to its surface, that single acknowledgement pulse, deep and deliberate. He took the 5 ancient cores from his pack and arranged them in his hands, each one in the position his 11-day mapping exercise had determined would allow the most efficient sequential placement. Then he placed them, each core connected to its receptor site in the gate's dimensional membrane, with a click he felt rather than heard. A vibration in the bones of his hands, the sensation of something engineered matching the thing it was engineered to match. The gate opened, not slowly. All at once, the aperture dilating from flush close to full open in a single smooth motion that took less than 2 seconds. The interior was immediately visible, a corridor descending at a sharp angle, perfectly smooth walls, no organic features. The geometry was exact in a way that natural environments simply were not. He stepped in. The entrance sealed behind him with the same 2-second smooth motion. He activated echo mapping at full output and descended. Chapter 57. The interior of the sealed financial district gate was unlike any gate he'd entered before. He had been in hundreds of gates across 2 times: natural gates, old gates, erupted gates, trial gates. He understood gate architecture at the level of someone who had mapped it with his body for years. What he was walking through now was not a gate in the conventional sense. It was a space that used gate-dimensional physics as its construction medium, the way a building uses concrete and steel as a material to be shaped according to an external intention. Someone had built this. Echo mapping flooded his perception with architectural data. Every surface was load-bearing in ways that implied the entire structure was a single integrated construct. No individual chambers connected by corridors, but one unified space that differentiated into rooms as needed by the underlying architecture. The deep section of this construct extended further than any gate he'd ever mapped. He descended. The first level was empty. No ecology, no entities, no biological presence of any kind. A welcome chamber, perhaps, or a security measure. Visitors would be assessed before the interior responded. He walked through it in 3 minutes, noting the wall surface's dimensional composition, which his structural resonance passive analyzed as stable to a degree that far exceeded any natural gate's structural integrity. The second level was where the entities appeared, not monsters, not natural gate ecology. Constructed things. The same category of entity that had killed Renner's ghost hunters in the microgate's 11th level, now present in significant numbers, moving with the specific precision of something that had been programmed rather than evolved. He fought. Shadow resonance meant they didn't detect him until he was already in contact range. Depth field suppressed whatever internal communication network they were using. Each engagement was isolated, no coordinated response. He moved through the second and third levels in 4 hours of careful, methodical work, leaving nothing functional behind him. On the 4th level, the architecture changed in a way that stopped him mid-stride. The constructed entities were gone. The walls had changed from smooth machined surfaces to something that his system could not fully categorize. Dimensional material that existed in the same space as physical material, overlaid, the two coexisting in a way that suggested he was moving through a space that was simultaneously inside the gate and inside something else entirely. His echo mapping tried to parse the fifth level's architecture and returned an error. Asterisk structure exceeds recorded depth parameters. Echo mapping unable to render complete schema. Asterisk he stood in the fourth level's transition space and understood what the error meant. The gate went deeper than any gate that had ever been documented. Deeper than the system's recorded depth parameters, which were drawn from everything the depth resonance system's previous hosts had survived. He stepped into the fifth level. Chapter 58. The fifth level of the financial district gate was built from memories. He recognized them. The entity he'd fought in his first full capability gate in this timeline. The one on level 6 of the Northern Industrial Zone gate, where he'd first understood the gap between his registered capability and his actual capability. The entity's profile was exact. Same anatomy, same movement pattern, same attack sequence. He'd killed that entity 6 months ago, cleanly, in 20 minutes of engagement. This entity attacked with the same sequence. He killed it in 12 minutes. Faster, because he'd since become significantly more capable, and because he'd already learned everything there was to learn about this entity's anatomy. But the entity itself shouldn't exist here. It had no business being in the fifth level of a constructed dimensional space in the financial district. Its presence was data. Whoever had built this gate had access to information about gates he'd cleared in his original timeline. Or about him specifically. He tested the theory on level 6, which presented two entities simultaneously. One from a gate he'd cleared in month 2 of this timeline. One from a gate he'd cleared in month 7 of his previous timeline, 5 years ago. Both exact replicas. Both fighting with the specific patterns of the entities he'd killed in those encounters. They knew his history. Both versions of it. Which meant the system that had provided the replication data wasn't drawing on publicly available gate ecology records. It was drawing on his own operational history. Something had been recording his gates across both timelines. He killed both entities and moved to level 7. The replication mechanism was the most significant piece of information he'd encountered inside the gate so far. It required a data source, a record of his gate encounters from both timelines, stored somewhere that this gate's construction could access. The gate had been built to replicate specific hunters' combat histories. That meant its builder had a way to record and retrieve gate encounter data from any hunter carrying the depth resonance system. The depth resonance system had been recording him. Every gate he'd entered, every entity he'd fought, every tactical decision he'd made in response to every threat profile he'd encountered. All of it stored in the system's data architecture, accessible to whoever had built the system in the first place. He moved through level 7 with this information fully present in his working analysis, not because it required immediate action, but because it changed the character of what he was dealing with. He wasn't inside a gate. He was inside a device that had been built specifically for hunters like him, using data that the system had been collecting from him without his awareness. The gate knew him because the system knew him because the system had been designed to know him. He filed the implications and kept moving. Level 7 was a recording chamber. The walls were covered in script, not carved, not painted, but dimensional material arranged into precise patterns that his system began translating in his peripheral vision without him asking it to. The translation came slowly, working through a symbol set that was not any language he knew, using his system's dimensional perception as a decoding base. It was translating as something like, asterisk assessment record. Subject has achieved target depth parameters. Proceeding to notification protocol. Asterisk he stopped walking. A voice spoke, not through sound, through the dimensional medium itself, the vibration of it conducting information directly rather than through air. The voice was not human. You have reached the assessment threshold, it said. You are not the first. You will be informed. Chapter 59. The voice continued. The system you carry, what you experience as the depth resonance system, was not a natural consequence of your regression. It was installed by this structure in the dimensional space you passed through in your regression event. The voice was precise, without effect, not cold, simply without the emotional modulation that human voices use to convey relationship. 47 regression events have occurred across recorded history. Each one was created deliberately. Each regression hunter was seeded with a variant of the depth cultivation system. You are experiencing its operation as intended. Kael stood in the 7th level of a manufactured gate and felt something in his chest that he didn't have a name for. Not fear. The opposite of surprise. The specific feeling of a conclusion arriving that some part of him had been building toward for months without acknowledging it. He'd been reset, given a second chance, given a system that grew with him, unlocked as he deepened, made him incrementally more capable in the very activity the system was tracking. What's the harvest, he said. When a regression hunter reaches the peak depth their system permits, the origin diver classification, the accumulated depth energy crystallizes into a state suitable for extraction. The extraction process is instantaneous from the host's perspective and terminal. The harvested energy is sufficient to sustain a civilization of significant scale for approximately 800 years. A pause. You are the closest current candidate to harvest threshold. He ran the math. Origin diver was the mythic tier, the rank above depth transcendent, which was itself above his current chasm breaker rank. He was nowhere near harvest threshold. The timeline, he said, at your current cultivation rate, approximately 18 months. 18 months. He thought about what he'd been doing for the past 3 months, going deeper, clearing harder gates, accumulating depth score with the single-minded efficiency of someone building toward a specific goal. He'd been doing exactly what the harvest cultivation protocol was designed to produce. Other regression hunters, he said. How many in the current cycle? 3 total. You are the most advanced. Who installed the system? What installed it? An entity referred to in the dimensional substrate as the architect. The primary installation architecture is maintained from a deep dimensional layer that does not have a conventional spatial location. The architect constructed the gate network you have been navigating. The network functions as both cultivation environment and energy collection infrastructure. The gates. All of them. The entire gate economy, or at least part of it. He didn't know if all gates were part of the network or only the manufactured ones. Is this structure part of the architect's network? He said. A pause slightly longer than the previous ones. This structure was built as an information node. The architect built it. But the information it delivers is not what the architect intended. Another pause. This structure was repurposed. He said, by who? The voice said, the architect observes. The deep hungers. When the last seal breaks, the harvest begins. And then went silent. He stood in the silence for 3 seconds. Then he took out his phone, found the dimensional inscription he'd been building toward, and photographed it. The 7th level's text, translating slowly in his peripheral vision, was showing him the same message from the walls, carved in proto-gate script. The same phrase the voice had quoted. A warning, not a declaration, repurposed in a space that had been built by one entity and modified by something else, delivering a message about the architect to the people the architect was cultivating. Whatever had repurposed this space had been trying to warn the regression hunters who reached the assessment threshold. He had received the warning. He climbed out. Chapter 60, the deepest level, was level 9. He found it below the 7th level's recording chamber through a connection point that the echo mapping error hadn't precluded. The error was in the rendering schema, not in his perception of space. He could feel the depth below him even when the system couldn't model it. He'd learned to trust the feeling. Level 9 was a chamber. Walls of smooth dimensional material, the same construction quality as the entry corridor. But the center of the chamber was different. A stone surface, flat, horizontal, carved with text in a script that his system's translation function had just finished mapping against the proto-gate symbol set. He read the translation in his visual field, slow and careful, as each block of text resolved. Asterisk the architect observes from the deep layer. It cultivates. It waits for the seal count to reach 0. When the final sealed gate is opened, the harvest begins. All accumulated depth energy from all active regression hunters extracted simultaneously. The energy differential opens the boundary between the deep layer and your dimension. The architect's civilization enters. Asterisk asterisk, there are currently 32 sealed gates in the network. When all are opened, the seal count reaches 0. Asterisk, he looked at the chamber walls, where additional text was becoming visible as the translation function caught up. Asterisk, the architect does not know this message exists. This chamber was constructed by a third party within the architect's structure, using architectural methods the architect does not recognize as significant. If you are reading this, you have reached assessment threshold. You now have a choice the architect's previous cultivation subjects did not know they had. Asterisk asterisk, find the other regression hunters. Do not complete the seal network. Do not reach harvest threshold. The architect cannot harvest what it cannot find. Asterisk, he photographed every wall. He photographed the floor. He photographed the ceiling, which had 2 additional lines of text he'd almost missed. Asterisk, there is something deeper than the architect. It feeds on the same collapse the harvest creates. It is the reason the message exists. We survive the architect by surviving what came after. Asterisk, he stood in the empty chamber for 60 seconds and thought about everything this information required him to revise in his understanding of the situation. The gate network. The sealed gates. The financial district convergence point he'd spent 3 months building toward. All of it was the architect's infrastructure, operating as designed, with the regression hunters as the cultivation medium. The specific architecture of his own operational timeline. The way each stage had built on the last. The way every capability he developed had made the next gate more accessible. The way the system's rank structure had guided him deeper and deeper with each advance was not coincidental. It had been designed this way. The depth resonance system was a cultivation apparatus, and he had been operating it exactly as intended, building himself toward a harvest threshold without knowing that's what he was doing. The anger this should have produced was present, but it was a flat, cold thing, less like a fire and more like a weight he'd now have to account for in every subsequent planning decision. Anger was data. He filed it. What the third party who had built this chamber had provided him, at the cost of whatever they'd spent to repurpose a space inside the architect's own gate structure, was a choice. He had 90 days before the harvest threshold based on his current cultivation rate, and he had the information he needed to change what happened in those 90 days. He climbed out of level 9 and through the levels above and emerged from the financial district gate into the empty sub-basement at 4:17 a.m. The financial district was quiet. The gate sealed behind him with its smooth, 2-second motion. He stood in the empty space and looked at the wall where the gate had been. His phone was in his hand before he'd fully made the decision to call. Bryn answered on the third ring, voice rough with sleep. Kael said, "We've been set up." Chapter 61. The crew meeting lasted 3 hours. Kael talked for 40 minutes of it, longer than he typically spoke at any one time. But the information required complete transmission, and incomplete transmission was worse than silence. He laid it out in sequence. The financial district gate, the 7 levels, the constructed entities using replicated anatomies from his own gate history. The voice that had confirmed the depth resonance system was manufactured and installed. The chamber text warning about the harvest, the 32 sealed gates, and the seal count. The thing deeper than the architect that had repurposed the information node. He was precise in his language throughout. He did not editorialize. He did not add interpretation that the facts didn't support. He presented the sequence as he'd experienced it, the conclusions as he'd derived them, and the gaps in his knowledge as clearly marked gaps rather than as conclusions. This was the methodology that made the information usable, giving the crew a picture they could work with rather than a picture they had to filter for his own assumptions. When he finished, the container facility's main bay was quiet for approximately 40 seconds. Orion said, "If something is farming regression hunters, how many others are there?" His voice was the same as it always was, measuring what mattered without editorial weight. The voice said 3 in the current cycle. "I'm the most advanced." "So 2 others," Bryn said. "Also progressing toward harvest threshold. Also cultivated." "Yes." Lena was sitting on the medical bay step with both hands wrapped around a coffee mug she'd stopped drinking from. "The gates, the natural ones, not the manufactured sealed ones. Are those also part of the network?" "I don't know." The message referenced 32 sealed gates specifically. The gate economy has thousands of active gates. It's possible only the sealed manufactured ones are part of the harvest infrastructure and the natural gates are independent. He looked at the floor. It's also possible the manufactured gates are nested inside the natural gate network in a way that uses both. "If it's been running for 3,000 years, Mira said from the doorway, where she'd positioned herself with the particular quality of someone who was present without being central, then it predates the gate economy. What were they farming before the gate economy existed? Kael thought about this. The chamber text had said 47 regression events across recorded history. The gate economy was 60 years old. Most of those 47 regression events had occurred in periods with no gate economy. The hunting infrastructure had been different, the cultivation environment had been different, but the depth resonance system had been operational. "Different cultivation environments," he said. "The gates are the current method. Before the gate economy, something else." "What else?" Mira said. "I don't know yet." Orion set down his coffee cup. "The ghost hunters. The ones Renner's people killed in the microgate. The entity that killed them was the same type as the constructed entities in the financial district gate." "Yes." "Which means Renner's team stumbled into a location that was part of the architect's gate network. And the architect's constructs killed them." Orion's voice stayed flat. "Renner doesn't know what's feeding his cores. He just knows someone is paying for them. And the constructs are protecting the sealed gates from unauthorized investigation." Kael looked at the assembled crew. "The ghost hunters who died on level 11 of the microgate. They may have found one of the 32 sealed gates. Or an access point to one." Bryn said. "So Renner's been unwittingly feeding the architect while his own team gets killed by the architect's security." "Yes." Another silence. "The other 2 regression hunters," Lena said. What do you know about them? He told them what the voice had said. 2 others, current cycle. He told them what he could derive from Myra's network's earlier note about another hunter matching his operational profile. Same sector, same gate types, anonymous commerce. He'd been attributing that to a coincidence of method. Now he understood it was the same system producing the same behavior in a different person. I can find them, he said. Echo mapping combined with depth signature analysis. Both of them will carry a dimensional signature specific to the depth resonance system. I can detect it in gates they've recently cleared. How long? Lena said. I don't know. Weeks, possibly less. I need to clear enough gates in the right geographic range to find the signature pattern. Bryn was quiet. He had been quiet since Kael had reached the part about being set up. When he finally spoke, it was with the precision of someone who had been constructing a sentence carefully. The architect built the system that sent you back. It's been watching your progress. It knows where you are and what you can do. He looked at Kael. Does it know you've found the warning? Kael said. The voice told me the information node was repurposed without the architect's knowledge. If the repurposing concealed the chamber's existence, possibly not. He paused. But the architect knows I entered the financial district gate, and now knows I've emerged. So it knows you know something, Bryn said. It just doesn't know what. The architect has been active for years, Kael thought, and he had roughly 18 months before it would attempt to harvest him. It was enough time, but only if he used it correctly. Chapter 62, The Microgate. Level 11. The Ghost Hunter's Corpses. He went back 3 days after the crew meeting, this time with a biological sampling kit that Lena had sourced through her underground healer network contacts. Sterile collection containers, swabs, a portable preservation system that kept the samples stable for the 48-hour window needed to reach the biochemist. The ghost hunters' bodies were still there. The gate's ecology hadn't consumed them, which was itself unusual. Natural gate ecosystems were efficient processors of biological material. These bodies had been left precisely as he'd found them, undisturbed, undecayed beyond the standard 72-hour progression he'd estimated on his first visit. Something had preserved the scene. He took biological samples from the wound edges on 3 of the 8 bodies. The wound characteristics were most readable there, the material most likely to carry the biochemical signature of the entity that had made them. He also took samples from the chamber floor at the points where the entity's attacks had originated, which still carried trace energy residue. The biochemist worked through Myra's network, a former association researcher who'd been dismissed for publishing findings inconsistent with the association's official gate classification doctrine. She ran the analysis in a private laboratory she'd built in the basement of a building she nominally rented as storage space. Using equipment she'd acquired 1 component at a time over 3 years. Her report came back 36 hours later, delivered through a dead drop chain that was 3 layers from anything connecting to either of them directly. Asterisk wound characteristics. Precision strikes from a single instrument type per attack vector. No serration, no biological variation. The cutting surface was uniform across every wound, suggesting either an artificial instrument or a biological weapon refined to unusual consistency. Trace energy residue from the chamber floor, non-biological. Dimensional energy carrier with no organic origin. This is not a natural monster. Nothing in catalog gate ecology produces this residue profile, asterisk. Asterisk closest match in literature. A 1973 pre-association era report on dimensional construct entities. Hypothetical gate-generated constructs proposed by Dr. Vasilev of the Early Gate Research Institute, dismissed as theoretical at the time because no physical evidence had been found. Your evidence matches his theoretical profile in 3 of 4 parameters. Asterisk asterisk the entities that killed these hunters were not biological. They were built. Asterisk he forwarded the analysis to the crew. Then he wrote a summary of what the analysis confirmed. The architect's constructed entities had been operational in the region for at least as long as Renner's ghost operation, probably longer. The microgate's level 11 had been territory the architect's constructs were defending. Renner's ghost hunters had walked into a defensive perimeter around part of the architect's gate network, and the architect's security had responded. The difference between Renner's hunters and Kael was that Kael's shadow resonance and depth field had let him enter the architect's infrastructure without triggering the same defense. He'd been invisible to their detection systems, which meant the architect's current security was not calibrated to detect hunters at his capability level. It was calibrated for the capability level of the hunters it had previously encountered. He filed this as an operational asset. And then he began planning how to find the other 2 regression hunters before the architect's security updated its calibration. Chapter 63 Yui's dead drop system was her own design. She'd built it during her first investigation, before she knew what she was investigating, as a standard operational precaution for an analyst who suspected her institutional communications were compromised. The system used a public cloud storage service, encrypted at the file level with a key that was physically printed on a card she kept in her jacket's inner pocket. Her second report was waiting in the drop for Kael 4 days after the financial district gate. She had not filed it with the association. The document was private, encrypted, addressed to no one, sitting in the drop as a simple data transfer with no identifying header. He read it in the container facility on a borrowed laptop running through 3 proxy layers. It was more comprehensive than anything she'd produced for Renner's review. She had traced Renner's core sale network through 6 months of financial records, company registrations, and shipping documentation drawn from the commercial public record, the kind of cross-referencing that only someone with deep institutional knowledge of how these records were structured and where the gaps in oversight existed could pull off efficiently. The chain led from Renner's network of ghost hunter clearances through 2 cutout companies to an anonymous holding company registered to a physical address in the Eastern District. The address was a sealed industrial facility constructed directly on top of a sealed gate. She had identified the delivery point, the place where Renner's harvested cores were being delivered, the physical location of the interface between Renner's surface world operation and whatever was receiving the cores beneath. At the bottom of the report, I want to investigate the facility directly. Tell me why I shouldn't. He composed a response at the drop within 4 hours of reading hers. Because the facility is defended by entities that are not natural monsters and that killed 8 trained hunters in the past year. You don't have the capability to survive contact with them. I do. Stay out. Her response came back in 6 hours. Then tell me what to do with what I've found. He thought about this. She had already risked significant professional exposure to develop this report and deliver it. She had used her position to slow Renner's biometric review by 48 hours. She understood the stakes at a conceptual level even if she didn't know the full scope. He wrote back, keep your copy of that report in a secure location that has no connection to you. Don't add to it. Don't investigate further. You've done the most valuable thing you can do. You've found where the cores are going. Let me use the information. He sent the response. She went anyway. He found out 22 hours later. Chapter 64. She triggered the facility alarm at 11:34 p.m., which Myra's network knew because Myra's network had a passive monitoring alert on all compliance-tagged incidents in the Eastern District's industrial zone. The alert didn't specify what had happened, just that a security response had been initiated at a facility address that matched, exactly, the address in Yui's report. Kael was on his way before the alert had finished loading. He reached the facility's perimeter at 11:51 p.m. Shadow resonance suppressed his presence. Depth field scrubbed his energy signature from the perimeter's monitoring system. He moved through the facility's outer wall through a maintenance access point and into the interior with no resistance. The security response was human, not architect constructs, but hired private security, the kind employed by facilities that needed protection without visibility. 3 guards moving in a sweep pattern through the facility's ground floor. He tracked them through monster sense and threaded between their routes. Yui was in the server room on the sublevel. She had 3 months of encrypted shipment logs on a drive she'd pulled from the facility's main archive server, and she'd been at the server room for 6 minutes when the alarm she'd triggered, a pressure-sensitive panel she hadn't seen in the floor, activated. She heard him before he reached her and almost hit him with the door. He caught the door, stepped through, looked at her. She was breathing fast, which was physiologically appropriate for the situation, but her hands were steady and the drive was already pocketed. I said stay out, he said, and I assessed the risk differently. Her voice was level. The breathing was just adrenaline. 3 guards, 1 alarm zone. The server room door was a 2-key magnetic lock that I had both keys for from the facility's fire safety filing. She held the drive up, 1 inch from her face. I needed 3 minutes longer. I had 2. He looked at her for a moment. The fury of the situation, that she'd gone in, that she'd nearly been caught, that if the constructs had been active rather than the human security, they'd both be in a genuinely bad position right now, was a fact he was aware of and did not have time to process. Can you run? He said. Yes. Then run. They went out through the maintenance access point on the facility's north side, with 40 seconds to spare before the guard's sweep reached the server room. He pulled her to a stop at the perimeter's outer edge and held her against the wall while the sweep completed inside. When the guards moved back to their primary positions, he steered her 2 blocks east to where she'd parked and stood at her car window. Drive directly home, he said. No stops. No contacts. Turn your phone off. She held the drive up again. Don't you want to see what's on it? He took the drive, looked at her, and said nothing. She met his gaze for 3 seconds, and then something shifted in her expression, not apology, not defiance. The specific look of someone who has done something they knew was likely to anger the person in front of them and who is not going to apologize for it, but who also understands what the anger means. "Drive home," he said. "I'll have the drive back to you within 24 hours. She drove. He walked back to where he'd parked and sat in the car with the drive in his hand, and the thing he'd been managing throughout the entire operation, the straightforward fear that she was going to get herself killed, settled into something quieter and harder to categorize. He drove back to the container facility and put the drive in the laptop. Chapter 65. The data took 6 hours to decrypt. He stayed at the laptop through the night, running the decryption protocols Myra's network had developed for captured data over several years of black market operations. At 6:23 a.m. the files opened. He read for 2 hours without stopping. The shipment logs were meticulous. 3 months of delivery records, arrival confirmations, quantity tallies, and routing documentation that traced each delivery of processed gate cores from Renner's Ghost Hunter clearances to the industrial facility, and from the industrial facility to a receiving point that the logs referred to only as sub-level access alpha. The receiving point was below the facility's basement level, below the facility's sub-basement level, in a space that did not appear on any construction record or building permit. The cores were being delivered by conveyor to a distribution array on the sub-basement level. The array had been custom-built. The parts list was in the logs, along with the manufacturer, the fabricator, and the power load specifications. It was not a storage system. It was a distribution system, moving the cores from the surface side to the receiving point through a process that the fabricator's notes described as dimensional transfer protocol, verified stable at 4,000 units per cycle. Dimensional transfer. The cores were being passed through the dimensional barrier from the surface world into the gate below, to a gate that was receiving them, to the architect's infrastructure, being fed from the surface through a carefully engineered delivery system that Renner had been maintaining for years without knowing what it was connected to. He pulled up the quantum imaging files, photographs from Yui's phone showing the shipment logs in physical form, with handwritten annotations in a margin that matched the handwriting of Renner's known administrative staff. The annotations tracked delivery totals, running sums, projected delivery schedules. The running sum showed how many cores the architect had received over 3 months. Kael multiplied it by the year count that Renner's operation had been running, a conservative estimate, using the oldest timeline he could verify from the Ghost Hunter records. The number was staggering. The architect had been receiving harvested gate cores for years through this facility, combined with whatever the other 31 sealed gate sites were receiving through their own surface world networks. The accumulated energy input was building towards something that required an enormous trigger event. When the last seal breaks, the harvest begins. He looked at what he knew and what he still didn't know, and the shape of the unknown spaces in his understanding felt like the outline of something that had been right in front of him since the financial district gate. The sealed gates weren't just part of the architect's network. They were fuel deposits. He called Bryn at 8:15 a.m. "I need you to run a logistics exercise. Theoretical. If you had 32 sites across a continent that needed to be disrupted simultaneously, what's the minimum team size to manage it?" Bryn didn't ask why. Depends on what's at each site. If each site requires a single person capable of independent action, 32 capable people. If the sites are clustered geographically, you can reduce that with routing. Most sites would require a hunter at a specific capability tier. Not many hunters at that tier exist. How specific? Deep capable. Beyond anything the association currently has on record. Bryn was quiet for 3 seconds. "You're talking about the other regression hunters." "I'm talking about finding them," Kael said. "And I'm talking about what we're going to need them for." Chapter 66. Renner escalated on a Monday. The mechanism was the association's professional review board, a formal process with enough institutional legitimacy that it was difficult to challenge directly, but flexible enough in its implementation criteria that it could be weaponized by someone with the right access. The specific trigger, a conflict of interest review on Yui's analytical work in the Sector 7 anomaly investigation, citing the fact that she had presented findings to Renner's office multiple times rather than through the standard escalation chain. The review would take 30 days. During that period, her security clearance was suspended. Her association workstation was sealed. She had no access to the internal analytical systems or the gate monitoring infrastructure. Her credentials had been effectively revoked. He learned about it through the network before Yui sent him a message through the dead drop. Her message was 3 sentences. Renner moved against me. Review board. I have 30 days before the formal determination. He responded. I know. Give me 48 hours. He spent the 48 hours preparing a media package. The process was careful because careless evidence releases were detectable in ways that methodical ones weren't. He selected 3 specific records from the information he'd compiled. Renner's administrative access log showing the suppression of Yui's original report, the maintenance log showing the same pattern applied to 3 previous analyst reports, and a redacted version of Yui's core sale network analysis that showed the outlines of Renner's off-books operation without exposing the full depth of what the cores were actually for. He stripped identifying metadata from each document through 3 separate anonymization processes. He packaged the 3 documents with a brief explanatory note that any experienced investigative journalist would understand without requiring additional context. Then he identified 3 independent media outlets, not association-aligned, not politically connected in ways that would allow Renner to suppress the story before it ran, and released the package to all 3 simultaneously through anonymous secure drop channels. The first story ran at 11 p.m. on the second day. The second and third ran the following morning. By noon, the association's public communications office was responding to media inquiries about an ongoing internal review of compliance division administrative practices. Renner's morning went extremely poorly. Kael sat in the container facility and listened to Myra's network's feeds describing the institutional response in real time. The press inquiries, the association's senior leadership meeting, the legal department's involvement. Renner was too politically protected to be suspended immediately, but the association between his name and suppression of analyst reports was now on the public record in a form that his administrative access couldn't reach. He couldn't suppress a news story the way he suppressed database files. Yui's review board proceeding was suspended within 6 hours of the first story running, pending the broader investigation into compliance division practices. She sent him one message through the dead drop at 2 p.m. That bought me time. What's next? He replied. Come back to active work. Use the credentialing. You're reinstated during the suspension of the review. I need your analytical access for the next phase. What's the next phase? Finding them, Kael said. And I'm talking about what we're going to need them for. Chapter 66 Renner escalated on a Monday. The mechanism was the association's professional review board, a formal process with enough institutional legitimacy that it was difficult to challenge directly, but flexible enough in its implementation criteria that it could be weaponized by someone with the right access. The specific trigger, a conflict of interest review on Yui's analytical work in the Sector 7 anomaly investigation, citing the fact that she had presented findings to Renner's office multiple times rather than through the standard escalation chain. The review would take 30 days. During that period, her security clearance was suspended. Her association workstation was sealed. She had no access to the internal analytical systems or the gate monitoring infrastructure. Her credentials had been effectively revoked. He learned about it through the network before Yui sent him a message through the dead drop. Her message was 3 sentences. Renner moved against me. Review board. I have 30 days before the formal determination. He responded. I know. Give me 48 hours. He spent the 48 hours preparing a media package. The process was careful because careless evidence releases were detectable in ways that methodical ones weren't. He selected 3 specific records from the information he'd compiled. Renner's administrative access log showing the suppression of Yui's original report, the maintenance log showing the same pattern applied to 3 previous analyst reports, and a redacted version of Yui's core sale network analysis that showed the outlines of Renner's off-books operation without exposing the full depth of what the cores were actually for. He stripped identifying metadata from each document through 3 separate anonymization processes. He packaged the 3 documents with a brief explanatory note that any experienced investigative journalist would understand without requiring additional context. Then he identified 3 independent media outlets, not association-aligned, not politically connected in ways that would allow Renner to suppress the story before it ran, and released the package to all 3 simultaneously through anonymous secure drop channels. The first story ran at 11 p.m. on the second day. The second and third ran the following morning. By noon, the association's public communications office was responding to media inquiries about an ongoing internal review of compliance division administrative practices. Renner's morning went extremely poorly. Kael sat in the container facility and listened to Myra's network's feeds describing the institutional response in real time. The press inquiries, the association's senior leadership meeting, the legal department's involvement. Renner was too politically protected to be suspended immediately, but the association between his name and suppression of analyst reports was now on the public record in a form that his administrative access couldn't reach. He couldn't suppress a news story the way he suppressed database files. Yui's review board proceeding was suspended within 6 hours of the first story running, pinning the broader investigation into compliance division practices. She sent him one message through the dead drop at 2 p.m. Asterisk, that bought me time. What's next? Asterisk, he replied. Asterisk, come back to active work. Use the credentialing. You're reinstated during the suspension of the review. I need your analytical access for the next phase. Asterisk, what's the next phase? She sent back. He typed, finding the other 2 people who came back the way I did. 3 seconds. Then, send me what you know. Chapter 67. They worked through the night. Yui worked from her home terminal, reinstated credential access during the suspension, which was technically correct, and which she'd been careful to confirm through the formal reinstatement protocol before using it. Her screen showed the association's gate monitoring data, every gate clearance in the past year, sorted by Sector 7 adjacent zones, then by anomaly flag status. Kael worked from the container facility laptop with the gate network maps he'd built over 3 months of echo mapping, adding the architect's infrastructure data from the financial district chamber. 32 sealed gates, continental spread, each one receiving harvested cores through a surface world network analogous to Renner's operation. They connected at 9 p.m. through an encrypted voice channel Orion had established, the kind that routed through 4 non-consecutive relays before resolving, generating a latency that made conversation slightly awkward, but that made interception require resources no one currently interested in them could easily deploy. Pattern in the data, she said, her voice precise and slightly distorted by the relay lag. The anomalous clearances in the Northern Industrial Zone started 8 months ago. I flagged them at the time as a possible second actor. The energy signature in the cleared gates is similar to yours, but not identical. Different system, same class of underlying ability. Different person, same installed system type, different calibration. That's consistent with what I'm seeing. A pause. The Northern Industrial Zone data clusters around a specific set of gate types. Older gates, B rank plus. The actor is going deep into each gate rather than clearing the full ecology. They're accumulating depth without clearing everything above them, which means they're using a different cultivation strategy than yours. They might not know what they're doing, Kael said. I had context coming back, 5 years of experience that told me the right direction. They might just be following instinct. That's a hypothesis. Here's data. The Northern actor's clearance signature shows an escalation curve similar to yours, but with a longer plateau in the middle range. They're taking longer to move between rank thresholds. A pause. Either they're being deliberately cautious, or something is slowing their cultivation. Or they're going into dangerous territory that doesn't accelerate their depth score because the gate types aren't on the optimal cultivation path. Yes, that's the third option. He could hear her writing something. The coastal sector data is harder. The second actor doesn't leave the same kind of clearance signature. Whatever they're clearing, they're not doing it through association-registered gates. The signature I can detect is residual, coming off microgate activity in the seaside zone south of the central port. Whoever they are, they've been operating entirely outside official gate channels. Microgates, Kael said. He thought about the drainage system gates he'd found in his own operational range. A cultivation methodology built entirely around unregistered microgates was possible. Risky, because the depth ceiling in microgates was lower, but possible if you were willing to clear enormous volumes of smaller gates to accumulate the same depth score. I can pinpoint the Northern actor's base of operations within a 2-kilometer radius, Yui said. The coastal actor is harder. The microgate residue spreads, doesn't concentrate. Give me the Northern location. I'll check it myself. He paused. I'll find the coastal one in the field. Kael. Her voice had changed register. Not personal, but deliberate. She was asking a question that she'd been holding for the past hour. The other actors. If you find them and tell them what you've told me, what the system is, what the architect is doing, will they be able to help? He thought about this honestly. I don't know. I came back with context. They may have come back with something different. They may have spent this time building exactly the skills they'll need, or they may have spent it going in the wrong direction entirely. He was quiet for a moment. But they're the only people with the capability to do what needs to be done. And if they won't cooperate, then I figure out what I can do with 2. She sent him the Northern coordinates at midnight. The pattern of 32 connected gate sites was becoming visible in his data model. Continental spread, hub, and spoke architecture, the Eastern District's industrial zone gate at the center of the regional cluster. And somewhere in those 32 sites were 2 people who had come back from death, who were running below the association's radar, who were building toward a depth threshold they didn't know was a trap. 18 months, the voice had said. 14 months now, by his count. Chapter 68, the Eastern District Industrial Facility, where Renner's cores were being delivered, had a gate beneath it that wasn't on any official record. Kael had known about it since Yui's analysis confirmed the delivery address. He'd been treating it as a data point rather than an operational target because entering it presented specific risks. The architect's constructs would be in force at an infrastructure point this central, and the construct calibration was an unknown variable after the financial district gate entry. The architect knew someone had been inside. Whether it had updated its security response to account for Kael's capability was information he didn't have. He went in anyway on a Thursday night, because the alternative was operating without direct observation of the delivery mechanism, and operating without observation of something this important was worse than the risk. He entered through the facility's basement, shadow resonance and depth field running at full output, his energy signature scrubbed from the perimeter monitoring before he reached the outer fence. The building's interior security was human. 2 guards, standard rotation, nothing he needed to engage. He moved around them using monster sense to track their positions through walls. The sub-basement level opened onto the core feeding array, the distribution system Yui's drive had documented. In physical reality, it was smaller than he'd imagined, a row of 8 chamber units the size of large refrigerators, each one with a receiving slot on the top and a dimensional interface on the bottom. The receiving slots held standard core containers, the same containers Renner's ghost hunters would have used to transport their clearance yields. The dimensional interface on each unit's underside was active, pulsing with the same energy frequency as the sealed financial district gate. The array was moving cores from the surface world to the architect's network in real time. Continuously, he stood at the array's edge and ran structural resonance over the full installation, mapping every component, every connection point, every stress bearing in the system. He was looking for the weak points, the places where the system could be interrupted rather than destroyed, because a sudden interruption might be more informative than destruction. Below the array, through the floor's dimensional interface, his echo mapping reached into the gate beneath. A full S-rank equivalent gate, sealed from public access, with an interior architecture that matched the manufacturing template of the financial district gate. Different location, same builder, same construction philosophy, but different configuration. This gate's internal structure was oriented vertically rather than horizontally, descending like a shaft rather than expanding like a cavern. And at the bottom of the shaft, at a depth that made his echo mapping work at the limits of its range, something that read as a containment structure rather than a chamber. The cores that entered through the array weren't being stored at the architect's gate level. They were being transferred deeper, into a structure below the gate that the architect's gate connected to. The gate was a transfer point, not a repository. He tried to push echo mapping past the containment structure. The ability failed at the edge of it. Not an error, not exceeded parameters. Just a hard stop, like pressing against a wall. Whatever was below the gate's bottom level was specifically opaque to his perception. He had one new piece of information. The cores were going somewhere he couldn't see. He memorized the array's structural details and retreated through the facility the way he'd come in. On the street outside, in the early morning dark, he stood and thought about what was below the architect's gate networks. What consumed enough core energy to require continent-wide harvesting operations? What had been accumulating this energy for 3,000 years? He had a name for it by the time he reached the car. Not a name he knew yet. Just the shape of the space where the name would go. Chapter 69, he went back in the following night. This time to the lower levels. Not through the array, but through the gate itself, entering through the facility's sub-basement using the same suppression approach, but descending deeper. Past the second level. Past the third. On the fourth level, he found the monitoring system he'd been expecting. A web of dimensional sensors woven into the gate's architecture at regular intervals. They were calibrated for lower capability hunters, which was why shadow resonance bypassed them without triggering. He moved through the sensor web like a stone through fog. On the sixth level, the architecture compressed, the vertical shaft narrowed, the walls closer, the descent steeper. The gate at this depth was responding to something below it, the dimensional material of the walls vibrating at a frequency that his system read as resonance with a larger structure rather than internal structural stress. He reached the shaft's bottom. A presence. Not physical. Not dimensional material the way the gate walls were dimensional material. A presence the way a transmitted voice was a presence, something that occupied the space without having physical location, that communicated without using sound. It spoke. He recognized the pattern. Not the same voice as the financial district gate's information node, but the same category. Not the architect's constructs. The architect itself. Kael Doran, it said. His name, precisely pronounced. Not a question, not a greeting. An identifier. He held still. You have entered the assessment node, it said. You have been assessed as the highest depth cultivation subject in the current cycle. You carry the depth resonance system's current primary installation. I know what you found in the information node. I know you read the warning. A pause, very brief, fractional. I did not construct the information node. I know, Kael said. Someone modified your structure to put the warning there. Yes. I could remove the modification, but doing so would destroy the node's structural integrity and risk cascading damage to the gate's deeper architecture. I have left it in place while I determine the source of the modification. It paused again. I am telling you this because concealment would be pointless. You are past the capability threshold where the constructs can contain you. You know the harvest mechanism. You will act on the information you have. Yes, Kael said. I am not your enemy in the way the warning frames it, the architect said. Its voice was not argumentative. It was the voice of something presenting a position it considered accurate. The harvest is a necessary mechanism. The civilization it sustains is ancient and significant. The energy cost to individual hunters is the cost of that significance. The cost is their lives, Kael said. Yes. Silence. I don't negotiate on that, he said. The architect's presence shifted. He couldn't see it, but he felt it, the dimensional space realigning fractionally around him. I know, it said. It is why the information node was built. Something new you would not negotiate. A long pause. Something that was not me knew what you would decide before you decided it. Then it was gone. The gate's lower levels were simply empty. He retreated through the levels above and surfaced in the facility's basement as the first light was beginning. He sat in the facility's maintenance corridor for 3 minutes. The architect had confirmed everything and had added one thing he hadn't expected. Something else had known how he would respond. Had built the information node's warning specifically for a person who would refuse to negotiate. Had anticipated his decision. He climbed out and drove back toward the container facility, where Bryn and Lena were waking up. Something else is in this, he said when he walked in. Something that modified the architect's gate and left a warning. Something that knew I wouldn't cooperate with the harvest. Bryn looked up from his coffee. Good something or bad something? Kael thought about the phrase in the chamber text. We survived the architect by surviving what came after. Unknown, he said. But it built us a map. I'm going to use it. Chapter 70. The crew meeting the night after the architect encounter was shorter. The information was more concentrated. He laid it out. The architect was aware of what he knew, had confirmed the harvest mechanism, had said it was not his enemy in the conventional sense. Something else had built the information node's warning system, had anticipated his response, had the phrase, what came after, in its message. Something existed that the architect itself hadn't anticipated. Something that had survived the architect's harvest by some method that was referenced, but not described. The architect told you it wasn't your enemy, Lena said. Her voice had the quality it got when she was working through a problem. And you told it you weren't going to negotiate. Yes. So it knows you're going to try to stop the harvest. Yes. It knew before I said it. Then why did it tell you all of that? He'd been thinking about this since the facility's maintenance corridor. Because it assessed that concealment was pointless at my capability level. Because whatever the architect is, it's not irrational. It calculated that honesty was the better strategic choice. He looked at the planning notebook. Which means it believes the harvest will proceed regardless of what I know. It thinks I can't stop it. Can we? Bryn said. Kael looked at what he had. His current capability, 18 months until harvest threshold, 2 other regression hunters he hadn't found yet, and 32 sealed gates spread across a continent. The architect's certainty was probably based on the fact that disrupting 32 gates simultaneously required resources no single actor could manage. The key word was simultaneously. Individual gates could be disrupted over time without completing the disruption. The architect would respond and repair. But a simultaneous disruption of all 32 would sever the entire network in the moment before the architect could compensate. For that he needed the other 2 regression hunters. And he needed them to understand exactly what they were part of. We can, he said. But not with what we have right now. I need to find the others first. He looked at the northern coordinates Yui had sent him. I'm going north tomorrow, he said. Bryn, come with me to the perimeter. I'll go into the gates alone. Bryn said. When do we tell the crew everything? When I have all 3 of us in the same room. He closed the planning notebook. Then we tell everyone at once and decide together. He was quiet for a moment, thinking about 2 other people who had died and come back and who were, right now, building something in the dark without knowing what it was for. Who thought they were building themselves back up from the wreckage of one bad death. He hoped they'd want to do something with what they'd built. Chapter 71. He began using the depth resonance system's perception in a way he hadn't tried before. Not to navigate inside gates, but to detect the residual signature of someone else who carried the system. The method was inference. He couldn't directly perceive another depth resonance host the way he could perceive monsters through monster sense. But cleared gates held residual signatures in their dimensional material, and the signature of a depth resonance hunter's passage through a gate was distinctive in a specific way. It left a pattern in the dimensional sediment that was lighter than a standard hunter's passage, as if the cleared entity's presence had partially harmonized with the gate's own dimensional frequency rather than simply displacing it. He tested the method in 3 gates he'd personally cleared in the past month, confirming he could read his own signature retroactively. The pattern was consistent and specific enough to distinguish from standard hunter residue. Then he moved north and started scanning. The northern industrial zone held 12 registered gates, and, based on echo mapping surveys he ran from the surface over 2 days, an additional 9 unregistered pocket gates scattered through the industrial drainage and utility infrastructure. He entered the first registered gate and moved through its cleared levels, looking not at the ecology but at the sediment, at the dimensional materials trace record of who had passed through it and what they'd left behind. On the 3rd gate, he found it. The signature was similar to his own, but not identical. A different harmonic balance in the resonance pattern, as if the same underlying system was tuned to slightly different frequency parameters. This was depth resonance, but not his depth resonance. Someone else, present in this gate approximately 3 weeks ago, based on the sediment's decay rate. He tracked the pattern's geographic distribution. Gates in a rough oval covering the northern industrial zone's eastern third, concentrated around the transit infrastructure that ran under that section of the city. The clearance pattern was methodical but not optimized. This hunter was going into each gate fully, clearing the ecology completely, which was thorough but not the most efficient depth accumulation strategy. They were building strength the long way. Every gate fully cleared, every level completely handled. He respected it. It was a different approach from his own, and it spoke to a different orientation, someone who wasn't optimizing, who was simply doing the work as completely as it could be done. He narrowed the geographic concentration to a 2-kilometer radius and found the gate cluster at the center. They were still operating in this zone. The most recent residue, in the smallest and deepest of the unregistered pocket gates, was fresh, 12 to 18 hours old. Someone was in this gate right now. He checked his depth field was active and went in. Chapter 72, he found her on level 7. She'd cleared levels 1 through 6 with the thoroughness he'd read in the residue. Nothing left that shouldn't have been left, every entity accounted for, the levels behind her clean in a way that suggested someone who didn't leave anything at her back. He respected that too. Level 7 held a pair of B-rank entities, coordination hunters that typically worked as a bonded pair, each one covering the other's threat profile in a way that made them significantly harder to fight than 2 unrelated entities of equivalent rank. She was fighting them both simultaneously. He stopped in the level's entrance corridor and watched. She fought without spectacle. No dramatic movements, no waste. She used the entity's coordination against them. Waited for the moment their positional relationship committed both to a single attack line. Stepped off the line in a specific way that forced the lead entity into the follow entity's path, and hit the blocked one during the collision's 2-second window. Clean, methodical, deeply experienced. She looked up when she felt his presence. Not his physical presence, but the dimensional shift that occurred when depth resonance was near depth resonance, a resonance recognition that he'd felt faintly approaching her own signature. She looked directly at him. She was mid-30s, compact, with the kind of watchfulness that came from extended solo operation in genuinely dangerous environments. She had a field medic's kit on her left hip that she clearly didn't need, but carried anyway, and the particular quality of readiness that never fully switched off. She kept one eye on the downed entities and one eye on him. Good instincts. Who are you? She said. Not wary. Direct. The voice of someone who leads with the problem. My name is Kael Doran. I'm looking for you specifically. He kept his hands visible and his posture neutral. I came back from a gate search 4 months ago. Different gate, same event. You did too. Her posture didn't change, but something behind her eyes shifted. Not surprise, recognition. The specific recognition of someone who has been carrying an experience alone and has just encountered proof they weren't the only one. Sarah Voss, she said. I know. You've been listed as missing presumed dead by the association for 8 months. That's useful, she said. What do you want? To tell you what I've learned about what happened to us. And what it means. He looked at the entities she'd knocked down. They were recovering. The dazed state wouldn't hold indefinitely. Finish the level first. She glanced at the entities. Finish the level in 6 minutes. Then she came back and looked at him with the expression of someone who had decided to hear what he had to say before deciding anything else. Something about your system feels wrong, she said. Like there's a shape to what it's doing that I can't see the full outline of. Yes, he said. I know what the outline is. Show me, she said. Chapter 73. They sat at the level's deepest chamber with their backs to the walls, and Kael talked for 45 minutes. He gave her the complete picture. the financial district gate, the information node, the architect, the harvest mechanism, the 32 sealed gates, the 3 regression hunters in the current cycle. He showed her the photographs from the chamber text on his phone. He walked her through the energy math, what the harvested cores were building toward, what the seal count meant, what, when the last seal breaks, the harvest begins implied about the sequence of events. She listened without interrupting, which he appreciated. When he finished, she was quiet for long enough that he thought she might be working through a decision. Then, the system came back with me. I thought it was the second chance. I thought someone or something decided I deserved another run at it. Her voice was flat, not bitter, just exact. I've been building on it for 8 months because it kept rewarding investment. Every gate I went deeper into, it got stronger. I assumed that was the point. The point is the harvest, he said. I understood that part. She looked at her hands, not the contemplative gesture, the literal examination of them, someone checking whether something physical had changed. What I didn't understand was the timeline. 18 months from your benchmark. How far is the person with the highest current depth score from harvest threshold? That's me, he said. I've been running faster than you and the third hunter. She nodded. Then I have more time. She said it like a fact rather than a relief. Can we stop it? I think so, but I need both of you. He told her about the simultaneous disruption plan, the 32 gates, the need for all 3 regression hunters operating at coordinated depth, the timeline constraint. I need to find the third first. Then we need to build a plan together, because what I have now is conceptually sound, but the operational details require knowing what all 3 of us can do. Tell me what you need from me, she said. For now, come back to the surface. There are people I trust who are working on this. I want you to meet them before we go further. He looked at her. And I need you to stop the cultivation strategy you've been running. Full clearances are thorough, but they're overextending your depth-to-risk ratio. You're taking damage you don't need to take. She looked at him. I've been doing this solo for 8 months. I didn't have an alternative methodology. You do now? He stood. I'll show you the better path up as we clear the remaining levels. She stood too. You always this directive. When I have relevant information, yes. He started toward the level's exit. Does that bother you? I'll let you know, she said, and her voice had a dry precision to it that told him she meant it literally rather than dismissively. He started up the levels. She followed, and when he saw her fighting technique adapting in real time to the adjustments he suggested, not because he told her to, but because she assessed the adjustment on its merits and applied it, he understood that she was going to be genuinely useful. The system had unlocked something for her that it hadn't told her about yet. Tide sense, an extension of echo mapping that operated through wave pattern analysis rather than direct architectural perception. He told her about it on level 3. She activated it, tested it, and said nothing for 20 seconds while she processed what the new perception was showing her. That changes the fight on level 2, she said. Yes, he said. You knew about my abilities before you met me, she said. The system is consistent in what it unlocks and when, he said. I've been through levels you haven't reached yet. She absorbed this. How far ahead are you? Far enough to tell you what's coming. He kept climbing. And to need your help with what I can't do alone. Chapter 74 Jin Woo was harder to find because he wasn't in the gates. He was living in them. The distinction was operational. A hunter who ran gates entered, cleared, and exited. A hunter who lived in gates entered and did not consistently exit. They stayed below, moved between connected gate systems, subsisted on monster drops, and whatever could be extracted from gate ecology, and surfaced only when external necessity forced them to. Jin Woo had died at 16 in a gate accident during a sanctioned junior training clearance. A catastrophic breach event on a gate that was supposed to be C rank and had quietly upgraded to A rank while no one was watching. He'd regressed 5 years, which placed him at 11 years old at regression point, and he had the option in his second life of returning to surface society as a child. He had not taken that option. He had spent 5 years of his second life moving deeper. Kael found the trail through the coastal microgate network that Yui had flagged. Residual depth resonance signatures in a cluster of unregistered pocket gates along the seaside zone south of the central port. The signatures formed a complex overlap pattern. Many gates, many entries, the behavior of someone who moved through gate networks the way surface dwellers move through neighborhoods. He and Sarah entered the network's most recent concentration point, a seaside gate complex accessible through a public beach parking structure's emergency access tunnel, and descended. Jin Woo was on level 9 of the deepest connected gate, in a section that had no direct surface access, and that would require clearing 7 levels to reach. He had apparently been there for 4 days. Kael found him in a chamber he'd carved out of the gate's lower architecture using some technique that had modified the dimensional material without destabilizing the gate's structural integrity. A carved-out space with bedding, Equipment storage, a small cooking setup that used gate-generated heat sources. Gene was sitting cross-legged in the center of this space with his eyes closed, performing what looked like a depth-sensing exercise. He opened his eyes when Kael and Sarah were still 12 meters away. He was small, still physically 16 in the way that regression returned you to the exact age you died at, though 5 years of living in gates had put a quality of age on him that physical appearance didn't capture. He looked at Kael and Sarah with eyes that moved through assessment and back to neutral in about 2 seconds. "You found me," he said. His voice was minimal, each word exactly as heavy as it needed to be and no heavier. "I didn't make that easy." "No," Kael said. "Depth resonance leaves residue in gates. I've been tracking the pattern." Gene looked at Kael for another 2 seconds, then at Sarah, then at the space between them. "2," he said. "There are 3 of us total. So you've already talked." He looked back at Kael. "What do you want?" Kael told him, in the compressed version, the harvest mechanism, the 32 gates, what they needed to do. Gene listened with his eyes partly closed, the listening posture of someone who processes information through stillness rather than active response. When Kael finished, Gene was quiet. "Then, I've been here for 5 years and in gates for most of it. I know more about gate depth than either of you. Your depth score is higher than mine," Kael confirmed. "You've been going deeper longer. Then why are you running this?" Kael said, "Because I came back with information about the situation. You came back with capability. Those are different things, and we need both." Gene looked at him. "You fought me to get me to listen?" "I haven't fought you," Kael said. "You would have." Gene said it without heat. "If I'd been difficult." He looked at Sarah. "Did he do the same to you?" Sarah said. "He found me in a gate and talked for 45 minutes. Gene looked back at Kael. "I prefer the talking," he said, and for the first time his tone shifted. Not warmth exactly, but the specific neutrality of someone who had decided not to be hostile. "Tell me more." The detailed version. Chapter 75, Getting Gene Wu out of the gates required only one thing, a compelling reason. The detailed version of what Kael told him, the full picture, the chamber text, the architect's conversation, the timeline, provided it. Gene listened with the same still attention, and when the information had been transmitted, he sat with it for 4 minutes exactly. Kael had been counting. Then Gene said, "The architect knows about all 3 of us." "Yes." "It told you it expects the harvest to proceed regardless of what you know." "Yes." "It calculated that you couldn't stop it." He paused a fraction. "Because a simultaneous disruption of 32 gates requires resources you don't have." "Yes." Gene looked at his small carved-out living space. He was clearly running through something, not the moral calculation, which he'd done first, but the operational one. "I've been through 200 levels in the coastal gate network. I know the deep architecture of this gate system better than anyone on the surface." He looked up. "The coastal network has 3 of the 32 sealed gates in it. I've been adjacent to them for months without knowing what they were. I thought they were anomalous natural formations. They're the same construction as the financial district gate," Kael said. "I know." Now, he stood, which put him at about 5'3", physically small, dimensionally enormous in terms of the depth he'd accumulated. "I'll surface. For this." He looked at the space he'd built. "I'll need to come back." "The gates will be here," Kael said. "Yes." Gene moved toward the chamber's exit with the exact efficiency of someone who had no excess motion anywhere in their body. "I also want to know who modified the architect's gate. The warning that exists without the architect's permission. That's the most interesting part." "It's the most important part," Kael said. Gene stopped and looked at him. "Those aren't the same thing," he said. Kael looked back at him. "No," he agreed. "They're not." Gene went up the levels ahead of them, moving faster than Kael would have expected, and with a complete absence of hesitation that spoke to having been inside so long that gate navigation was more natural than surface movement. He surfaced into the parking structure tunnel, stood in the fluorescent light, and looked at the ceiling for a moment with the specific expression of someone reorienting to a world they'd been away from. "You'll tell me about the other people," he said. "The surface crew." "Yes," Kael said. "I have 12 seconds of patience for introductions," Gene said. Kael looked at him. "Then I'll tell them to keep it to 11. Something shifted at the corner of Jin's mouth. Not quite a smile. The acknowledging movement of someone who has decided to give someone provisional credit. They drove north together. 3 regression hunters in a car on a highway at noon, each one carrying a system installed by something that wanted to harvest them, heading toward a meeting with people who would help them dismantle that plan. Gene sat in the back and looked out the window at the surface world he'd barely inhabited for 5 years. He looked at it with the careful attention of someone cataloging something they might need to remember accurately later. Chapter 76 Vale Trist was arrested on a Thursday morning. The arrest was, by the standards of association enforcement, a quiet operation, 3 compliance officers arriving at Vale's association-affiliated residence in the Eastern District's upscale zone, presenting a detention warrant and escorting him to the compliance department's interview facility. No press, no spectacle, no announcement. The public learned about it through the media outlets that had been running Renner's story. One of the journalists had a source in the compliance department's administrative staff. The arrest appeared on the outlet's afternoon news cycle as Association A-rank hunter detained in connection with Compliance Division investigation. Kael read the brief while eating in the container facility's small kitchen area. Vale had not been arrested for the attack on Kael inside the tournament gate. That accusation had failed. He'd been arrested for the off-books gate clearance Renner had contracted him for 3 years ago, which Kael's leaked records had made visible, and which Vale's own cautious partial disclosure to Kael had provided enough detail about that the investigators could ask the right questions to the right people. Vale's political connections complicated everything. He had allies in the association's senior leadership who called in favors immediately on his behalf. The detention became a political incident within 48 hours. Different factions of the association's governance structure publicly disagreeing about the legitimacy of the arrest, the scope of the investigation, the appropriate handling of someone with Vale's standing. It was, Kael assessed, going to take months to resolve and would produce political consequences that were difficult to predict precisely. What it had also produced, as a side effect, Director Renner was placed on administrative review. Not suspended, not charged with anything. But his operational authority was suspended pending the broader compliance investigation, which meant the core delivery network to the Eastern Industrial Facility had lost its primary handler. He didn't know if the architect could find another surface world proxy quickly. He didn't know if it needed to, or if the delivery operation was automated enough to continue without Renner's active management. He noted it as a variable and filed it. The more important fact of Thursday, Jean had been on the surface for 4 days and had not gone back underground. Kael had checked. Jean was at the container facility, where he'd been given the largest available open space. Lena had rearranged the medical bay storage room to provide him a space he could move in freely without ceiling constraints, and was spending most of his time in it doing something that looked from the outside like extended stillness. When Kael had asked about it, Jean had said, "Processing. Surface environments have significant perceptual noise." A pause. "I'll be adjusted in another few days." Lena had asked if he needed anything. He'd said, "Consistent food. I haven't had consistent food in a long time." She'd started cooking for him twice daily. The person Renner would focus on finding now was whoever had caused the leak. Kael had been thorough in anonymizing the release, but thorough was not the same as impossible to trace with enough resources. He added it to his monitoring list. Chapter 77 Myra's network burned on a Wednesday. The mechanism was a pressure point that Renner's investigators had found during the Compliance Division review. A financial transaction from 14 months prior that connected one of Myra's Outer Ring network members to a gate commerce violation that was already in the association's records. The connection was indirect, 3-step, the kind of link that competent investigators found when they were specifically looking for it rather than doing general surveillance. The Outer Ring member panicked and disclosed. Not Myra directly. They didn't know enough about Myra directly, but they knew enough about the network structural layer above them that the investigators could deduce the next layer. Myra was gone before the investigators reached her physical location. She designed her own exit protocol, maintained it, tested it, updated it regularly, the way an experienced operator maintained essential equipment. She sent Kael a one-line message through a dead drop channel he'd given her specifically for emergency communication, * network burned. Clean exit. Give me 2 weeks. * 3 of her network members were arrested. Kael verified they were the Outer Ring contacts, not the people with direct knowledge of him or the crew. He absorbed Myra's remaining operational connections, the distribution relationships, the equipment supply chains, the buyer contacts that were still intact, into the container facility's direct operation. It was more surface area than he preferred to manage directly, but the alternative was losing the infrastructure. He called a full crew session and gave everyone updated operational security protocols, new communication channels, new dead drop locations, the assumption that anyone who'd known about Myra's network should treat their previous security practices as compromised. Bryn listened to the full briefing and said afterward, "The exposure increased in specific ways. We're managing more, with more contact surface." "Yes," Kael said. "For how long?" He thought about the timeline. 14 months remaining. "Long enough," he said. "Then the situation changes significantly." "In which direction?" "Better or doesn't matter," Kael said. "Those are the 2 options I'm working toward." Bryn looked at him for a moment. "That's a strange way to plan." "It's accurate," Kael said. He spent the evening reorganizing the absorbed operations into a structure that minimized his team's exposure while maintaining the supply chains that kept the crew operational. It was logistics work, unglamorous, necessary, the kind of work that mattered precisely because nobody noticed when it was done right. Mira reappeared in 6 days rather than 2 weeks, which he'd expected. She came back to the container facility with a reorganized contact list and a specific expression, someone who'd been through this before and had the exit protocol memorized because it hadn't been theoretical. 3 contacts arrested, he said when she arrived. I know. I vetted them for resilience. They'll hold. She sat down. The network is compromised at the outer ring. I need to rebuild the second layer. She looked at him. That requires time and resources. Tell me what you need, he said. She did. He provided what he could and documented what he couldn't yet. They planned. It was the same conversation they'd been having from the beginning, in different operational contexts. Chapter 78, The Financial District Sealed Gate, Level 8. All 3 regression hunters descending together for the first time. Kael in front, Sarah on his left, Jean 3 steps behind, and slightly to the right, because that was the position from which he could most efficiently respond to threats from any of the 4 possible angles. They didn't assign positions. They fell into spatial arrangements that made sense from individual habit. Levels 1 through 7 were the same as Kael's previous entry. Constructed entities, manufactured architecture, the echo of his own previous timeline combat history and the entity's attack patterns. He'd warned Sarah and Jean about the replication. Both had noted it with the same quality. Sarah with practical attention to the tactical implications, Jean with what appeared to be genuine intellectual interest in the mechanism. It's drawing from our memories, Jean said on level 5, during a pause after clearing a room. Not just combat memories. The spatial memory, the way I remember moving through gates. The entities are mimicking how my opponents have moved against me. Yes, Kael said. That means it's been recording us since the regression event. He paused. Continuous recording. Everything we've experienced in gates. Yes. Jean absorbed this. The third party that modified the information node, they'd need to access the same recording infrastructure. To know what we'd choose, they'd need to know who we are, what we've been through. He looked at the entities they'd cleared on level 5. The modification isn't just a warning. It's a personalized warning. For someone specific. For a regression hunter who would refuse to negotiate with the architect, Kael said. For you specifically, Jean said. The warning was built for someone who would get here. Someone it knew would find the node and make the choice it needed made. He paused. Which means whoever built it has detailed knowledge of who you are. Not just that a regression hunter would arrive. That you would. Kael thought about this on the level 6 descent. It was a conclusion he'd been circling without landing on. The possibility that the warning wasn't generic, wasn't built for any regression hunter who found it, but had been built knowing specifically what person would find it and what that person would do. Level 7. The information node chamber, the same translation script, the same chamber voice present, the same dimensional reading of something external modified this space. Sarah and Jean took in the chamber's architecture with the careful attention of 2 people processing an encounter with genuinely alien construction. Level 8. No chamber. Not what he'd found on the previous entry. The 8th level was new, a space that hadn't been here before, or that had been sealed against entry until a specific combination of factors was present. 3 regression hunters in the same space at the same time. The level 8 chamber was smaller than the information node, but more densely inscribed. The walls, floor, and ceiling all carried text in the proto-gate script. The translation function struggled under the volume, lines of text populating his visual field faster than he could read them. Jean was the first to speak. It's a record, he said. Not instructions. A record of what was tried before. Every regression hunter who refused the harvest and tried to stop it. He was reading ahead, faster than Kael's translation could process. There were 46 before us. They all found the node. They all refused. What happened to them? Sarah said. Jin's voice went flat, not emotionless, just carrying weight without inflecting it. Most were harvested before they could complete the disruption. Some attempted partial disruption and failed. 2 made it to the simultaneous disruption stage and were killed by the architect's constructs before they could execute. He read the next section. 1 succeeded at 3-site disruption before dying. He paused. The architect adapted after each attempt. Its current construct calibration is specifically designed to defeat the strategies previous regression hunters used. Then we need strategies it hasn't seen, Sarah said. Yes. Jean turned from the wall. And we need to know what they tried that failed so we don't repeat it. He looked at Kael. There's more text. This is going to take time to read. They spent 4 hours in the chamber. When they surfaced, They had a complete record of 46 previous attempts and a list of 37 failed strategies to avoid and 9 partial successes to build on. Chapter 79, The Architect's Response to 3 Regression Hunters Inside the Financial District Gate Simultaneously was direct and significant. They were on level 6, ascending after the level 8 chamber session, when the wave arrived. Not a standard group of constructs, a coordinated assault, multiple entities entering from 3 different level 6 access points at the same time, each one moving with a tactical coherence that surpassed anything Kael had seen from the constructs before. The Architect's response had updated. 3 hunters in the same gate had triggered a different threat response protocol. Left flank, Sarah said. Her tied sense had registered the incoming pattern before any of them could visually confirm it. 14 entities, tight formation. 2 minutes. Right flank, Jean said immediately. 11. Different vector. He paused half a second. They're not the same type. Different constructs per flank. Each one is calibrated to a different depth signature. The Architect had sent entities calibrated to each of them specifically. It knew their individual capability profiles and had matched its assault to each profile simultaneously. Kael ran structural resonance over the level's walls and found the stress points, the places where the architecture was load-bearing versus freestanding, where a targeted disruption could redirect the threat vectors. Take your flanks, he said. I'll handle the center. The fight lasted 40 minutes. It was the hardest 40 minutes of combat Kael had experienced in the current timeline. The center constructs were calibrated to his specific fighting style. They countered Void Step by anticipating the post-blink position. They were immune to Abyss Pulse at the direct contact range where it was most effective. They adapted their spatial relationship in real time to account for structural resonance targeting. The Architect had recorded everything from his previous entries and had built a counter from the recording. He responded by not using any of those abilities for the first 8 minutes, fighting with base layer technique only, forcing the constructs to recalibrate. Their recalibration took approximately 90 seconds of observation each time he changed his approach. He cycled through techniques fast enough to keep them behind their own adaptation curve. And then, in the 9th minute, he used an ability the Architect's constructs hadn't seen before. A new one. The system notification he'd been waiting for. Active ability unlocked. Resonance collapse * function. Discharge dimensional resonance into a targeted construct or structured entity. Effect. Shatters the internal coherence of manufactured entities, specifically, entities composed of constructed dimensional material rather than biological tissue. Does not affect biological monsters or human targets. Range, 5 meters. Damage, catastrophic to construct entities. Cooldown, 45 seconds. He used it on the lead construct. The construct came apart at the dimensional level, not shattered in the physical sense, but dissolved at the coherence layer, the manufactured connection between its components releasing all at once. The constructs around it registered the collapse and flinched backward, an adaptive response to a threat type they hadn't been programmed to handle. He used resonance collapse 5 more times in the next 20 minutes, rotating through the central construct wave with a precision that the 45-second cooldown forced him to optimize around. When it was done, the level was clear. Sarah had handled her flank without casualties. Jean had handled his with what Kael suspected was significant overkill. The right flank constructs had been calibrated to a teenager's historical combat profile, which was considerably below what Jean had become. They ascended. Surfaced. Lena was at the exterior access point with her kit open and the expression she wore when she'd been calculating odds and was relieved the calculation had not been the last one. Jean, cleaning a cut on his forearm from a construct's edge, said quietly, "Something different about the last one on my flank." "It adapted mid-fight," Kael said. "Yes." Jean looked at the cut. "Within the same engagement. Not across engagements, within one." "That's new." Kael nodded. The Architect's constructs had always adapted between engagements. Each time he cleared a set, the next set incorporated what it had learned. An entity adapting within a single fight was a different order of adaptive response. A significant upgrade. Renner's death notice arrived on Kael's phone while Lena was treating his cuts. Found dead in his office. Heart attack. The message from Yui came 30 seconds later. Renner has been found dead. Ruled heart attack. It happened 40 minutes after you entered the gate. He put his phone in his pocket and looked at the evening sky. The Architect doesn't need human proxies anymore. Chapter 80, they met at Lena's medical space in the container facility, and nobody said much for a while. Lena worked on the cuts and bruises from the level 6 construct wave. Bryn sat at the table and listened to the debrief with his expression set to the specific neutral that meant he was processing something significant. Ian made coffee, which he did when the situation required something he could do that would be consistently useful. Mira sat in the doorway with her arms crossed. Jean sat in the corner of the medical bay in the cross-legged position he defaulted to. The stillness that wasn't passivity. Sarah was beside him, also still, running through the fight in that internal review process that experienced hunters did after hard engagements. Kael said, "Renner's dead." He said what it meant. The architect had eliminated its human proxy once the proxy's utility was compromised and its existence had become a liability. The investigation into Renner's compliance division practices would continue without him, which was fine from the architect's perspective because Renner's knowledge of the actual operation was always limited. The deeper infrastructure, the delivery systems, the sealed gate networks, had no documentation that implicated anything beyond a corrupt director's personal enrichment scheme. The media story changes, Bryn said. His death becomes the lead. The investigation into what he was actually doing gets lower priority. Yes, which is probably part of the calculation. Kael looked at the planning notebook. The architect is now operating without its surface world proxy. It will need to maintain the delivery networks through automated systems or find another proxy quickly. Or it won't need them anymore, Sarah said. Her voice was quiet, exact. If the harvest timeline is fixed, if the seal count reaching 0 is the trigger, maybe it has enough energy accumulated already. Kael hadn't run this calculation. He did it now, quickly. What the running total from Yui's analysis implied about accumulated energy, what the chamber text had suggested about the energy quantity required for the harvest. The numbers weren't fully calculable without the other 31 sites' delivery data, but the Eastern District site alone had been running for years. Possibly, he said. I don't know the full quantity the harvest requires. Then we can't wait, Jean said, from the corner. His voice was the same as always. Minimum necessary words, exact weight. If it has enough already, the harvest timeline is decoupled from the seal count. It could happen whenever the three of us reach harvest threshold, regardless of the gates. My current timeline to harvest threshold is approximately 14 months, Kael said. Mine is longer, Sarah said. Jean looked at the ceiling. Unknown. I've been deep enough long enough that the threshold calculation isn't straightforward. A pause. Less than 14 months. Possibly significantly less. Everyone in the room absorbed this. Then we move faster, Kael said. The three-site simultaneous disruption. I need to advance the planning timeline. He looked at each of them. And we need to bring the full crew into the complete picture. Everyone in this room. He told them everything that night. From the regression to the chamber text to the architect's conversation to what Level 8 had shown them about the 46 previous attempts. He told it once, completely, and when he finished the container facility was quiet. Then Orion set down his coffee cup and said, "What do you need us to do?" And they began. Chapter 81 Renner's death changed the political landscape in 3 specific ways that Kael tracked across the first week. First, the association's internal investigation into compliance division practices accelerated, not slowed, despite the absence of the primary subject. The external oversight body that had been brought in to manage the investigation seized on the suspicious timing of Renner's death and expanded their mandate to include the entirety of his division's records over the past 5 years. This was operationally inconvenient in the short term, but strategically favorable. The more of Renner's off-books infrastructure was exposed, the less the architect could rely on those structures to be quietly maintained. Second, Yui Chundra was formally reinstated. The oversight body reviewing the compliance division's practices had examined the 4 suppressed analyst reports, confirmed the suppression was unauthorized, and had included a formal notation in the review record that the suppressing authority had been Director Renner. Her conflict of interest review was voided. She was back at her desk with full clearance by Thursday. Third, the architect's surface world operations were now headless. No proxy, no human coordinator to manage delivery logistics, replace ghost hunter personnel, or handle the administrative infrastructure that kept the core delivery networks running invisibly. Jean was the one who predicted what would happen next. He'd been on the surface for 11 days. His perceptual adjustment to surface environments, the significant perceptual noise he'd described, had progressed to a functional baseline. He spent most of his time in the facility's largest space, sitting, but he was present for crew meetings, and his contributions to them had a specific character. He said little, and what he said was usually the next step beyond what everyone else had derived. It will open the other gates, he said. He said it simply, without dramatizing it, over the morning coffee that Lena had begun brewing for the full crew. Kael looked at him. Explain. The surface operations are compromised. The proxies are being investigated. If it's confident in its accumulated energy, or if the timeline is pressure sensitive, the architect doesn't need the careful incremental approach anymore. The sealed gates are already seated. They've been receiving cores for years. Jean wrapped both hands around his coffee mug, a surface behavior he'd adopted within his first 3 days without being shown how. The gradual approach minimized human notice. If the architect no longer cares about human notice, the gradual approach has no value. He paused. Opening all the gates simultaneously would be catastrophic for every city that has one underneath it. But from the architect's perspective, catastrophic for humanity isn't a strategic constraint. It's an outcome condition. The room was quiet. Kael ran the implications. 7 of the 32 gates were under major population centers. Simultaneous activation would produce the category of catastrophic breach event that the association's entire emergency response structure was designed to manage, but was not designed to manage all at once. 7 simultaneous S-rank plus eruptions across the continent would saturate the association's response capacity completely. And while the association is dealing with 7 gate eruptions, Bryn said slowly, the remaining 25 open quietly in lower population zones, and nobody notices until the seal count reaches 0. Yes, Jean said. They had no way to prevent the architect from opening the gates. But they had time, maybe, to position before it happened. Tell me what we can reach, Kael said. They spent the morning mapping the options. Chapter 82. The 7 sealed gates activated at 3:17 a.m. on a Friday. Kael was awake. He'd been awake because Jin's prediction had given him an operational timeline to prepare for, and preparation required being awake at 3 in the morning monitoring the network feeds. The activation came as a wave, not one at a time, all 7 at once, the same way that a coordinated operation was executed when the coordinator had no interest in plausible deniability. Myra's network generated alerts from 3 of the 7 sites within 90 seconds of activation. The association's emergency monitoring systems, which Yui was watching from her reinstated workstation, flagged all 7 simultaneously within 3 minutes. He called a full crew alert at 3:21 a.m. By 3:45 a.m., the association's emergency broadcast system was running its first announcement. 7 simultaneous sealed gate activations across the continent. 1 in the central port city, 1 in the northern industrial region, 1 in a coastal metropolitan zone, 3 in secondary cities, and 1 in the association's regional operations hub, a location that would tie up significant association response resources just dealing with the emergency infrastructure implications. Kael had a map with 3 circles on it, the 3 nearest activations that were within operational reach given current team capabilities and travel time. The 3 nearest are within a 6-hour window, he said. I take the closest. Sarah, you take the northern coast activation. Jean, the eastern port. Jean looked at the map. His mouth was a line. He had been inside the Eastern Ports Gate complex for extended periods during his 5 years of subsurface living. He knew the architecture of that system in a way that no surface hunter could match. The core feeding array at the Eastern Port is on level 6, he said. I know the exact location. I can reach it in under 2 hours from the entry point. Same structure across all sites, Kael said. Core feeding arrays at the deep level. Destroy the array. The gate loses the accumulated energy feed that's driving the escalation. The gate should stabilize once the feed is cut. He looked at Sarah. Northern Coast. I've surveyed the Northern Coast activation site, Sarah said. She had been running reconnaissance through Tide Sense Extended Perception during the previous week's gate network work. The array is deeper, maybe level 8. My Tide Sense should help me navigate faster than standard approach. She paused. I'll take longer than Jean. That's acceptable. The core feeding array was on level 5, not 6. This site was shallower than the Eastern District facility, consistent with a location that had been receiving cores for a shorter period and therefore had a less developed deep infrastructure. He found the array in a chamber off the main level 5 corridor. 8 feeding units, the same design as the Eastern District facility's array, actively processing a backlog of cores that had accumulated since Renner's network collapsed. The backlog was what was driving the eruption. The array was running on reserve energy, pushing the gate's dimensional capacity past its stable threshold. He used resonance collapse on the first feeding unit. The construct matter of the unit came apart at the coherence layer, the same way construct entities did, manufactured dimensional material dissolving at the coherence interface. The backlog of cores in the unit fell inert, their energy released safely into the gate's ambient field. He worked through all 8 units. 6 minutes. The array's last active unit went down at 6:38 a.m. The gate shuddered. He could feel it through the floor, through the structural resonance passive's continuous environmental sensing, the dimensional pressure fluctuating as the energy feed cut, and the accumulated force began dissipating through the gate's natural venting process rather than through the controlled breach. He surfaced at 7:12 a.m. The breach had stabilized. Not closed. Gates didn't close themselves, but the eruption pressure was dropping. The S-rank entity that had been at the breach surface was still functional, but no longer being pushed outward by dimensional force. Association emergency teams arriving on scene would be able to handle it. Bryn was at the staging location, 30 meters from the gate's exterior access. He had a field kit open and his assessment of Kael's physical state done in 3 seconds. "Clean exit," he said. "You're okay." "Sarah and Jean," Kael said. No word yet. He sat on the vehicle's running board and waited, monitoring the emergency broadcast on the vehicle's radio. The eruption news was developing in real time: 7 sites, mass evacuations, association emergency response deployment. The broadcast language had the specific quality of institutional communication managing a situation that was worse than it was presenting. At 8:04 a.m., Sarah sent the extraction signal. At 8:47 a.m., Jean sent his. All 3 sites stabilized. 3 of 7. Chapter 84. Sarah's debrief came through on the drive back. She'd handled the Northern Coast activation alone, which Kael had known when he assigned her. The Northern Coast Gate's core feeding array was on level 8, as she'd estimated, and the path from entry to level 8 had involved sustained combat on levels 4 through 7 against an ecology that the gate had developed over approximately 40 years of sealed operation. On level 6, a construct entity had evolved since the batch that the 3 of them had fought in the Financial District Gate. She'd identified it immediately, the specific adaptation pattern that Jean had noted after the Financial District fight, the within-engagement adaptability rather than between-engagement adaptation. The thing had adjusted to her fighting style in the middle of her first serious engagement with it. It had caught her across the ribs and shoulder on the adjustment's first successful application. She'd modified her approach, switched to tied sense-based positioning, using dimensional wave perception rather than visual assessment to anticipate the entity's moves, and eventually destroyed it. But the encounter had cost her time and a wound that she described in the debrief as significant but not limiting. "How significant?" Kael said. "I needed 30 minutes of rest after level 6 before continuing the descent," she said. Her voice was precise about facts and carried nothing else. I continued. The array was straightforward after that. The evolved entity worried him more than the wound. Within engagement adaptation was the architect's response to discovering that standard constructs were being destroyed by resonance collapse. The architect was engineering around the ability in real time. If the evolution continued, he'd be looking at construct entities that could adapt to resonance collapse mid-fight, which would make the strategy he'd been building around considerably more complicated. Jin's debrief was terse. He'd reached the Eastern Port Gates array in 97 minutes, destroyed it in 11, and exited cleanly. No wounds. No adaptations noted in the constructs he'd encountered. The Eastern Port Gates construct calibration is older, he said. It hasn't updated since the last regression hunter interaction recorded in the level 8 chamber. It was calibrated for someone who died trying in 1987. You were significantly more capable than whoever it was calibrated for, Kael said. Yes. A pause. The gate's ecology is interesting. I want to go back. Kael said nothing to this. Jean going back into the Eastern Port Gate ecology was precisely the kind of thing that would accelerate his depth score toward harvest threshold. They needed to have a different conversation about cultivation rate and timing, and this wasn't the moment for it. 2 more gates stabilized by association teams using intel Kael passed through UE. He coordinated the intelligence release carefully. Enough information to get the association teams to the right points in each gate, not enough to expose the core feeding array concept or the architect's existence. The association teams destroyed the arrays without understanding what they were destroying. They identified them as anomalous dimensional regulation equipment and classified the destruction as hazard mitigation. 4 of 7 stabilized. 3 remained. Chapter 85. The 3 remaining active gate sites produced different problems. 2 of them, a secondary city gate and the association's regional operations hub gate, were stabilized within the association's first 48 hours of emergency response. Not because the association teams had targeted the core feeding arrays specifically, but because the hub gate's deep infrastructure was accessible to an association S-rank team operating with UE's anonymously sourced tactical intelligence, and the secondary city gates array was in a location that a standard emergency response sweep found through routine protocol. Both arrays were destroyed. Both gates stabilized. 1 remained, the southern port city gate. This one was different in character from the others, not simply erupting, but doing something more complex. The gateway area was showing dimensional tiers, small rips in the spatial fabric around the gate's surface boundary that were producing localized reality instability events. Objects in the vicinity of the tiers were affected in ways that association monitoring equipment couldn't fully characterize. 3 association response hunters who'd attempted to enter the gate through standard protocols had been returned to the surface, exhibiting effects that the association's medical team was classifying as dimensional exposure syndrome. The core feeding array in this gate was working in reverse. Instead of moving cores from the surface world into the gate's deep infrastructure, it had been modified to push gate dimensional energy outward. The gate wasn't erupting. It was trying to breach the dimensional barrier from the inside. Kael studied the monitoring data that Yui forwarded through her official clearance. "This is a different deployment," he said at the crew table. "The architect built this one for a different purpose. It's not a harvest energy conduit. It's a breach mechanism." "A door," Bryn said. "A test of one," Kael said. "The architect is testing whether the accumulated energy in one of its gate sites is sufficient to punch through the dimensional boundary from the inside. If it works." He didn't finish the sentence because the completion was obvious. "The harvest becomes optional," Sarah said. "If it can breach the boundary directly, it doesn't need the 3 of us to reach threshold." "Yes." He was quiet for a moment. "So we need to close that gate before the test completes." "Can we?" Bryn said. "With the information the level 8 chamber gave us and resonance collapse." "Yes, theoretically. The breach mechanism array is the same construction type as the feeding arrays. But the energy level in that gate is significantly higher than the standard sites, and the construct calibration will be more advanced." He looked at the data. "I need to know more before we go in." He called Yui through the secure channel. "The southern port gate. Can you access the monitoring feed's deep-level data? I need the array's dimensional output signature." Her voice came back in 20 minutes with what she'd pulled. She read the numbers and then said, "Kael, these output values are 3 orders of magnitude above what the feeding arrays in the other sites were producing. 3 orders of magnitude. Not a test. A deployment." "The breach is imminent," he said. "Yes," she said. "Based on the escalation curve, I'd estimate 6 to 18 hours. He was quiet for 2 seconds. 6 to 18 hours meant the window between arrival and action was narrow. The southern port city was 4 hours from the container facility by vehicle. He'd leave within the hour and arrive with 2 to 14 hours remaining. The margin on the lower end was not acceptable, which meant he had to move immediately and accept that the upper end of the window was the version he was planning for while not being surprised if the lower end was what he got. "I'm going in," he said. "Route the monitoring data to my phone. I want to know the moment the escalation curve changes." "Already done," Yui said. She ended the call at the same time he did. Chapter 86. Yui coordinated the association's response to the remaining stable sites from her reinstated workstation with the specific efficiency of someone who had been waiting for a situation that matched her capabilities. The 6th gate, the secondary city location, had been handled. The association's S-rank team had destroyed the array without casualties, which Yui tracked through the emergency response channel and reported to Kael in a 30-second update that contained exactly the operational information he needed and nothing else. She'd become very good at that. The association's Central Tower's subbasement gate, the 7th and final stable status gate from the initial 7, was a different order of problem. It had activated while the association's leadership was in crisis mode dealing with the other 6 eruptions, which meant the Central Tower's own emergency response was being managed by personnel who were simultaneously dealing with institutional chaos. The leadership was evacuating. The subbasement was being locked down by security rather than by hunters, which was the wrong tool for the problem. She had identified this from the emergency channel monitoring and had used her analyst clearance to redirect 3 of the association's available S-rank response hunters to the Central Tower gate instead of their original assignment to a lower priority site. She did this without authorization because the authorization structure was in chaos and waiting for authorization would take longer than acting. When Kael heard about this later, he noted it without comment. It was exactly what he would have done. "The central gate is the one that connects," she told him. "All the monitoring data I have suggests the Central Tower gate's deep structure is different from the others. It connects to something deeper than the other sites." "It's the hub," Kael said. "The other sites are spokes. The Central Tower gate connects to the architect's core infrastructure directly." A pause. "Then the association teams going in will stabilize the breach at the surface level. The core infrastructure is below what they can reach." He was already moving. "I need to get into the central gate before it closes into stable but sealed status. Once it's sealed, I can't open it from the outside." "Kael, the Central Tower is in the middle of the most media-saturated scene in the country right now. Every camera in the city is pointing at the association building." "I know." He thought about shadow resonance, about depth field, about the specific operational problem of walking through a building full of evacuating officials and emergency response personnel while being invisible to every detection system they had. I'll manage it. And if you can't get back out, she said. He didn't answer that. Sub-basement, she said. Her voice had shifted from analytical to something more direct. The entry point is sub-basement level 2, northeast corner. There's a maintenance stairwell that's not on the building's public plans. I found it in the construction record archive. It goes directly to the sub-basement without going through the primary evacuation floor. He wrote down the location. Thank you. Don't thank me, she said. Come back out. He ended the call. Bryn was already pulling the vehicle around. Chapter 87. He entered through the maintenance stairwell at 11:47 p.m. The building was in organized chaos, the specific quality of institutional crisis management where everyone was doing their designated function, but the aggregate of all the designated functions wasn't producing coherent direction. He moved through it on shadow resonance, depth field scrubbing his energy signature from the association's extensive monitoring infrastructure. In a building this comprehensively surveilled, depth field was the ability that made everything else possible. Sub-basement level 1, standard infrastructure, sealed under emergency protocol, no personnel present. He moved through in 3 minutes. Sub-basement level 2, northeast corner. The maintenance stairwell Yui had found, a narrow concrete descent into a space that the building's architectural plans showed as foundational fill. The space was not fill. It was a chamber, and in the chamber was the gate. He could feel the gate from the top of the stairwell, a dimensional presence significantly larger than anything he'd encountered in the previous 7 activation sites. This wasn't a sealed gate in the sense of a locked door. This was the main aperture, and it was open. He descended and walked in. The central gate's interior was cosmological in scale in a way that the word gate fundamentally failed to describe. Standard gates, even large ones, had the internal logic of enclosed spaces, rooms, corridors, chambers connecting in a navigable sequence. This one had the internal logic of a dimension. He activated echo mapping at full output, and the ability worked for approximately 8 seconds before returning the same error as the financial district gate's deepest levels. Structure exceeds recorded depth parameters. He had walked into a space that his perception tools couldn't fully render. He walked forward. The fight on the 3rd level of this gate, a space that presented itself as a level but that was actually a dimensional zone with no ceiling and a horizon line rather than a wall, lasted 14 hours. He didn't count every exchange. He counted the ability cycles, the cooldown windows, the way resonance collapse charges rotated through the construct waves that the architect was deploying with increasing density and increasing adaptive complexity. In the 14th hour, during a 30-second break between construct waves, the system notification came. Rank advanced, Rift Sovereign, SSS, passive ability unlocked, dimensional anchor asterisk function, while active, prevents gate collapse or forced ejection from dimensional spaces. User cannot be expelled from any gate or dimensional space by external force, construct entity action, or structural instability while dimensional anchor is active. Passive, always on. Asterisk. He read it during the 30 seconds. Then the next wave arrived, and he went back to fighting. He held the 3rd zone for the remaining combat time. 600 and something constructs. He stopped counting. The zone cleared. He found the core feeding array and destroyed it. The resonance collapse charges working through the array's 8 units in sequence, the energy releasing safely into the gate's ambient field. Something was waiting at the bottom of the zone. He went to see what it was. Chapter 88. The thing waiting at the bottom of the 3rd zone was the architect's next-generation construct, a depth predator, harvester class. He identified the classification from the Level 8 chamber's records, the chamber at the financial district gate that had contained the historical accounts of previous regression hunters' attempts. The harvester class had been described in those accounts, but had not been encountered by any of the 46 previous hunters who'd left records. It was new, deployed for the first time. He assessed it from the entry point. 12 meters tall. Not fixed physical form. Adaptive, the way the within engagement adapters were adaptive, but with a scale and sophistication that made those construct entities look like first attempts. The Harvester class had 3 distinct operational modes visible in the way it was currently holding position. A defensive shell configuration for taking sustained damage, an offensive spike configuration for direct engagement, and something else. A 3rd state that it shifted into briefly at irregular intervals. A state that his monster sense read as completely different in energy composition from the other 2. The 3rd state was active during intervals when it was observing him. Learning. He fought it for 27 minutes. The fight was the most technically demanding single engagement he'd managed in either timeline. The entity adapted continuously, Not between exchanges, not between moves, but on a cycle of approximately 4 seconds. Every 4 seconds it integrated the previous 4 seconds of combat data and adjusted its response parameters. He had a 4-second window on each approach before it had updated its counter. He used 4-second windows. The approach, force a specific attack pattern for the first 4 seconds, establish the entity's counter-response, and then change approach in the exact second the counter-response committed. In the 2-second gap between commitment and reassessment, apply resonance collapse. 45-second cooldown. Hold for 45 seconds. Repeat. 7 cycles. The entity survived 6 applications of resonance collapse and partially adapted to the 7th before the 7th completed. He stood in the empty zone with his hands at his sides and felt the specific quality of exhaustion that came from 27 minutes of complete mental and physical commitment. He examined the entity's remnants. The construct matter dissolution pattern was different from standard constructs. The coherence layer had held for 6 resonance collapse applications before failing on the 7th. The entity's construction had been engineered to resist the ability that had been most effective against the previous construct generations. There would be more, better ones. The architect built from experience. He climbed back to the surface. The central tower's subbasement was clear when he emerged. The association's emergency response teams had processed the first 2 levels and stopped at the 3rd dimensional barrier, the same zone he'd been fighting in for 14 hours. From their perspective, the subbasement had stabilized when the breach pressure dropped after he destroyed the array. He found the maintenance stairwell and climbed to the street. The city was in recovery mode, dawn light, evacuation zones being lifted, emergency broadcast shifting from crisis to aftermath. He walked 3 blocks to where Bryn had staged, got in the vehicle, and said nothing. Bryn looked at him for 3 seconds and drove. Chapter 89. Bryn's call came at 2:17 a.m. while Kael was in the vehicle and Bryn was driving south back toward the container facility. The central gate has opened in the subbasement, Bryn said. He was reading from the emergency channel on the vehicle's radio, cross-referencing with the data feeds Yui was monitoring. You need to hear this. The association's emergency leadership is reporting that the central gate is exhibiting dimensional architecture characteristics they haven't encountered in any previous gate type. The subbasement below level 2 shows signs of dimensional space integration with an external structure. I know, Kael said. I was inside it. Bryn glanced at him. For how long? 14 hours. A pause. The association's response teams went into level 2 and stopped. The dimensional barrier at level 3 stopped them. Whatever you were fighting in there, I handled the array. The breach mechanism is destroyed. He leaned his head against the seat back. But the gate itself is still open. They can't close it without understanding what they're dealing with. Yui says the central gate's energy signature is still elevated, not decreasing. He knew why. The array was destroyed, but the accumulated energy in the central gate's deep structure was still present. Months of core delivery from Renner's network, banked in the gate's dimensional material. The gate wasn't erupting anymore, but it wasn't stable in the way a normal gate was stable. It was holding something. Yui, he said. He called her directly. She answered in 2 seconds. The central gate is critical, she said. Her voice was the voice she used when she was managing a significant situation without sufficient support. The association leadership wants to know if it's safe to seal the subbasement access point. I've been advising against it. I don't know enough about the gate's current state to say sealing is safe. But I'm one analyst. They have 3 S-rank team leaders all recommending seal and monitor. Tell them not to seal it, he said. The gate's deep structure connects to the primary architect infrastructure. If they seal the access and the gate goes critical again, they lose the ability to respond from inside. The breach has to be addressed from within the gate, not sealed around. Give me something I can put in a formal advisory. He thought about what he could give her that was credible, attributable to analytical methodology, and that would actually change the recommendation. The gate's energy signature profile matches a class of dimensional integration events documented in pre-association era research. 1960s, the Vasilev Institute papers that your own biochemist source referenced. That class of event requires internal stabilization, not surface sealing. There are 3 documented cases of surface sealing producing cascading collapse. I'll send you the citations. How do you know the citations? I know a lot, he said. I'll send them. He ended the call, retrieved the Vasilev Institute papers from a research archive through the laptop's cellular connection, found the 3 documented cases. They were real. He'd known about them from gate history research in his original timeline, and forwarded them to Yui with a note explaining which passages were relevant. She filed the formal advisory 40 minutes later. The seal recommendation was put on hold pending further review. Bryn looked at the road ahead. You're going back in. Yes, Kael said. When? After I've slept and Sarah and Jean are both able. Bryn said, Lena's going to say something. I know. Kael closed his eyes. I'll hear it. Chapter 90, they entered the Association Central Tower at 3:14 a.m. on a night 3 days after the initial activation, under circumstances that required considerable coordination from Yui. The building was not empty. The association's emergency operations were running from the tower's upper floors. The sub-basement access was under monitor by security personnel, and the media presence outside required creative approach routes. But Yui had filed a formal analytical advisory requiring in-person gate inspection by senior anomaly assessment personnel, which was a credential category she'd created through the association's administrative system using the authority that her reinstated clearance provided. The credential applied to 3 people. She hadn't specified who. Kael, Sarah, and Jean entered through the maintenance stairwell at 3:14 a.m. The security team at the sub-basement entrance saw 3 people with the right credential and correct familiarity with the building's protocols. Jean had memorized the security procedures from a building management document Yui had forwarded, which he had apparently read once and retained completely. They were through in 6 minutes. Sub-basement level 2. The gate's presence filled the space even from outside the aperture. A dimensional weight that was registering as physical pressure on Kael's perception, not just his ability-based sensing, but his baseline human intuition. He'd felt this before. The financial district gate had been the same in character, different in scale. This was larger. Significantly larger. 3 days of the deep structure sitting in integration with the surface world had changed the gate's character. Sarah adjusted her footing. Tide senses reading deep. Very deep. The gate connects to the architect's home dimension directly, Kael said. The central gate is the main aperture. He looked at the 2 of them. This is the most important single gate in the network. If we can disrupt the core infrastructure below the 3rd zone, we break the network's central connection. Jean was looking at the aperture with the expression he used when he was processing spatial information through his depth sense rather than visual input. There's someone else in the space, he said. Kael and Sarah both looked at him. Not a construct. Not a human presence. Something else. He paused. Old. Very old. It was already here before the architect opened this gate. Kael thought about the phrase from the level 8 chamber. Asterisk, there is something deeper than the architect. It feeds on the same collapse the harvest creates. Asterisk, that information, he said, becomes relevant when we're inside. He led them through the aperture and into the gate's 3rd zone. Yui, alone in the analytics room 2 floors above, watched their heat signatures disappear from the basement monitor display. She sat in the empty building with the emergency channel running and began typing the next advisory, the one that would, when the time came, direct the association's emergency response to the remaining intact sites in the right order to maximize the disruption effect without collateral damage. She'd been building it for 3 days. She kept typing. Chapter 91, the central gate's 3rd zone, was a different order of space. Kael had been inside it 14 hours earlier. Coming back, with Sarah and Jean beside him, the zone's architecture resolved differently under 3 active depth resonance systems operating simultaneously. The system's dimensional perception deepened when multiple hosts were collocated, an integration function he hadn't noticed on the previous entry because he'd been alone. The zone was vast. No ceiling. A horizon. The floor, if the surface they were walking on could be called a floor, curved slightly at the edges, like the interior of an enormous sphere. The walls, where they existed, were not stone or dimensional material in the conventional sense. They were composed of something that Kael's origin echo passive, not yet unlocked, but approaching, registered at the edge of its pre-unlock range as asterisk layered dimensional history. Each stratum corresponds to a gate type consumed over the architect's operational period. Asterisk every gate the architect had ever processed was here, compressed into the walls of its central structure, the dimensional material of 3,000 years of gate consumption layered like geological time. He walked and looked at the walls. Sarah moved in a slightly wider arc, tide sense radiating outward in search of structural patterns. Jean was 2 steps behind both of them, turned slightly to his right in a way that positioned him to see threats from the angle they were least likely to notice. The ecology here was nothing. No natural monsters. No constructs in the entry zone. Just the vast space and the accumulated weight of what the architect had built. It's watching, Sarah said. Not a guess. Tide sense, reading the wave pattern of dimensional energy in the space, had found something that moved against the baseline in a way that passive entities didn't. Something aware of them. The architect, Kael said. Or the other thing, Jean said. The system that had been built here, this entire constructed dimension, functioned with the specific quality of a space designed around a purpose. Every element of the architecture directed attention and movement toward the center. Whatever was at the center of this space, they were going to walk toward it whether they planned to or not. They walked. The system that was building toward each of their next ability unlocks was active at an elevated rate in this space. Every moment spent in the central gate's third zone counted as deep gate time at an accelerated rate, which Kael had noted the last time, and which now meant all three of them were accumulating depth score at a pace significantly above their standard cultivation rate. The architect had built this space to be the fastest possible harvest environment. He filed this as they needed to complete the operation here before the cultivation effect moved any of them toward harvest threshold. Move faster, he said. He started toward the center at a pace that covered ground without becoming a sprint. Do you know where you're going? Sarah said. The core infrastructure is below this zone. We need to reach the transition point, the level where this zone connects to the dimensional layer beneath it. He kept moving. The transition point is the zone's deepest accessible point. It should be at the center. They moved. Everything they'd been building toward since the first gate was in this walk. Chapter 92 Level 3's dimensional archive appeared at the center of the vast space as they approached it, a structure that hadn't been visible from the zone's entry point, concealed by the zone's curving geometry. The archive was circular, its walls composed of the same layered history material as the surrounding space's perimeter, but more densely compressed. They entered through an aperture in the archive's wall that opened as they approached, as if the structure recognized their presence and was accommodating it. Inside, inscribed surfaces on every plane, the proto-gate script dense enough that the translation function generated more text in Kael's visual field than he could read in real time. Selective reading. He filtered for keywords, for phrases that matched what he was looking for. Asterisk construction record. Original deployment. 3,142 years prior to current timeline. Primary architect entity. Asterisk Sarah said. It's a complete record. The architect's operational history. Read the deployment mechanism, Jean said. He was already parsing sections at the archive's far wall, and his reading speed was faster than Kael's. The compression that came from someone who processed text the way hunters process spatial data, in full field assessment rather than sequential scanning. What did it build with? Kael said. Nothing, Jean said. He meant it literally. The archive's construction record showed the gate portal creation mechanism, not built from any existing material, but generated by pressure differentials in the dimensional boundary, manufactured points of weakness that allowed the architect to push through from its home dimension. The gates were created by applying force to the dimensional boundary from the other side. The architect punches holes. The holes become gates. Everything on our side that we think of as gate ecology is the consequence of dimensional material flowing in through the holes. And we've been living our entire civilization adjacent to these holes, Sarah said. 60 years of gate economy, Kael said. But the holes go back 3,000 years. Before the gate economy, the holes were smaller, not large enough to produce monsters, just large enough to permit energy exchange. He was reading the deployment history. The gate economy started because the architect began opening larger holes, deliberately, to produce the monster ecology that drives hunters into deeper and deeper gates. Jean said, the gate economy is a cultivation infrastructure. The whole thing. Not all of it, Kael said. The natural gates, the small ones, the micro gates, those are the original holes, unchanged. The association's classified gate ecosystem, the large S rank and above gates, those are the ones the architect expanded to drive deeper cultivation. He looked at the archive's walls. The full scope of it was there, in precise record. 3,000 years. 47 regression hunters. Continent-wide gate network. The entire dimensional economy of the human world, shaped by something that had been farming it since before civilization had a concept of what dimensions were. The archive had one more section he needed to read, the section that described what happened after the harvest, what the energy was used for. The Level 8 chamber had described the architect's civilization on the other side of the boundary. This record might have more. He found the section. The energy harvested at the collapse point powered a dimensional expansion, the architect's civilization extending its reach to a new dimension, establishing gate networks in the new dimension, beginning the cultivation cycle again. This was how the architect grew, one dimension at a time, each dimension a 3,000-year cycle, each cycle ending in harvest and expansion. They were the fourth dimensional cycle in recorded history. The archive went quiet in his translation field. He'd reached the end of the record. 3 cycles before us, he said. 3 other dimensions. Harvested. The architect's civilization expanded to include them. Nobody spoke. Jean said, what happened to those dimensions' inhabitants? Kael looked at the archive. The record didn't say. He suspected the record's silence was the answer. Chapter 93. The archive also contained the thing Jean had mentioned on the way in, the other information. The 47 regression hunters across recorded history. The previous attempts to stop the harvest. The 9 partial successes. Jean had found this section and was reading it when Kael crossed the archive's interior. One of the 47 succeeded, Jean said. His voice carried the specific quality he used when something surprised him, which happened rarely enough that Kael paid full attention. In the second dimensional cycle, a regression hunter reached the simultaneous disruption point and completed it. The entire sealed gate network was disrupted at once. The harvest failed. What happened? Kael said. The architect adapted. Within 3 years, it rebuilt the network with a more advanced construction. The next regression hunter to attempt the same strategy failed because the new construction was disruption resistant. He paused. But the one who succeeded, they lived. The disruption didn't kill them. They went too deep for the architect to harvest and became something the archive describes as, he translated the term, depth sovereign, beyond cultivation, beyond harvest, living in the dimensional substrate itself. That's what depth transcendent means, Sarah said. Her voice was thoughtful. In our rank structure, the tier above the final rank. Depth transcendent isn't a cultivation endpoint. It's a point past which the harvest mechanism can't reach. The system told us the structure was chasm breaker, then void diver, then rift sovereign, then depth transcendent, Kael said. After depth transcendent, origin diver, mythic, he had been at chasm breaker. He'd advanced to rift sovereign during the central gate's third zone fight. If the depth transcendent tier is past harvest threshold, the architect would have configured the harvest to activate before a regression hunter reaches that tier. Which matches what you were told, Jean said. Harvest at origin diver, the mythic tier, which is above depth transcendent. Kael thought about this. The harvest threshold he'd been given, the tier at which the harvest would activate, was origin diver. But the archive's record showed a regression hunter in the second cycle had gone past depth transcendent without being harvested, which meant either the archive was wrong, or the harvest threshold in the second cycle was higher, or the harvest threshold changed, he said. The architect moved it. After the second cycle, it moved the harvest threshold above depth transcendent to prevent regression hunters from going deep enough to escape it. He looked at Jean, which means the threshold can be moved, which means the system structure we're operating under isn't fixed. It was set by the architect, Jean said. It can be changed by the architect, or by whatever modified the information node, Sarah said. They looked at each other. The archive's records contained 46 failures and 1 success. The success had changed something for subsequent cycles by demonstrating that depth could exist past the harvest threshold. The architect had responded by raising the threshold, but the demonstration that threshold depth was achievable remained in the record. We need to get out of this archive, Kael said. We've been here too long. The cultivation acceleration in this zone is building our depth scores faster than I calculated. They moved. Chapter 94. The Sovereign class appeared on level 6 of the Central Gate's third zone, not a Harvester class, a different designation that the level 8 Chamber's historical records had described only theoretically. The Sovereign class had been deployed once, in the historical records account of a third cycle attempt that had progressed further than any previous regression hunter group. It had destroyed all 3 hunters in that group in 17 minutes. It was not 12 meters tall. It was larger, not in the way a physical thing was large, in the way a dimensional presence was large, filling space without having precise physical boundaries. It had a core, a dense manufactured center that Kael's resonance collapse could target. But the core was surrounded by dimensional fabric armoring that absorbed resonance energy rather than transmitting it. It attacked all 3 of them simultaneously. The Sovereign class fight lasted over an hour. Kael didn't count the exchanges. He was operating at the limit of what he could maintain, every ability cycling at maximum efficient use, his combat pattern rotating through approaches fast enough to stay ahead of the entity's adaptation cycle, using Origin Echo's pre-unlocked edge detection to read the armoring's weakness points without having the full ability to do so. The weakness points kept moving. The armoring was dynamic. Every time he found a point and directed resonance collapse at it, the armoring redistributed its material before the charge could complete. Jean found the method. 23 minutes into the fight, in the 1-second gap between 2 exchanges, Jean said, the armoring follows energy gradients. If you create a false gradient, it redistributes to the wrong point. Kael understood immediately. He redirected a controlled abyss pulse into the armoring's left sector, not to damage it, to create a pressure gradient the armoring's dynamic system would treat as a threat. The armoring redistributed to the left. The right sector opened. Resonance collapse on the right sector. The core shuddered. They repeated the sequence: false gradient, redistribution, resonance collapse on the exposed core, rotating the false gradient source through Kael's abilities and Jin's depth pressure techniques, and Sarah's tide sense vibration attacks. The entity adapted between each sequence, but the adaptation took 6 seconds, and in 6 seconds they could run the sequence twice. 14 repetitions. The core gave. The entity dissolved over 12 seconds, not all at once, in strata, each layer of the armoring releasing separately as the core's coherence failed. The dissolution produced a dimensional energy discharge that hit all 3 of them with physical force. Kael was on his back before he registered having fallen. He got up. Sarah was on one knee with her non-dominant arm held against her body at an angle that told him the arm was broken. She got up on her own. Jean was standing. He looked at Kael, then at Sarah, ran an assessment of both, and said, 2 more levels. I can feel the infrastructure below. Kael nodded. He had 4 cuts, bruised ribs, and a hand that wasn't gripping properly. He flexed it, found it functional at 70%. Enough. We move, he said. They moved. Chapter 95, Level 9. They reached it through a descent that went past Level 7's Construct Defenses, a standard Harvester-class unit that Kael's Resonance Collapse handled in 2 charges after their technique for neutralizing the armoring was applied, and Level 8's Empty Archive, which contained only the entry-level records they'd already read. Level 9 was different in character from everything above it. The walls were not gate material. They were dimensional substrate, the raw material of dimensional space itself, compressed into a visible, physical form. Walking through Level 9 was walking through something that had no analog in any natural gate he'd ever entered. In the center of Level 9 was the gateway. Not a gate. A gateway. A dimensional opening of significant scale, composed not of accumulated core energy, but of fundamental dimensional material, the same substrate that composed the walls. It was the architect's home dimension's entry point, a permanent, constructed aperture rather than a temporary breach. It was large enough to walk through. Jean stood at a specific point 8 meters from the gateway and said, I can feel the depth on the other side. Kael could feel it too, not with any single ability, but with the accumulated perception of someone who had spent years learning what depths felt like. The other side of the gateway was deep in a way that exceeded any gate he'd ever entered. Not dangerous in the way monsters were dangerous. Dangerous in the way of being beyond the edge of what the mapping system had ever processed. If we go through, Sarah said, does our system still work? I don't know, Kael said. I do, Jean said. He was quiet for a moment. The system is dimensional in nature. Its function is tied to dimensional depth, which doesn't have a spatial boundary. Going through the gateway doesn't change what we carry. He paused. But the architect is on the other side, and it knows exactly where we would appear relative to its infrastructure. The architect had told Kael it expected the harvest to proceed. It had been honest about that calculation. The calculation was based on the assumption that the regression hunters couldn't stop 32 gates simultaneously. Going through the gateway would not stop the gates. It would give the architect direct access to its 3 current cultivation subjects. We don't go through, Kael said. We need the plan that works from this side, Jean said, confirming it. He stepped back from the 8-meter point. What is it? Kael looked at the gateway. He looked at the level's walls. He looked at the dimensional substrate that composed this space and thought about what structural resonance and origin echo, coming online, now, the pre-unlocked detection giving way to the first edges of real ability, was telling him about the gateway's physical structure. The gateway had 7 structural nodes. He counted them. We need to come back, he said, with a plan for all 3 of us hitting specific points at the same moment. He turned from the gateway. Not today. We're not in a state to execute something that requires precision. He looked at Sarah's arm. And we need to plan for the 7 nodes, not improvise from here. Agreed, Sarah said. Fine, Jean said. But we come back soon. I can feel this space accumulating our depth signatures. The architect is building data on us in real time just from our presence here. They climbed out. 6 levels, managed descent, 3 exhausted hunters emerging through the central gate's sub-basement aperture into the Association Tower's basement maintenance space. At the top of the maintenance stairwell, Yui was waiting. She looked at all 3 of them. At Sarah's arm. At Kael's hand. She said, I have a first aid kit in the car. I know, Kael said. Good, she said, and walked toward the maintenance exit without further comment. Chapter 96. The plan took 4 days to build. Kael built it the way he built all plans, from the constraints outward. The constraints were precise. 7 structural nodes in the architect's gateway, 3 hunters, the requirement for simultaneous execution within a 3-second window, and the architect's knowledge that they were coming. That last constraint was the controlling one. The architect had seen every strategy in 46 previous attempts. It would adapt in real time to anything it recognized. The plan needed to be built around something the architect hadn't seen. From the historical archive, the one successful disruption had used a simultaneous three-side approach rather than a single concentrated attack. The success was that it had moved faster than the architect could compensate. The failure that followed in subsequent cycles was that the architect had hardened the gate networks against that approach. The central gateway's 7 nodes were a new problem. The historical archive had no record of a regression hunter reaching the gateway. The 46 previous attempts had all failed at earlier stages. The 7-node simultaneous approach was, as far as the archive showed, untried. 7 nodes, 3 hunters, Sarah said, on the second day of planning. 2 of us hit 1 node each, 1 of us hits 2. The remainder are covered by. Kael stopped. By what? They had no additional capacity. He ran the numbers. The timing window is 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, with void step for repositioning, 1 hunter could theoretically reach 2 non-adjacent nodes if the nodes are spaced within void step range. What's the spacing? Sarah said. I measured from the entry point as best I could before we left. Approximately 8 meters between adjacent nodes, 20 meters between opposite side nodes. He looked at Jean. Void step range is 12 meters standard. With optimization, 15. Jean said. Give me the 2 nodes on the northeast and southeast points. He said it the way he said everything. Minimal, exact. I can cover the span if I hit the northeast first and blink to the southeast within 3 seconds. How confident? I've covered larger spans and tighter windows inside gates with less preparation, he said. Yes. Kael allocated the nodes. Jean had 2. Sarah had 2 on the northwest side, closer together, within range of each other with her tied sense-guided positioning. He had 3, the gateway's central node plus 2 flanking nodes that he'd reach through void step in sequence. 3 seconds, Sarah said. All 7 simultaneously. 6 of 7 are simultaneous. One of mine has to be last, the central node, because the central node's disruption is what propagates to the others. If I hit the flanking nodes first, the central node detonates the propagation. He looked at the planning notebook. The central node is the last one. I have to reach it last, which means I have to plan my approach, so I'm already adjacent to it when the other 6 go. The approach geometry was the problem they spent days 3 and 4 on. He went through every permutation. There were not many feasible ones. The space's geometry, the node positions, his void steps range and cooldown, the 3-second simultaneous window, the constraints were narrow. But there was one sequence that worked. It required him to start from the gateway's south side, take 2 void steps in pre-planned directions to hit the south and southwest flanking nodes, and be adjacent to the central node when the 3rd-second window closed and Jin's and Sarah's charges fired. What if the architect intervenes during the approach? Bryn said. He'd been listening to the planning sessions with the particular quality of someone who was tracking feasibility rather than participating in the technical construction. The architect will intervene, Kael said. I'm planning for construct interference. The question is how much it can deploy in a 3-second execution window. What's the answer? We don't know. We've never moved this fast. Bryn said, so the plan works if you're faster than the architect's response time. And we don't know what the response time is. Yes. He let that sit. Bryn was right. It was the constraint he couldn't calculate from available data. He couldn't know the response time without testing it, and testing it meant being inside the gateway with the architect aware of what they were doing. We accept the unknown, he said, and we move faster than we've moved before. The plan was as complete as it was going to be. Chapter 97, the deployment logistics, took 48 hours. UE planted false scheduling data in the association's emergency operation records, a procedural flag indicating that the Central Tower's subbasement access was scheduled for maintenance access by a specialist team at 3 a.m. on the target date. The flag would delay any other scheduled access until the maintenance window closed. It wouldn't stop a direct override from association leadership, but the emergency operations leadership had enough concurrent crises that they were unlikely to override anything flagged as already scheduled. She did this quietly, using her reinstated clearance and the administrative database access that came with analytical division seniority. She filed the flag and documented nothing. Bryn coordinated the logistics. 3 vehicles, staged at 3 separate points around the association tower's perimeter, each one with an extraction kit and a pre-planned route that avoided the association's emergency perimeter monitoring. Mira had sourced the vehicles through the rebuilt outer ring contacts, clean plates, registered to entities with no connection to anyone in the crew. Orion handled the supply chain that the operation needed going in, supplemental energy kits that the 3 hunters would carry in the gate, Materials Lena had assembled for field treatment of mid-operation wounds, equipment that Gene had specified from his 5 years of continuous gate habitation. Specific items that most hunters didn't carry because they weren't planning to operate in a single gate for extended durations. Lena set up the central medical station in a ground-floor office space 3 blocks from the Association Tower, accessed through a building whose vacancy she'd confirmed 4 days prior. She didn't say much about her assessment of what the operation's outcome probabilities were. She set up the station with more capacity than the planning scenario required. Kael noticed this. He told her what she was preparing for wouldn't happen. She said, "I know. That's why I'm doing it correctly now rather than being inadequate later." That was the conversation. He left her to set up the station. The 3 regression hunters gathered in the vehicle staging area 2 hours before entry. Final kit check. Final review of the approach geometry. Gene confirmed his 2-node sequence. Sarah confirmed her too. Kael walked through the 3-step approach to his 3-1 final time, aloud, for external verification. "The architect knows we're coming," Gene said. It wasn't concern. It was precision. He was acknowledging the condition, so it wasn't an assumption during execution. "Yes," Kael said. "Then we move as soon as we enter. No assessment period." "Yes." "How much deviation from the plan do we accept before we abort?" Kael thought about the 46 previous attempts. About what the archive had described as the common failure mode. Hesitation at the execution point, caused by construct interference that was more intense than planned, causing one hunter to wait for the others to confirm readiness before firing. The 3-second window failing because the hunters were waiting on each other. "None," Kael said. "We execute the moment we reach our positions. No waiting for confirmation. If one of us doesn't make it to position, the others execute anyway." Sarah looked at him. "Execute anyway," he said again. The partial disruption in the archive succeeded at 3 sites out of 6, and still broke enough of the network to delay the next harvest cycle by 2 centuries. "If we take out 5 of 7 nodes, we've bought time. We take the options we get." Gene nodded once, which was his agreement signal. Sarah said, "Understood." They moved toward the tower at 1:47 a.m. Chapter 98. They were inside the central gate's 3rd zone at 2:23 a.m. No pause at the entry. No assessment period. Kael had given himself the count from entry to position, for minutes and 20 seconds, to reach the gateway's south side approach point. He moved at a pace that covered ground without sacrificing approach quality. Sarah on his left and Gene behind, each of them running the pre-planned route through the vast zone toward the gateway's location. The constructs came on the 2nd minute. Not a wave, a targeted interception. Harvester-class units, the adapted kind that could modify within a single engagement. 4 of them, positioned with the specific spatial logic of something that had been waiting and had placed itself optimally for the intercept. Gene took 2 without slowing. Not a full engagement. A transit engagement, each one hit with a directed resonance collapse charge at the single, most structurally critical point while he was already moving past it. The charges converted each hit into a disruption rather than a destruction. The units weren't dead, but they were non-functional for approximately 90 seconds. 90 seconds was enough. Sarah took the other 2 with the same transit approach, using tide sense to find the structural points without needing to slow for visual assessment. Kael didn't stop moving. He arrived at the approach point with 11 seconds to spare. Level 9. The gateway. 7 nodes. He could see all of them with origin echo. The passive had fully unlocked during the 3rd zone transit, the dimensional architecture of the gateway resolving into complete structural clarity. Every node's precise position. Every connection between nodes. Every stress point in the node structure that resonance collapse could exploit. He could see the path through it. "I see a back path," Gene said quietly, coming up on his right. He'd found the same thing through his own dimensional perception. The northeast node has an approach angle that bypasses the gateway's active monitoring field. 30-degree offset from the primary vector. "Take it," Kael said. Sarah was already moving toward her 2 nodes on the northwest side. She'd seen the approach geometry through tide sense and had adapted her route accordingly. A 30-second route deviation that positioned her more favorably relative to the gateway's monitoring field. Kael had the south approach. He took it. The gateway pulsed once as they moved toward it. A single-dimensional signal, the equivalent of a system alert. The architect was aware. He was already moving. He had 2 minutes before he needed to be at the south node. He ran. Chapter 99. The 3-second window opened at 3:41 a.m. Gene hit his northeast node at 3 hours and 41 minutes. Kael had counted the seconds from the moment Jin's route diverged toward the northeast point. He'd been tracking Jin's movement through the system's passive dimensional awareness, the same resonance recognition that had let him find the other regression hunters in their gates. He knew Jin's position precisely. He knew when Jin committed. 3 seconds. He was adjacent to his first flanking node. He activated resonance collapse. Sarah's 2 nodes were on the northwest side. Her tide sense gave her positional precision better than visual tracking in dimensional spaces. She was already at her first node when Jean committed. She fired. 3 hours 41 minutes and 1 second. Jin's second node, the southeast point, across the gateway from his first. He activated void step and covered the span. Kael's first flanking node collapsed. He stepped to the southwest flanking node. 3 hours 41 minutes and 2 seconds. Sarah's second node went down. Jin's second node went down. Kael's southwest flanking node. He was adjacent. He activated resonance collapse, felt the node fracture under the charge. 5 nodes. He was already moving toward the central node. 3 steps. The gateway's monitoring field was active. He could feel it trying to read him, trying to deploy a response. Depth field was running at full output, suppressing the tracking. The response was delayed by the suppression. Not stopped. Delayed. He reached the central node at 3 hours 41 minutes and 3 seconds. Activated resonance collapse. The central node's structural integrity was higher than the flanking nodes. It was the propagation point, the hub of the gateway's 7-node system, and it had been constructed to last. The charge hit, and the node flinched, but held. 45-second cooldown. He had 45 seconds with the architect's response arriving, and the central node intact, and 5 of 7 nodes destroyed. The architect sent constructs. Not Harvester class, Sovereign class, the largest deployment, filling the gateway's approach space from 3 directions simultaneously. Jean was already there. He'd moved from his second node to the central node's position in the same second Kael reached it. And he was doing what he'd done to the second cycle archive entities, applying his dimensional pressure technique to the central node's resonant frequency, finding the point at which it pulsed and attacking at the exact moment of the pulse. The technique broke the node's repair cycle. 30 seconds. Sarah, whose 2 nodes were destroyed, turned to the Sovereign class constructs and engaged them at the gateway's periphery, not to destroy them, to occupy them for 30 seconds. The central node was degrading. Jin's technique, applied continuously, was weakening the node faster than it could self-repair with its repair cycle disrupted. 20 seconds. The Sovereign class constructs were the most advanced the architect had ever deployed, and Sarah was holding 3 of them by herself using tide sense to predict and counter their adaptive patterns, and she was doing it, and the cost was visible in the specific quality of her posture, absorbing hits she couldn't fully avoid and staying functional through them. 10 seconds. The cooldown cleared. Kael activated resonance collapse on the central node, targeting the resonant frequency point that Jean had exposed. The node shattered. 7 of 7 nodes destroyed. The gateway's architecture shuddered. Not immediately. 3 seconds of silence before the propagation reached the outer structure, and then the gateway began its collapse. Jean said, 2 nodes held. He was wrong. He was right. 28 of 32 gate connections had severed through the propagation. The 4 that hadn't were the most remote gate nodes in the network, beyond the propagation range of the gateway's collapse. The gateway was going. Everything connected to it was going. And the 4 that remained. They started to feel it before they saw it. The 4 remaining connections flaring. The accumulated energy of the entire rest of the network pouring into 4 remaining points. The architect's response to losing its network channeling everything into the final 4. 2 collapsed into dead zones. 1 destabilized. 1, the central gate. The one they were standing in. The gate's 3rd zone began to merge with something. Out, Kael said. We need to get out. Now. They ran. Chapter 100. The merger was catastrophic and slow at the same time. Slow in the sense that it took 90 seconds for the merged dimension to fully establish itself as a real space rather than a collapsing dimensional bubble. Catastrophic in the sense that during those 90 seconds, the central gate's interior was experiencing the dimensional equivalent of a controlled explosion, the boundaries between the architect's home dimension and the central gate's 3rd zone dissolving into a single continuous space. They ran through a space that was becoming something else while they were inside it. The floor changed texture under their feet. The ceiling that hadn't existed began to suggest itself. The walls, which had been composed of the gate's layered history, began recomposing into the material of the architect's home dimension, denser, darker, structured according to a logic that was not the gate's logic. Jean was fastest. He navigated by depth sense through an environment that visual tracking couldn't keep up with. Sarah was behind him, running hard, and Kael could hear her breathing, the specific pattern of controlled exertion in someone who was injured but not stopping. Kael was last. Level 8. Level 7. Level 6. The 3rd zone was only 3 levels deep, and he was at level 1 of the 3rd zone already, close to the transition point that led to the gate's upper levels. The merged dimension stabilized behind them. Not inside the 3rd zone. The merger had completed exactly at the boundary of the third zone. The architect's home dimension had merged with the space where the gateway had stood, but the collapse had held at the level 2 boundary. The third zone was now the architect's home dimension. The upper levels, levels 1 and 2, were still the central gate's interior, still connected to the sub-basement entrance. Something vast and ancient stepped through the merged dimension boundary. Not constructs. Not the architect's projected intelligence. A physical presence. A being that made the merged space feel the way a crowded room felt when something very large entered it. They didn't see it. They were already at level 1. They hit the exit aperture at full speed and were expelled through the gate into the Association Tower's sub-basement as the aperture slammed shut behind them. Kael landed on the concrete floor and lay still for 2 seconds. Then he rolled to his feet. Jean was already standing. Sarah was on her feet with her injured arm held against her. The gate aperture behind them was sealed. Solid wall, no dimensional opening, no sound from the other side. Bryn was on the sub-basement stairs with Lena 3 steps behind him. Kid open. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Jean said, quietly, precisely. Something came through. Before the gate sealed. 3 of its roots are still anchored in this world. He said it without alarm. Like a precise observation that required acknowledging before it was incorporated into the next set of calculations. Kael said nothing. He was looking at the wall where the gate had been. The architect didn't have access to this world anymore. But something that had been behind the architect, deeper, older, something that fed on the same collapse the harvest created, had managed to anchor 3 roots before the sealed gate snapped shut. The architect was gone. The network was broken. 28 of 32 gates were severed. And something else had moved in. Chapter 101. The architect manifested in the Association Tower's sub-basement at 4:02 a.m. Not upstairs. Not in the building's lobby or in the street outside. In the sub-basement, directly adjacent to where the central gate's aperture had stood, because the merge had been complete at the boundary before the gate sealed, and the architect's entry into this world had occurred in the moment between the third zone's merger and the gate's closure. It had made it through with the gate still open by seconds. It was not physical in the way a human body was physical. It was composed of condensed gate energy, dimensional material in a density and configuration that interacted with real space through the massive energy differential between its dimensional composition and the ambient environment. It was enormous. The sub-basement ceiling, which was 4 meters above the floor, did not constrain it. The material flowed upward and through it without structural resistance, because the architect's physical presence was expressed in dimensional layer terms that physical barriers didn't address. Every piece of association equipment in the building burned out in a single pulse. Kael was still in the sub-basement when the manifestation completed. He felt it before he could process what it was. The dimensional anchor passive running at maximum intensity in automatic response to a dimensional presence of this magnitude. The system protecting his positional stability from a force that, at this proximity, could have ejected him from dimensional space entirely. He stepped backward. Within 2 kilometers of the tower, every hunter within range felt the pressure as a physical force. Not pain. Pressure, the sensation of something much larger than the available space pressing outward against whatever contained it. 600 meters from the tower, Yui was in the car she'd staged for the extraction. She felt the pressure wave hit the vehicle's frame and sat very still with her hands on the steering wheel. The association's emergency broadcast system had burned out with the equipment pulse. The communications went silent across a 2-kilometer radius. Kael looked at the architect. The architect looked at him. Not with eyes. With the attention of a dimensional presence orienting its awareness toward a specific point. He felt it the way he felt monster sense outputs. Not as visual information, but as knowledge of being perceived. You disrupted the network, the architect said. Its voice was the same as the Eastern District Gate's lower level, dimensional medium carrying the information rather than air. I expected a higher probability of success than you achieved. 28 of 32. For held, Kael said. Yes, for held. It was not gloating. It was the voice of something describing a state of affairs. The 4 that held contain enough accumulated energy for a limited harvest event. 3 regression hunters at current depth levels would not produce maximum yield, but yield sufficient for a partial dimensional expansion. A pause. I will work with what I have. You're not harvesting anyone, Kael said. The 4 remaining gate connections exist. You cannot sever them from the surface. The gateway collapse closed the access point you would have needed to reach them. Another pause. I have adapted to every regression hunter attempt in 46 previous cycles. I will adapt to yours. He had no immediate answer to this. It was true. The 4 remaining gate connections were inaccessible from the surface. The collapse had closed the approach route. The approach route through the central gate. The approach route he was standing 20 meters from. He looked at the sealed wall where the gate had been. The architect manifested its first construct wave. Not harvester class, not sovereign class, a new type, larger, composed of the same condensed dimensional material as the architect's physical presence. The constructs that emerged from the architect's form were extensions of it, not separate entities. Above them, in the building that contained them, every hunter within 2 kilometers was feeling the pressure like a tide coming in. It was going to get worse before it got better. Chapter 102. Kael did not run. The sub-basement was not a good position. The architect's manifestation filled the lower space, and the new construct extensions were already expanding toward him. He had dimensional anchor active, preventing ejection. He had depth field active, making him a null point in the architect's energy tracking. Neither ability was going to make the sub-basement a defensible position against the primary presence of the being that had built the entire gate network. He ran the assessment in 2 seconds and reached the obvious conclusion. The sub-basement was not where he could accomplish anything. The constructs were here. The architect was here. What needed to happen was upstairs, coordinated with his crew, with a clear understanding of what the 4 remaining gate connections meant and how to reach them. He activated Void Step and moved through the construct extensions in the 10-second window between their deployment and their positional settling. The extensions had the same adaptive property as the Harvester class, but at a larger scale. They would take 11 to 15 seconds to establish tracking on him after Shadow Resonance's concealment and depth field signature scrubbing. He had 11 seconds. He used 8 of them to reach the maintenance stairwell. He ran up. The building was in chaos in the specific way that institutional structures entered chaos when the emergency was originating inside rather than outside. People moving in the wrong directions, the evacuation procedures designed for external threats, not functioning for a threat that was in the building's foundations. He found Bryn at the ground floor maintenance exit, exactly where he should be. Architect manifested in the sub-basement, Kael said. I felt the pressure wave. Whole building felt it. Bryn was already moving toward the vehicle. Jean and Sarah, I need them. Where? Lena's medical station. 3 blocks. They ran. The architect's presence in the sub-basement was having effects that propagated outward, not physically, not through the walls, but dimensionally. The accumulated energy of its entry was reshaping the ambient dimensional field around the building. Kael could feel it through structural resonance, stress points in reality rather than in stone, places where the dimensional material was being compressed by the architect's presence into a density that the surrounding environment wasn't designed to contain. Inside the merged space, which was now real, the third zone fully merged, the architect's home dimension occupying the same physical space as the central gate's 3rd level. Something was happening that he could only partially perceive. The dimensional accumulation was building. The architect was not idle. His depth score was accumulating at an elevated rate. He ran faster. Chapter 103. Jean was aware of the dimensional merge before the press report reached the medical station's radio. He was sitting cross-legged in the largest space of the ground floor office block that Lena had converted, and his depth sense, the particular perception developed through 5 years of continuous gate immersion, had registered the dimensional merge the moment it completed, 3 kilometers away. The architect came through, he said. Lena looked up from the equipment she was inventorying. How do you know? I can feel the depth shift. The ambient dimensional field in this area moved by approximately 12 points toward deep gate calibration. Something very large opened a significant dimensional boundary very recently. He opened his eyes. The tower gate merged completely. Lena said, that's what Kael was afraid of. Yes. He stood. We need to prepare. Sarah was in the station's secondary room, arm in a temporary brace that Lena had applied on the extraction. She came out at the sound of his voice. 3 regression hunters and 1 fully manifested architect in the same city, she said. Her voice was running the calculation. The harvest timeline accelerates to immediate. Yes, Jean said. The architect is here. It will attempt immediate extraction if it can locate us. He was already running the position analysis, where he was relative to the architect's manifestation point, what obstacles existed between those 2 points, what the architect's construct extensions could cover versus what required direct engagement. Our depth scores are elevated from the central gate operation, Sarah said. The cultivation acceleration in that space pushed all 3 of us closer to harvest threshold, Jean confirmed. Mine is the closest. He said this without inflection because it was a fact, and facts needed to be stated to be worked with. His depth score had been the highest of the 3 since they'd found him in the coastal gate, and the central gate's acceleration effect had increased the gap. He was the architect's primary harvest target. He looked at Lena. Kael will be here in approximately 4 minutes. Please have what you need ready. She was already assembled. She'd been assembled before they'd entered the gate. Jean stood in the medical station's open space and monitored the dimensional field around them. The architect's presence was affecting the ambient field across the district. Every dimension-sensitive person within range was feeling something, most of them without understanding what. 3 minutes 40 seconds, he estimated. Kael and Bryn came through the door at 3 minutes 20. Kael looked at Jean and Sarah, did a 3-second assessment, and said, "The 4 remaining gates. We need to reach them from the outside." "The approach was through the central gateway," Sarah said. "The central gateway's closed. We need a different approach." He looked at Jean. "You said there's something below the eastern port gate. Below level 9. Below the level 9 access point. I could feel it during extended habitation in that gate system." Jean looked at him. "You're proposing to reach the 4 remaining gate connections through the eastern port's deep infrastructure. The eastern port was in your zone. You know it better than any gate in the network." Kael held his gaze. "Can we reach the 4 remaining connections from below rather than from above?" Jean was quiet for 3 seconds. This was a long silence for him. "I don't know," he said. "I didn't explore below level 9 because level 9 was my depth ceiling at the time." He paused. "It isn't anymore." "Then we go find out," Kael said. Chapter 10 For the architect spoke to Kael for the second time in the eastern port gate's 7th level, 2 days after the central gate manifestation. They had entered the eastern port gate from Jin's knowledge of its access architecture, a route through the seaside gate complex that avoided the most traffic-heavy approaches, descending through the levels Jin knew and then, past level 9, into territory that Jin confirmed felt different in his depth sense. Below level 9, new architecture, different material, the same construction quality as the central gate's lower levels. Below level 10, the dimensional substrate layer. The architect's presence here was not physical the way the sub-basement manifestation had been physical. It was expressed through the gate's ambient field, a communication carried by the dimensional medium rather than by manifested form. "You cannot reach the 4 remaining connections from this direction," it said. Kael kept moving through the level 7 corridor with Jean and Sarah. "Tell me why." "The 4 remaining gate connections are accessed through the merged dimension, what was previously the central gate's 3rd zone. The eastern port's deep structure connects to the pre-merger version of the architect's home dimension, not the current merged space. The architectural connection point changed when the merger completed." He thought about this. The merger changed the connection topology. Yes, all deep gate infrastructure that connected to the original gateway now connects to the merged space's outer boundary rather than to the original access point. The topology is inverted. A pause. The 4 remaining connections are on the interior of the merged space, accessible only from inside. Then we need to enter the merged space. The merged space's entry point is the central gate's sealed aperture, the architect said. The aperture was sealed by the gate's collapse mechanism. I cannot reopen it from the outside. The collapse triggered a lock protocol that requires internal reset. And you can't reset it. I am inside the merged space. I cannot access the surface aperture's lock mechanism from the interior. Kael processed this. The architect was telling him the merged space was inaccessible from both outside and inside, sealed at the surface, locked by a protocol neither party could reset from their respective positions. He kept walking. "Why are you telling me this?" A longer pause than the previous ones. "Because the alternative is a prolonged conflict in the surface world that I will eventually resolve in my favor, but that will be considerably more damaging to your civilization's physical infrastructure than the scenario where you access the merged space and disrupt the 4 remaining connections." He stopped walking. "You want us to go in," he said. "I want the 4 remaining connections disrupted," the architect said. "There is something in the merged space that I did not anticipate, that I cannot remove. It has been there longer than the merge has existed. It was present in the home dimension before I brought it into contact with your dimension. Its presence in the merged space makes the merged space inaccessible to me. The thing deeper than the architect. Frail. You're afraid of what you let in," Kael said. The architect's presence in the dimensional medium shifted, the ambient field fluctuating in a way that felt, if a non-human dimensional presence could feel anything, like acknowledgement. "The 4 connections feed Vrail as much as they fed the harvest mechanism," it said. "I cannot allow that." He looked at Jean. Jin's face was doing the minimal expression thing that covered significant internal processing. Sarah was watching him. "Give us the lock protocol for the aperture," Kael said. The architect transmitted it. Chapter 105 The architect's constructs attacked on level 8 on the way back up from the eastern port gate. Not because the architect had ordered the attack. The constructs were operating on their baseline defensive protocol, and the defensive protocol had been running continuously since the manifestation. The architect, from inside the merged space, couldn't override its own surface world construct network in real time. The irony of this was not lost on Kael. The architect had just told him how to access the merged space, and then immediately had its own automated defense system attempt to kill them on the way out. He fought through the level 8 constructs alongside Jean, using the 4-second adaptation window technique that had proven effective against Harvester-class units. 7 units. 9 minutes. They kept moving. Emerged into the coastal zone's surface world at 2 p.m. Bryn was staged at the vehicle. He assessed all 3 of them in 3 seconds and drove without asking questions. At the container facility, they'd relocated back to it 3 days after the manifestation. The outer city location now safer than any urban location given the architect's presence at the Association Tower. Kael laid out what he'd learned. The merged space is accessible through the central gate's sealed aperture using the protocol the architect gave us, he said. The 4 remaining connections are inside. Vrail, whatever was behind the architect, the thing from the chamber text, is also inside. It was already in the home dimension before the merge. The merge brought it into contact with the surface world's dimensional framework. Vrail's presence is what's preventing the architect from accessing the merged space. Vrail and the 4 remaining connections in the same space, Bryn said. Yes. And the architect wants us to disrupt the connections because the connections are feeding Vrail. The accumulated energy in the 4 remaining gate sites is flowing toward Vrail through the merged space. The architect can't harvest what Vrail is consuming, Mira said. So the architect is asking us to fix its mistake. Yes. And fixing the architect's mistake also fixes our problem. If we can disrupt the 4 remaining connections without being destroyed by Vrail, Kael said. Yes. The room was quiet. Orion said, "What's Vrail?" Kael looked at the planning notebook. The chamber text described it as something that predates the architect, that feeds on dimensional collapse rather than on cultivated depth energy. The architect built its civilization on depth energy harvest. Vrail built on something else, something that the architect's collapse events produced as a byproduct. He paused. The chamber text said the third party that modified the information node had survived the architect by surviving what came after. What came after, in the second cycle where someone successfully disrupted the architect's network, was Vrail. Everyone sat with this. The previous disruption didn't end the threat, Sarah said. It just changed which threat was active. Yes, Kael said, which is what the modification to the information node was trying to tell us. The warning wasn't stop the architect. It was survive what comes after the architect. Chapter 106. Jean entered the merged space for the first time through the backchannel connection he'd identified 2 weeks earlier during his research into the eastern port gate's deep infrastructure. Not the central gate sealed aperture. That was the direct approach, and direct approaches to the merged space were what the architect had told them required the lock protocol. But Jean had been inside the eastern port gate complex long enough and deeply enough that his depth sense had registered something the architect hadn't mentioned, a subsidiary connection point between the eastern port's level 9 infrastructure and the merged space's outer boundary. Not a full connection, a thin space, a place where the dimensional material between the eastern port's deep level and the merged space's exterior was thinner than standard dimensional barriers. Not enterable through normal means. Enterable through void step from the right position, at the right dimensional depth, by someone whose accumulated depth score was high enough to generate a local resonance with the merged space's outer boundary. Jin's depth score was the highest of the 3. He'd found the thin space. He'd tested the theory alone, in the eastern port's level 9 zone, without telling Kael, and confirmed he could reach the merged space's outer boundary without using the sealed central gate aperture. He told Kael this at the crew meeting with the specific delivery he used for facts he'd verified, but that the other person was going to have feelings about. Kael looked at him for 3 seconds. The thin space access is less stable than the aperture approach, Jean continued. Entry requires void step at a specific vector in the level 9 zone, time to the merged space's ambient pulse cycle, approximately every 40 seconds. The entry window is 2 seconds wide. He looked at Kael. I've done it once. You can follow me. It's navigable. Why didn't you tell me before you tested it? Because I wasn't certain it was navigable until I tested it. He paused. The testing was a low-risk individual exercise. The information only became relevant when I confirmed it. Kael didn't push further. Jin's methodology was his own, and it had produced valid results. Can all 3 of us make it through the thin space? Sarah's tide sense should help her find the entry window. You're the variable. Your void step is similar to mine, but your entry vector precision is slightly lower from what I've observed. He said this without critique. Observation of fact. I can guide your vector from the entry point. Then we use this approach instead of the aperture. The aperture protocol the architect gave us is still valid. The thin space approach is faster and doesn't require us to use a lock sequence the architect provided. He paused. I'm not comfortable using a lock sequence the architect provided. Kael said, neither am I. He looked at the planning notebook. We used the thin space. The merged space's outer boundary was where they'd need to start. From there, the 4 remaining gate connections were interior to the merged space. Not at the surface, but in the deep layer where the home dimensions architecture connected to the gate network's final 4 sites. The outer boundary was also where Vrail would be, or parts of it. The chamber text had described Vrail's roots, the 3 remaining anchors that hadn't fully severed in the collapse. 3 roots, in the merged space, feeding on the energy of the 4 remaining gate connections. Their problem was that disrupting the 4 connections while Vrail was actively feeding on them would either stop the feeding, which would make Vrail hostile, or complete what the collapse had started, severing Vrail's remaining roots at the cost of the energy differential that the severing would release. He needed to understand what that energy differential meant. Lena, he said. She was at the room's edge with her arms crossed, listening. If we're going into a space where the highest available energy form is dimensional collapse yield, what does that do to a person physiologically? Define dimensional collapse yield, she said. He tried. It took 5 minutes. She was quiet for a moment. I have no reference data for that. Nothing in medical literature. She met his eyes. So I can't tell you if you'll survive it. I can tell you that if you don't go, the alternative is worse. Yes, he said. They began planning the approach. Chapter 107. Sarah entered the merged space first, as the advance element. Her tide sense gave her the best initial perception of the space's dimensional architecture. She could map its wave pattern structure faster than either Kael or Jean, which made her the right choice for primary reconnaissance. The entry through the thin space required 47 minutes of preparation. Positioning in the eastern port's level 9 zone, calibrating to the merged space's pulse cycle, waiting for the entry window. Sarah went first on the first window. Kael second, guided by Jin's vector call. Jean last, who needed no guidance. They assembled in the merged space's outer boundary layer, a zone of dimensional material that existed between the merged space's interior and the dimensional barrier separating it from the eastern port's deep infrastructure. It was not the same as being inside the merged space. It was the outer skin, and it was enough to establish what they were dealing with. Sarah's tide sense flooded her perception with wave pattern data, and she spent 60 seconds absorbing it before speaking. The merged space's interior is different from the central gate's third zone as it was before the merger, she said. Her voice was the precise reporting voice she used for dimensional data. The merger changed the spatial properties significantly. What was the third zone is now something with a much higher dimensional density. It's like the difference between a normal gate and a deep-level ancient gate, but applied to the entire space. The 4 remaining connections, Kael said. I can sense them. For distinct energy concentrations at specific points in the merged space's interior. Dense, much denser than the feeding arrays in the surface world sites. The accumulated energy has been flowing into this space since the collapse, and there's been nowhere for it to go. She paused. Vrail is between us and the connections. She said this with the specific quality of noting a significant obstacle without dramatizing its significance. How much of Vrail? Jean said. She paused. 3 distinct nodes. Probably the 3 roots that anchored before the collapse completed. They're not moving. They're drawing energy from the 4 remaining connections through the space. She looked at Kael. If we disrupt the connections, the roots stop feeding. Immediately. Which means Vrail responds immediately, Kael said. Yes. The strategy required simultaneous disruption, the same approach as the 7-node gateway attack, but in a space with 3 active Vrail root nodes that would respond the moment the feeding stopped. There was no delay available, no buffer period. The disruption would trigger Vrail's response before the disruption could complete. Unless we deal with the roots first, Jean said. He said it as observation, not proposal. But he was right. Kael ran the implications. Deal with Vrail's roots first. Reduce the response capability before cutting the connections. But engaging Vrail's roots before cutting the connections meant Vrail would have full access to the 4-connection energy supply during the engagement. They'd be fighting something fed by accumulated gate harvest energy while trying to sever the feed. Jean, Kael said. Tell me about fighting without an energy advantage. I've done it, Jean said. He was quiet for a moment. It's different from fighting with one. Everything takes longer. The margin for error is smaller. He looked at the merged space's interior where the roots were. But the roots are anchors, not weapons. They're holding position while they feed. They're not actively combat deployed. He paused. Anchors are different from fighters. Anchors can still fight, Sarah said. Yes, but their primary function is positional. They'll defend their position rather than pursuing. He looked at Kael. If we can attack the roots from angles that don't trigger territorial response, dimensional pressure approach, Kael said. He was thinking about how Jean had described Vrail's roots during the Eastern Port Gate analysis. The feeding connection structure, the energy flow pattern. Not combat. Resonance disruption from outside their territorial boundary. Like cutting a power line rather than fighting the thing connected to it. Jean said, I've never tried to cut a power line that's actively being used. Neither have I, Kael said. But I know what powers cut lines do when you cut them. Sarah looked at both of them. We're doing this now. Yes, Kael said. While we have the position advantage. They moved into the merged space's interior. 3 regression hunters had occupied the same deep dimensional space simultaneously. For the first time in recorded history, the Second Cycle Archive had noted. The architect's home dimension, now merged with the Central Gate's third zone, responded to 3 simultaneous depth resonance signatures with what felt like a dimensional recognition. Not hostile, not welcoming, but noting. Something much older than the architect noticed too. Chapter 108 Bryn organized the surface operation at 6 a.m. The 7 gate activation sites that had been active had either stabilized or were being managed by association emergency teams. The architect's manifested presence at the association tower was producing effects that the association's emergency leadership was trying to categorize as anomalous dimensional event, while simultaneously trying to maintain institutional function. The tower had been evacuated at the sub-basement levels. Nobody was going back in. Bryn's surface operation was simpler and more direct. The 7 overloaded gate points across the city that were still active, the remaining secondary sites that weren't the 4 remaining connections inside the merged space, were bleeding dimensional energy into the surface world in a way that was adding to the architect's manifestation's ambient pressure. Closing these gate points wouldn't eliminate the pressure, but reducing it would slow the escalation. The problem was that closing gate points required hunters at capability levels the association's standard response teams barely met. Yui was the coordinator from the association side. She was operating from the evacuated tower's upper floors, not the sub-basement, nowhere near the architect's manifestation zone. With her analytical clearance and the emergency operations access she'd been given during the crisis period. She used this to direct the association's available S-rank response hunters to the 7 secondary sites in the order Kael had specified in a contact 2 days earlier. The contact had been brief. A list of 7 gate sites, a recommended response order based on energy contribution to the manifestation, and the instruction to destroy any anomalous dimensional distribution equipment found in the deep levels of each site. She transmitted the list to the emergency operations team as a formal analytical recommendation, and it had been implemented without question. The emergency leadership was accepting anything from anyone who had a coherent plan. The S-rank hunters worked through 5 of 7 sites by noon. 2 sites were too deep for S-rank capability. They stalled at the level where the core feeding arrays were located and couldn't reach them. Yui called Kael's emergency contact number. No answer. He was inside. She directed the 2 stalled response teams to hold at their current level and maintain defensive perimeter. Then she went back to the emergency channel and continued coordinating the broader response with the same precise voice she'd used since the crisis began, structured, data-driven, never showing the calculation. She was constantly running underneath about the 3 people who had gone into the association tower's sub-basement and hadn't come out yet. She kept typing. She kept talking on the channel. She kept the surface operation functioning, which was the only contribution she could make, and she made it completely. The architect's manifestation pressure fluctuated across the morning, lower during the periods when the 7 surface sites were being disrupted, higher during the gaps between. The pattern was legible. The disruption was working. Not fast enough, but working. Chapter 109 Kael advanced to depth transcendent rank in the merged space's 4th hour of operation. He wasn't fighting. He was maintaining position, holding the dimensional anchor point while Jean worked the first Vrail route, and Sarah maintained the perimeter against the route's peripheral defensive responses. The rank advancement came from accumulated time in the deepest dimensional space he'd ever inhabited, the cultivation acceleration of the merged zone working at the highest rate he'd experienced. Rank advanced. Depth transcendent passive ability unlocked. Origin echo asterisk function. Perceive the dimensional architecture of any space as if you designed and built it. Complete structural awareness of all dimensional connections, load-bearing relationships, energy flows, and structural weaknesses in the current space. Range, the entirety of the currently occupied dimensional space. Resolution, complete. Asterisk he stood in the merged space, and the entire architecture resolved. Not gradually. All at once. The complete dimensional architecture of the merged space, every connection, every energy flow, every node of Vrail's presence including the roots, every residual architectural element from the architect's home dimension, and the 4 remaining gate connections at the space's interior. He could see everything. The 4 remaining gate connections were positioned, not at the deepest point of the merged space, but at the structural junction where the architect's home dimension's original architecture had intersected with the central gate's incoming connection topology. The merge had placed them at a specific location relative to the merged space's center, and from Origin Echo's complete perspective, the connection structure was clear. Each one was a discrete architectural element, separable from the surrounding dimensional material, targetable by resonance collapse if reached with precision. The 3 Vrail roots were larger than the roots he'd sensed through pre-unlock perception. They were woven into the merged space's structural material, not just anchored, integrated, the way a tree's roots integrate with the soil around them. Pulling them out would damage the structural material they'd integrated with. But Origin Echo also showed the specific stress points where the integration was weakest, the places where the roots integration hadn't fully completed, where the roots and the structural material were in adjacent contact rather than full integration. At those points, the roots could be severed without cascading structural damage. "I have a complete architectural map," he said. Sarah heard him. So did Jean, though he was 12 meters away and focused on the first root. "Tell me what you see," Sarah said. He described it. The 4 connections, their positions, their structural composition, their vulnerability to resonance collapse. The 3 roots, their integration depth, the stress points where they were weakest. The merged space's overall structural condition, stable, but the energy input from the 4 connections was building toward a threshold, and past the threshold the accumulated energy would drive the merged space's dimensional density to a point where nothing living could remain in it. "How long?" Sarah said. He ran the calculation from the energy flow rates that Origin Echo was showing him. 6 to 8 hours at current flow rate. "And if we disrupt the connections," she said, "the energy input stops. The accumulated energy dissipates over time, weeks to months, but nothing catastrophic." He looked at the spatial map in his full-resolution perception. "The roots are the priority. If we sever the roots first, at the stress points I can now identify, the roots lose their integration hold. When we then disrupt the connections, the energy cut leaves the roots without feeding source and without structural anchor. They'll have to fight back before we cut the connections," Jean said. He was listening while working. "Severing roots that are feeding triggers Vrail's response immediately." "Yes," Kael said, "but I can see the optimal attack sequence now. If we hit the roots at the stress points in the right order." He looked at the map. "The first root's severing will create a structural cascade that weakens the second root's integration before we reach it. And the second root's severing does the same for the third." "Sequential rather than simultaneous," Jean said. "Sequential." He looked at the root positions. "I'll take the first root. It's the one closest to the 4 connections. Severing it creates the cascade." "Sarah, second root." "Jean, third." "I take the hardest one," Jean said. It wasn't protest. The third root had the deepest integration by Origin Echo's assessment. It was a fact about capability allocation. "Yes," Kael said. "When?" Sarah said. "Now," he said. "While the energy threshold gives us 6 hours." He moved to the first root. Chapter 110 Vrail noticed. Not in the moment Kael reached the first root stress point. The roots were feeding, the energy input was continuous, and whatever awareness Vrail had in the roots was directed toward the feeding mechanism rather than the surrounding space. But in the moment Kael applied Origin Echo's precise structural analysis to the root and began the process of creating a dimensional resonance disruption at the stress point, a technique that was less like combat and more like surgery, isolating the root's weakest integration node and applying a controlled resonance charge at the exact frequency that would sever it without cascading damage, Vrail noticed. He felt the awareness shift before the root's defensive response activated. Origin Echo showed it. The dimensional material around the root beginning to reorganize, the root's integration drawing on surrounding structural material to reinforce the stress point he was targeting. It was repairing. He applied the charge before the repair completed. The stress point at the root's weakest integration node was still open. The repair hadn't reached it. The resonance collapse charge found the open point and drove into the integration interface. The first root's integration with the surrounding structural material fractured. Not severed, fractured. Enough to compromise the integration's structural continuity, not enough to fully sever. He needed a second charge. The root's defensive response was active now. He felt it as dimensional pressure radiating outward from the root's position. Vrail's awareness expressed through the root's material, a force that was pressing against the surrounding space and against him specifically. Origin Echo showed him the force's structural pattern. It was probing, searching for his position relative to the root. Depth field was suppressing his energy signature. Shadow resonance was suppressing his monster detection presence. But Vrail wasn't using energy tracking or monster instinct detection. It was using dimensional material disruption detection, sensing the resonance disruption he'd applied. He had approximately 12 seconds before the root's defensive response located his precise position. He used the time. The second charge, precisely placed at the fractured integration interface, completed the severance. The first root's connection to the surrounding structural material released, cleanly, without cascade, the stress point targeting having protected the adjacent material from the release energy. The root contracted, not eliminated. Contracted, pulled back from the structural material it had been integrated with, now free-floating within the merged space rather than anchored to it. Free-floating didn't mean harmless. It meant mobile, and Vrail, whose root had just become unanchored, was aware. The dimensional pressure in the merged space doubled in the 3 seconds after the first root severance. He heard Sarah say, "Second root," her voice compressed with focus. He heard Jean say nothing, which meant Jean was already at the third root. He activated dimensional anchor at maximum intensity and held his position in the increasing pressure. Passive ability unlocked. Origin echo blinked in his perception, the notification redundant since the ability was already active. The system was registering his usage of its newest passive. He looked at the merged space's full architecture through Origin Echo and saw the 4 connections clearly, for glowing points of structural coherence in the middle distance. 2 more roots. Then the connections. He held his position and waited for Sarah and Jean. Chapter 111. The first root was mobile. It had contracted from its structural integration and was now free-floating in the merged space's interior, not attacking, not retreating, repositioning. The root moved with a purpose that Origin Echo could read as structural search. It was looking for a new integration point, somewhere else in the merged space's material where it could anchor. If it found one, the severing would have accomplished nothing. He moved to intercept the root's repositioning path, which Origin Echo showed as a predictable arc based on the structural density gradient of the surrounding material. The root would integrate with whatever structural material it encountered that was dense enough to support it. The densest point in the nearby environment was the dimensional substrate layer at the merged space's outer boundary. He placed himself between the root's arc and the outer boundary. When the root encountered dimensional anchor's presence, which expressed itself as a stable point in the dimensional material, it probed Vrail's awareness through the root, testing whether the stable point was structural material it could integrate with. He activated resonance collapse at the root's probing interface. Vrail's roots were not composed of the same manufactured dimensional material as the architect's constructs. Resonance collapse wasn't designed for biological or native dimensional entities. The ability specification had been explicit about its function against constructed entities. Against Vrail's roots, the collapse charge should have done nothing. It didn't do nothing. Origin Echo showed why. The root's integration interface, the mechanism by which it tried to bond with structural material, operated on a resonance principle. The root generated a specific resonance frequency that matched the structural material's dimensional signature, allowing it to bond. Resonance collapse disrupted that resonance frequency, not because it was designed for this purpose, but because Origin Echo's complete architectural awareness had let him target the root's integration mechanism rather than the root's material. The root's interface disrupted. The bonding attempt failed. The root probe withdrew. He followed it, not attacking the root's material, chasing the integration interface, staying within range of the probing mechanism, and applying resonance collapse each time it attempted a new bonding attempt. The root was trying to find stable material to integrate with. He was denying it every attempt. This was not a fight. It was a containment operation. He held the root's integration interface blocked, moving through the merged space in the root's wake, while his peripheral attention tracked Sarah's progress on the second root and Jin's on the third through Origin Echo's complete spatial awareness. Sarah's second root fractured on her third charge. The cascade he predicted from the first root's severing had weakened the second root's integration as planned. He'd been right about the structural cascade. The second root's stress points had opened after the first root's severance created a propagating shockwave through the surrounding material. The second root contracted. Sarah applied the containment approach without being told. She'd watched his method and adapted it in real time. Her tide sense gave her a different angle on the root's integration behavior, but the same principle applied. Third root is different, Jean said. His voice had the compressed quality of active engagement. The structural cascade reached it, but the root's integration is deeper than your model showed. The cascade weakened 3 of the 6 stress points. Not enough. Attack the weakened 3 and create new stress at the remaining ones, Kael said. Use your dimensional pressure technique on the unwrapped stress points. I know, Jean said. 3 minutes. He held the first root's containment while tracking Jean and Sarah through origin echo. The first root's integration attempts were continuous. Every 6 seconds a new probe, a new attempt at bonding with different structural material. Every 6 seconds he applied a resonance collapse charge at the integration interface. The cooldown was 45 seconds. He had multiple charges in the rotation because the root's probing frequency was slower than his cooldown cycle. The math worked, barely. At the 6-minute mark, Jean said, "Third root fractured." He heard the specific quality of Jin's voice when he said it. The voice of someone who has just applied sustained effort to a resistant problem and has reached the result they calculated. 3 roots. All fractured. None yet fully severed. Each one was mobile in the merged space, integration blocked by the containment approach. But the connections were clear. "We need to move to the connections now," Kael said, "before the roots find new integration points outside our range." "Yes," Sarah said. "Jean." "Moving," Jean said. They converged on the 4 remaining gate connections. Chapter 112. The 4 connections were at the merged space's architectural junction point. Origin echo showed them as specific structural elements in the dimensional material, each one a conduit between the merged space's interior and one of the 4 remaining sealed gate sites on the surface world. They were approximately the same construction type as the 7 structural nodes in the original gateway, but smaller, embedded in surrounding material rather than standing as discrete structures. Resonance collapse would work on them. The construction type was within the ability's effective range. He'd been running the cooldown cycle on root containment for 11 minutes. His charges were depleted. 3 charges in rotation, all used. Cooldown running simultaneously on all 3, none of them available for the next 45 seconds. He looked at the connections. "I'm dry," he said. 40 seconds. "Same," Sarah said. She'd been running the second root's containment on the same cycle. "I have 1 charge," Jean said. He hadn't been using resonance collapse for the third root. He'd used his dimensional pressure technique exclusively on the third root stress points. His resonance collapse charges were at 1/3 capacity. "Hit the first connection," Kael said. "The one on the northeast corner of the junction. Origin echo shows it as the load-bearing connection. Disrupting it first will weaken the other 3 the same way the first root's severance weakened the second." Jean moved. The first connection fractured on his charge. The energy flow from that connection's surface world site stopped. Not gradually. All at once, the conduit closing as the connection lost its structural coherence. The accumulated energy that had been flowing through it had nowhere to go and dispersed into the merged space's ambient field. The architect, inside the merged space with them, registered the disruption. Its presence moved, not toward them, not attacking, but toward the energy dispersion, consuming it. The architect was consuming the dispersed energy from the severed connection. Kael's cooldowns cleared. He moved to the second connection and applied resonance collapse. The second connection fractured. More dispersed energy. The architect's presence expanded to consume that too. A mechanical response, not strategic. The architect was feeding on the disruption's yield. Whatever it was doing here, the severed connections were producing something it could use. Third connection. Sarah was at it with her charges cleared, applying the same technique Kael had used on the root's integration interfaces to weaken the third connection before his charge arrived. It worked. The third connection fractured on first application. 3 of 4 severed. 1 remaining. The 3 fractured roots had been drifting through the merged space during the connection attack, not attacking, still integration blocked by the containment work, but moving. Origin echo tracked them as they moved toward the final remaining connection. They were trying to reach it before the last severance. To integrate with it. To preserve their feeding source. Last connection, Kael said. They all moved at once. He reached it first by 3 steps. Activated resonance collapse. The 4th connection fractured. The energy flow stopped. All 4 connections severed. The merged space's energy input had been cut completely. In the merged space, a silence fell that felt different from quiet. The silence of something that had been continuous stopping. And then Vrail's 3 unanchored roots responded. Chapter 113. He had taken Origin Echo's complete architectural map at the moment of the 4th connection's severance, and he already knew what the space contained, where everything was, what was possible. He shared what he knew in 3 sentences delivered while moving. 3 roots, unanchored, will try to integrate with the merged space's outer boundary since the connection points are gone. The outer boundary has specific structural nodes that support integration, 7 of them, same as the gateway. If any root integrates with a boundary node, it re-anchors and Vrail maintains access to this space. "We need to prevent integration with all 7 boundary nodes," Sarah said. "Yes." He looked at the merged spaces architecture through origin echo, mapping the root's current positions and trajectories against the 7 boundary nodes' locations. The roots are moving toward the boundary simultaneously, not to different nodes. All 3 are converging on the same cluster of nodes in the southeast quadrant. Why that cluster? Jean said. Structural density. The southeast quadrant's boundary nodes are the most stable integration points in the outer boundary. The roots are doing what they did inside, seeking the densest structural material. 3 roots. 7 nodes in the southeast cluster. He had 3 hunters. We hold the southeast quadrant, he said. Prevent integration. Root containment approach. Use resonance collapse at the integration interface, not on the root material. They moved. What followed was the operational sequence that Origin Echo's complete awareness made possible. He could track all 3 roots simultaneously, see the integration attempts in real time, call adjustments to Sarah and Jean as each root probed different nodes in the southeast cluster. The coordination was tighter than anything they'd managed in previous engagements because the architectural awareness was complete rather than partial. For 40 minutes, they held the southeast cluster. Sarah with 2 boundary nodes, blocking root integration attempts at the interface. Jean with 3, his dimensional pressure technique applied to the integration interfaces was more energy efficient than resonance collapse, which gave him coverage over a wider area. Kael with the remaining 2, coordinating the full picture through Origin Echo's continuous spatial map. The roots adapted. They changed their integration frequency, attempting to shift to a different resonance pattern that would bypass the resonance collapse disruption. He saw the frequency shift before it completed and called the adjustment. Sarah and Jean adapted their charge delivery without breaking pace. The roots tried a different approach, combined. 3 roots simultaneously probing a single node in an attempt to overwhelm the containment through volume. He saw it 4 seconds before it happened. Southeast boundary node 3, he said. All 3 roots converging. All 3 hunters redirected to node 3. The combined probing attempt collapsed under 3 simultaneous resonance collapse applications at the combined integration interface. The roots withdrew. They held. For another 12 minutes they held. And then Jean said, quietly, terse, the voice of precise observation that landed hard. Sovereign Vrail has been here the whole time. It's about to make itself known. The space shifted. Chapter 114. The shifting of the space was not like the architect's manifestation. The architect had entered the surface world like a presence moving into a new environment. Large, foreign, adjusting to a space that wasn't built for it. What Sovereign Vrail's full awareness entering the merged space felt like was more fundamental, as if the space itself was becoming aware that it was inside something much larger. Origin Echo registered it as architectural change, not sudden, not violent, but deep. The merged space's outer boundary, which Origin Echo had been tracking as a stable perimeter, began to show dimensional characteristics that hadn't been present before. Not structural change, composition change. The boundary material was beginning to carry the signature of something that had been consuming dimensional fabric for eons, not as an overlay, but as an integrated presence that had always been there, waiting beneath the boundary's surface structure. The 3 roots, which had been probing the boundary nodes, contracted simultaneously. They pulled back from the southeast cluster and moved toward the merged space's center, retreating from the boundary, retreating to position closer to the energy that had been feeding them. The 4 connections were severed. There was no more energy. The roots were retreating because something larger was coming through. They were making room. Vrail's full attention focused on the merged space. Not physical. Not the way the architect's manifestation had been physical. Something more direct. The awareness of a being whose scale of existence made physical manifestation unnecessary. Vrail didn't need to manifest. It was the thing the merged space was sitting inside. It was already here, Sarah said, her voice quiet and exact. The architect was farming the surface world. Vrail was farming the architect. Jean said nothing. Kael looked at the merged space's architecture through Origin Echo and saw what he hadn't been able to see before Vrail's full awareness activated. The merged space was not isolated. The architect's home dimension, which had merged with the central gate's 3rd zone, was itself positioned within a larger structure. Not inside it spatially, inside it conceptually. The architect's dimension, vast as it was a node in something even larger. Vrail's domain. The architect had been farming humanity for 3,000 years to sustain its civilization. And Vrail had been farming the architect and everything the architect had consumed for something that operated on a longer timeline than Kael could fully model from available information. He ran the tactical implications in 2 seconds. They could not fight Vrail. Not here, not with what they had. They could not run. Vrail's awareness filled the entire space. There was nowhere in the merged space that was outside Vrail's presence. The 4 connections were severed. The harvest mechanism was broken. Whatever Vrail had intended to gain from the 4 remaining gate connections was denied. But the 3 regression hunters were inside a space that Vrail owned, in a body he had built and fed and grown specifically to serve its own operational purposes. If Vrail owns the space, Jean said, 3 seconds after Kael had reached the same conclusion, then our presence here is Vrail's choice. Yes, Kael said. Then it wants us here. Chapter 115. Vrail spoke. Not through dimensional medium, the way the architect communicated. Not through space-carried vibration. Through the space itself, as if the merged space's entire volume was the communication medium, the information arriving not in sequence, but all at once, the way a painting arrived rather than the way a sentence arrived. The communication resolved in his perception through origin echo's architectural awareness, a complete transmission, complex, which took him several seconds to process. Vrail was old in a way that made the architect look like a recent development. The architect was approximately 3,000 years old in terms of its current operational cycle. Vrail was older by an order of magnitude that wasn't directly expressible in years. It had been present in the deep dimensional substrate before the concept of sequential time had stabilized in this dimensional region. It had been farming the architect for the same reason the architect had been farming regression hunters, because the energy generated by a farming operation was more concentrated than ambient dimensional energy. The architect's harvest events, the collapse of dimension farming cycles, produced a specific energy type that Vrail used for its own purposes. What its purposes were, the communication didn't specify. The communication included everything Vrail wanted him to know and nothing more. What it did specify, Vrail had anticipated the architect's current situation and had positioned accordingly. When the 7-node gateway was disrupted and the architect's network collapsed, the resulting dimensional collapse had produced an energy yield that Vrail had partially captured through its 3 roots. The 3 roots had been designed for this specific purpose, to capture collapse yield, not to sustain continuous feeding. The 4 remaining connections had been a bonus, not the primary objective. The primary objective was complete. Vrail had what it needed. The 3 regression hunters, inside the merged space, had provided the disruption event that generated the collapse yield Vrail had designed its roots to capture. They had been used. We did what it expected, Sarah said, her voice very careful. Yes, Kael said. Then stopping the harvest was the wrong goal, Jean said. The observation landed with the precision he used when he was stating something that required full acknowledgement. We did exactly what Vrail needed us to do. Stopping the architect's harvest generated a collapse event. The collapse event was what Vrail was actually farming. Kael stood in the merged space with Origin Echo's complete architectural awareness showing him everything. The merged space, Vrail's domain around it, the 3 roots that had captured the collapse yield, and the specific structural difference between the merged space's current state and its pre-disruption state. The current state was stable. The energy flows were stopped. The connections were severed. And Vrail had no further use for them. It's going to let us go, Kael said. Is it? Sarah said. He looked at the space around them through Origin Echo. The outer boundary was open. The roots had moved back from the boundary nodes, not because they'd been driven back, but because they were done. The merged space's outer boundary was accessible. Vrail had done what it needed to do and had no further operational interest in 3 humans standing in the space it was using as a temporary collection chamber. But temporary was the wrong word for what Vrail called temporary. We have a decision, Kael said. Leave now, through the thin space access. Or try to disrupt Vrail before it completes whatever it's doing. We have 4 minutes, Jean said. He'd been calculating something. Based on the energy absorption rate I can feel through my depth sense, the roots will have fully processed the collapse yield in approximately 4 minutes. After that, whatever Vrail is using the energy for, that process will be underway. Whether we can disrupt it after that point is unknown. We also don't know if we can disrupt it in 4 minutes, Sarah said. Kael looked at the merged space, at the roots, at the boundary nodes that were now clear, at the thin space access route back to the eastern port gate's level 9 zone and the surface beyond. He thought about the warning in the information node. We survived the architect by surviving what came after, not by defeating what came after. By surviving it. Leave, he said. Now. Chapter 116, they moved toward the outer boundary. Kael led, Origin Echo mapping the full architectural layout, navigating the shortest path through the merged space's interior toward the thin space access point at the outer boundary's eastern sector, the same entry point Jean had found in the eastern port gate's level 9 zone. Vrail's presence was in the space around them as they moved. Present the way an ocean is present to things swimming through it, not actively harmful, not passive, simply the context. He was aware of being inside something that was aware of him. 30 meters from the outer boundary. Origin echo showed the thin space entry point. The dimensional material at the boundary's eastern sector was still thin where Jean had used it for entry. The entry window's 40-second pulse cycle was running. He could see the cycle in the dimensional architecture, the merged spaces material breathing in and out at the interval Jean had calculated. Entry window in 22 seconds, Kael said. I see it, Jean said. He was reading the same cycle through his depth sense. 20 meters. The roots had been still throughout their movement toward the boundary. Vrail had expressed no operational interest in their departure. But at 15 meters from the boundary, something changed. Not the roots. The boundary. Origin echo registered the change before he could process what it meant. The merged space's outer boundary was changing its structural composition at the section adjacent to their approach route. Not closing, reorganizing. The thin space access point Jean had found was being absorbed into a new structural layer that was forming as Vrail's processing of the collapse yield completed. The access point was closing. Not quickly, but closing. Jean, Kael said. I see it. 12 seconds. He ran. 10 meters. The entry window's pulse cycle. He could see the next window opening in 4 seconds, and after that one the boundary reorganization would have progressed far enough to close the thin space entirely. For seconds, Jean hit the entry point first, moving at full speed. The thin space required void step at a specific vector, and Jin's vector was exact to within the margin he'd tested. He went through. 3 seconds. Sarah. She used tide sense to find the vector and activated void step. Through. 2 seconds. Kael. He had the vector from Origin Echo's complete spatial awareness. No approximation. Exact coordinates relative to the boundary's current structural state. He activated void step. The thin space was closing. Not fully, 90% open. The dimensional material at the boundary was reorganizing around the entry point, but hadn't completed. He went through the 90%. The boundary reorganized behind him. The thin space closed. He was in the eastern port gate's level 9 zone, lying on the dimensional floor of a space he'd been in dozens of times, with Sarah 3 meters to his left and Jean standing 4 meters ahead. The eastern port gate was quiet. Above them, 7 levels of gate ecology. Above that, the surface world. Bryn's staged vehicle. Lena's medical station. The city recovering from a week of catastrophic gate events. Jean looked at the boundary point where the thin space had been. Vrail sealed it, he said. From the inside, Kael said. Yes. It closed our exit and sealed the boundary from its side. Jean paused. That means it's done with the merged space. It's consolidating. Kael looked at the level 9 zone's ceiling, the rock and dimensional material above them, above which was level 8, above which was eventually the surface. We climb, he said. Chapter 117, the ascent through the eastern port gate, took 40 minutes. The gate's ecology, which Jean had cleared periodically during his habitation, but had not fully cleared recently, had regrown in the levels above level 9. B-rank and C-rank entities, natural ecology, nothing manufactured. He, Sarah, and Jean moved through them with the efficiency of 3 hunters who were operating well past these entities' capability tier, but who had enough accumulated wear from the merged space operation that they were conserving capacity rather than engaging unnecessarily. Level 7. Level 6. Level 5. Jean cleared each corridor with the casual authority of someone returning home. He knew this gate's ecology better than anything on the surface. He navigated its spatial logic without thinking. On level 3, climbing through a vertical shaft that connected to the upper levels, Kael thought about the 7 boundary nodes in the merged space's outer boundary, the ones they'd been preventing Vrail's roots from integrating with during the 40-minute containment operation. Origin Echo had shown him all 7 during the containment. He'd been focused on the roots integration attempts at the southeast cluster. But Origin Echo's complete architectural awareness had shown all 7 nodes, including the 3 that were outside the southeast cluster, which the roots had never targeted. Why? The roots had been seeking the densest integration points. The southeast cluster was densest. But Origin Echo had shown him that 2 of the 7 nodes were not part of the native boundary structure. They were different in composition, built into the boundary from the outside rather than as part of the original construction. Not architect construction. Not Vrail's roots. Something else had built 2 of the 7 boundary nodes. He filed this away. It was a detail that might mean nothing. Or it might mean exactly what he suspected. That the third party who had modified the architect's information node had also built structural elements into the merged space's outer boundary. Access points, possibly, or anchor points for something that had been waiting for the merged space to form before it could use them. He'd seen the information node's warning. We survived the architect by surviving what came after. The third party had survived, had built modifications, had anticipated everything that had happened, and had left structural elements in place for a contingency that had been planned before any of this had begun. He climbed. Level 2. Level 1. The gate's surface aperture. They emerged into the coastal zone's parking structure access tunnel at noon on a day that felt significantly longer than its hours. Chapter 118 Vrail moved against Kael in the surface world 2 days after the merged space exit. Not physically. Vrail didn't manifest physically the way the architect had. The 3 roots that were anchored in the surface world were in the merged space, and the merged space was sealed. But the merged space's sealing hadn't fully isolated Vrail from the surface world's dimensional architecture. The roots anchoring in the boundary material maintained a thread of connection, thin but functional. Vrail applied force through that thread. Kael felt it first as architectural change in the ambient dimensional field, origin echo reading the surface world's dimensional layer around him and finding stress points that hadn't been there the day before. The stress points were local, concentrated within a 100-meter radius, consistent with a dimensional force being applied from a connected but external source. The force hit. He was in the container facility's main bay when it arrived. It wasn't physical force, it was dimensional pressure, the same kind that the architect's manifestation had produced, but targeted rather than ambient. Targeted at him specifically, his depth signature serving as the address. He activated dimensional anchor at maximum intensity. The passive was running continuously already. Dimensional anchor had been active since he'd unlocked it, always on, but maximum intensity meant all of his capability directed into positional stability rather than anything else. The force pressed. He didn't move. He could feel the nature of it through origin echo's ambient read. Vrail was testing the surface connection, probing its force delivery capacity, trying to determine whether the thread could support enough force to affect a depth-transcendent hunter who had dimensional anchor running. The answer it was finding was, barely. The force increased. He felt it as physical sensation, pressure in his chest, in his ears, the specific sensation of dimensional stress being applied to a human body's interface with dimensional space. Not pain. Not yet. He reached for his phone and called Bryn with one hand while the other was pressed flat against the container facility's floor, structural resonance feeding him data about the dimensional stress propagating through the physical space around him. Vrail is applying force through the surface connection, he said. I need everyone out of the facility. The stress propagation is going to affect the physical structure. How long? Bryn said. Minutes. Maybe less. He heard movement immediately. Bryn's operational response, which was always immediate, already relaying the evacuation call. Lena's equipment going into its field kit. Orion's specific sound of someone who has been through facility evacuations before and knows what to prioritize. He stayed at the anchor point until everyone was out. The force increased in the 30 seconds before he moved. Significantly, Vrail was extending the probe into a push, testing whether a sustained application could overwhelm dimensional anchor's maximum output. He got up from the floor and walked out of the container facility's rear exit. Behind him, the facility's walls cracked along stress lines that the dimensional force had created. Not structural failure, stress cracks, the kind that occurred when the dimensional layer of a physical space was being compressed. The facility would survive. It would not be comfortable to be in while Vrail was probing. He stood in the industrial zone's yard area with the crew around him and felt the force on his chest ease as Vrail's probe encountered his dimensional anchor's full output with no additional available leverage. It can't reach us outside, he said. The force delivery requires a fixed dimensional address. The facility gave it an address. He looked at the crew. We're mobile from now on. No fixed location for any of us. Bryn said, the 3 roots. They're in the merged space. The force is coming through the thread the roots maintain to the surface. If we can sever the roots, we're back inside the merged space, Sarah said. Yes. He was already running it. But we know the architecture now. Origin Echo gives me complete structural awareness of any dimensional space I'm in. If we re-enter the merged space, I know the exact structural composition of each root's integration with the boundary material. I know the stress points. I know the severance sequence. We just came out, Jean said. Yes. He looked at Jean. And we know more than we did going in. Jean was quiet. The minimal expression processing state. Then, the 2 modified boundary nodes, he said. You saw them. I was tracking architectural details throughout the containment operation. Yes. He looked at Kael. If the third party built access points into the boundary, if there are alternative entry and exit routes that Vrail hasn't identified, then re-entering and exiting is more manageable than our first attempt. That's what I think they're for, Kael said. Jin's mouth was a line. Then, Tell me what you need me to do. Find the modified nodes from the level 9 thin space position. They'll be in the boundary at a different sector than the southeast cluster. He looked at the industrial zone around them. We prepare properly this time. Full approach. Chapter 119, the second entry into the merged space, was different because they knew what they were entering. Jean identified the modified boundary nodes in 12 minutes. His depth sense reading the boundary's outer surface from the eastern port gate's level 9 zone, finding the 2 points where the construction material was compositionally distinct from the native boundary. He'd been looking for them specifically, which made the identification faster. The modified nodes were entry/exit points. He confirmed this by applying a targeted depth sense probe to each one. They responded with dimensional permeability in a way that the native boundary didn't. Not the same as the thin space access. These were constructed entry points, stable, with a cycle that was faster and cleaner than the 40-second thin space pulse. They entered through the first modified node. The merged space inside had changed in the 2 days since their exit. Origin Echo registered the changes immediately. The 3 routes had repositioned since the boundary sealing. They had moved from the southeast cluster toward the center of the merged space, further from the boundary, deeper into the interior. Consistent with Vrail consolidating its surface world presence to a more defensible position. Consistent with Vrail having learned from the first confrontation that the boundary was where it was vulnerable. It moved the routes to the center, Sarah said. Yes, away from the boundary, away from our approach route. He looked at the merged space's current architecture through Origin Echo. The routes at the center were further from the boundary nodes, further from what they were integrated with. It overcorrected, Jean said. He saw it at the same time. The route's integration with the boundary material is under tension. Moving the root nodes to the center while maintaining integration with the boundary nodes stretched the integration connections. Each connection is thinner than it was on first entry. The stress points are at the connection midpoints, Sarah said. Yes. He mapped the stress points through Origin Echo. 3 routes, each with multiple integration connections running from the root node at the center to the boundary nodes at the perimeter. The connections under tension, stretched by the repositioning, had stress points at their midpoints that were more vulnerable than anything they'd found on first entry. He shared the map with Sarah and Jean. Simultaneous, Jean said. All 3 routes, all integration connections, all stress points, all at once. It's more complex than the first approach, Kael said. Each route has multiple connections. Hitting one stress point severs that connection, but the route remains integrated through the other connections. We need to sever enough simultaneous connections to collapse the integration before the route can withdraw the remaining ones. How many connections per route? Sarah said. 3 to 5, depending on the route. Total of 11 connections across all 3 routes. He looked at their available capability. 11 simultaneous charges. The 3 of them had 3 resonance collapse charges each in rotation. 9 total, cycling with 45-second cooldowns. 11 required. 2 from me, Jean said. Dimensional pressure technique applied to the first 2 connection points as resonance collapse substitutes. I can hit 2 points simultaneously if they're adjacent on the same route. That gave them 11 effective charges. 1 chance, Kael said. The moment we fire, Vrail will respond and the routes will withdraw before the cooldown cycle. We won't need to cycle, Sarah said. 11 simultaneous charges. 1 delivery. Done. He looked at the route's current positions and the 11 connection stress points through Origin Echo's complete spatial map. I'll call positions in sequence as we approach the delivery range, he said. Jean, you have the paired adjacent points on the northernmost route. Sarah, you have the 2 outermost points on the southern route. I have the remaining 7. 7, Sarah said. I have Void Step for positioning and Origin Echo for targeting. He looked at the space. I can be at 7 positions in the execution window if the positions are within Void Step range. They are, Jean said. He'd been checking through his depth sense. 12 meters maximum spread. Then let's go, Kael said. They moved toward the center. Vrail was aware. The awareness was present in the space around them. The ocean feeling of being inside something very large that knew they were there. But Vrail's awareness was directed toward the merged space's interior, toward the consolidated routes, not toward the approach routes. They were moving from outside the route's territorial area. Vrail wasn't tracking them. 40 meters. 30. 20. Call it, Jean said. Positions, Kael said. He transmitted through Origin Echo's spatial awareness the exact coordinates of each stress point. Not transmitted literally, but his movement toward each of his 7 positions, beginning now, would tell the others which positions remained for them. Simultaneous delivery at 10 meters from the northernmost route. He activated Void Step 7 times across a 12-meter spread in 4 seconds. Jin's 2 charges. Sarah's 2 charges. 11 stress points. 11 resonance collapse charges, delivered simultaneously across all 3 roots integration connections. The connections severed. All of them. Not fractured, severed. The tension in each connection, built up by the roots repositioning, had amplified the resonance collapse effect precisely as origin echo had predicted. The stress points had been at maximum vulnerability. 3 roots. 11 connections. All severed simultaneously. The roots contracted to their root nodes without integration support. They were free-floating. Unanchored. 5 seconds before Vrail redeploys them, Jean said. Exit, Kael said. Modified node, south sector. They ran for the second modified boundary node. Sarah first, through, the exit point opening cleanly, constructed for exactly this purpose. Jean second. Kael last, feeling the merged space behind him shift as Vrail registered what had just happened. He went through the modified node. The boundary sealed behind them with the sound of something very certain closing. Chapter 120. They stood in the eastern port gates level 9 zone. Again, this time, origin echo was reading the merged space's outer boundary, and what it was reading was different from both previous exits. The boundary's structural condition had changed. The 3 root nodes, inside the merged space, were free-floating and unanchored. The modified boundary nodes, the 2 access points the third party had built into the boundary, were sealed from the outside. But the root nodes were still inside. The roots are still in there, Sarah said. Yes, he said. Free-floating. They can re-anchor to the boundary material if they find stable integration points. He looked at the boundary through origin echo. They're currently being denied integration by the same structural condition that made the repositioning stress them. The boundary material after the forced repositioning has a different density gradient. The roots are looking for integration points that have the right density, and the repositioning changed the density distribution. How long before they find new integration points? Jean said. Unknown. Days, possibly. Maybe less. Then we have a window, Sarah said. Yes. He looked at the boundary. A window for what? I don't know yet. Jean was quiet for a moment. Then, origin echo. Can you see the boundary's structural composition at the scale of individual material units? Yes. The modified boundary nodes. What's their material composition? He looked. Different from both the native boundary material and from the architect's construction signature. A third type. He paused. The same third type I identified in the information node modification. The same builders, Jean said. Yes. Then they built something we can use. He looked at Kael with the expression that appeared when he'd found a precise observation that he needed to deliver. They knew the roots would need to be unanchored. They built exit points that work when the roots are unanchored. The exit points have closed, twice now, when the roots are anchored. He paused. The exit points are not just exits. They're designed to be operable only when the roots are in a specific state. Kael thought about this. Origin Echo's complete awareness was confirming what Jean was describing. The modified node's design included a state detection function. They opened when the roots were unanchored. They closed when the roots re-anchored. The third party built a window mechanism, Kael said. The window opens when the roots are unanchored. We have to use the window. For what? Sarah said. He looked at the boundary. At the modified nodes. At the structural architecture that Origin Echo was showing him in complete detail. And then, because Origin Echo showed him everything, he saw what the modified nodes connected to on the inside of the merged space. Not just exits. Entry points to a deeper level of the merged space's architecture. A level below the roots, below the boundary, below the architect's home dimension structural layer. A layer that the architect had not built. That the Vrail had not built. That the third party had constructed within the merged space's architecture as a separate, concealed structural layer. The third party had left them a room inside the architect's house. Kael and Jean destroy the final 2 nodes, he said, mostly to himself, running the connection between what he was seeing and the sequence they'd need. He looked up. Sarah and Jean were watching him. They built something inside, he said. Something we're meant to use. We go back in through the window, at the right moment, with the right approach. When is the right moment? Jean said. When the roots are in the right state. He looked at the boundary. Origin Echo will tell me when. The 3 of them climbed toward the surface. Level 8. Level 7. Above them, the city. The crew. The surface world that had survived a catastrophic week. Behind them, sealed but not finished, the merged space held Vrail's 3 unanchored roots and a structural layer that someone had built for exactly this situation. The window was open. Not forever. Chapter 121. They came out of the eastern port gate into the coastal zone's parking structure at 4:32 a.m. The gate's exit put them 3 meters from the utility corridor's overhead light, which Bryn had left on. He'd also left a signal, a specific arrangement of a yellow rag on the corridor floor that Min extraction vehicle is at position 2, 3 blocks north. They'd established this system on the third day of operations, when Bryn had noted that cell signal was unreliable near active gate sites, and that visual signals had a longer range than most people accounted for. Kael looked at the rag in the corridor and felt, for the first time in approximately 30 hours, that the immediate situation was not actively catastrophic. The crew arrived at the Association Tower subbasement by different routes over the following 40 minutes. Lena had staged her medical response in a ground floor space 3 blocks from the tower. Bryn had the vehicle at position 2. Orion and Mira were at a secondary staging point 4 blocks north, the logistics staging that supported the primary extraction. Yui was still in the tower's upper floors when they assembled at the medical space. She came down 40 minutes after Kael arrived, and stood in the doorway of the medical space looking at all three of them with a specific expression, not relief, not concern, the face of someone who has been running calculations about probability for 12 hours and has not yet updated them with the new information in front of her. "You're back," she said. "Yes," Kael said. She entered the space and sat across the table from him. The architect's manifestation in the subbasement, the dimensional pressure in that area dropped approximately 30 minutes ago. Equipment started coming back online. She looked at him. "Is that related?" "The 4 remaining gate connections are severed," he said. "The architect's access to its core infrastructure is cut. Without the energy supply, the manifestation in the subbasement will dissipate." "How long?" "Days. Maybe a week. The manifested energy has to dissipate through the standard dimensional field. It won't disappear all at once." He looked at the crew assembled around the medical space. Vrail's 3 roots are still in the merged space, unanchored. They can't apply force through the surface connection without an anchoring point. The force Vrail was applying to fixed location targets, the container facility, is gone. "We're mobile anyway," Bryn said. "Yes. Stay mobile." Lena was working on Sarah's arm. The original break from the Sovereign-class fight had been re-brace splinted for the merged space work, but needed proper setting now. She worked in quiet. The medical space had the character of places that held operations together from the outside. Unglamorous, essential, always occupied by someone who would rather be elsewhere and chose to be here. "Yui," Kael said. She looked at him. "The sub-basement's equipment coming back online. The association is going to want to investigate the gate's current state. What's the official narrative on what happened?" "I filed an emergency report 3 hours ago," she said. The report describes the gate activity as consistent with a Type 4-dimensional collapse event, a classification that exists in the association's anomaly taxonomy from the Vasilev era, but has never been applied in modern times. The Type 4 designation requires a minimum 30-day stabilization review before any subbasement access is permitted. She looked at her notes. "That gives us 30 days before anyone officially enters the subbasement." He looked at her for a moment. "You filed that before knowing whether we were coming out?" "Yes," she said. She said nothing else about it. He nodded once. "The next 30 days. Tell me what the association is doing." She told him. Kael's depth score was at its absolute ceiling. The system's perception of his current rank showed depth transcendent, and the system notification from the merged space's operation blinked in his peripheral vision. The rank had stabilized. The progression was complete. Not origin diver. Depth transcendent. The harvest threshold had been at origin diver. He had not reached it. He was still here. All 3 of them were. Chapter 122 Recovery took 4 days. He spent them doing what he'd never been particularly good at. Nothing operational. Lena's medical directive was explicit. 4 days of no gate activity, no significant physical exertion, no sustained system ability activation. He followed it because it was the correct directive and because there was something that felt, after everything, like permission to stop. The city recovered around them. The association's emergency response moved from crisis to aftermath. 7 gate stabilization sites, 1 sealed subbasement, 1 director dead under suspicious circumstances, 1 former political heavyweight under arrest, and a publicly unexplained 5-day period during which most of the city had felt a dimensional pressure event of unprecedented duration. The association's public statement classified the event as a naturally occurring dimensional resonance cascade, now resolved through emergency management protocols. Yui had written most of the statement. She'd chosen language that was technically accurate in every particular and told the public essentially nothing about what had actually happened. Kael read the statement and thought about how much of what happened in the world was managed this way, language that bounded the truth without containing it. On day 2, he went to visit the association tower's perimeter. Not inside. He wasn't interested in the sub-basement right now. He stood on the street across from the tower, and looked at the building and thought about what origin echo was showing him from this distance. The dimensional architecture of the sub-basement space was stable. The architect's manifested presence was dissipating. He could see the energy density dropping over the 2 days since he'd stood here. It would clear completely within the week Yui had estimated. The sealed gate aperture was still there. It wasn't going anywhere. And inside the merged space, which origin echo reached through the thread of dimensional awareness that existed between any space a depth transcendent hunter had occupied and the ambient dimensional field around them, the 3 unanchored root nodes were drifting. Not re-anchoring. Not attacking. Drifting, like debris in a current that no longer had a destination. Vrail was still present in the merged space. Its awareness was still there, the ocean feeling that he associated with the entity's scale. But its immediate operational agenda had apparently been served by the collapse yield it had captured. For now, he said aloud. Then he turned and walked back to the medical space. Yui was there when he arrived. She was writing something. Always writing something, in his experience. She looked up when he walked in. The 3 gate anomalies, she said. I filed a second report. Final classification of the 7 activation events, the architect's manifestation, and the sub-basement gate's current sealed status. All classified as resolved natural phenomenon. Is it resolved? He said. According to everything I can put in an official association report, yes. She held his gaze. Is it actually resolved? The architect's harvest mechanism is destroyed. The core feeding networks are severed. The gate network the architect built over 3,000 years is broken. He sat across from her. Vrail has 3 roots in the merged space that may or may not remain dormant. The merged space exists as a permanent feature of the city's dimensional landscape now. It's not going away. And Vrail, somewhere in the deep dimensional layer, still present. Not currently a threat because its operational objective was achieved, and it has no current avenue into the surface world. He paused. That's not the same as gone. She looked at him for a moment. That is not a satisfying answer. It's the only honest one. He looked at the table. The 30 days before the sub-basement review. After that, we'll know more. Origin Echo will continue monitoring the merged space's architecture. If anything changes, I'll know. She nodded. Said nothing for a while. Kael, she said. Yes. When this is done, when the 30 days are up and the sub-basement is reviewed, and whatever comes next has been handled. What do you do? He thought about this. I don't know yet, he said. She looked at him for another moment. I suppose that's also honest, she said. She went back to her writing. He sat across from her in the quiet medical space and let the question sit without trying to answer it further. Chapter 123 Jin's research into the Vrail anchor points began on the 3rd day of the recovery period, because Jin's recovery period was 2 days, which Lena had declared insufficient and which Jin had treated as complete. He didn't announce that he was researching. He simply began moving through gates in the relevant zones with his depth sense on full output, mapping the dimensional substructure at each anchor-adjacent location the way Kael would map a facility before entering it. Kael found out about it through Origin Echo's ambient awareness. The ability's dimensional field perception extended through spaces he'd occupied, and Jin had occupied the container facility's main bay with the same signature for long enough that Kael's awareness of his general activity had developed without active monitoring. He didn't object. It was useful work. It was within Jin's operational capability. And telling Jin what was and wasn't appropriate research timing would have been a conversation that produced no useful outcome. The results came back on day 5. Jin had found 2 of the 3 anchor points. The first was in the northern industrial zone, a sealed sub-basement gate in the same area as several of the architect's former gate network sites, but not one of them. Different construction, Origin Echo could confirm when Kael checked it remotely. The signature was Vrail's, not the architect's. The anchor was deep, the root having extended itself down through the dimensional substructure to find the densest available integration material. The second was in the coastal zone, a sealed gate below the waterfront's foundation infrastructure, accessible through the seaside gate complex that Jin had been using as his home base for 5 years. He'd been adjacent to it for years without knowing what it was. The third was not findable through standard depth sensing from the surface. Jin had identified its approximate zone, below any gate currently accessible, and had determined that it was deeper than anything he could currently enter. Below any gate I can currently enter, he said, when he delivered this finding to the crew meeting on day 6. The pause after the word currently was brief and precisely placed. How much deeper? Kael said. The zone it's in is below the new gate that formed after the merge collapse, Jin said. He was describing a gate that hadn't existed before the 7-gate activation event, a new gate that had opened during the collapse energy discharge, a gate that went significantly deeper than any previously recorded gate in the regional system. The third anchor is at minimum 200 levels down in that gate. My current depth ceiling is approximately 150 in a new gate of that type. We go in properly, Kael said. Together. The same approach as the merged space, but in the physical gate's architecture. Yes. Jean paused. I said 200 is the minimum estimate. The actual level may be deeper. Kael looked at him. You've been in 200-level gates before. Not this kind, Jean said. Not a gate formed from collapse energy discharge. The dimensional material in those is different from anything in the archive. He was precise about the difference, not alarmed, just exact. I don't know what's down there. And I usually know what's down there. That was the third anchor. Chapter 124 Vale Trist was in association custody in a detention facility in the Central District, awaiting the outcome of the investigation that had been ongoing since Renner's operation had been exposed. Kael requested a meeting through the formal visitor protocol, which was the only pathway available. His blacklisted status didn't prohibit him from the visitor protocol. The protocol was open to any registered person, and his registration remained on file. The meeting room was standard: 2 chairs, a table, a monitoring camera in the upper corner. Vale arrived looking like someone who had been carefully maintaining his appearance under challenging conditions, which was a thing Vale would do. He looked at Kael. Of all the people who might visit, I have something to tell you, Kael said, and something to ask. Tell me first. I won't testify against you. He watched Vale's face register this. The off-books clearance you did for Renner. I have the evidence. I could testify. I'm not going to. The investigation will proceed without my testimony and will rely on what they have from other sources. He paused. You cooperated when it mattered. You told me about the delivery address. That was useful. Vale was quiet for a moment. What do you want? I said I might need someone inside the association who owes me a favor. He held Vale's gaze. You're inside the association in the sense that, when this investigation resolves, you're going to have allies who will rehabilitate your standing. You'll be back in circulation, possibly with a settlement arrangement. You'll have access. You want a contact inside the association. I want someone who answers a question when I ask it, and who doesn't ask why. He looked at Vale evenly. That's all. Nothing ongoing, nothing demanding. Occasional specific questions. Vale looked at him for a long time. The calculation was visible in his face. What agreeing cost? What declining cost? You're not threatening me. No. Why not? Because threats create resentment, and resentment makes sources unreliable. Kael stood. I'd rather have someone who owes me a genuine debt than someone who cooperates because they're afraid. Vale said, I'm afraid of you. I know. That's not why I'm asking. He moved toward the door. Think about it. The question will be small and specific when it comes. Take your time. He left without waiting for an answer. Vale would decide based on his own calculation, which Kael had provided all the relevant inputs for. The answer would be yes, or it would be no, and either way he'd know where he stood. 2 days later, Vale sent a message through the facility's approved correspondence channel. 1 sentence. When you have the question, ask it. Chapter 125 The crew assembled for a planning session in a new location. A rented warehouse space in the Western District that Mira had sourced through the rebuilt Outer Ring network, paid for 3 months in advance, with no document trail connecting it to anyone in the crew. Everyone was there. Kael, Bryn, Lena, Orion, Mira, Yui, Sarah, and Jean. 8 people in a room. 3 regression hunters, 5 surface crew. Kael looked at the assembled group and noted, not for the first time but more clearly than before, that the crew had become exactly the thing he hadn't planned for when he'd started. A team, in the functional sense, with differentiated capabilities and a shared operational history and the specific trust that formed between people who had been through genuine danger together. He hadn't known this would happen. He'd planned for specific people who could do specific things. He hadn't planned for the thing that made them work. He presented the 3 anchor points. 2 found: Northern Industrial Zone, Coastal Waterfront. 1 requiring deeper access, the new collapse gate, below Jin's current depth ceiling. The plan, he said, is to address the 2 known anchors simultaneously while Sarah runs reconnaissance on the 3rd. Simultaneous disruption of the 2 known anchors should destabilize Vrale's surface world connection even if the 3rd isn't immediately reachable. Should, Bryn said. The archive's record of the 2nd cycle disruption noted that partial completion, 3 of 6 sites, produced a 2-century delay in the next cycle. 2 of 3 anchors severed may not be enough to fully expel Vrale from its surface connection, but it should reduce its operational capacity significantly. He looked at the planning notebook, and it would give us the time to approach the 3rd anchor properly. What does properly mean for the 3rd? Sarah said. He looked at Jean. Jean goes down 200 levels in a gate type we've never been in before. We prepare accordingly. Jean said. I'll need 2 weeks of preparation. Specific equipment, Specific gate preconditioning to calibrate my depth sense for collapse-type dimensional material. 2 weeks, Kael said. He was looking at Origin Echo's ambient reading of the merged space. The 3 root nodes were still drifting, no new integration attempts. The window that the third party's modified boundary nodes had created was still open, in the sense that the roots remained unanchored. We have time. If the roots re-anchor, Bryn said. Origin Echo will tell me before it completes. We'd have hours. He looked at Bryn. Not much hours, but some. Good enough, Bryn said, which was his way of accepting an imperfect operational condition without requesting a perfect one that didn't exist. Orion had been quiet through the meeting. He said now, the 3 of you, after the 2-week preparation and the anchor disruption. What's the end state? Kael thought about this honestly. Vrail's 3 roots severed. Vrail disconnected from this dimension. The merged space stabilizing over time as the architect's presence dissipates. He paused. And somewhere in the deep dimensional layer, Vrail still exists. It will always exist. The question is whether it has access to this world. So the work is about access, Orion said. Yes. Then the work is ongoing. It wasn't a question. Yes, Kael said. But that's true of most things worth doing. Orion picked up his coffee. That was his form of agreement. They planned for the next 2 weeks. Chapter 126, the first anchor point. Northern Industrial Zone. A sealed subbasement gate that sat below a former chemical processing facility. The kind of industrial relic that the Eastern District had several of, buildings that had outlived their original purpose and been repurposed into storage or left to quiet decay. The facility above the gate was in the latter category. The gate beneath it was anything but quiet. Kael entered alone. Bryn was staged above. The anchor was Vrail's, not the architect's, which meant the constructs that might defend it were a different type than anything they'd encountered in the architect's gates. He went in prepared for that uncertainty. The sub-basement gate's interior was alien, not in the architectural sense. The levels were recognizable as levels, the corridors were navigable, the spatial relationships followed a logic he could parse. But the dimensional material itself was different, denser, less permeable to the kind of perception that monster sense and echo mapping relied on. He was operating in a reduced information environment for the first time since the early weeks of the current timeline. Origin Echo compensated. He could see the gate's architecture with complete structural clarity even when his other abilities were returning degraded data. The complete architectural map that Origin Echo provided was sufficient to navigate, to identify threats before engagement, to understand the stress relationships that led him toward the anchor. He reached the anchor on level 6. It was not what he'd expected. Not a discrete structure. Not a point location the way the connection nodes in the merged space had been. The anchor was a root node manifested in the gate's deepest accessible space. Physical, present, composed of the same Vrail-dimensional material he'd found in the merged space's roots. But here, in the gate's physical architecture, the root node had a different relationship to the surrounding material. It was growing, not rapidly, but with the patient, relentless growth of something that was integrating with its environment over time. The root node had been here since the collapse, 3 weeks, and in 3 weeks it had extended integration tendrils into the gate's surrounding dimensional material that were more developed than anything they'd seen in the merged space. He ran structural resonance over the entire level 6 space, found the integration pattern, found the stress points. There were more of them than the merged space roots had shown, because the growth had created additional contact surfaces, and each new contact surface had its own stress point where the integration was weakest. This was going to take longer than the merged space approach. He worked methodically, root node containment first, applying resonance collapse to the integration interfaces to prevent further growth while he identified the full stress point map. This took 40 minutes. The root node resisted in the same way the merged space roots had, probing with integration attempts that he blocked through the resonance disruption method. Then the stress point attacks, 11 charge applications, sequenced in the order Origin Echo's structural analysis indicated would produce the maximum cascading disruption effect. The integration network failed connection by connection. The root node contracted as its tendrils severed. On the final severance, the root node did something he hadn't seen before. It applied force directly rather than through the integration mechanism. A focused dimensional pressure directed at him specifically, the same type as the surface world force application that had cracked the container facility. Dimensional anchor held. He hit the root node's core structure with the last available resonance collapse charge. The root node was significantly more resilient than the connection structures. It took 4 charges and nearly 3 hours of sustained work before the core's coherence failed. He surfaced at 11:47 p.m., 11 hours after entry, with the first anchor severed. Bryn was at the staging point. He looked at Kael's face and said nothing about how long it had taken. First one's done, Kael said. Jin's. Bryn said. Tomorrow. He needs his preparation work first. Chapter 127. Jin simultaneously attacked the second anchor point in the coastal zone while Kael rested on the surface after the northern industrial zone gate. He operated alone, which was his preference and which in this case was also operationally correct. The two-anchor simultaneous approach required independence, and Jin's self-sufficiency in gate environments was the most developed of any hunter Kael had met in either timeline. He sent one message through the crew's communication protocol when he entered the coastal gate. Going in. The next message came 4 hours later. Done. Kael was in the rented warehouse space when the second message arrived. He was looking at the planning notebook and the ambient read from Origin Echo that was monitoring the merged space for root anchoring activity. He felt the second anchor's severance through Origin Echo's extended awareness before Jin's message arrived. The dimensional thread between the surface world and the merged space thinned further when the second anchor was severed. The two remaining roots' connection to the surface world reduced in proportion to the lost anchor. The dimensional pressure across the city, which had been measurable since the architect's manifestation, dropped. Not to zero. The third anchor was still intact, 200 levels down in a collapse-type gate that Jin hadn't entered yet. But 2 of 3 anchors severed was a meaningful reduction in Vrail's surface world operational capacity. He updated the planning notebook. Jin's message described his approach in 4 sentences. The coastal anchor had been a root node at level 9 of the coastal gate complex, below the levels he'd previously cleared. The integration pattern was the same as the northern industrial zone anchor, but less developed, which suggested Vrail had placed the coastal anchor more recently. The severance had taken 90 minutes. Jin's technique at the second anchor. He'd used the resonant frequency approach he'd developed for the merged space, finding the root node's integration frequency and attacking at the exact moment of pulse. His technique was elegant and fast in ways that Kael's approach wasn't, because Jin's years of continuous gate immersion had given him a relationship with dimensional material that was more intuitive than analytical. They had different skills, and they overlapped in ways that made the combination stronger than either alone. He wrote this in the planning notebook. Not because he needed to remember it. Origin Echo remembered everything. But because the act of writing it made it present in a way that thinking it didn't. He looked at the third entry in the notebook's current page. Asterisk third anchor. Collapse type gate. 200 plus levels. Gene preparation. 2 weeks. Asterisk below that. Asterisk something built in the bottom of the new gate. Something the third party built. The same third party that modified the information node and constructed the modified boundary nodes. Asterisk he was the only one who knew this. He hadn't told the crew because the knowing was incomplete. He'd seen the structural signature of the third-party construction in the new collapse gate's dimensional architecture through Origin Echo's extended awareness, but hadn't been inside the gate yet to know what the construction was. He would know when they went down. He underlined the third entry and closed the notebook. Chapter 128. The first anchor point's root node had been self-repairing. He'd realized this on the drive back from the northern industrial zone gate. The root node's core, before he'd applied the final resonance collapse charges, had been recovering from the earlier charges at a rate that was consistent with an active repair mechanism rather than passive structural resilience. The root node wasn't just resilient. It was actively working to maintain itself against the attacks. He hadn't told the crew about this at the time because he'd completed the severance before the repair mechanism could restore full coherence. But the repair rate had been faster than it should have been based on the construct entity's repair behavior in the merged space. He told Lena about it on day 3 of the recovery period. She listened. How fast? Each resonance collapse charge did approximately X% damage that was recovering at a rate of Y% per minute, he said, estimating from the observation. The net progress per charge was positive, but smaller than the charge's theoretical damage output. So you were winning but slower than expected. Yes. The repair mechanism was fed by the same energy source that was feeding the anchor, the 4 remaining gate connections that existed during the first phase. But the anchor attack happened after the connections were severed. He paused. The repair mechanism was still running on residual energy, banked from before the severance. If the anchor had been intact longer, or if the repair mechanism had more residual energy, would the repair rate have exceeded your charge application rate? He thought about this. In the first anchor's case, no. I had enough charges in rotation that net progress was always positive. He paused. But the third anchor has been intact since the collapse. 3 weeks of uninterrupted energy input. Its repair mechanism will have significantly more residual capacity than the first anchor did. Lena was quiet for a moment. What does that mean for the approach? It means we need a faster charge delivery rate than I had alone in the first anchor. Which means I'm not going 200 levels down alone. He looked at the floor. All three of us need to be at the third anchor simultaneously, applying charges at a rate that exceeds the repair mechanism's capacity. You've been saying Jin's going down first. Jin's going to guide us down. He's going to find the path. He looked up. Then we all follow. Lena looked at him. You didn't plan for this going in. No, he said. But the information from the first anchor changes the plan. Plans change when new information arrives. She nodded. The quiet nod of someone who had adapted to enough changed plans that the adaptation itself was no longer surprising. Tell the crew, she said. He told them that evening. The updated approach, 3 hunters, 200-level descent, simultaneous charge application at the third anchor. Jin's preparation extended to accommodate Kael and Sarah's descent rather than just his own. 2 more weeks. Nobody objected. They planned. Chapter 129. Sarah came back from reconnaissance on the third anchor with a precise description and a specific expression. The expression was the one she used when she'd done something that she'd assessed as dangerous before doing it, and had done it anyway, because the information was worth it. It was different from her standard direct face. Kael could distinguish them now. She'd entered the collapse-type gate through the access point in the outer city's industrial zone. The gate that had formed during the collapse energy discharge, sitting in an empty field where the third Vrail anchor point was located. She descended to her depth ceiling and mapped the dimensional architecture from there using tide sense at full output. The gate is 200 levels minimum, she said. My tide sense couldn't read the bottom from level 150, which is the deepest I could go. The anchor is somewhere below 200 based on the dimensional depth signature gradient I could read. The gradient told you something, Kael said. Yes. The anchor's depth is at least 200 because the gradient's slope indicates a significant concentration point at that depth range. But the gradient is still descending at 200, which means the concentration point, the anchor, might be deeper. She paused. Best estimate, 200 to 230 levels. Jean said 200 minimum. Kael said. Jean is probably right. Possibly conservative. She looked at the planning notebook. The gate's collapse-type dimensional material has a quality I haven't encountered before. It absorbs tide sense wave input differently than standard gate material. The absorption pattern is consistent with material that was created under high-energy discharge conditions rather than natural gate formation. What does that mean for navigation? He said. Slower information return. My tide sense has to work harder to get the same resolution data. The gate's material is more absorptive. She paused. Jin's depth sense operates on a different principle than tide sense. Direct resonance perception rather than wave pattern analysis. His information rate in collapse-type material might be higher than mine. Or lower, Jean said. He'd been listening from across the room. I don't know yet. We'll find out in the first 50 levels, Kael said. Jean said. The gate's bottom. Whatever's there, you know something. Not a question. He'd been reading Kael's interaction with Origin Echo during the crew meetings, the slight changes in attention that happened when the ability was actively processing something nearby. The third party built something at the gate's deep level, Kael said. I can see the structural signature through Origin Echo's extended awareness. Same construction type as the modified boundary nodes. He looked at Jean. I don't know what it is yet. Jean was quiet. Then, the third party built exits. They built access points. They built the information node's warning system. He paused. They built a tool for each situation. The situation at the gate's bottom, whatever it is, needed a specific tool. Yes, Kael said. Then the tool is for dealing with the third anchor. He looked at Kael. And we need to be ready to use it. We'll know what it is when we're there, Kael said. Good enough, Jean said. Chapter 130. The system notification came at 4:17 a.m. on a Wednesday, 3 days before the third anchor operation. He was awake. He'd been sleeping less since the merged space operation, which Lena had noted and which he'd attributed to the altitude of capability he was now operating at rather than to anything pathological. At depth transcendent rank, the ambient dimensional awareness of Origin Echo never fully quieted. The world was loud in a way it hadn't been at lower ranks. The notification was unexpected. Rank advanced. Origin diver. Mythic. He lay still for 6 seconds. The harvest threshold had been Origin diver rank. He had reached it. He ran his immediate internal assessment. The system's notification of rank advancement was present, correctly formatted, consistent with the advancement structure he'd observed through 12 previous rank changes. It was not a false positive. Depth resonance system. Status update host has reached maximum depth classification. Origin diver, mythic tier. System has fulfilled its original function. Asterisk note. Host remains active. Harvest mechanism is non-operational. Reason. Harvest mechanism requires an active network of gate connections to execute. Current network status, severed. *** system will enter passive mode after final gate. All abilities retain permanent status. * he read the note 3 times. Harvest mechanism requires an active network. He'd severed the network. He'd destroyed the core feeding arrays. He'd severed the 4 remaining connections in the merged space. He'd been building toward this rank for months. The cultivation acceleration of the merged space had done what months of gate work had been doing incrementally. He'd crossed the threshold while his system was in the highest acceleration cultivation environment the architect had ever built. And the harvest mechanism couldn't reach him because the infrastructure that powered it was gone. He thought about the third party's information node warning. Do not reach harvest threshold. He'd reached it. The warning had been for a scenario where the harvest mechanism was still intact. He'd broken the mechanism before reaching the threshold. Both things were true simultaneously. He also thought about the system's node. All abilities retain permanent status. The system was telling him it was ending. The cultivation function was complete. The system had done what it was designed to do, in the service of the architect's original purpose. And now that the purpose was no longer achievable, the system was going into passive mode. He still had every ability, permanently, but the system that had been growing with him was done growing. He lay in the pre-dawn quiet and felt the specific quality of something ending that had been with him every moment of the past year. He got up, picked up his gear, made coffee. He didn't tell anyone. Not yet. He wasn't sure what there was to say exactly, that he'd reached the rank that was supposed to kill him and hadn't, because he'd spent 9 months breaking the mechanism designed to kill him at exactly this point. He drank the coffee and looked at the pre-dawn industrial zone outside the warehouse's high windows. He'd tell them before the third anchor operation. They'd want to know. He picked up his gear and went to find what needed doing today. Chapter 131, they entered the collapse-type gate at dawn. The gate's surface aperture was in the center of the empty field in the outer city, the field that had been unremarkable industrial wasteland 3 weeks ago, and was now a feature of the city's landscape that the association had cordoned with temporary fencing and labeled Zone 7-Dimensional Anomaly, Restricted Access. The fencing was chain link. The access point, predictably, was exactly where the chain link created a corner that created a blind spot from the 3 monitoring cameras installed on poles at the zone's perimeter. Jean went first, Kael second, Sarah third. The interior was different in the way Sarah had described. The dimensional material of the collapse-type gate had a character that none of them had encountered in any natural or architect-constructed gate. It was, origin echo confirmed, formed under conditions that no natural gate formation could produce. The high-energy discharge of a 7-gate network collapse event, compressing dimensional material into a structure that retained the energetic signature of its formation. Like walking through a gate made of compressed history of an event. Echo mapping returned partial data, the material's absorption property that Sarah had noted, which reduced the resolution of the mapping return. Origin Echo's complete architectural awareness worked more cleanly because it operated on a different principle than echo mapping. But even Origin Echo's full resolution was operating against more ambient structural noise than in any previous gate. Jean, as predicted, had a different experience. His depth sense, direct resonance perception, no wave return required, operated without degradation in collapse-type material. He could feel the depth of each level, the structure of each corridor, the location of entities before echo mapping had resolved them. He led. They followed. The descent was not fast. The entities in the collapse-type gate were a type none of them had cataloged, not manufactured constructs, not natural gate ecology. Something that had formed in the gate's creation event, as if the energy discharge had organized itself into living configurations. They weren't biological. They weren't dimensional constructs. They were something in between, with a fighting style that was entirely emergent. No learned behavior, no trained patterns, just the immediate response of configurations trying to maintain their coherence against external disruption. Jean figured out how to fight them on level 3. The configurations maintained coherence by drawing on surrounding dimensional material, disrupt the material supply, and the configuration dissolved. Not resonance collapse. A different application of dimensional force, closer to what structural resonance enabled. Finding the structural relationship between the configuration and its material supply, and severing the relationship. He showed Kael and Sarah the method in 2 exchanges. They adapted. On level 60, the walls changed. The formation material deepened. More of the compressed history character. The dimensional material carrying stronger residual signatures from the collapse event. Kael's origin echo read each level's material as a stratum of the event itself. The deeper they went, the earlier in the event's progression the material had been compressed. The bottom of this gate was formed by the first moments of the collapse, Kael said, on level 60. The material at the deepest levels is the oldest, the energy that discharged first. The most energetic material, Jean said. Yes. Which is where Vrail anchored, Sarah said. Yes. The densest, most energetic material. The same reason the merged space roots sought the densest boundary nodes. He looked at the level 60 corridor ahead. Still 140 levels to go. They descended. Chapter 132. The collapse-type material became what Sarah had predicted. The formation entities stopped appearing at level 90. Not because the level was clear. Because something below level 90 was organizing the formation entities' coherence from a distance, calling them deeper rather than deploying them at the surface. He could feel it through Origin Echo's spatial awareness. A centralization of organizational force below their current level, a gravity analog for the formation entities' coherence. The third anchor. It's drawing the formation entities down, he said. Building a defensive layer at depth, Jean said. Yes. The formation entities that should be distributed through levels 90 through 200 have been concentrated at the anchor level. That's the defensive layer we're going to meet. All of them at once, Sarah said. Yes. He looked at the three of them. Their current state. Operational, functional, with accumulated wear from 60 levels of descent in a gate type they'd never entered before. He assessed each of them quickly. Jean was fine, operating in his element in a way that the surface world didn't produce. Sarah had some residual stiffness in the arm that had been broken in the Sovereign class fight. The bone healed, but the surrounding tissue still rebuilding. Functional. He had his own assessment. Fully operational. The mythic rank capability that the system had finalized 3 days ago running at a baseline that felt different from anything that had come before. Not more powerful in an immediately dramatic sense. More complete. As if the system had been showing him parts of its full range at every rank, and the Origin Diver level was the range in its entirety. He'd told them about the rank advancement the morning before entry, the way he'd said he would. Jean had said nothing. Sarah had said, the harvest threshold. He'd said yes. She'd said, we broke the mechanism. He'd said yes. Jean had looked at the gate's horizon and said, then it doesn't matter. We still have the third anchor. That was the conversation. We hold formation below level 90, Kael said. Jean in front. He can navigate the material most accurately. Sarah, left flank. I take right and coordinate from Origin Echo's full map. The formation entity method, Sarah said. Not resonance collapse. No. Save resonance collapse for the anchor's root node. He looked at them. When we reach the anchor level, we're applying everything simultaneously. Jin's frequency technique, Sarah's tide sense disruption, my resonance collapse. All at the root node's core at the same time. Simultaneous from 3 directions, Sarah said. The repair mechanism is going to be strong at this depth. Stronger than the first anchor, potentially significantly stronger. Simultaneous application from 3 angles is the only approach that has a reliable positive net damage rate. He thought about what he hadn't said yet. The third party's construction at the gate's deep level. He'd told them it was there. He hadn't told them what Origin Echo was showing him about its character, because he'd only been reading it from extended awareness distance, and the resolution was insufficient for certainty. He would have certainty when they were there. They descended past level 90. The formation entity density increased immediately below 90, concentrated, as he'd predicted, and organized. The entities at levels 90 through 130 moved in coordinated patterns that the individual entity behavior of the higher levels hadn't produced. The anchor's organizational force was doing something more than calling them deeper. It was structuring them. They fought through it. Chapter 133, Level 100. The gate's walls were no longer the dimensional material of the collapse event. They were something below it, the pre-collapse dimensional substrate that the collapse event had been discharged into. Older material. Quieter. The formation entities here were denser, slower, with more coherence in their organization. They moved with patterns that were closer to tactics than instinct. Jean found the path at level 100, which he'd promised he'd do. 48 minutes of stillness. Complete physical stillness. His depth sense extended through the gate's material, reading the formation entity's organizational source and the dimensional architecture between their current position and it. Then he started moving. Not through the entities. Through the structure, the physical and dimensional layout of the level's corridors. He was navigating a 3D maze by the feel of its dimensional relationships, finding the path from their current position to the anchor's level that minimized formation entity contact while maintaining forward progress. Kael and Sarah held the defensive perimeter while he worked. The path took 48 minutes to find. Actual traversal, following Jean through the levels he'd mapped, took another 6 hours. They reached level 140 at 11:30 p.m., 22 hours after entry. The formation entities cleared at level 135. The organizational force that had been structuring them had pulled them back to the anchor level itself, concentrating every entity in the gate at the root node's location, not distributed across levels. All of them at the anchor. The anchor level was level 140, not 200, not 230, 140. Gene had been conservative in his estimate, which was a thing he'd said he was. He'd estimated the minimum he was certain of, not the most likely. 140 was deeper than most hunters in either timeline had ever reached in any gate type, but it was within reach. Kael looked at Origin Echo's complete architectural map of level 140 and saw what he'd been seeing at extended awareness distance for 2 weeks, now in full resolution. The third party's construction was in the far wall of the anchor chamber. It was a door. Chapter 134 level 140 was a chamber 30 meters across. The formation entities filled most of it, concentrated, as he'd known they would be, at the anchor level. The root node itself was at the chamber's center, a Vrail root node significantly more developed than either of the previous two, with 3 weeks of continuous energy input from the collapse gate's dense dimensional material. Larger, more integrated. The repair mechanism would be active and well-fueled. At the chamber's far wall, the door, not a gate aperture. A physical door, dimensional material constructed into a recognizable door shape, with a frame and a panel and, on the frame's right side, a series of symbols in the third party's construction signature that Origin Echo translated as approximately * access granted to depth transcendent and above. Press for 3 seconds. * he looked at it for 2 seconds. Then Vrail's anchor root node activated its defensive response. The formation entities organized, and they were fighting. The fight in the anchor chamber was the most demanding thing any of them had done in the physical gate environment. Not because the individual entities were as powerful as the sovereign class manifestation in the merged space, but because there were so many of them, concentrated in a 30-meter chamber, with the root node's organizational force directing them with a coherence that approached genuine tactical coordination. Kael fought while tracking Origin Echo's complete map of the chamber, calling positions for Sarah and Jean while managing his own sector. Sarah's Tide sense was reading the formation entity's organizational patterns and anticipating coordinated attacks before they were visible. She called adjustments in the same breath he was calling positions, the coordination between them running below the level of explicit communication. Jean was fighting 3 entities at once in the chamber's left sector, which was the densest concentration, and doing it with the particular efficiency of someone whose entire life experience had prepared for exactly this context. The root node's organizational force weakened as formation entities were disrupted. Each disruption removed one voice from the coordinating signal, the organizational coherence degrading. An hour into the fight, the chamber was significantly less dense. The root node's active defense decreased proportionally. Vrail's awareness focused on them, not through the root node's organizational force. Directly, the same ocean awareness he'd felt in the merged space, the space itself becoming aware quality. Vrail had noticed that 3 regression hunters were in the chamber with its anchor. It sent the root node a direct force application. He felt it hit, not the root node, him. Dimensional pressure, the same force it had used through the surface world surface connection, but delivered through the anchor's direct presence rather than through a thread. More concentrated, more immediate. Dimensional anchor ran at maximum output. He held. Now, he said, all 3 of them at the root node simultaneously. Jin's resonant frequency technique, Sarah's tide sense disruption at the integration interfaces, his resonance collapse at the core. The root node fractured. Not severed, fractured. The repair mechanism running. He applied 2 more charges in the 12 seconds before cooldown. The cooldown cycling because Jin's technique was holding the repair mechanism occupied, creating a window where his charges were landing on material that wasn't repairing. 3 charges. 4. The root node's core coherence failing. Vrail's direct force application intensified. He held dimensional anchor and fired the 5th charge. The core shattered. The root node dissolved. The organizational force in the chamber ceased. The remaining formation entities, without coordination, drifted into incoherence and dissolved. The chamber was quiet. He turned toward the door. Chapter 135 Jean answered for all 3 of them. He didn't wait for Kael to assess the door, to analyze the chamber's current state, to run Origin Echo's complete structural read on the third party's construction. He walked across the chamber to the door's frame and stood in front of the symbol sequence on the right side. It says depth transcendent and above, he said. I know, Kael said. Jean pressed his palm to the frame for 3 seconds. The door opened. Behind the door was a space that none of Origin Echo's extended awareness reading had been able to fully characterize from distance. a space built by the third party in the collapse gate's deepest material, sealed until a hunter at depth transcendent rank or above touched the entry mechanism. Inside was a record, not inscribed on walls, dimensional material data, compressed into a format that Origin Echo could read directly. A complete record of the third party, their history, what they'd done, and why. They were human, or had been, in a previous dimensional cycle. The third cycle, the one where a regression hunter had successfully disrupted the architect's network and survived into what the record called the post-harvest transition period, when Vrail had emerged as the next operational threat. 3 hunters, from that cycle, who had refused to stop at the architect's defeat and had gone deeper, had survived Vrail, had become something the system called depth sovereign, past harvesting, past cultivation, living in the dimensional substrate itself, had built the tools that the next cycle's regression hunters would need. The warning in the information node, the modified boundary nodes, the modified access points, the door. Everything they had used to survive this cycle had been built by 3 hunters from 3,000 years ago who had come back from death, broken the architect's network, survived what came after, and spent what remained of their existence building a path through the same territory for the people who came next. Gene read the record. His posture changed, not dramatically, but in the specific way of someone for whom context that had been abstract has become concrete. He spent a year alone in Gates after his death because he had nowhere else to go. He had been building himself in the only environment he understood. He had done it without knowing why he was the way he was. The record told him why. The depth resonance system had selected people who were already, before their regression, building toward the kind of depth that the architect's harvest required. Gene had been going into Gates at 16 because something in him had understood that the depth was where he was supposed to be. The regression hadn't made him a gate hunter. It had returned a gate hunter who died too early and needed more time. He said, "I'll die in a gate anyway. Might as well make it count." He said it quietly, to the record inside the door, the way you said something to the people who understood without requiring explanation. They survived Vrail, Kael said. This record, it describes how. Yes, Gene said. He was reading the record with his depth sense, processing the compressed dimensional data at a rate faster than the visual read Kael was doing through Origin Echo. They went deeper, past Vrail's depth, into the dimensional substrate where Vrail's roots can't reach. He paused. They didn't stop it. They went past it. That's what depth sovereign means, Sarah said. Yes. He looked at the record. And they left tools. For the next cycle. Because they knew someone would need them. He looked at Kael. The third anchor is severed. Yes, Kael said. Vrail's roots are gone. Yes. But Vrail is still in the merged space. And in the deep layer beyond it. Yes. Gene looked at the door, at the record, at the space the 3 hunters from the third cycle had built. Then we go deeper, he said, and started moving before Vrail's response could arrive. Chapter 136 Vrail's response arrived in the chamber at level 140 within 90 seconds of the third anchor severance. Not through the root node, that was gone. Through the dimensional material of the collapse gate itself, which at this depth was dense enough with Vrail's historical presence that Vrail could express force through the material without needing an anchor. The force was different from the anchor-mediated force, less concentrated, more ambient, but pervasive in a way that filling the entire chamber rather than targeting a specific point. The chamber's dimensional material began to contract. Origin Echo registered it as structural compression, the collapse gate's deep material responding to Vrail's force application by reducing its internal volume. Not quickly, but steadily. The kind of compression that, sustained, would reduce the chamber's accessible space until it wasn't accessible anymore. It's trying to close the space around us, Kael said. I know, Gene said. He was already at the door, the third party's door, still open, the dimensional data record inside accessible. The door is resistant to the compression. Same material as the modified boundary nodes. Kael checked Origin Echo's structural read on the door's frame. Gene was right. The third party's construction material wasn't responding to Vrail's compression force. It was maintaining its structural integrity independent of the surrounding gate material's behavior. The door was a refuge. Temporary. Vrail would eventually find a way to apply force that overcame the third party's construction. But temporary was operational. Inside, Kael said. They went through the door. The space inside was larger than the doorframe suggested. Dimensional space that the third party had carved out of the collapse gate's deep material, separate from the surrounding gate architecture. A pocket of stable space in the midst of a space that was being compressed by Vrail's ambient force. Origin Echo read it fully. The pocket space's walls were constructed of the third-party material at multiple layers of thickness, each layer adding structural resistance to external force application. The record data was stored in the walls, dimensional material data, the complete archive. And in the floor, embedded in the third-party material at a depth that suggested it had been placed there at the same time as everything else, 7 objects. The same construction material as the pocket space's walls. Dense, specific in their dimensional signature, each one shaped to fit a human hand. He picked up the first one. Origin Echo provided the identification immediately. Dimensional resonance amplifiers, tuned to the depth transcendent frequency range. Each one amplified the user's resonance collapse capability by directing the charge through the third-party material rather than through ambient dimensional space, which made the charge significantly more precise. And, critically, made it capable of affecting Vrail's dimensional fabric directly rather than only the manufactured constructs and structures that resonance collapse was designed for. Vrail's roots had been resistant to resonance collapse. The amplifiers solved that problem. He handed 2 to Jean, 2 to Sarah. He kept 3. 7 amplifiers, Jean said. He was examining the ones in his hands with his depth sense. 3 of us. Odd distribution. 7 severing points on Vrail's root infrastructure, Kael said. Origin Echo had shown him the compressed dimensional map of the merged space from this depth, at level 140 in the collapse gate, directly below the merged space. The architectural connection between the collapse gate's deep material and the merged space's outer boundary was visible. And through that connection, the 3 severed root nodes. The root nodes were severed from the surface world anchors, but they were still present in the merged space, free-floating, as they'd been after the simultaneous charge attack in the merged space. And free-floating root nodes, freed from their integration with the boundary material, had a reduced internal structure that Origin Echo could now see clearly. 7 internal stress points across the 3 root nodes. The points that had existed even before integration. The root node's own internal structural limits. 7 amplified resonance collapse charges. He looked at Jean. The collapsed root nodes in the merged space. The door we exited through last time connects to the merged space above us. He looked at the pocket space's ceiling. The connection point is directly above us. The third party knew we'd be here, Sarah said. Everything they built assumes we'd be here, Kael said. The amplifiers, the pocket space's location directly below the merged space connection point. The 7 amplifiers for 7 stress points. He looked at the ceiling. They knew we'd reached the third anchor. They knew we'd need to go 1 level further. Jean said. Then we go 1 level further. Kael activated Origin Echo's connection mapping. The ability's complete architectural awareness extending upward through the collapse gate's deep material to the merged space's outer boundary above. The connection was there, a thin structural channel, the same type as Jin's original thin space entry, running from this pocket space directly to the merged space's outer boundary. The modified nodes had been designed for this entry. He pressed his palm to the ceiling where Origin Echo showed the connection point. The ceiling dilated. Chapter 137, they entered the merged space from below. The entry point opened into the merged space's lower boundary, a region they hadn't accessed in either previous entry, below the root node's previous positions. Origin Echo read the full merged space from this new angle, and the view was different. Looking up from below, the 3 free-floating root nodes were visible as dense points in the merged space's mid-level architecture. The 7 internal stress points were clear in Origin Echo's complete structural read. The amplifiers were active in his hands, the 3-party construction material resonating with the depth transcendent dimensional signature, tuned for the specific application Origin Echo was preparing. Vrail's awareness filled the space. It had been anticipating this. The severing of the third anchor had been a signal. It knew that any hunter capable of severing the third anchor at level 140 in a collapse-type gate was past the threshold where standard force application would contain them. Its ambient compression in the collapse gate had been a delaying tactic. The real response was here. Vrail applied dimensional force directly to all 3 of them, not through any anchor or root structure. Directly, the way Vrail applied force when it was present in a space rather than connecting through a thread. The full weight of something that had been consuming dimensional fabric for eons, focused on 3 people in the merged space. Kael activated dimensional anchor at maximum output and held. The force hit him across the chest as a physical sensation, the same pressure he'd felt in the container facility, but here, in Vrail's direct presence, significantly more intense. 2 ribs that had been recovering from the merged space's first entry combat cracked under the force. He felt it, catalogued it as significant injury, continued to hold. Sarah was fighting the force with the same response. Dimensional anchor running, her posture compressed under the pressure, her injured arm held against her body. She was fighting with her dominant arm and her body position and her tide sense giving her a read on the force's direction changes before they arrived. Jean. The force hit Jean differently. His dimensional anchor was running. But Vrail had calibrated the force to be most effective against the highest depth score target, and Jean had the highest depth score of the three. The force expression against Jean was at a magnitude that made the two cracked ribs Kael was carrying feel like a useful benchmark. Jean did not fall. He stood in the force's full expression and did what he'd said he'd do. Not because the odds were favorable, because he'd assessed the situation and he was genuinely comfortable in places most people couldn't survive. Because he had spent a year alone in Gates after his death, because it was the only place he'd known how to be. He started moving. Kael called the 7 stress points in sequence. First node, northeast face. Second, same node, southwest. Jean has the bottom 2. Sarah, third node's 3 points. I have remaining 2. They moved. Chapter 138. Jean reached the first root node's bottom stress point in 45 seconds of forward movement against Vrail's direct force application. He anchored himself to the merged space's dimensional floor using his dimensional pressure technique, not fighting Vrail's force, but using his own considerable depth to create a stable standing point that the force couldn't dislodge without overcoming his full dimensional anchor output and his own dimensional gravity simultaneously. He found the resonant frequency of the first root node's internal stress point. The amplifier in his hand tuned to his output and amplified it through the third-party construction's dimensional material. He applied the charge. The stress point fractured. Above him, Kael was at the first node's northeast face. 2 seconds earlier than Jean, he'd been closer to start. The amplifier in his hand was delivering the charge through the third-party material, which meant the charge bypassed the construct limitation that standard resonance collapse carried. The root node's own material was susceptible. The northeast stress point fractured. Vrail's force application shifted, redirecting from ambient coverage to targeted expression at the 3 hunters attacking its root nodes. The shift was detectable through origin echo, a sudden intensification at specific focal points corresponding to where they were standing. Kael took the focused force across his left shoulder and upper body. The 2 cracked ribs experienced a compression that made his vision gray at the edges for 2 seconds. He gripped the amplifier and stayed on the stress point he was working. Southwest face, the second charge on the first node. He activated the amplifier again. The second stress point fractured. The first node's internal structure was failing. 3 of 4 stress points gone, the node beginning to destabilize. I'm at the node. Jin's voice from below, strained. The force expression against him was the most intense he was carrying. Above, Sarah fought the third root node's 3 stress points with her dominant arm, and the tide sense wave pattern attacks that origin echo was confirming as effective against the root node material through the amplifier's enhancement. First point. Second. Third. The third node's internal structure failed. 2 nodes down. 1 remaining. Kael moved to the second node. Chapter 139. The second root node was the largest of the 3. Origin echo had shown this from the initial assessment. The second root node had been the oldest anchor, the one placed soonest after the collapse, with the most time for internal development. Its 4 stress points were deeper, less accessible, requiring the amplifier to be held at specific angles relative to the node's internal geometry. He applied the first charge. Vrail's focused force expression was at its maximum intensity now. The entity had lost 2 of its 3 root nodes in the merged space, and was dedicating everything remaining to preventing the loss of the third. The force on Kael was at a level he hadn't experienced in either timeline, at any point, in any gate or dimensional space. Dimensional anchor held. He did not know how much longer it would hold at this intensity. He applied the second charge. Jean was at the second node's bottom stress point, the deepest of the 4, requiring approach from below. He was moving through the force expression against him with the particular quality of someone who was genuinely at their limit and continuing, because they'd calculated that continuing was the only correct option. His depth sense was reporting the stress point's location through the force noise. His amplifier was charged. He applied it. Third stress point, second node. Kael shifted angle, found the point origin echo was showing him, pressed the amplifier to the node's face. The amplifier discharged. The third stress point fractured. 1 remaining. The fourth, at the node's interior. Not accessible from the outside. The amplifier needed to be pressed to the node's surface at the point where origin echo showed the interior stress point was closest to the surface. Interior final point, Kael said. Jean, can you feel it? Yes, Jean said. His voice was exactly as minimal as always and carried the same weight it always carried. 3 seconds. He pressed the amplifier to the point Jean identified from below. Kael pressed his amplifier to the surface access point. 2 amplifiers, both charged, both applied simultaneously to the same stress point from different angles. The second root node's internal structure collapsed. The node dissolved. 3 root nodes gone. The merged space held nothing of Vrail's anchored presence anymore. Vrail's force application ceased. The silence in the merged space was the most complete silence he'd experienced since the regression. He looked at the space around him through origin echo. The merged space's architecture, stable, the architect's dissipating presence almost fully gone, the dimensional material beginning the long process of normalizing after the period of high-energy activity. The modified boundary nodes were open. He could feel Jean and Sarah, their positions relative to him, their states. Jean was holding position below the second node's dissolution point, having braced against a force that had been the worst they'd faced, functional and present. Sarah was above the third node's location, arm held against her body, tied since still running because that was what she did, kept every tool active. Exit, Kael said. They moved toward the modified boundary node in the eastern sector. Jean was first out. Sarah second. Kael last, through the node, the boundary sealing behind him with the sound of a conclusion. They were in the eastern port gate's level 9 zone. He sat down against the level 9 wall for 3 seconds and breathed. Then he stood up, told his ribs to manage themselves, and started climbing. Chapter 140, they stood in the field. Not the parking structure corridor. Not the Association Tower's sub-basement. The field in the outer city, the empty patch of industrial ground where the collapse-type gate had been, where the third anchor had been, where they descended 140 levels and severed the last of Vrail's surface world connection. The gate was gone. Not sealed. Gone. The ground undisturbed where the aperture had been. The grass, what little grew in outer city industrial zones, showing no sign of disturbance. The dimensional material of the collapse-type gate had normalized completely when the root node's energy concentration was removed. A gate without its organizing energy concentration didn't persist. It dissolved back into the ambient dimensional field. The aperture had been gone when they'd exited through the collapse-type gate's upper connection to the modified boundary node. They'd exited at the gate's upper level and found surface ground. They'd climbed through to the field. Bryn arrived in the truck 11 minutes later. He'd been monitoring the field's perimeter on foot, too far from the gate's modified boundary exit to have a vehicle staged at the exit point, but close enough to reach them quickly when they surfaced. The truck's headlights found them in the field, 3 figures in the dark, standing, looking at the spot where the gate had been. Bryn parked and got out. He walked to where Kael was standing, assessed all 3 of them in 4 seconds, and said nothing because the assessment told him that silence was appropriate and asking questions would come later. Lena climbed down from the truck's passenger side with a kit. She looked at Kael's posture, the specific quality of how he was standing, which told her about the ribs before he said anything about the ribs, and opened the kit. Orion was driving. He stayed in the truck with the window down and said nothing, which was Orion's version of presence. Eventually, Lena handed Kael a thermos. Coffee. She brought coffee in a thermos to the field in the outer city at dawn, because she understood exactly what this kind of thing cost and understood that coffee was a real thing in a way that abstract support wasn't. He held the thermos and felt the warmth of it in his hands, which were still carrying the thermal memory of the amplifier's dimensional discharge. Yui called at 6:08 a.m. He answered. The architect's manifestation in the sub-basement is gone, she said. Her voice was the precise reporting voice, but with something underneath it that he'd learned to read. All equipment online. No dimensional anomaly readings from the sub-basement. The monitoring system is calling it resolved. A pause. Is it actually resolved? Yes, he said. The architect's network is broken. The architect's manifestation can't maintain without the energy supply. Vrail's surface world connection, the roots, those are severed. All 3. And Vrail. Vrail is in the deeper dimensional layer. It has no access to this world. For now. He paused. That's the honest version. She was quiet for a moment. I filed the final report, she said. 3 gate anomalies, resolved. Natural phenomenon. Another pause. Kael, it's actually over. He looked at the field where the gate had been. At Jean and Sarah. Jean was looking at the pre-dawn sky with the careful attention of someone cataloging something they'll need to remember accurately, which Kael had first noticed on the drive from the coastal gate months ago. Sarah was looking at a different horizon. 3 regression hunters. Returned from death by a system that had been designed to harvest them. Built into something it hadn't expected by going into the depths that were supposed to destroy them. Left standing in an empty field at dawn with the harvest mechanism broken and Vrail disconnected, and the gate gone, and the work done. It's actually over, he said. That is not a satisfying way to end a report, she said. I've had to write 17 different versions of the summary section. I know, he said. I've read them. A pause. You've been reading my internal reports. You've been leaving them in the dead drop. Another pause, the particular quality of Yui Chandra processing something she hadn't expected. I have, she said. I hadn't thought about why. He said nothing. She said, come in. When you're ready. There are questions from the oversight body about the sub-basement review, and someone needs to brief the emergency operations lead on what to expect in the 30-day stabilization period. She paused. I'd prefer the someone to be you. I'll come in, he said. He pocketed the phone and looked at the field. Jean and Sarah. Bryn in the truck with his door cracked, giving them space. Lena, who had packed 12 kinds of field medical capacity for a pre-dawn operation because she understood that hope was not a logistic strategy. The blacklist badge in his wallet read E-rank. He didn't bother to update it. It was useful. The gap between what it said and what he was had kept him alive and below the radar for long enough to do what needed doing. He'd earned that gap. He'd keep it. He thought about a condemned apartment building in Sector 7. A fire escape railing going one bolt at a time. The 4-meter gap across the alley and the window ledge that held. The decision to tell the truth about the gate loot instead of keeping his mouth shut, which had cost him 5 years in his life, and which had turned out to be the only version of his story that led here. He looked at Jean and Sarah, who had made the same decision in their own ways, to go deeper when everything above them had failed, to build in the only space available. 3 people who had died and been sent back and been used as instruments, and had refused to be instruments, and had gone deeper than the instruments were designed to go. He drank the coffee. In the deep dimensional layer, somewhere below the merged space, somewhere below the substrate, Vrail existed. It would always exist. It had been there before the architect, and it would be there after everything the architect had built had normalized back into the ambient dimensional field. But the 3 routes were gone. The access was severed. The tools the third party had left were used. The warning in the information node had been heeded. We survived the architect by surviving what came after. They had. He looked at the empty field one more time. Then he turned toward the truck. Whatever came next would not be this. He didn't know what it would be. He'd figure it out the same way he'd figured out everything else. By going forward with what he knew, by planning from the constraints outward, by being the person who could be in a space that most people couldn't survive and who found the path through. He walked back to the truck. Lena was already at the passenger door. Bryn had the engine running. Jean and Sarah followed without being asked. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.